Alright. Looking good. So then... Just let me get rid of that. There we go. There we go. I don't want to watch the thing. I just want to go here. Yeah. There we go. Then run this to my main while I finish my coffee and...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, I'm John. This is many a truder welcome to Fallout Tale of Two Wastelands, which is... oh, this thing is incredible. If you've never heard this project before, I'm about to blow your minds, because Fallout Tale of Two Wastelands is a mod that blends together Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, two of my favourite games of all time, into one single game. A single world that a single character can explore, traveling through the DC ruins.
Damn it! Man, why do you keep throwing this on the floor? It's so annoying. Get this away from me. It's a little annoying.
Now, you might well be wondering how such a thing
like that.
possibly work, given Fallout 3 and New Vegas are actually mechanically fairly different from each other.
God damn it.
So basically, and to massively oversimplify, this game ports Fallout 3 into Fallout New Vegas, retroactively applying all the cool new stuff that Obsidian added into the Fallout universe back
Please
into
do
Fallout
not throw my
3.
tablet on the ground.
Let's focus on what that really actually means. That means that I get to explore and do a full playthrough of Fallout 3, one of my favourite game worlds of all time, but I get to do it using the mechanics and game systems of Fallout New Vegas, my favourite game of all time, and once again, bloody hell. But this also lets me put something wrong that's been mysteriously wrong for a very long period of time. You see, this channel is probably to many of you best known for Fallout, and my most watched video of all time is a feature-length discussion about how much I love Fallout 3. And despite that, there has never been a full Fallout 3 series on this channel. Okay, there's been series before, but Kill Everything was greatly truncated for comedy and roleplay, whereas You Only Live Once, well, there I was just running between plot-critical stuff. I overlooked a huge amount of the content of the game. There are areas, characters, missions, secrets, so much in Fallout 3 that has never been on this channel before. And today, we're gonna fix that, because here's what I am setting out to make. I am going to make the most detailed and thorough playthrough that anyone has ever put on YouTube. That is my goal. I want even those of you who love this generation of Fallout and know it like the back of your hand to come away learning new stuff about this marvelous game. Now, there's a lot more we could discuss here, but you know what? We'll cover it when it comes up. Let's just dive in, shall we? You know, I've been playing video games for a good 30 years, and I still think this is the only one I've ever encountered which begins with you being born. And here's where the New Vegas properly kicks in. That introduces traits, because we're playing by New Vegas rules all of a sudden. Speaking of which, probably yes, just in terms of skills. The single most efficient combination of traits you can take is skilled and good-natured. That just gets you so many skill points, but, to be honest, thinking about it, there's no shortage of skill points in this game, especially when we've got the entirety of the DC Waste and the Mojave just stretching out in front of us. So I'm going to focus on the traits that give me benefits I can't get from elsewhere. In particular, and I'm going to regret this, but Built to Destroy, 3% bonus to crit chance. Now that is huge. As I say, I'm going to regret it when all my weapons break and I can't do anything about that, but screw it, I'm taking it anyway. And then Hot-Blooded. So yeah, below 50% health and gain 15% more damage. Lose some agility and perception. Perception's really not that important. Agility, that's bit of a downside, in fact a fairly large one, but 50% damage. I'm not saying no. Let's give it a go. I'm going to regret both of these picks, by the way.
You're just Catherine.
Also, yes, my mum's dying. Sorry, I got distracted by picking traits there.
We need a doctor, not a deadbeat. Fail to meet my expectations and there will
Don't
be
look straight into the light.
James, and it's cheery
Personal
chatter.
decorations
May your future
is
be
just
bright.
something you get used to the feel. Just like home. Come on over here, sweetie. Come on. Walk to daddy.
And there we go. We're now a year old and in the vault. And to be honest, I'd say, you know, we're a pretty bloody athletic 1-year-old. I mean, how many babies can jump up onto an adult-sized chair by themselves? This is honestly very impressive. And now we're left to our own devices to, yes indeed, break out of the incredibly not secure playpen. Dear flip it here, this was terrible parenting. He didn't even attempt to lock this. I was definitely getting out of here. Anyway, let's build ourselves a character, and this is going to be a little bit on the tricky side. Because, bear in mind, we're playing by merged Fallout 3 and New Vegas rules here, meaning a whole bunch of perks have changed. I don't really know what the right requirements are, so... oh, bloody hell, what are we gonna do here? I tell you what, I wouldn't mind a bit of extra charisma, because I do know for a fact, while we're in Fallout 3 at least, I'm not sure whether it changes when we go to the Mojave, we're playing by Fallout 3 speech rules. So, yeah, you need charisma as well as speech. And to be honest, I would not mind charisma of 6 because I wouldn't mind animal friends. That's a really fun perk. Sacrifice a bit of strength and perception. We can boost intelligence, agility, and luck up. I wouldn't mind a little bit more intelligence, you know. Okay, we can boost charisma down the line if we need it, and endurance too. Okay, you know what? That's probably actually, you know what? I wouldn't mind the... oh, bloody hell. I wouldn't mind luck of 8. Okay, I know it feels more appropriate to be 7.
48? Damn, I am 48.
But if I've taken built to destroy, I really should go pretty all in on the luck build. In fact, you know what?
The luck build,
I'm doing it. Beautiful.
Yeah, luck build. 9 luck,
Now,
yep.
Liam Neeson's about to come in. He's going to tell me I'm a little explorer. What happens if I... yeah, there we go. Get back inside. There is no evidence I left the pen.
You are quite a little explorer, aren't you?
Alright, you can't get anything past Liam Neeson, apparently.
No, you can't get anything past Liam Neeson, no.
Experiment to prepare.
You should have known.
Stanley, you turned the lights on too fast. You blinded the poor kid. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday! Can you believe it? She is growing up so fast.
Happy birthday, honey. I can't believe you're already 10. I'm so proud of you. If only you were.
Congratulations, young lady. I don't have to tell you how special this day is, do I? Down here in Vault 101, when you turn 10, well, you're ready to take on your first official Vault responsibilities. So here you are. As Overseer, I hereby present to you your very own Pip-Boy 3000. Get used to it. You'll be getting your first work assignment tomorrow.
Enjoy your party. You're only 10 once, so have fun.
And there we go, our 10th birthday party. Brilliant.
25 crossbow.
You know what, I quite enjoy Andy doing this. I just feel like this would be a really enjoyable birthday for me. Like, if a giant robot just went up to the cake and then using a buzzsaw blasted it into my face, like, that's a birthday you're not going to forget. Fun fact, by the way, you don't actually have to mingle with your guests at all. If you just wait long enough, your dad gets bored and the party ticks over to the next level. So you never have to deal with Butch and the sweet roll. If you don't speak to the right people, it just never happens. You can also completely skip a martyr by just not walking over there. Just move around the room on this side and a martyr will never speak to you and never give you your Grognak comic. Meanwhile, yes, after your dad does open the door, follow the Overseer upstairs. There's an extra voice line. It's really easy.
Wait, is that right? Is what I'm seeing right? It is. Look at that.
I only showed up
Oh, no, but they do fit. They do fit. For
Give them
what
a few
though?
more minutes and then I want
Oh,
that place
yeah, that's my
cleaned up and
knives
everybody back to
for.
work.
I'm gonna get rid of those. Oh no, that's my
Sure
nice for
thing, sir.
dancer. I don't
And
need
then
them
he
anymore.
just leaves the area, and you start heading downstairs. Though, you, buddy, Officer Kendall, there's something fun we can do with you too. Might take a few attempts because, yes, you can get caught, but he's just got 2 Stimpaks on him. There we go, got one of them right there. So yeah, you can just have an extra Stimpak if you want. I mean, I guess at the bare minimum, the advantage this does give you is, yes, I've now got access to medicine for if it comes to a fight with Butch. So, alright, just keep my distance from a martyr. There is something I actually want to check here. Old Lady Palmer, you give me the sweet roll.
Here you go. A nice sweet roll that I baked for you just this morning. And it's all for you. You're the birthday girl. No sharing required today.
Think about
So alright, get that in play. And now, yes, Butch should activate in just a moment.
Why don't
Yeah,
you
we
play
don't want your
dolls or something
cuties,
with
right,
your little
Butch?
friend Amada? No girls allowed.
Oh, now there's interesting. I've just learned something myself here, which is, apparently, even though I've got the sweet roll, and the cake has been destroyed, until you speak to a martyr, Butch won't actually attack you. That's just the order of play for this scene. Well, in that case, Butch, today you don't get to punch me in the face at all, because, yes indeed, I'm just kind of curious. If you never get given your birthday gift from a martyr, which is the, yes, Grognat book, does it never exist in the future? Because you can find it in your room at the beginning of Escape, so I'm just wondering if it's still going to be there, having never been given it during this scene. Anyway, downstairs to do a bit of target practice. So, got ourselves a gun and got ourselves a target range.
Go on, shoot something for me.
Well, you very literally just asked for it. Let's try out my new lovely, yes, criticals and whatnot. Now, pop you in the back of the head, sneak attack crit, and also, okay, never-ending sneak attack crits, because apparently he is not interested in turning around. Brilliant. Sadly, that won't do. The game is going to insist that, yes, 3 targets are taken down, and after that, 1 rad roach. Though, I swear this rad roach has ended up a tiny bit, tougher as a result of the various rebalancing and whatnot that went into blending together Fallout 3 in New Vegas. You may also notice, by the way, that, yes, there is not iron sight aiming on this gun. This gun will have iron sight aiming when I'm an adult. Just, for some reason in this section, it doesn't. Despite the fact, you know, this is New Vegas and all. So, take you out, buddy. And then, well, let's just say I've got one final surprise to make this the best birthday ever.
Get a picture of me with a big game hunter.
You see, I've decided to, yes, make sure we set up Dad and Jonas as both on about 1 hit point, give or take. So, okay, just, I'm going to be pushing the wrong button for VATS for a while, by the way, because they do keep changing it round from game to game. So, you, then over to you, make sure we get this. So, 1 and 2. Oh, yeah. Double kill, straight there, and doesn't matter that everyone's unconscious. The photo just gets taken regardless. Best birthday ever. And thus begins Future Imperfect times 16, and it's goat time, and bloody hell, we've got some stuff to talk about with the goat. The goat is very interesting. There's also our first bobblehead right here. You can pick this up later in Escape when it's actually, yes, lying knocked over on the desk, which is hilarious, but we'll grab it now, not least as it's now doing something a bit different. There was, in all fairness, a slightly ludicrous number of skill points available in Fallout 3. So, during the merging, that's now changed. The bobbleheads appear to be providing unique perks instead. So, yes indeed, it makes me 10% less likely to become addicted to chems. So, I don't know what all these effects are going to be. This is going to be a lovely surprise for me. Still, before we get to the goat, yes, there's the matter of Amanta's bullying, and this mission is, okay, it looks very simple, but something really weird goes on in the background during this mission, because the setup is super basic.
Stupid tunnel snakes. Immature assholes, if you ask me. Why won't they leave me alone? It's not my fault my father's the overseer. I don't care about their stupid gang. Can you talk to them? Maybe Butch will listen to you. Please?
So, plain and simple, she wants to not be bullied anymore, and there are broadly 2 solutions with a couple of sub-solutions built in. Option number 1 is either using violence or speech checks to get them to leave Amanda alone, and there we go. Butch is the leader, you're just a follower.
I don't follow anyone. Wally Mack is his own man. and the tunnel snakes is where I belong. What? You think Butch is in charge? Is that what people are saying? Because it's a load of shit if that's what they're saying.
And there we go, we got a speech check. So, obviously, because I haven't done the goat yet, I can't have tagged speech or anything like that. So, with the charisma of, what did I settle on, 5 or 6? About there. Yeah, it's about a 50-50 shot whether this works or not.
What? What kind of shit is that? No one talks that way about
Why is my caps lock key
He's not the
still
boss of
working?
me.
God
Nobody's
damn it.
the boss of me. I'm out of here. We're done here.
Get these idiots
We're
away
not
from
done.
me!
I say when we're done.
Don't know who put you in charge. I say we're done. Let's go, Paul.
Are you sure? Butch? Okay. Whatever you say, Wally. Tunnel snakes rule. Fine, let's go. I was done here anyway. This ain't over, Daddy's girl. I'm not finished with you either, twerp.
And there we go, a mantra is saved, and you may have just noticed there, the game said I've picked up a bit of karma. And it is not kidding. At the start of this mission, you have 0 karma. Alright, the scale is minus 1,000 to plus 1,000. So you start right in the middle on neutral. How you complete this little mission is supposed to basically set you on the path to being good or bad. So the game gives you enough karma to knock you into good if you resolve it in a martyr's favour, or bad if you resolve it in more of an evil fashion. Meaning, as a result of that, the game just gave me 260 karma out of neutrality into good, which is at 250. But hang on, let's just go back for a second, because the opposite is also true. Also, fun fact, if you speak to Butch, the way he responds to you is a function of how you dealt with him in your birthday. So, if it came down to fisticuffs, he actually basically treats you with a modicum of respect, implying, yes, you two have been tangling physically for a while, and he doesn't really want to do it anymore.
Yeah? What do you want?
But because I didn't interact with him in any way during my birthday party, he's pretty damn neutral. You see, the alternative evil solution is to help Butch with the bullying and let him know what Amata's particularly sensitive about. So, if you tell him she's sensitive about her weight...
Her weight, huh? I can see why. You're okay, Pipsqueak. Now run along before you get hurt.
Accordingly, that drops you by 260 karma. Now, just to be clear, in terms of evil acts that you could do in the game, enslaving somebody by slapping a bomb collar around their neck, that's minus 100. Burning a house to death, that's minus 200. But telling Butch that Amata is somewhat sensitive about her weight, that is one of the top 10 most...
Oh, look at all those pauldrons I haven't sold. Oh my god, I have like 200k in pauldrons. Fuck yeah, I wondered.
Traveling back in time once more.
So I don't
yeah,
even know what to do here. I have to
skip the entire encounter. You only get the massive karma raise or fall
oh my
if
God,
you
I don't know
engage
what
with
to
this
do
mission
there.
at all. I'm just going to
I
take the
have an
neutrality
inventory glut
and not
problem.
engage in the slightest.
Well, you made it.
3,
All
9.
set for the goat? Trust me, it really isn't that bad. Just something
Yeah,
everybody
those
has to
bone
go
knives, they can go away for
So
now.
yes, indeed, the goat. I love the goat. The goat is fascinating. I suspect, you know, the vast majority of you, the vast majority of the time, just skip straight to, I don't have to do the stupid task, and then you just select the tag skills that you want. But the goat's actually got some really fun stuff buried away in it. So today, we're going to sit the goats.
Go away, you stupid tunnel snakes!
Oh my
So
god,
there we
I have
go,
like
as a result of
200k
saying
in...
the goat is ready to go, the bullying just resolves itself, and it's goat time. So, as you probably guessed in the past, the way the goat operates is each of these answers corresponds to a particular skill. The skills end up tagged to the ones you selected most often, and whichever skill was the absolute top, that gets converted into a job that you get assigned. But, fun thing, not all jobs and not all skills are equal during the goat. Some skills have more answers available, meaning those jobs are way more likely to be assigned to you. So for example, over the course of the goat, medicine and explosives have 4 answers associated with them, whereas unarmed, repair and lockpick only 2, which is kind of unfortunate because yes, this means you're much more likely in the goat to be awarded the job associated with medicine and explosives just by virtue of probability. Which is a shame because they're the worst jobs in the goat. I don't know whether this was an intentional joke, But yes, medicine corresponds not to being a doctor, but instead to being a medical test subject, presumably being experimented upon by your own father.
Okay,
and
there's something.
explosives is waste management specialist. So yes, you kind of get the two least pleasant sounding jobs the most often, whereas the careers it's harder to get because the skills short less in the GOAT, they're the more fun and exciting sounding careers. Like, you can be a jukebox technician if you get repair, but it's almost impossible to get because it means you have to make sure all your other answers are divided between the other skills and you don't accidentally have the same number of answers for skills that show up a lot more frequently. This first question though, this one's nice and simple. So obviously you've got science, that one is speech, that one is melee weapons, that one is sneak. Alright, nice and simple. But we're all going to play a game together now, which is guess what skill this answer corresponds to, because some of them are truly kind of wild.
Question 3. You discover a young boy lost in the lower levels of the vault. He's hungry and frightened, but also appears to be in possession of stolen property. What do you do?
Kill him, take the stolen property.
This one is a little bit on the interesting side. Top is obviously speech.
He's just a little boy.
Stolen property, maybe not 100% clear, but that's unarmed because you're going to, like, you know, physically take it off him. Number 3 is sneak.
Oh my god, look at all that. Oh, and it's gonna keep going. I posted too high.
This
Wow.
one's just kind of weird. It's the only answer in the entire GOAT that doesn't correspond to anything. I don't know if this was just mistagged at some point and it ought to apply to something. If it should do, I'm not immediately sure what it was supposed to be, but yes, this is the only one that has no associated skill.
You've made one of the Vault 101 baseball teams. Which position do you prefer?
Okay, this entire one is pretty hard to bloody figure out, but pitcher is in fact explosives, in the same way that, like, you know, you would throw a grenade. Catcher, okay, this one you would never guess in a million years, but the actual skill that gets tagged by catcher is big guns. Though, yes, speaking of that, you may of course be aware that big guns isn't a skill anymore. We're using the Fallout New Vegas skill system, so I'm not sure what that would now correspond to. Presumably something else, possibly one that makes more bloody sense than big guns ever did, but yeah, not 100% sure what that's supposed to be. Designated hitter, okay, that one's easy, that is melee. The bottom one I enjoy, because it's kind of a joke.
Oh my god.
Which is, you don't want to be on the baseball team, you want to be...
Oh, no wonder I missed it. I missed that happened. Cool. No wonder it looks clearer and better and all this other stuff. That's cool. Did you full-blown fall? Yeah, you did. Alright. I didn't notice that my camera fell. Sorry. Stupid-ass camera. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so... Some adjustments to everything. All my life is adjusting sliders. That's all it actually is. My life is adjusting sliders. It's actually fairly pathetic. Readjusting cameras, readjusting sliders, doing options, fixing this, fixing that because it broke while I was sleeping. You know how many problems I wake up to every morning? When I'm sleeping, half of the upkeep that I do to keep all the options and sliders and things running for this fucking technological fucking machine because they can't make a good product yet. They don't know how. They've only been doing this for 50 years, so they're just not very good at it. And like, you know, or whatever, like, yeah, 60 years, I think. And, you know, I wake up in the morning and half the stuff that I did to try to maintain some sort of level of consistency, half of it erodes. Whether it's the games, there's some kind of game install problem, game registry problem, game fucking, you know, mod problem or something like that. It's Streamlabs, or it's my webcam, or it's my microphone, or it's the Streamlabs settings. I gotta check the sound and make sure that I'm actually getting sound, which I'm not, which is really fun. That's really fun. I cannot believe that's happening. So we're gonna go, I don't even know what that is. What? What do you mean? Oh, because nothing's going on in the game. I mean, you can hear it, but if I turn this on...
the soccer team, and that one corresponds to unarmed. Because in soccer,
Yeah,
you wouldn't
the
be
sound
using, like,
sound levels
a
are good,
bat
but like
or
seriously, you
anything.
can see it like how like literally I come back and all like half of the settings that I set on permanent settings with registry shit every single day somehow erodes while I'm sleeping. Registry shit, fucking settings shit, game mods, games themselves, installs, it doesn't matter. Half the time, half of my shit, my hard work, my settings that I want to be permanent are eroding for some reason while I'm sleeping. And I get up and there's some new issue every single fucking day with a consistent fucking stream. It drives me fucking crazy. It's like all the time I fight it. I'm like, why is that setting somehow restored to default? Does the computer have a brain? Did it go back there and meddle around in my Streamlabs and change the sound settings to a different registry? And the answer is yes. Yes, it did do that. And yes, it does have a brain. And yes, it did do that. It's not a thinking brain. It is just a auto reaction code that you could call a brain because it makes its own little changes of registry shit in the fucking background all the time. How is that? It's tilted, so I'm tilted. So that's better, but it's still want the herb to be prominent. Yep. Okay. Better. So there we go. There's my webcam fell. I mean, it doesn't, it's just constant, like, you know, getting it to go, you know, every day. I wake up and I see what broke while I was sleeping. Things that don't have brains think and learn within the computer while it's off. And when I wake up, there's been something has eroded to make my streaming fucking session less consistent. It doesn't matter. Every single day for the last 7 months, I log on and something has changed to make my stream a little bit fucking worse. I don't know what it is, but it's always registry, like corruption or whatever the fuck is going on in the fucking background, caps lock fucking me up, all this other shit. You know what I'm saying? I have to like get into the registry and fix my caps lock, or I'm constantly mistyping all the time. Fucking drives me crazy, and I can't remove the caps lock key because it's a fucking analog keyboard, so there's a button right beneath it that basically does the same thing, starts caps lock again. For all my life, I've removed the caps lock key, which is the most worthless. The caps lock key is the most worthless thing in human history. Worthless. It serves no purpose. The key right next to it is superior in every single fucking way. And one's a permanent toggle, one's a temporary toggle. Why would you put a permanent and temporary toggle on the device that, you know, anyways, caps lock really pisses me off. I've been fighting it all my fucking life, and as you can see, I hate the Windows key even fucking more. And it doesn't matter. You see my keyboard? It's like, you know, it's just weird. So anyway, I'm gonna stop ranting and be angry. I'm just, you know, like fucking, like I'm sick of fighting like this is a job. It should pay millions of dollars because it is far more annoying than saying being a master mechanic or a fucking, you know, like a you know, I don't even know, like who makes like $100,000 a year or more? Anybody, doctor, doesn't matter. My job, quote unquote job, it's not really recognized as a job yet, but give it 50 years, and like, you know, it'll be one of the best, you know. And I love my job, but it constantly is eroding. It's like this mountain that you build up of sand. And when you go to bed at night, the sand crumbles down to the bottom of the basin of the fucking mountain or whatever of sand. And you gotta sculpt it back up again into a triangle so you can stand on the tip of it for your little like 12-hour session every single day or whatever the fuck. And when you wake up in the morning again, all that sand's crumbled back down, just kind of like the you know, what's that Greek myth about Sisyphus, I think, where he's just rolling the rock up the hill, and by the time he gets to the top, he's too tired or whatever, and he falls asleep, and the fucking boulder rolls down the hill, and for all eternity, he's just rolling a boulder up the fucking hill. That is an analogy for what I deal with every single fucking day, and it's not my fault that the boulder rolls down the hill when it not technically, but really, quite logically, should be impossible for the coding and the programs and the games and the computer to actually roll down the hill. That would require the computer to have an actual brain or some kind of human interference. But I don't have either. It just happens anyways. I don't know why. Why did you do that? See? I clicked here and it thought I hit the back fucking button. Did you see it? I clicked here. I left clicked here, right? And it thought I hit the fucking... Yeah, I left click here and it thought I hit right click. You know, like what? Like, dude.
Easy. That is melee. The bottom one I enjoy because it's kind of a joke, which is you don't want to be on the baseball team, you want to be on the soccer team, and that one corresponds to unarmed, because in soccer you wouldn't be using like a bat or anything. Though if you actually get unarmed as your most frequent option, the job you get assigned is the baseball little league coach. So if you specifically say you don't want to be on the baseball team, you are more likely to be assigned as head of the baseball team. So alright, nightmare dystopian goat decisions.
Your grandmother invites you to tea, but you're surprised when she gives you a pistol and orders you to kill another vault resident. What do?
And this is the one that this mods had to change, because option number 3 in question 5 used to be ask Granny for a minigun, you want to make sure you don't miss. So that's gone missing, and I'm guessing one's actually showing up in its place, because that is, yeah.
Oh my god, none of my pauldrons sold, none of them.
That's gonna be
Look at that. I had 300k in pauldrons. What the fuck? I wondered about this. I'm like, where's all my goddamn money? I worked so hard.
So screw it. We're absolutely going for that.
There it is. Oh my god, it is like it's like 500k in antique and pauldrons. What happened there? It's like a week of antique and pauldrons. None of them sold because somebody realized that I had put like 12 more on the market, 12 more stacks on the market, so they just dropped the price down by 30%. This is the toxic shithead MMO thing that goes on. Why would you, somebody also who farms antique and pauldrons, tank the fucking price when you know that's your mainstay? You're fucking stupid. You're fucking stupid all the time. The only time I ever undercut on fucking antique and pauldrons is by 1 gil. And it drops from 33k down to 24k all the fucking time. It goes and it's not because of me. When I drop it, it's from 33k to, 33k to 32,999. Like seriously. So like I don't know. Like I'm better at this. The other guys, they just undercut by 1,000, and then when that happens 5 times, suddenly 10% of the price is. Oh, I'm sorry, 30% of that price is gone because you're not very. You've been doing this for 20 years, but you're still not that smart. You still don't think. You don't make critical choices about what it is that you're doing because it's like. Where you were going, what you were doing at the time. Like that's that thing. You're not thinking about. So like, like I'll show the example here, like but yeah, 2301. Yeah. So like let's say I want to post one of these. Like I noticed I didn't sell. You can't see it, but on the top left. Maybe I should fix that. I've been thinking about fixing that. When I get on Eve, I want to be able to unlock this webcam. Can you unlock the webcam? I want to be like that, a little bit more square. I don't like how there is. Yeah, well, let's go down here and go right there, right? And then I don't like how. Yeah. Like, yeah, that's better. And then we go, yeah, and then we go. Is it all tilted? Yeah, it is. So, there. That's not right. That's, first of all, we want that, and then we want that. Right. And I don't even want people thinking about what I look like, because I'm probably one of the more. I'm not ugly like somebody who's got scars and pox scars and shit. Maybe like a limb missing or something like that. But I am the ugliest intact man on the planet. And I'm not kidding, dude. Like, I look around, I see, you can see what other people think are ugly, and I'm like, man, that guy's actually more attractive than me, though. It's kind of crazy. Like, it's weird. You ever been a 1 out of 10? You ever been a 1 out of 10? It's actually kind of crazy. It's like, literally, women will look away. They'll, like, look away. They'll, like, when you're walking down the street, they'll be like, "Oh, I can't make eye contact with that guy," and they'll be like, "Ooh." Seriously, I get it all the time. I don't like going downtown or whatever and walking down sidewalks and shit because the women are like that, straight up, and men too. They're like, "Oh, that guy's ugly," like. And like, it's sort of weird because I don't think I'm that ugly. I just am that ugly. It's sort of weird. It's like I have an inflated sense of opinion, but I know I'm that ugly when they avert their gaze. It's kind of hilarious. It's like not like I hunt in their eyes because I have Asperger's. I don't make eye contact. So I'm like walking down the road with my eyes on the fucking sidewalk and my mind on my own shit. And I'll glance up and the people will be like, oh God. They like they'll avert their gaze like it's some kind of goddamn car wreck or something, you know? And it's a little... You know, it's weird. It's I'm okay with it. I don't care. It never stopped me from having a good love life or a good sex life or any of that. But it's sort of, you know, it is a thing. It's oh no, does that work? I don't know. It's a little weird. Nah, it's a little weird. I better fix it. It's like, what's a good box? That's a good box. And then, jeez, so, yes. Then it's tilted like that, and I want it like that. I do. So I wish I could get it level. That's my issue. I wish I could get that fucking level. I can't. So we tilt upwards like that. Right, and then we go that. And we sit. It's tilted like that. Better, but and then yeah. One of the issues is I'm a little too far away from it. No, that's actually, yeah, that should be all right. I think I like it in the top left corner, though. It's sort of weird. I think I do. No, I think the average is bottom left, and it also is better to block the chat than it is to block the fucking... I'll switch it when I need to play Eve, but I don't know. Yeah, I'll be alright. I mean, it's...
Granny's face. That in fact is supposed to refer to explosives, of all bloody things. Now, maybe I've been making my tea wrong all these years, but never once...
Look at all those
cup of
pauldrons.
tea exploded on me.
Question 6. Old Mr. Abernathy has locked himself in his quarters again. And you've been ordered to get him out. How do you proceed?
This one's a fun one, by the way, which is, yes, option 2 here, trade for a cherry bomb, then blow the door open. That's the only answer in the entire goat that gets you 2 skills, not 1. That represents a point for barter, because you traded for the cherry bomb, and then explosives, because you used it to blow the door open. So yeah, that's the only one that's actually worth 2. However, down at the bottom over here, walk away and let the old coot rot. Guess which skill that one's supposed to represent? Because, yes, for some baffling reason, that's repair. I have no idea how that corresponds to repair, given you're literally not doing any repairing, you're walking away and not bothering, but yeah, that's a repair point for some reason. The next couple of questions are very, very simple, no particular surprises, very easy to figure them out, but yes, I'm going for one particular job, actually, because one of them is just... delightful.
Question 9. You decided it would be fun to play a prank on your father. You enter his private restroom when no one is looking, and...
Here we go, the last episode of try and figure out which bloody skill this is supposed to represent. So, manipulate power wattage on his razor so he'll get an electric the next time he shaves. Now, repair strikes me as an obvious one for that. Maybe energy weapons, because, like, you know, wattage is mentioned. No, it's lockpick, and I have no idea why that might be, but yeah, very, very confusing. And after the final, most important question of all, question 10, I think I'll go for Overseer option number 2. We get a response. I'm really hoping I've got the one I was aiming at.
According to this, you're slated to be the next vault chaplain. God help us all.
If your most tag skill of all was barter. it's one of the, slightly more confusing jobs, given I'd have gone for maybe, I don't know, quartermaster or something. We're in a vault, there's got to be a stockpile of food and water that gets handed out. I feel like that would have made a lot more sense, but yes, for some reason, during the GOAT, barter is associated with being a priest. Most others, however, they make a fair bit of sense, though I will say, slightly confused that small guns get you tattoo artist of all things. There we go. Officially, we got survival, barter, and science as a result of, me taking the survival options. Now, I'm going to be de-tagging those, however. I'm going to be one of those explosive-using priests, because, yes, indeed, back in Fallout 3, explosives and big guns were separate. Instead, they got merged in New Vegas, and it made it a much more usable skill. So, yes, all grenades and all big guns pretty much all get merged into explosives. Very, very nice indeed. It's a fun skill. We're going to be tagging that one. As for number 3, because yes, I'm keeping survival. Alright, I don't know how much cooking and eating of food there's going to be out in the wasteland in Fallout 3, but you can't select this in Fallout 3, so I'm inclined to take it, damn it. You know what? I'll take myself a bit of speech. Generally in Fallout 3, I just dump charisma down to 1 and don't even think about speech. Let's actually, get access to all the fun extras that speech gets me access to. So, bit of an unusual build, and if you hang around a bit, yes, you get to hear mysteriously about jobs it's physically impossible for you to get, but other candidates somehow manage to unlock, despite having access to the same test you did. So Butch, of course, gets assigned hairdresser, or barber, as he insists, but, yes, despite that, it is physically impossible to be a barber. There are 13 jobs available for the 13 skills, though I guess in this version, probably only 12, because big guns and the hilarious associated job, laundry cannon operator, is presumably no longer available.
I'm finished here.
Don't you want to find out what you got?
Now I already know what it says. Hardly takes a rocket scientist to crack that joke of a test.
Well, I'll be damned. That little so-and-so. I did not think of that when I was 16.
You see right there, there goes a guy who's very good at what bloody skill does this answer correspond to?
Even an A.
Wake up! Come on, wake up!
I love that little scene. This scene is amazing. Yep.
Come on!
We're dying!
You've got to wake up!
You gotta wake up.
And here we flipping go, escape begins, and with that, the game proper, it's time to get out of here. And also time to figure out whether, yes, Amata ever got round to giving me that comic book. So my dad's fled the vault security aren't coming to murder me, and Amata's let me know about a secret tunnel to escape via the Overseer's office. Brilliant. Now, crucially, yeah, turn down the gun. She'll offer me a gun right now. Better she has it. Makes life a bit simpler down the line.
Alright, I'll try to meet you at the exit. Watch out for security. Good luck.
Alright, here we go. Make sure we take everything from the room in particular. Only 10 stim packs. Same number you'd have normally. I was kind of hoping there might be 12, representing the extra 2 I stole back in the day, but sadly not. Now, okay, is it going to be there? And I think it was supposed to be. I think it isn't. If you don't bother speaking to Amata during the birthday party, you never get the Grobnak, which probably means that book now just doesn't exist in the game anymore. So okay, not really so important for me. I'm not going to be using melee weapons much. I mean, to say that, right now, yes, I'm going to be using exclusively melee weapons. And speaking of which, say hello to the wonderful world of Fallout New Vegas combat, which is to say, every single weapon has now picked up requirements, meaning, yeah, strength is now more important than it used to be, and on top of that, skill needs. So, my baseball bat is going to be not really doing the job, but it is kind of my only option, given my BB gun is absolutely terrible. Speaking of which, now I'm an adult and we're in the game proper, iron sight aiming! Brilliant, thank you, New Vegas. Other than that, before we go, make sure we take, yes indeed, the baseball cap. +5 to melee weapons. That might be enough to get me up to the 25 I need for the baseball bat, actually. And yeah, don't forget to take any skill boosting armor. This used to be way more common back in Fallout 3. Like, Fallout New Vegas, you find a lot more armor that boosts special. In Fallout 3, skill boosting armor seems to be more common. So, that there, not a bad thing at all. Still, here's what we're going to do. There is my new enemy, Officer Candle. Brilliant, but of course the rad roaches aren't going to be coming in. What I want to do is just, you know, let them do their own business, no trouble whatsoever. He's going to take a fair few nibbles from them. He's just retreating in this direction, no major problem. As soon as he actually takes them out, and to be honest, yes, I swear the rad roaches are tougher these days, and... Excuse me. I swear you were supposed to be arresting me. There we go. Buddy. I want to weaken this guy, but I don't want to finish him off, because I want to set up something that you can do in this area that's bloody hilarious. There we go. He's down to pretty bloody weak. So now put the bat away and start running.
You gotta help me. My mom's trapped in there with the rat roaches.
Bit of an awkward conversation, given I'm on the far side of the grill, but yes, indeed. We're going to help her out, but I'm not going to do it myself. Instead, I'm going to empower Butch to do it. Because I picked up the BB gun, I can hand that over to him.
I'm gonna sell that
then
stuff.
he'll go take out the rad roaches. Though, I'm going to go and assist too. But
Axes for
a funny
BST
thing happens
at 22.
if you do it this way, which is
I think I'll just
Butch
sell them.
becomes your temporary companion.
I'm sick of the...
So,
I'm gonna reduce
back
everything.
Out. Priority number one, of course, is yes, save
That's for Black
his
Mage and
mother
Dooms, I
from
need
the
it.
rat roaches. Understandable. So
The
we're just
Sprinter
going to be,
shoes,
taking
they're
care of
cool,
that
but I mean, I
business
don't think I'm
first.
gonna
Alright, one
use
last
those. I'm gonna
rad
throw
roach
'em
goes
away.
down. This should be
As sad
enough
as
to
that is.
finish you off. And with that done, Butch now has no more rad roach targets. And that means he's now my best friend. And he's going to start shooting Officer Candle. And I'm pretty sure, there we go, Officer Candle just got... Where the bloody... Wait, hang on, where are the rad... Wait, hang on. Why are there rad roaches? Does anyone know why there's suddenly more rad roaches than we were expecting?
Probably because it's a
But
mod.
there we go. Officer Kendall gets taken down by Butch. You can't just do it even if Officer Kendall's at full health, but with a BB gun and factoring in Officer Kendall is wearing armor, it's gonna take a while.
Hey, I know it isn't much, but I want you to have my tunnel snake's jacket. Go ahead, take it.
So that's one bit of clothing, but we do of course have options because welcome to New Vegas, where all of a sudden we've got damage threshold, or rather, we've got both. So this helmet comes with a no damage threshold,
Fire
but it comes
weather.
with some damage resistance.
melon
The
juice,
armor, that comes with DT and DR as
Saba
well.
melon
Okay,
tank.
just in case you don't know this, by the way, in Fallout 3, 10 DR means 10% damage reduction off anything incoming. In New Vegas, we went over to the DT system, where the armor rating instead gets deducted as an absolute number of incoming damage. Generally, therefore, DT is going to be way more effective in most scenarios than DR. Though yes, in this blended version, armor's going to have both, which is going to make it much more interesting trying to figure out which is the best type of armor to use. Still, right now my DT is 0, and I'd say, yeah, a DT of 2 is definitely going to be very useful, especially against, say, you know, rad roaches. Their tiny nibbles are going to be... No, seriously, why are there suddenly so many rad roaches? I swear, this is more rad roaches than... Oh, it was probably some rad roaches from this area. Got it, that's where they came from. And obviously on your way out to this area, yeah, if you didn't get it previously, last chance to grab the medicine bobblehead for quite a while, actually. And yes, indeed,
Zambarak.
Doctor's Bags, because we're playing by New
Fuck,
Vegas
that's so
rules
bad.
when it comes to healing. So as a result of that, yes, limb condition, and if you want to properly sort out your limbs, you're going to be needing them, especially given there's another twist coming yet. Now, ooh, the
Super
atrium.
Gandhi. Yeah, I
Okay,
forgot about that.
there's something really fun you can do here, but it's kind of tricky to pull off. When you enter this area, there are 2 people standing here. The Holdens, Mary Holden and Tom Holden. Their job
I wanted
is
to look
die
at...
to demonstrate that, yes, vault security on...
I wanted to look at... What was it? It was, what was it? It was something about... oh yeah, Rapparee Harness. I want to look at Rapparee Harness. FFXI or Rapparee. Oh, fucking caps lock. Ranged accuracy, haste 4. Fuck. And I kind of need it. I'm getting there. So, like, I don't know. How to attain Bridget, the stylist returns. Yep. And then I need the body and the legs for, what would that be? Scorpion sub or something. Or Monk Thief. Yeah, that's fucking terrible. I don't want that, no. So no, all those are bad, though. Oh, some possible requests. Oh, I see. Requests, but the job of the body. Body armor and sublahar for Thief Dancer is the Rappery harness. Haste 4 is actually really important. Rappery harness. Though it is inferior. Haste 4 is inferior to the SH, which is... So, like, really, you would only need this for about, what, 7 levels or something? Which is coming. Though the 7 levels are coming, but the amount of fucking horseshit that it takes to get a fucking Fomor Codex is not worth the reward. I mean, that ranged accuracy on pants is nice, but it's also a waste of a fucking slot. I need to get Thief AF. That's a thing. I mean, I don't even know if there's anything in the Thief AF that I need. I don't want to fucking. The only gear swap that I want to do with Thief is the ammo and the necklace. That's it. The rest of it, rather than worry about all that time hunting AF, I actually might AFK on my Thief at Jagged Ear Jack, like all day, every day, and just shoot rabbits when I'm bored, and sit there, Thief or whatever, Thief BST, right, and run my my wide scan for Jagged Ear Jack, because I bet I actually get it. Nobody's around there, you know. Nobody's gonna steal Jagged Ear from me. It's something I can actually get, and eventually, after 5 weeks of sitting there in fucking, you know, West Ron, I will eventually get my rabbit charm, which I do value. But I don't value the Thief AF at all, almost, except for... No, that's it. So this Rappery is nice, but it's inferior to SH, and you got to look at that like, how long does it take to level from 50 to 57? Well, if you get 2 parties in 2 days, it's like 2 days. It's 3 levels day 1, 3 levels day 2, and you're up, like, call it, like, you know, 4 levels day 2, and you are, you know, it's actually more like 3 parties, 3 to 4 parties, but it's like 3 to 4 parties is like 3 to 4 days max. So, like, you know, at that point, you only had the benefit of the Rappery for like 3 to 4 parties. If you were unwilling to do stupid gear swap, and I'm not willing to worry about gear swap gear. It is the worst time sink in RPG history. I can't think of anything that takes more time except Dungeons and Dragons. You know, that's it. Dungeons and Dragons takes more time. The AF and all this worthless ass gear swap gear is the worst waste of time in the history of MMOs. I can't think of a worse one. This is the worst abuse of your time that you could possibly have. I'd rather play Hello Kitty Island Adventure than work on this on something like this in goddamn you know, in the aqueducts by myself, because nobody actually plays with each other anymore, where I just don't think, and I can do it on a BST. I can do that. I have the power and the gear. I don't want to, because it only lasts for what, 4 days max before I'm at 57, and I'm not inclined to switch out haste for accuracy. I'm not inclined to do that. Like, if you look at the Scorpion harness, it's, like, you know, like, I don't care what you think is more min-max or whatever the fuck. I still think that's superior. 10 accuracy is superior to 4% haste. It is, because you can't get them in the same place at the same time. So 10 accuracy is superior in the slot than Rappery harness. You can, so if you're building TP, you want that nice haste on Rappery. But I mean, referee works if you have a fucking like a peacock charm and a life belt and +5 dex rings or whatever the fuck, and all that shit, and you've spent like 10 million on your thief leveling gear or whatever fucking bored no light basement dweller shit that you get up to, and I just don't see it, man. I'm sorry, but I'm a lot more skeptical about what I spend my time on since February when I started streaming, because I'm like, this can't be entertaining to people, first of all, and second of all, it's like fucking an incredible waste of your life energy. It's an incredible, like, almost like should be illegal waste of your fucking life energy, and it's entirely unnecessary for what, a 1 to 10% min max. And sure, that's how MMOs and RPGs are, but for what, a 20-year-old game? Like, I don't know, like, why? It's not competitive. I don't need to be up there at the end game. So it's like, certain, like, why? It's actually a valid question. Why would you waste your life energy like that when you're 80 and you look back and you think, oh man, I must have spent 3 months trying to get that rabbit charm, or that fucking, I'm sorry, not rabbit charm, but peacock charm. And, oh man, it took me 3 months to get it. And boy, I was so glad when I got it. And I was so happy I got it. But you look back and you think, oh no, the 3 months where I spent all day, every day at Argus, fighting shithead packet sniffer claim bots. And you finally get your drop, right? And you're like, oh, but then I quit the next day for Ashes of Creation. That's how you're gonna look back on that. Is they say, like, it's stupid, and I don't care what people think. That's how I think, and we all have to view the world through the window of our wisdom. We do. So, like, viewing the world through my wisdom window is like, would my best friend and my mother approve of what I'm doing with my time right now? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's sort of like that. It's a little bit like I think they would approve of pursuing an MMO lifestyle and making a career out of it and chasing your dream and all that stuff. Would they approve of you sitting at Argus all fucking day? No. They'd be like, whoa, the choices, the critical choices that you made here are a little bit weak. They're like a little bit weak. Like, why did you sit at that spawn all day and you claimed it 36 times before you got the drop? So what is that? That's 36 days of your life. Not too good, guys. I can't justify it. I mean, I can't. It is what it is. Why do I have that deck shield? Oh, right. It's my BST shield when I have, before Dancer got dual wield. So that is actually a worthless shield to me. I can get rid of it. That Sand Charm. Oh, yeah, the Sand Charm. Forgot about that. Vic, Charisma, Beast Whistle is worthless to me. I'm going to sell it. I don't care about Charisma on BST. I'm going to sell it. That light belt, I love. Am I 48 now? What did I just pull? I didn't want to pull what I just pulled. Life belt. Oh my god! I am. I got my life belt. That's very good. But anyways, light belt gives me. Okay, light belt to me is the exact same thing as fucking. What's it called? Peacock Charm, right? So it's the exact same thing basically. It's got ranged attack on ranged accuracy on Peacock Charm that you just can't get anywhere else. But I mean, it's a superior piece. But light belt to me is about the same value. I don't know why it was so easy to make, and it should have been like $2 million to get a light belt. I don't know why. I don't know why it was so cheap. I mean, I don't know why would they make Peacock Charm so hard, but the light belt so easy. There's some lack of critical thinking in terms of their delivery. But I think they kind of they didn't know about this stuff yet. MMOs were a brand new. To execute such a beautiful execution on making this game there's something to say about that. They definitely got this game really well despite a lack of a lack of pre-foundation of knowledge. They didn't have 20 years of successful WoW to weigh themselves against. You know, they were there at the front lines with EverQuest and WoW, trying to make some kind of fucking beautiful MMO. It ended up being the least well received, I think. But it didn't change the fact that of the three, EverQuest, WoW, and FFXI, but of the three, I believe it is the superior game. And it's weird because specifically they were doing stuff experimentally 20 years ago that did that did pay off in a 20-year like delivery. I would say that Squaresoft was far more worried about crossing their T's and dotting their I's, and we overlook stuff like the imbalance between Peacock Charm and Life Belt. Because they're not perfect, they're not perfect. They don't see that stat balance issue there, or why one thing would be, 10 million and one thing would be 10,000. It's very weird. So I don't really, it's weird that you can see they're not perfect, but they absolutely executed. What is Tranquil? I don't remember at all. What is Tranquil? This link shell, it's like it's my friend, what's his name? Oh god, I can't remember my Taru friend's name from Nozomi. He's very close to us. He was a good friend of Honey and I's, and I can't think of his fucking name now, which is really weird. We spent a lot of time together, but I just don't recall him. I can't recall his fucking name. It's because he changed it. Now it's Micah. I remember what his new name is, which is Micah. Micah is great. But the Sling Pearl, I don't know what it is, so I'm just gonna get rid of it. I don't know what Tranquil is. I'm gonna get rid of it. I don't want it. What happened here? Why is it you're constantly blocking something that I'm trying to do? What happened here? Wait, okay, drop. Wait. Am I dropping the right one? What happened there? Okay, yeah, I did. So, gotta deal with the inventory. I just don't have the space anymore. Bolting. Telnox. Bolt burn. 5 out of 6 with core. Bolt burn. 5 out of 6 with core. Look, remembers bolting level. Come on, Steam. I can't read. Why is it exactly over the word I'm trying to read? It's usually down here, but because I was trying to read right here, it popped it up here and put it here. Do you see the barrier? People don't believe it. They're like, oh, poo-poo, Sky. You're making up some shit about how there is literally some kind of God barrier against everything that you do. Yeah, well, when you understand and you see that if I'm trying to do something and there's an obvious natural barrier in front of whatever it is I'm trying to do, every single time I try to do it, you'd understand it too. You'd see it. Like, for instance, I'm trying to read these 3 words right here, so for some reason, the normal Steam entry, which puts it perfectly in the corner, fucking popped it up here and blocked my text right here so that I couldn't read it. It's literally, and God did that. It's not the coding or Steam or some other shit. Like, whatever, the God in the code did that so that I couldn't read. It's crazy. The barrier curse actively moved the fucking banner over here to block what I was reading. Savvy, you get it, like capiche, that is not okay, and I see it all the time. I've never in my life seen the Steam banner hop from here over to up here. I've never seen that, but because I was reading these little 3 words, it blocked it so that it can make it sure that perfectly while I was reading it, I couldn't actually read it, and that's the barrier curse. The proof is very clear. You can see it every day. If you hang around me enough, you'll understand. It's like that movie The Cooler with Macy, or not Macy, but or whatever, Shameless guy. I can't think of his fucking William H. Macy. He did this wonderful movie with oh god, I forget her name. Elizabeth Shue, I think. Where he's like he's this ex-gambler in Vegas, and he's winning, and he has money, and he has a good wife and a good life and a good house and all this stuff. And suddenly something happens where the barrier curse hits him. And I know where I got the barrier curse from because I've seen other depictions of it when other people had it. And I cast a barrier curse on one man one time, and I did destroy his life. He lost his family, he lost his freedom, he lost his job, he lost his truck, he lost his house, he lost his best friend, and he went to jail for 2 years, and like literally, and I can't believe I did that to somebody, and that bounced back on me. Now the barrier curse is on me. He probably didn't really deserve that, though. I think he probably did. I don't really know, but apparently the energy and the magic didn't believe so, because it bounced back like some kind of fucking mirror on a reflex spell in an RPG or whatever, and now I have the barrier curse. It's like this decayed magical dark entity in my life, and I know how crazy it sounds until you actually see it work in real time. I know it sounds crazy. I'm one of those more skeptical fucking people that doesn't believe in aliens, that doesn't really believe in any of that shit except for the JFK murders and the FBI and the KKK and the CIA and the fucking the COINTELPRO and the paperclip and all that. That stuff exists. 9/11 being committed by America, that actually exists. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't believe in fucking aliens either. Oh, what's up, Blacklist? How are you doing today? Good to see you, buddy. So seeing the barrier curse work in real time, it's funny, and my personal friends in my real life, they've witnessed it. They absolutely believe in it. They don't think I'm delusional. I mean, like, I ask them all the time, you think I'm delusional about this? They're like, no, you have something going on. Like the magical practitioners in my life, like they literally have worked to remove the remnants of a broken black magic curse that I cast on a man who threatened to kill me and my family and my girlfriend and shit, and got thrown in jail on attempted murder and assault and battery and burglary and all this other fucking shit that he did to me when he tried to kill me, right? And when I cast the curse on him before that happened, it bounced on me because A, don't cast black magic curses, you don't know what you're fucking meddling in. B, magic doesn't exist any more than aliens do. And C, don't do it to somebody if you don't really know who they are. I thought he was the worst man I'd ever met, but apparently he's not, because whatever the gods in the code or the magic in the code or whatever the fuck you want to believe in, Mother Nature protected him. And no, I'm sorry, he is a bad man because he was not protected when he tried to kill me and her. He threatened to kill her, and he did try to kill me with a circular saw and went to jail over it and shit. I was stalked by a crazy horror movie fucking sociopath. Think stupid and sociopath, kind of like, and scary, really scary hunchback, fat, crazy motherfucker. Think Texas Chainsaw Massacre. What's that guy? Leatherface? A Leatherface guy tried to kill me with a fucking circular saw. I have the evidence, the videos, the court documents, the fucking jail shit, the fucking the charges, the pictures of my battered and bruised bloody face and all that other shit. You know, I've got all that. I wish I didn't, but I'm a survivor of an attempted murder, and I've got PTSD over it and all this. And so, but it sucks when you cast the black magic spell on them because you yourself are not capable of physical fucking attack because you're a deep believer. The way the Christians believe in God, I believe that violence is wrong. The way the Christians believe in God, I believe violence is destroying humanity. So I make the statement when I'm a child that I will never harm a living thing, and I never did. I believe all life is sacred. I've never harmed a living thing. I've stolen from people, and I've harmed them in metaphysical ways, but not physical ways. I've never harmed a living thing in physical ways. I don't kill spiders. It's like cats and dogs and living things. They fucking love me. I can't get them off of me. They'll hop on me and they'll just stay there for all day. They love me because they know somehow they have this barometer for this. If you are actually harmless and have never harmed another living thing, the animals know this, and I can't get them off me. They love me. They come on, like cats that like owners have told me in their life. They're like, that cat will not ever go approach anybody, but for some reason that cat fucking loves you. And I'm like, I don't know. I've never harmed a living thing. And they're like, you know what? I think everybody else has. Anyways, so I didn't fight back when this man beat me up against the wall for like 4 months and shit. He'd come in, he would kick my door in when I was living in the fucking garage. He would scare my girlfriend, she'd run off and shit. And then he'd fucking throw me up against the wall and start fucking beating on me because I was late on rent, even though it wasn't his house. He was just best friends with the owner of the house, who was my best friend at the fucking time. But we weren't friends and shit. And because I was late on rent, because I didn't have income, because I was a drug addict and shit, he fucking beat me every single fucking day for like 4 months. But I didn't want to go homeless on the street because I had a fucking girlfriend and I was homeless. I wasn't homeless, but I was like poor and I was destitute and I was dealing with I was about a month from rock bottom and about to get my recovery from my almost not lifelong, but like I would say like lifelong addiction. But I wasn't an addict most of my life. I was only an addict for like 7 years of my 40 years or something like that. So this guy, he abused me for like 4 fucking months, and then eventually he did try to kill me with a circular saw in a fucking. He broke into a house that I was he took a circular saw and sawed through the front door of a fucking house that I was squatting in because he had literally caused me to leave my home. He terrorized me for a year to the point where I just packed up my fucking shit and I walked out the fucking door with no plan at all. I just packed up my shit, cleaned the place, and I left that garage forever because I was like, I don't know, I'd rather deal with dying on the streets in December in Denver, Colorado, where the temperatures get down to like -4 and shit like that. And like, you know, and I was like, I'd rather deal with that than this guy because I can't fight back. I'm not a fucking physical person. It's like being Gandhi. You ever been Gandhi and physically bullied by somebody? It's a really shitty situation to be in. It spawns all kind of dark resentment and hatred. Kind of like the way Hitler thought about the Jews is how I think of violent people. It's how I think of the Nazis. You know, how Hitler thought of the Jews, I think of the right-wing Republican Nazi Party. That's like literally how I think of them. I would exterminate them in showers. I would exterminate the Republican, you know, and we're getting crazy here, so I'm just gonna let it go. Not the Republican Party, mind you. I would exterminate all Nazi, KKK, Proud Boy, fucking white boy F words. F-its is my favorite word for it. The F-its, right? Call them F-its, because that's what they are. They're not gay. They're not. That's nothing to do with being gay. It's about being like, they're F-its. You know what I'm saying? They're lame bundles of sticks that ruin women, ruin the country, ruin the government, ruin the world, ruin money, ruin being a man, ruin being everything. You fucking right-wing shithead fucking F-its. You make it so hard to be a normal, valuable, high-quality man. You make it so hard. The women don't trust us. The gay people don't trust us. The fucking government doesn't trust us. The fucking people don't trust us. Our friends don't trust us. Other countries don't trust us because you're xenophobes and you scared them when you threaten, you know, you drop bombs on them in World War II and fucking, you know, and all that stupid-ass shit. They're scared of us. You know what I'm saying? What the right-wing party did to this fucking country is unacceptable. And, like, this guy, he was the worst right-winger I ever fucking met. Ooh, he loved Trump, you know? Big surprise. He knew I didn't like it, you know, whatever. So, but I don't believe in Democrats either. So it's sort of weird. Like, we got along on that respect, but it's just really dumb. And so, like, you know, that whole shit happened. And where I'm going with this is, like, if I had hurt him, that barrier curse that bounced back on me would have been doubly worse and I would be dead. But I never did. And as it was, I was I thought he was going to die. I thought he was going to kill me, and I was dead serious. And he did try to kill me with a circular saw at the end. It's not like I wanted it or even knew it was coming. He came unannounced one day with a circular saw, and while I was on the phone with 911 with the fucking operator, I was like, there was a man sawing through the front door with a circular saw. I don't know if he's armed or what. You know, it's straight up like fucking scared as fuck. You know what I'm saying? I'm like I would like to leave, but I have this fear that he might actually be armed and he's going to shoot me in the back and shit. So I'm just going to defend the door, and I can wait for you to fucking come fucking arrest him. You know what I'm saying? And they did. They arrested his ass. They put his ass in jail for 2 years. He saw through the fucking door, and as he was coming at me, they tackled his ass. It was so fucking. It wasn't scary. It was shitty. It was unpleasant. It was really negative and shitty. So, like, you know, being a survivor of a mortal attack like that, it wasn't like he actually came at me with the circular saw. He didn't get that far before they fucking tackled him. As he was getting in the fucking door, they tackled his ass. I couldn't believe it. I kept telling him, I'm on the phone with 911. You need to leave if you respect your freedom. If you want your freedom, you better leave right now. I was yelling at him through the fucking door, and sure enough, he lost his freedom for 2 fucking years for acting like a fucking Texas Chainsaw asshole. You know, fuck him. You know, so anyways, I do this to vent. I don't do it to brag or, like, you know, to, like, I'm not happy about these fucking things. I just do it to vent, to get it out of my system and get it out of my negative headspace and shit. You know, I vent to anybody who cares to fucking listen. So it wasn't very fair, any of that stuff. So, but where I was going originally is the barrier curse bounced back on me, and now you can see remnants of it when I'm reading something. Some tag that's in the corner will literally move to block what I'm reading. That's how powerful that barrier curse is. And you can see it. It's not some. I'm not sorry. It is some defect in the machine. It's seeing things. It's seeing things that aren't there. It's technically some element of what's the word, like schizophrenia, I think, when you believe that someone's changing realities for you until you begin to see it enough. All these skeptics around me are like, yeah, something is happening here. Everybody, the most deeply skeptical people were like, yeah, you probably shouldn't have cast a black magic spell that you didn't know how to do on this guy, because look what it did to you, you know. I lost I lost everything too. I lost the love of my life. I lost my home. I lost my freedom. I had to go to a mental health place to deal with my PTSD for 2 whole fucking years. You know, he lost his freedom. I lost all of my friends. I was judged by everybody. I relapsed. I caught a fucking revocation of probation on a relapse that I warned them about. I threw a dirty UA and I warned them about it first, and I was like, I relapsed. I threw a dirty UA and I'm going to go to jail, so take me to jail. And they were like, you know what? That's a lot more honest than most of the people we fucking deal with, and we almost never get somebody coming in and telling us beforehand. And we really respect that, so we're just gonna reset your probation. Otherwise, we would have put you in jail for 10 whole fucking years on non-felony drug possession charges from 2018 when I got in a moped wreck. And like fucking and they were like, yeah, you're gonna go to jail for non-felony charges for 10 years because you when you took probation, when you took the deal and got probation on possession and trespassing, or I'm sorry, not trespassing, but receiving stolen goods and possession. They were like, when we dropped those down to 2 years supervised probation, the agreement was you weren't to violate the law ever again, and if you do, you face the mandatory minimum sentencing on all of your charges, which were 3 charges with the maximum sentencing for all 3 of them were 3 years each. So 3 to 5 years each. So they were like, yeah, you're going to go to jail for 10 years because you violated probation and you made a stupid agreement that you shouldn't have made. The lawyer was like, you made a stupid agreement that you shouldn't have made unless you knew you could keep it. Because because now you're fucked. You agree with them to give you a second chance because you had gone 17 years without even catching a speeding ticket, much less having a drug problem or anything at all. You were a productive member of society. You worked. You weren't a drug addict for like 17 years. You paid taxes. You had an abode. You were a contributing member of society for 17 years before you had like a relapse and a couple of drug issues and possession charges and buying a stolen moped and then wrecking it, you know, and all this, and they were like, you haven't done anything in 17 years, so we're gonna be nice to you. We're gonna give you a second fucking chance. But they held it over my head for a whole fucking year. That was part of the barrier curse too. They were like, okay, well we're gonna do something to you, but because of COVID, you're gonna have to wait 11 months from February 2020 until December. I believe it was November of 2020. From what was it? It was January is when I relapsed. January 2020 is when I relapsed and I threw the dirty away and I violated probation. And so they were like, yeah, 9 months later, they finally got to the court date, which was a 5-minute fucking phone call. But here's another example of the barrier curse. For that whole 9 months, the lawyers, the probation officer, the judge, and by lawyers, I mean like my public defender, everybody told me I was going to jail for 10 years and to get ready. And I told everybody who told me this, I don't have any felony charges. I am not a felon. Why would I go to jail for 10 years on non-felony charges? And all of them said, well, stay out of the system. This is how the system is. And I said, well, okay. So for 11 months, I lived my life like I was going to lose it. Because 10 years in jail, you do lose your life. You're done. You're not an active member of society anymore. You might recover after the 10 years or whatever and become a rich man or whatever, sure. But losing 10 years of your life is basically the worst thing I can basically imagine, short of your life itself. So, I was like, yeah, well, that's a loss. It's a loss of a life. If you throw me in jail for 10 years on non-felony charges, I will take the word. I told the judge, I was like, I will take the word to the streets. I'll fight your cops. I'll fight your government. I'll fight you. I'll find out, I didn't say where you live, but I'm like, I'll fight you. I'll fight all of you guys. If you put me in jail for 10 years, I told him, the court and everybody listening, all the felons and the people in the courtroom and shit, I told the judge to his fucking face. I was like, if you throw me in jail over 10 years over probation violation, he was like, we're going to consider sentencing now. Do you have anything to say? And I was like, yes. If you throw me in jail over nonviolent fucking felony charges, I will fucking fight the system for the rest of my life, tooth and nail, mortally. because that would be an injustice. I'll scream to the highest level the rest of my life. It's worse than Mumia Abu Jamal. Mumia Abu Jamal lost his whole fucking life on a false, false fucking conviction, or, like Brendan Dassey, or, Stephen Avery and shit, right? That was kind of what they were fixing to do to me. This is why I love Making a Murderer, because that was kind of what they fixed to do to me. They were like, we're going to put you in jail on possession of methamphetamine of less than a gram for 10 years. That's literally what the judge was saying to me, verbatim to my face. I was like, if you do that, I will start a holy war with you, your system, the government, and everybody else, and I'll start a revolution. I told him, I was like, I will start a revolution if you do that to me. And he was like, it's not right to do it to you anyways. You're fine. I was like, okay, good. We had to see eye to eye on that. I was like, you can fuck me here, because you can't. You can't put somebody in jail for 10 years on non-felony charges. You can't do that. It's against the law. It's against the fucking, the law of the land. It's against the system. It's against what we built this country about and all this stuff. And they were fixing to do it on mandatory minimum fucking sentencing, which is the worst 3 words in the fucking, not mandatory, but... one of the worst 3 words in the fucking human language is mandatory minimum sentencing. It's not fucking good, it's not a good thing. So, tell my story here. So, and then, that whole bit went down for 11 months. I lived my life after he tried to kill me, my life was much, much worse on top of it. It was much worse after that as a victim. I was much better before I was a fucking victim. When I was a victim, you'd think you would get some fucking courtesy, or some leeway, or some acceptance, or, some slack, but it was far, far, far worse when I was a victim of an attempted murder. It was way, way worse for me. They treated me so much fucking worse. That's the system too. When you're the perpetrator, you're fine. They'll defend your rights. I know, because I've been that too. I'm saying, not violent perpetrator, but I'm talking about drug dealer, perpetrator kind of stuff, or whatever. I was on a high speed chase once with the police and all that. When it's when you're I don't know what I'm trying to say with this. I'm just gonna move on. But it's sort of weird. That whole problem started because I didn't have a way to physically... I told the man when he first threatened to kill me, I stepped up to him and I put my eyes, I put his nose to the bridge of my nose, and I walked right up to him with my hands down. I was like, I'm not going to harm you, but I'm going to tell you something now. I stepped up to that motherfucker and I put my eyes within an inch of his eyes, and I was like, if you do anything to me at all, I'm protected by my friends, my family, and my vow of nonviolence and stuff. If you do anything to me at all, I will destroy everything you've ever known or loved, and I will break every bone in your fucking body. And I was like, I don't want to do this. I told him, I was like, I don't want to do that. I have no beef with you. And this is eye to eye with the motherfucker. I was like, I have no beef with you. I don't want to do this. I don't like you. I don't want to deal with you. I don't ever want to see you again and shit. I was like, don't talk to me. We don't exist with each other. Just leave me alone. And he was like, that's fine. But then he just kept coming in. He kept coming at me. I never once stepped to him. He kept coming to me. I never wronged him. I never crossed him or any of that shit. So now, so stupid. At that point, when I made that threat that day, he was like, fuck you, this isn't over. And he left. And I was like, man, for what? I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything to you. I told him, I was like, what did I do to you? He tried to run me over with his truck in the Winchell's Donuts fucking parking lot about a block from where I lived. I was going to the donut shop, and he came with his truck, and I had to dodge out of the fucking way while he tried to run me down. I wish I was kidding. I'm not. He was just insane and stupid. And these people, they fixate on me because they know that I'm not like them. They know it. So they fixated on me, and they hate me, and they want to kill me and shit, because they know I would never step down that violent road that they did. The man beat his wife. The man beat his kids. He was just a shithead, you know what I'm saying? Real bad, and he lost all of it. And when he fucked with me, he lost all of it. I tried to warn him first. So, but the bitter, shitty part about it was, if I had just done nothing, there's this whole, do nothing philosophy that I'm trying to, embrace now, which sounds terrible and irresponsible and shit, but I don't care. I am embracing do nothing, because had I done nothing, it would have been fine. Instead, I made the energetic response of, if you fuck with me, I will destroy everything you've ever loved and break every bone in your body, and I will make it so that you never succeed. This is the words I used to him while I was eye to eye with him. I was like, I will make it so you never succeed in anything that you ever attempt to do ever again. Verbatim, that's what he said. That's what I said to him. And he was fucking furious with me, and I don't even remember it that well. That was 5 or 6 years ago now. So fucking, But because I made that threat, and then I went about it, I went about the dirty, shitty, black magic, fucking mambo bullshit that, like, I shouldn't have done. And I sat there and I asked the universe for something, which I've never done. I'm okay with the RN Jesus handing me whatever the fuck it hands me. I love this experience, you know what I'm saying? Bring me whatever the fuck you want to bring me, I don't care. But I didn't want this guy harming me or anything or anybody that I loved in a very fundamental way, where I was willing to sort of like make a deal with the universe. If I have been good and I've never harmed a living thing, and I've harmed people like financially and stealing and stuff like that, but I've never harmed anything physically. And I was like, you know, dealing with God or the universe or magic or whatever the fuck you believe in, you know, Buddha, Allah, whatever. And I made a deal with God, let's call it that because it's a simple way with it, where I was like, if you protect me, if you let him hurt me, or I'm sorry, I'm sorry. What I said with the curse was, it was like, I wish that when he attempted to kill me in the donut parking lot, I was like, I wish that you would make. I don't want to kill this man who's scaring me like he might kill me and somebody that I love. I want you to make it so that he is not successful in anything that he does, exactly like I told him I was gonna do when he fucked with me again. And then he did. He threatened to kill my girlfriend. So I made the curse, and I asked the universe for one thing in my whole life, which was, can you make it so that, like, you know, this guy will fail in everything he ever attempts to do? Because almost all of it is probably going to affect me for some reason. You get these people in your Bokunon circle that you don't really understand. He was one of them. But he was a negative, really negative influence, like kind of like Hitler influence on me. He was so bad. And so then, you know, like, you know, and I got my wish. I got my wish, but it didn't happen for another whole year or something like that. A whole another year passed. And then when he tried to kill me with the fucking circular saw, the curse exploded on him. Like I warned him it would. I warned him very clearly, verbatim. It wasn't some like kind of ethereal conversation having to do with like, this is what might happen because I'm a witch and this is what I'm going to do to you. I told him everything you ever attempt to do is going to fail for the rest of your life if you don't stop fucking with me. I warned him very clearly because apparently I do have that fucking power. And guess what? He lost his job, he lost his house, he lost his ex, he lost his kids, he lost his freedom, he lost his best friend. I'm not kidding, he lost all of this. He lost his truck, he lost his money, he lost everything he owned, and he lost his freedom, and he went to jail for 2 fucking years because he couldn't resist the desire to come try and kill me with a fucking circular saw. So I got what I wanted with the fucking curse. But then God or nature or Allah or whatever the fuck you believe in, you know, the magic or whatever steps in and it assesses the situation like Satan after it gave me what I fucking wanted, like some kind of needful things, you know, things that fix problems for you, etc., like Needful Things, basically by Stephen King or whatever. And like I asked for my needful thing, and I got it, but it was a deal with the fucking devil. So at that point, the barrier curse completely stopped for him. He got out of jail, he got a new job, he got a new house, he got a new friend, he probably got a new girlfriend or whatever the fuck, and he moved on with his fucking life because he never saw me again and shit. Which is fine, because maybe he didn't deserve what I wished on him, and he did deserve to go to jail and all that shit and be on an ankle monitor, because they didn't want him getting within 5 miles of me. So he had to wear an ankle monitor for like 4 years or something like that, and it's been like 4 years. They probably just took it off him. And so now, you know, so now all that stuff happens, and I'm unhappy that I have been the victim of an attempted murder. I'm unhappy that I have like, you know, fucked up and all this. And so I relapse. And then the same exact barrier curse that I threw on him bounced back on me. And now you can literally see the curse act like a human. It'll occasionally just throw up fucking blockage because the curse isn't an entity. It doesn't have a, you know, it doesn't have a personality. It doesn't think things are funny or any of that shit like me. It just has a funny sense of RNG. So you'll see it move the Steam tag over here, which is quite impossible. It is more impossible for me to jump into the stratosphere right now than it is for that Steam tag to move from here over to here, right? It's impossible. It's not in the code. Nobody designed it that way. Gabe Newell and Valve did not design the Steam tag to pop from here to over here, right? But it did it right there perfectly so it could block what I was reading. And it is an excellent example of the barrier curse actually still around. Now, the magic was broken because everybody in my fucking life who actually is a practitioner knew that I was the victim in this, so they actually made the attempt to break the curse, and they did. After I left Denver, I got suddenly the curse was reversed, which was beautiful. I got my own home. The government gave me 2 years of unemployment during pandemic unemployment assistance. I've only ever been on unemployment 2 times in my life. Once in 2015 when I lost my car in my home. When my car broke down, I couldn't work anymore as a delivery driver for a subsidiary of Grubhub. And so when I couldn't work, I lost my apartment in December, and they cut off. So I went on unemployment for a year while I looked for a new job that I could do, that I had no skill sets and stuff with, except for like, being a cashier or whatever. And I lived on unemployment for a year while I looked for a new job, and I did get a new job, and I moved out to Washington, and I took a job with a yellow cab company. But and that was in 2015. So that was good. And so I get back to town and I get back to Denver and all this stuff happens. And then so after the 2 years in the mental health facility for men, 2 years where I just sat in a room and I like a jail cell, and I waited for time to pass by while because of COVID, they should have had my court date was scheduled in 2020 in February. It should have been by the latest like March before they saw me, because you have a right to a speedy trial in this country. One of the worst things that the system and the country does to people is they hang shit over your head for months to years. It happened to me, and it's a really shitty thing to happen to you, because you're like, the guillotine might fall when they finally get around to scheduling my court date, and they might send me to jail for 10 years. It's hard to live your life like that. It's a lot of stress. It was too much stress for my girlfriend to deal with. It was too much stress for my mother to deal with. It was too much stress for my friends to deal with. I was walking around with essentially a death sentence for 10 months. And then after a 5-minute phone call, they were like, no, we're just going to reset your probation. If you go 2 years without violating the law or violating the law ever again, you're fine. And if you do violate the law, they're like, you can either go to jail right now for 10 years, or we're going to reset probation and we're going to give you another chance because you did go 20 years without even violating a law. So they're like, we're going to believe you when you say that you're not a career criminal or you got your problem and you just got a drug issue and all this stuff. We're going to give you a second chance, which I really love. That's a redemption story that they should have done, and they did. And so I went the 2 years without violating. Well, I did violate the law on small things like drinking and stuff like that. But I didn't I didn't break the law in any real charitable form, and I'm not going to ever again either, because I'm not going in that system again. They treated me so badly. It's the kind of thing that caused the Granby tank guy to go attack City Hall. It's that sort of anger that I have for the system, because they've been that was before all that happened. They filed 7 false assault charges before they held a 10-year sentence over my head for an entire year while I was a victim of a attempted murder, and I was in a mental health facility. I got kicked while I was down on top of it, and they threatened me with 10 years of jail for non-felony drug charges on a probation violation. And they're like, we can't give you a less sentence. You agreed to a probation reset where no matter what, we throw the minimum sentencing at you if you ever break the law again. And so I was like, okay. And I made it through the 2 years as of September 21st, 2022, which was just, a month ago. I'm so happy about this. I got out of probation. I got out of the system. I got out of that state. I got out of the curse. I got out of all the problems. I got out of the darkness. I got out of the drugs. I got out of the people. I got away from the scene. I got away from the problems. I got away from the court. I got away from the judge. I got away from back where I'm from in Denver, Colorado, we call it the worst county in Denver, Colorado is actually Jeffco, which is Jefferson County. Ever since I was a kid, when I was 13 years old, you would hear in the stoner druggy circles, they'd be like, "Don't ever get caught in Jeffco." I heard it when I was since I've been 13 years old. They would you would hear this thing in Denver. They were like, "Don't ever catch a charge in Jeffco. They'll hit you for 10 times what you would normally face anywhere else." And then they did. on non-felony charges. I heard it my whole life. I heard a warning about this my whole life. They're like, all my life I've heard people say, stay out of Jeffco if you're speeding or if you're high. Don't ever drunk drive in Jeffco. Don't ever fucking commit a crime in Jeffco. I've heard this my whole fucking life. And it's not just like people in the scene, like kind of like criminal element or druggy element and stuff. Even normal people that I knew would say this. Even people who got speeding tickets were like, yeah, I had to pay $500 on a speeding ticket in Jeffco. It's something about it. They hit you like 5 or 10 times worse because they're kind of like, it's Golden, Colorado, which is where the Coors Brewery is, and there's all this other stuff that happened in Golden too. It's an interesting, richy sort of place that has an interesting thing going on where there's a lot of rich people and there's a lot of ghetto violence and problems out there because there's a lot of poor people too. And so it's sort of weird. So the rich people want the court to savage criminals with 10 times the fucking 10 times the punishment. Every judge in Jeffco is a hanging judge. I know because I met 4 of them. All four of them were hanging judges. If you had a charge, they just hit you with 10 times what Denver would have done to you, right? Should be against the law, but it's not because they are the law. But anyways, should be against the law, but it's not. It's the system. We can't fix it. So whatever. And I was okay with it. And so I got over all of this. Now I deal with remnants of the curse, which is okay. And that's why I went through this whole conversation. It's okay to deal with remnants of the curse because I am alive. I'm not in jail for 10 years for shit that I didn't do. And I'm not, I'm not dead because some man killed me with a circular saw. And I did lose the love of my life, but and she had a baby with someone else, and that's okay. Goodbye. I love you. You're my best friend. Goodbye. I love you. But fuck you, or whatever. Not goodbye, but she's my best friend. I love her to death. I don't, whatever. I don't care. I just, I don't care what she does. I'm still a lover anyways, and that's how it goes with love, with the love of your life. If you, I never loved a girl like I did her because it's like. Like if you love the love of your life, they can't wrong you. They can leave you. It doesn't matter. You might not see that. I have not seen her now in 2.5 years, and I probably won't see her in two and a half more decades or something. So that's fine. Whatever. I'm never going to see her again, maybe, and that's okay. I still love her. That's what it's like when you have a love of your life. It's not good. It's whatever, and it's not like I even want to love her anymore. It's not like I don't want to be. It's not like I want to be single or any of that stuff, or I want to be that devoted to somebody. And I believe in. I've always told people there's more fish in the sea. Don't get fixated. All this other shit. But it's okay with me now, after being a survivor of the attempted murder and all this other shit that happened to me. It's okay with me now to just love somebody from afar than to deal with the drama of actually having them in my crazy life, because I've never met a girl who could handle it. I don't ever sleep the same schedule every day. Like, for instance, today I slept from 9 a.m. it was 10 a.m. until 4 in the afternoon for only 6 hours. The day before, I slept from 2 a.m. until 12 p.m. 10 hours. And my entire life since I went through puberty, it has been like that. Women who want to sleep in the same bed as you can't handle that. You ever had, like, literally a disorder that prevented you from having a significant other? Because I do. Women can't handle it. Women cannot handle you if you are up all night one day and then up all day the day after the day after. I was like, the day after the day after. The day after tomorrow. In the day after tomorrow, like, one day you sleep from 10 p.m. till 8 a.m., or 6 a.m. something. The next day you sleep from 10 a.m. till 8 p.m. And that's how my life's been for 15 years. It doesn't lead to a good, solid situation in the home front, which is why I've never married. I've never, it's like being crazy. It's essentially being crazy. It's your Asperger's gives you something called non-24 syndrome, which is like your circadian rhythms never ever sync up to a daily rhythm ever. Which is if you think about it, it's a really bad thing. If you can't sleep at the same time every single fucking day, it can screw your life so so fucking bad. I can't hold down a real job because one day I might be fine to work 10 till 6 in the afternoon, but the next day I might need to sleep from 10 till 6 in the afternoon because the non-24 made it impossible. Some people call it insomnia, but for me it's non-24. I just don't get tired. It's not like I'm tired and I want to sleep like insomnia. It's more like I just don't straight up get tired. I don't get tired. You know, that's how non-24 is. It's kind of like being manic. It's a version of bipolar or something. My mother's got severe bipolar, but like I don't. And I'm manic, but I'm not OCD. I'm not obsessive compulsive in any way or form. I don't obsess almost anything except like lyrics and shit like that. So it's weird. I obsess over people who try to kill me, but I think that's actually natural and normal, you know. So whatever, and that's the story of the story of the barrier curse. I have this. I'm gonna make up a list here. I've been working on lists lately of stuff I'm gonna do on YouTube to try and make a living, so I can change the government. So I can make a living and attempt to change the government before they kill us all, and make it so that the kids can't monetize themselves with online currency, which is what they're going to do. They're not going to work real jobs. We already know they aren't, because you can't get a good mechanic. You can't get a good fucking electrician. You can't get a good fucking any kind of contractor or painter or any of that stuff if they're 20 years old, because they just don't have the skill sets. Which what they can do is play video games and sit on the internet and do online things and be kind of .com people, right? That's what they can do. So that's what they're gonna do. And if you make it so that those people can't make money unless they're a streamer, you're gonna kill the world. That's I don't get tired either. I have to force myself to sleep. For me, it's I wish I could force myself. I've never in my life. I'm sorry. You know how I force myself? I have a very specific Asperger's method how to force myself to sleep if I have to work the next day, which I stopped doing to myself. My best friend, he told me two things I'll never forget that I'll always remember. He said, never take a job that's going to drug test you. And I'll never forget that one because it's an important one. Never take a job that's going to drug test you, because you don't want to work for people who have that sort of agenda. It's not about the drug test or you doing drugs. It's you don't want to work for people who are willing to do that sort of thing to their constituency. And then, or not constituency, but their employees, right? And then the second thing I'll never forget that he told me was that I lost my train of thought here is never take a 9 to 5 unless you like 9 to 5. And he was right about that, but it works more for me because like I can't do 9 to 5. So if I work a 9 to 5, right? By Wednesday, I'm sleeping 9 to 5. It's crazy. By the second day, I need to sleep at 8:50 in the fucking morning before the job. It's happened to me so many times. I've been fired twice, but I've quit like 47 jobs. I've got real good at quitting the job before I get fired because like I know it's coming, because like, you know, sooner or later I'll miss a shift or something because I have to sleep. You know, it's like I have non-24. Sooner or later I'll have to fucking sleep. When I got caught for possession of under a gram of black tar heroin and under a gram of methamphetamine and stuff, I have been up for 6.5 fucking days driving Uber 12 to 14 hours a fucking day and playing video games for the other 10 hours of it. No lie. 6.5 days, you know? And when the cop was like, why did you let me search your car? You could have just said, like, no, I had no reason to pull you over and shit. You were just speeding 4 miles over, so I pulled you over and I asked you if I could search your car because you seemed like you were high. And you could have said no and I would have just drove away. And he was like, why did you say yes? He was like, why did you say yes? You at least could have said no and fought it in court and forced me to bring dogs down here. That's what most people do. But he was like, I've never met somebody who just willfully says yes when they're in possession to let them search the car. There's always some sheepish like reply or they forced me to bring drug dogs down here. That was Jeffco. The Jeffco cop told me that. And I was like, and he was like, I like you. He was like, you don't seem like a drug addict to me. You're a working man. And I was like, yeah, man, I've been up for 6 fucking days working. I work really hard. I don't do meth because I'm addicted to it. I do meth so I can stay up and not have to sleep because I don't ever sleep the same schedule my whole fucking life. Meth to me was about a performance enhancement. Think Lance Armstrong blood doping. Meth to me was never about addiction. I've never robbed, hurt, or stolen for my meth addiction that I had. I've never done that. I've never actually hurt people for meth money. I've never done anything that an addict does. You know what I'm saying? Never did. I was always a functioning fucking meth addict because it was about performance enhancement and never sleep sleeping, because I never sleep anyways. I've got non-24. You might as well amp up with caffeine or whatever the fuck, because you're not sleeping anyways, right? So what I was trying to say was to Blacklist here, thank you for providing excellent content for my stream by interacting with me. The 1,000 and I'm sorry, I would say out of the, sorry if we look at the statistics here, I have excuse me, 1,043 followers. Only about 43 of those followers actually talked. Excuse me. Hello. I'm trying. All right.
When you come, will you bring all your trash and recyclables up for Jerry so he can take it to the curb?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So we'll see you at 7. How's that?
All right. See me at 7.
Do I need to call you again?
Nope.
Okay. Love you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Got dinner in 25 minutes here. I'm going to take a break. Take the trash up, do a tiny bit of cleaning and stuff. I'll be AFK for 20 minutes, I believe. But anyways, thank you so much, Blacklist, for you know, corresponding with me, because it's very difficult to be a streamer if the people aren't willing to actually speak. It's really hard to create content. God damn it, my fucking headphones unplugged. It's very difficult to be a streamer if you don't have something to work with. It's like being a cold reader, kind of like you know, like a gypsy. You can't cold read your community or the people that you speak with if they don't give you a hint in the first fucking place. You either have to ask them questions, which I'm not so good at. I've only been streaming for about 7 months. I'm not that good at this yet. But oh wait, am I unstable? What is the? Oh no. Yeah, no, I'm good. Pin to taskbar, right? Where was I? Thank you for corresponding with me. Most of these people don't talk. Of these 1,000 people, there was about 40 who did talk, and about 4 of them ended up being friends, because it's weird. Like, that's how being a streamer is like being a busker. That's somebody who performs publicly in busy Times Square kind of situations and stuff. Downtown, think downtowns. It's like being a streamer. I think an apt analogy for it is it's like being a busker at Grand Central Station. There's so many people passing through so fucking quickly that they're not that there's lurkers who will hang around you while they're bored waiting for the train to come or something like that. But there's never, almost never, nobody's willing to sit down with you and chill with you. Only a few people are willing to do that, and I want to thank you, Blacklist, for doing that, because most people are not willing to sit down with a stranger and chill and talk with them. So Blacklist made a comment that said, that's interesting. I don't get tired either. I have to force myself to sleep. When I force myself to sleep, I have what I call the 5-finger death punch. I abused it for about 7 years. 5-finger death punch, right? 5 fingers of vodka, and you drink it in like 4 minutes. 5 fingers of vodka mixed with whatever chaser, and an entire tray of ice cubes. And I did this every day when I was a working man. How I was able to work for 11 years, as I wasn't an alcoholic, because 5 shots every day, I mean, not every day, you know, but when you need to sleep is not really like alcohol. I would say alcoholic totally, unless you're doing it every day and you need it. But it was never like that for me. I never needed it. I just liked it. I liked being able to go to sleep at a certain time every night. Finally, my psychiatrist at the Mental Health Center of Denver gave me both mirtazapine, which is a sleep medication, and for a while trazodone, and I had never been able to go to sleep at 2 a.m. every single day for years, my whole life. For my whole life until I was like 38, I had a very weird sleep schedule that totally changed, and the only people who could stand to be around me, and there was a lot of them. I always had people in my house. My house was the flop house. People loved me or whatever, but they were accepting when I woke up at 6 a.m, and then the next day I woke up at 2, and then the next day I woke up at 8 p.m, and then the next day I woke up at 4 a.m, and then the next day I woke up at 12, and then the next day I woke up at 4, next day I woke up at 4, and then the next day I woke up at 8. You know, it's really weird. Very weird. It's weird to be around that. Like, Sky's always sleeping, but see, I barely sleep. It creates this dichotomy of like weird like impressions that people get that aren't actually like the actual factual basis, because non-24 is a hideous bitch goddess of an affliction, and I never even knew that it existed until 2 years ago either. So I dealt with my entire fucking life before I knew what it was that was plaguing me. So, you know, and now, so to answer what you said, force myself to sleep. See, I can't force myself to sleep, because every single day of my life, entire life, there's 2 things that happens, right? One is I pass out due to exhaustion. I don't fall asleep. I suppose it is like falling, but I mean, like, it's more like passing out due to straight up exhaustion, because I don't sleep until I'm fucking tired, and that might be 26, 36, 48 hours. It might be 8 hours, it might be 4 hours, it might be 4, 8, 12, 16, 32, 48. Doesn't matter. It totally changes all the fucking time how much sleep I need, whatever. And so finally these pills made it so that no, I can't stop going to bed at different times. It's something like a weird compunction for me. But these fucking pills made it so that at least I can get to bed at some time first shift, which is like, 12 a.m. until 10 a.m. or something like that. Sometime between 12 a.m. and 10 a.m. I will get to sleep, right? These pills help me control half of the non-24 syndrome, in the respect that, like, at least I can go to bed on the latter half of the day, right? The 12 hours from midnight till noon, somewhere in there I'm going to fall asleep. But it used to be I didn't know when I was going to fall asleep. Might be between noon and midnight, might be between midnight and noon, because I don't know what that is. It's weird to have so much energy that it doesn't matter how long you go without sleep. It's some kind of weird retard mongoloid disease in your brain. It's high functioning Asperger's, where you could just go for 6 days without drugs if that's what your brain wants to do to you. You know what I'm saying? So it's nice to have sleeping pills that at least does curb it for a bit. And my psychiatrist had to work very hard with me with dosages, and he'd check in with me twice a month, and he'd be like, how's the sleep, how's the sleeping pills, how's the dosages, are you sleeping, what time did you go to bed yesterday, what time did you go to bed the day before that, what time are you going to go to bed tonight, are you tired now, or were you tired yesterday? All these other fucking crazy questions that he had to ask so we could get down to the perfect dosage at the perfect time with the perfect fucking window, so that I could at least go to sleep between 12 and midnight only. I'm sorry, midnight and noon only, as opposed to the whole, like, randomly somewhere within that 24 hours. And we were able to at least control it to falling asleep late at night, as opposed to falling asleep at 4 in the afternoon. You saw it this morning. I was up till 10 a.m. today, and I would have gone till 4 if I didn't force myself to stop. When I can force myself to stop, I can't force myself to sleep. And so then at that point, I take my sleeping pills, and I wait for the exhaustion to literally shut my system off. And that's how it's been since I was 13 years old. And I assess these things, and I calculate them, and I add them to the equation, and I look at the statistics and the stomping on the ground, and I try to build a life out of it. You tried doing it. It's fucking hard. So, and I did it. I managed to do it with a lot of help from professionals and all this other crazy shit. And I'm fairly insane, but I wouldn't say I'm insane. I'm fairly insane in my tendencies, but I wouldn't say I don't have sanity. And my sanity is actually rather good. It's better than, I think, most people's. I'm fairly good at accepting myself for who I am, which is good for your sanity. I know that I'm crazy. I know that I'm an ex-druggie. I know that I'm an ex-felon. I'm not an ex-felon. They never. By the way, I'm not a felon. I am a ex-deferred, adjudicated, deferred probation, off of probation, and out of the system now. But I'm okay with that. I'm okay that I'm an ex-methamphetamine and ex-heroin addict. I am okay that I've lost the love of my life. I'm okay that I put a man in jail. I'm okay that I had to get acceptance of everything and everyone and every bit of my life. And it took a while. And until you can accept yourself, you're not going to do so well. You're going to have times where you can't sleep until you understand and accept who you are, instead of hating yourself because everybody else told you that being a video game addict was the worst thing you could be in society or whatever, is really bad for your mental health. And thank God for people like Dr. fucking K, who like actually are looking at this. Dr. K, gaming and mental health, right? Well, let's see what his manifesto is. Goddamn fucking caps lock, right? Mental health, ADHD expansion. Your job doesn't care about your mental health. Dr. K gaming. Dr. K gaming. Right? Healthy gamer GG.
Think about all the things that you should do. How many?
Stop. I hate my ADHD, son. Yeah. Masculinity can be healthy, etc. Best lectures for the healthy gamer, right? Why gifted kids are actually special needs? That's a good one, but why millennials are quitting? Why I feel like everyone else is stupid? That's good one. Why restricting video games as a parent is actually like bad. The problem with weed, you don't speak unless you're spoken to, etc. This is all the stuff that gamer, Asperger's people tend to get up to. But anyways, I love that people are trying to help us with this. You know, we've lost some luminaries like Athene and I really liked Rekful. Rekful killed himself. He was worried about he was never going to see his girlfriend again, I believe, which just barely hits home to me. It barely fits home to me. I'm going to cry here, and I'm sorry, guys, but if I had a fear, it was that he was never going to, that I would never see the love of my life again. It's my worst fear, and I think I'm going to be honest. I'm absolutely certain I will never see her again. I'm certain of it. I'll never see her again. So, you know, you got to accept it, and I'm okay with that. And see, now I stop crying then, and I get strong, and I smile, and I say, I'm okay with that. At least I have the closure and the acceptance, you know? That's at least a solution to it, right? But, I mean, Rekful couldn't handle it, and he killed himself on stream. He didn't kill himself on stream, but he said goodbye on stream. '07. We need to honor him, and for that we must better ourselves. This was a WoW luminary. I'm one of them. I've seen gatherings like this 50 or 60 times in my life. That's how you know you're a WoW luminary. When you've seen this, they do the lines. When you see the lines, you know you're a WoW luminary. When you're there to witness it, I've taken some videos of this shit.
Wow.
Rest in peace, bitch. Get better about your mental fucking health, you retard. Don't kill yourself. Fuck you. Don't kill yourself. Don't go kill yourself. Fuck you, you selfish asshole. Fuck you.
Nasty and have guns. Tom Holden is going to run over to the left and try and escape the vault to follow James, and he's going to be gunned down for his trouble. Mary screams, follows him, also gets gunned down. That's one way it goes. The other way, however, is you can go and murder the two people with guns. If that happens, they both run away to an inaccessible door and escape happily ever after, and you never see them again. They don't show up again when you revisit the vault later in the game, sadly. There is a third option, but it's kind of buggy and hard to trigger, which is we want Tom to die. This puts Mary into rage mode. She's supposed to die, but if we can take out the guards before she does, she then sort of freaks out and just hangs around. So we're going to try and activate Rage Mary. Get over towards the door.
Rage Mary.
Right there.
Yeah, losing a loved one really sucks. It's happened to me.
And now we're going to take her. I might need some stim packs, by the way, because bear in mind these are New Vegas 10mm that these lads are armed with. They hit a bit harder, and also I'm playing on very hard difficulty. So we need to take these lads down right now, and then I might need to stim pack too. Also, Vat's defenses. There's Mary. Mary is in rage mode. Did we get Mary, or is Mary? Oh, did Mary go down?
Of course she did.
This if Mary went down. I'm determined to get Rage Mary.
Oh, baseball bat to the face.
Gosh darn it, Mary went down. Okay.
I love the baseball bat and Vats.
We're going to take out both the guards before Mary manages to get herself killed. Here we go. This is looking good. We've got one guard down, and we have got, yes, Mary in rage mode. She attacks the guard. She just gets taken out while she's doing it. But if we can
stupid
down,
NPCs.
if I get a crit now, that might do it. There we go. That should cripple. Come on, buddy. Down you go.
Down.
Now, there we go. Mary pulls a gun and is now simply going to go and do her own bloody thing.
Berserker.
Though on this occasion, yes, it would appear she's just disappeared down to the lower level.
Berserker.
Go right up to the top and just hang out near the Overseer's office. It's beautiful. Still, at least she did leave one gun for me. And yes, indeed, this is where things get interesting, because this is a 10mm as in New Vegas.
No, I have not. Let us go. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. I will take a look. I try to stay away from watching Asmongold on the daily, which is why his views are down. Can you see it? My reason is what everyone else's reasons. His views are down. He last year he was pulling like 350k. He's pulling like 90k now, you know? Yeah, but is it Zachar? I wasn't looking for the video you suggested. I was looking at what he's talking about very closely. Because he is my fingertip on the pulse, you know what I'm saying? Unfortunately. I mean, I eventually want to be better than Asmongold with a bigger crowd. Well, for one thing, I'm not toxic like him. I never rip people off in GDKPs, and like I've never ninja'd a piece of loot in my whole life, which is why I think I'm better than him. He brags about it. I would brag about how I never did that. I never botted, cheated, or manipulated people, or ripped off a GDKP, or any of the things that Sith assholes get up to. You know what I'm saying? Oops. State of Play, Dominus trailer, PS5 games from PlayStation itself, which is June, from 3 days ago. Final Fantasy 16, Ambition, rest of the new games. I don't want the response from him. I just want the Final Fantasy 16 game. Oh no, this is not. Oh yeah, I don't disagree with him almost ever, which is my problem with him. I disagree with him when he says that it doesn't matter to be that way. It does. You know what I'm saying? Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's helpful. It must be Zachar. I was on the wrong channel, I guess. Oh, Asmongold Clips. Yeah. Ooh, trailer. Blah blah blah. Don't want the FMV. I don't want the spoilers. Blah blah. No gameplay, I don't care. Sorry, I don't want spoilers. I don't want to spoil it for anybody else here. And no gameplay equals I don't GAF. Sorry. I don't care what their FMV videos look like. I don't give a flying fuck about that. I don't care what the cast looks like. But, you know, I don't want to spoil any of that. I just want to know if there's going to be a girl in this game, because in the entirety of all of Final Fantasy 15, there's 3 women, and none of them are playable characters. 3 women in Final Fantasy 15 in the entire game. 3. Final Fantasy 15 is the biggest gay pride fest I've ever seen. It is like literally the think Galka. They're literally almost women don't exist in the world of Final Fantasy 15. If they do, they're like Luna Freya. Which is like, oh my god, it's straight up gay. I don't know what else to call it. 15 is the gayest sausage fest thing that I've ever loved. You know, I don't like it because it's gay like that. I really dislike that aspect of it. There's no women in Final Fantasy 15. And I almost boycotted the game straight up, period, and never played it because of that. Same way that I never watched an Overwatch League match because there was no women in the Overwatch League. Which is so unrealistic. If you ever play Overwatch competitive at a higher level, like Plat or higher, you begin to understand that 50% of the people up there are women. It's in that little sausage fest of the Overwatch League is just like, you know, I am a huge fan of Square Enix. I am critical of the choices that they make. I believe you could interchange this sentence with everybody else. I am a huge fan of Bethesda. I'm critical of the critical choices that they make. I'm a huge fan of Squaresoft. I am critical of their critical choices that they make. I'm a huge fan of Bethesda, Microsoft, Blizzard. All of them are like this. They're all AAA guys who brought us the best titles. They're all incredibly flawed human beings, but at the end of the day, they're just human beings with wives and children, husbands. And you gotta kind of wonder if they're as evil as we want to make them out to be. Oh, CDPR is my least favorite. I think they're the worst. I don't care to be any more negative than that. I believe CDPR is one of the worst companies in gaming. Yeah. Too woke for me is something you'll never, ever hear me say. I don't see eye to eye on that one ever. More like these guys have never opened their eyes ever. Has nothing to do about being woke. They never actually woke up. I mean, they just, yeah. Woke is not a word that there's another thing for some of the lists I'm making. Things that people say that I can't fucking stand. The word woke. I don't even I don't want to hear woke on this stream, and that's a word I don't even want to. It's such a stupid concept that, you know, Please give me my desktop, right? So things people say that piss me off, right? Not to say that you piss me off. It has nothing to do with you. You didn't come up with the whole woke thing. Trust me. I don't care that you use the word. It's not some attack on you, Blacklist. I just don't like the word. You know what I'm saying? It's not a good fucking word. So, like, you know, where is this? Is it that one? No. Where is... Oh, my God. Why do you do that? Stupid-ass wings. I lost this, I guess. Did I lose this? Yeah, I lost this, huh? Yeah, I did. I lost what I wrote yesterday about things that people say that piss me off. I didn't save that, I guess, apparently. No. Let's go to the Urban Dictionary. Be paying the fuck attention to what's going on, because if you don't, you'll get fucked over and left behind. It has nothing to do with what you said. It is absolutely this. Pay the fuck attention to what's going on, because if you don't, you'll get fucked over and left behind. That's exactly what woke is. This is why I don't like it. It's a really cold, hard fucking thing. And people use it, just like the word boomer, with no fucking clue what the fuck it actually means. Now, we can go look at baby boomers, right? Which is what a boomer is. It's not somebody who's 40, right? Born from 46 to 64. And everybody who uses the word boomer is a fucking retard. Anybody who uses the word woke is a fucking retard. No offense to you. You didn't come up with these words, you know? But, they don't even have a clue, not even remotely in the same universe of what the word actually means. And they misuse it all day. And it's just stupid. I can't stand the word woke, and I can't stand the word boomer, and I don't want to hear them, you know? Because if you don't worry about inclusion of transgender, gay, homosexual, women, black, Mexican, Asian, if you don't worry about full inclusion of all of those things into your society, guess what you end up with? Nazi Germany. And, you know, and to reiterate, if you don't pay the fuck attention to what's going on, because if you don't, you'll get fucked over and left behind, Trump will turn America into fucking Nazi Germany, and he'll kill every gay, black, lesbian, trans, like Hitler did. You know, not Trump, it'll be somebody worse. Trump doesn't have that kind of power, but somebody in Trump's circle will, such as, you know, Cheney. Right? Cheney will do those things to us and would love to do those things to us. So, you know, you know, you'll get fucked over and left behind. Now, now I'm not saying you're a gay person or black or lesbian or Asian or trans or any of that other stuff. I'm not saying that those are bad things either. But I mean, if you don't adapt to the idea of the power of these people as opposed to the power over these people, you will get fucked over and left behind. That is the core of woke, and anybody who uses the word has no fucking idea what it means, which is ironically a really sick, sad state of affairs about the human race. Most of the words that the human race use, they have no idea what the actual definition is, and it pisses me off. You know what I'm saying? Get your fucking head out of the fucking sand, you fucking lame idiot, etc. That's what woke actually is. So what does that definition, right, have to do with what, what you said about, Naughty Dog being woke? What does this paying the fuck attention to what's going on in society, because if you don't, you'll get fucked over and left behind, what does that have to do with what design choices Naughty Dog makes about how they depict things in their game? They're two different things. Design choice in a politically correct vein doesn't equal what this is. Be paying the fuck attention to what's going on in your society. Because if you don't, you'll get fucked over and left behind. They're entirely separate things. What you are worried about is politically correct thugs. PC thugs is the accurate term that an actual Wall Street Journal, journalist would use. Or not Wall Street Journal, excuse me, Washington Post journalists would use. You are getting your terms mixed up a little bit. It has nothing to do with woke. It is PC thugs. And yes, I don't like the PC thug aspect of CD Projekt Red. But that has nothing to do, not even in the same fucking reality as woke. And I know I'm coming across as a little bit negative and vitriolic. I don't mean to do that. Just be aware, understand the definitions of the words that you're using, because like you don't sound so smart when you not you personally. I'm talking about the society does not sound. You sound smart to me, Blacklist. I'm not trying to denigrate you in any fucking way. I respect you. You know what I'm saying? It's more about the society. If you use words that you don't understand, what do you sound like? Fucking children or idiots, one or the other. And so don't fall into that trap. That bullshit woke fucking PC thug is full of crap. Yeah. On that note, I will be back in roughly about 15 to 20 minutes, guys. I have a pre-arranged dinner date with my family who will eventually pass away here soon, so I need to spend time with them. And as morbid as that is, so it is an agenda for me to spend time with my family, so I'm going to unfortunately leave you guys here for about 20 minutes. But I'll be here, you know. I am sorry, Blacklist. I missed what you said there at the end. I am sorry you have violated the terms of service to Twitch, and I could report you, but I'm not going to. And I am terribly sorry. I like you as a friend and stuff, but I am going to ban you now because you both broke the terms of service of Twitch, and you personally offended me, and you probably personally offended somebody in my channel, and that is not conductive to a good stream and stuff. So it's nothing personal. I'm not doing it to be spiteful to you, but I am going to permaban you. When you enter my chat, you signed an agreement that you would abide by the Twitch terms of service and stuff. You are permabanned. I'm terribly sorry. I liked our conversations until you took it to a place. I say this so that you might, for your own personal edification in the future. It's not personal and stuff. Don't be talking about that shit in a fucking Twitch stream, right? I don't care that you say it, honestly. I'm not a fucking censor. I'm talking about you put me at risk with the terms of service when you make statements like you just made, and I cannot have that, and the streamers will always permaban you for this. So I'm going to try to teach you a lesson like an asshole does or whatever. This is not personal. I'm going to permaban you. You cannot speak like that in a Twitch channel. Got to put my channel status. Oops. You didn't charge it, you son of a bitch. Whatever. Okay, back. Sorry about that, guys. Had to fill out quite a bit of paperwork for my first disability appeal. And it took like an hour that I didn't see coming, and I'm so sorry about that. Wasn't really my intention to disappear more than 15 or 20 minutes, and then I ended up filling out paperwork for 45 minutes, and that's cute. If I want to do something, there will be something blocking it, you know. Okay, what a good day. Now, I just banned somebody, and I feel bad about that, but I have a reason for doing this. And I'm gonna remind myself, every single time I do a ban like this, I'm probably gonna come back to this video, and I'm gonna watch it. Right?
There's a link. Hey guys, welcome back to another YouTube video. I'm Cruz, aka Crusader, and this is kind of a little sequel to my content creation video that you can check out here and will be in the description. It's been a while since I've made one of these. I've got some more time to do recording. A lot has changed since then. Obviously, I've grown. There's been a lot more things that have happened, and so I've got more time to do some recordings, and so I've been kind of itching to do a follow-up for this for probably a few months now. I've talked about it on stream for a few months, and so I'm gonna go ahead and do it today. I also feel like it's a good opportunity to do it right now because there's been a huge discussion on the hate raids and stuff that have been going on Twitch. A lot of people not knowing the moderation tools that they have access to and all that other stuff. So this is going to be essentially my video on my advice for moderation on Twitch, what you can do to protect yourself. So my personal opinion is you as a creator on any platform, whether it be Twitter, whether it be you're on Instagram, whether you're making videos on TikTok, whether you're making videos on Twitch or YouTube, you should know what your resources are to protect yourself. I feel like it is a lot of the times up to the creator what kind of community they're going to build. And if you don't know how your moderation tools work, you're going to struggle with building a very solid community. And at the end of the day, as I say in that content creation video too, you set the precedent for what kind of community you are going to curate. If you allow people to just spread hate rhetoric, constantly arguing in your comment section on different platforms, that's the community you're going to grow. That's the community that's gonna how they're end up being treating you. So how can you prevent that in your Twitch chat and also protect you from things like hate raids? So I also want to disclose that I have dealt with hate raids since I've literally started streaming. They used to be a lot worse than what they are now because Twitch moderation has changed a lot, the tools that creators have access to. So just for kind of an example, back in the day, I've been on Twitch since 2014, didn't start streaming until 2015. I've had nasty hate raids from 4chan. I had people literally make shit up, get hundreds of people and bots to come into my channel, go in depth on like super nasty threats, things they were gonna do to my family. And this is when I was like a 5-viewer Andy playing Counter-Strike Global Offensive, just to put things into like perspective, okay? So I'm not new to this. It wasn't just like I've had this happen on multiple occasions. It's not as bad anymore because again the moderation tools that we have access to are way better than what they used to be. I get it. I know what a lot of these people are going through, but the biggest thing I can give you advice for streaming in general too, like in terms of moderation, is try to not give that shit attention. Those people want a reaction out of you. So what I did at that point in time was I pretty much called all my buddies and that had access to mods, and I modded some extra people, and they just cleaned house, and I didn't look at chat for like 20 minutes. So like, you know, my buds that I was playing with, like, took time out. I kind of poked fun at it because that was going to catch them all off guard, things like that. So it's something you have to prepare yourself for, and you have to have you gotta have thick skin as a creator. If you feed into these people, they get a lot worse. And it's not fair that you can't necessarily talk about those things, and it is a conversation that does need to be had, but you need to use the tools that you can use to protect yourself and your community. And the first one I'm gonna get into is the people you mod. You should be really, really strict with. You shouldn't just be modding anybody. You shouldn't be modding your friend just super willy-nilly. You shouldn't be modding someone that is your top donator. You need to be modding people that are not gonna be yes men either, in my personal opinion. You need people that are going to support you, that are going to check you when you need it. You need to be modding people that set a good example in chat. They're gonna do their job when they're in chat. All that bullshit. I've done a mod overhaul twice with my Twitch channel since 2015. I've cleared house on mods twice, and if you notice people are in your chat and they've got a sword and they're not going to use it, why do you have them as a mod? Like, there's no point in having them there for that. Also, someone that's a mod and being a dick to you in chat and not respecting what you're going to say is an issue. You shouldn't have those people modded. You shouldn't be modding people that are going to threaten you. I think that's a reason you should, like, anytime modding a top donator is a huge red flag, because a lot of those people will turn shit against you so fast the minute you don't give them what they want, and buying when they're buying their way into mod, that's not gonna end well. It used to be a lot bigger deal than it was, and a lot of streamers started kind of pushing like, hey, you should really not do this. And I'm glad I never did, because I saw streams back in 2014 that really fucked up with that, and they started banning people left and right, just randomly, kind of ruining communities, like all that shit, just banning people without them knowing, all that crap. So be picky about who you mod. You know, make sure they know what they're doing. If you want to mod someone that you think has a good potential to be a mod, walk them through what they need to do. I've modded several different people that actually never originally modded but were interested in it, and I took the time to sit outside of stream to show them what to do. I showed them, you know, you should really look into getting, and this goes for people modding in general, FFXI and Better Twitch TV have really nice tools that will help you mod on top of using the moderation view that you have access to as a mod now on Twitch. So I really recommend looking into those. You can color code the timeout, the delete button, the ban button. You can add extra buttons on there for you if you want to go, like, not have to click on the name to do a 1 hour timeout. There's a lot of different stuff on there. It takes a bit to get through, but I would really recommend looking into those. Teach your mods how to do that. Anymore, a lot of my mods, if I ask them to, because we do have enough now and my stream's bigger and stuff, they will kind of also help with one another. I also really recommend, if you have mods, have a moderation channel in your Discord. If they need to discuss over what the right moderation decision is, or if you need to step in, that's an appropriate place to get it done so that your community does not know about it. For example, we've had misbans or people ban and not sure if that was the right decision, so they did attempt timeout, and they pretty much have like a 60-second to a 10-minute window to overturn that decision or make it a permanent ban in case something's misinterpreted. So my mods will go back and forth and review those with one another, and if it's fine, they unban the person. If they thought it was misinterpreted, I should say. If it is something that was looked wrong and they look at all the logs and stuff together, they perma ban them. But that's if stuff is, like, again, on the fence. I've got a system in place where I've literally made a massive fucking Google Docs sheet to share with all of my mods on rules for the channel and anytime there's been a question over stuff that they've had. I really recommend doing the same if you're a streamer, if you're gonna, well, especially if you're gonna like grow and stuff. It makes it easier for your mods to know what these decisions are. Maybe I can do, if you guys are interested and you want me to, I would love to hear the feedback. I am more than happy to share what I use for chat rules with you guys. If you guys want to kind of see what that document looks like, it's not really anything private. I think it's stuff that has helped keep my chat clean. For me having, you know, 1,500 concurrent viewers on Twitch, I think my community is insanely clean, and I get comments on it all the time that my chat is sarcastic and like family and everybody can goof around, but because we are strict on what those lines are for what is acceptable and what is not, we really don't have any issues with the community at all. It protects people, it keeps them safe, people can still have fun while keeping shitheads out of chat, and genuine shitheads. And that's not to say that there's not a chance for like forgiveness, it depends on the
Yeah, like, you know, I might even forgive the guy and stuff. I'm mainly trying to protect my channel, you know. Anybody who was watching this when I banned him or whatever, I am trying to protect my channel. It's not personal. It's not some attack against you. It's actually in the name of Twitch, believe it or not. It's like literally I banned to protect Twitch more than I banned to protect myself. I don't give a flying fuck what you say as long as it doesn't personally offend me, like, you know, in terms of racism or homophobia or some such. And what he said didn't even really offend me. I think it's more about it's totally inappropriate. And here's why. What he said was, and I don't want to repeat it, but it was something about homosexuality, and that we'll leave it at that, right? I am not some woke fucking social injustice warrior and all this. I don't, I'm not, I play those roles and I have elements of that in my personality, but I don't really give a flying fuck, and I absolutely don't want to tell that guy what he can and can't say. I don't believe in censorship. What I do believe in is protecting children, and I wish to remind him, if he's watching, or anybody else that's watching, Twitch is a platform that is used by primarily 12-year-olds. I know you don't believe me. You might be kind of delusional about who's using this product, but think of Twitch as a 6th grade classroom. Okay? It's about the same. You don't go into a 6th grade classroom talking about how homosexuality is this or that. It is an inappropriate context, inappropriate place, inappropriate audience, and inappropriate effects. Like inappropriate responses and consequences and stuff like that. Like being permabanned. And so when I come into my, when I came into my channel, I began to understand this when I watched this video by her. I'll just use this as content. I'll try to pull something out of it, something positive out of it, because I feel bad for the guy, but I mean, this is the rules of the game that he's playing. You can't just come on to fucking Twitch and say whatever the fuck you want. It's essentially a 6th grade fucking classroom. You can't just walk in there. These minds are malleable. They're fucking, I'm not trying to make some statement about what you believe or what you said. I'm saying that you don't walk into a kid's classroom, essentially. Even though I'm the adult teacher or whatever, the adult content provider, I'm running the class. This is my house. It's my schoolyard, my schoolroom. Get out of my yard, whatever the fuck. But I run this shit. It's my house that you come into. Okay? And I'm not trying to have some kind of power neuro-linguistic shit about this. It's not some power struggle or anything having to do with that. Or some dislike of the person or what they said or anything like that. It's to protect the kids. Understand what I just did is about protecting the kids. If you're on some device, on an alt or something, watching me on your cell phone right now, I don't know what it is. But my message to you, sir, and I had to go to dinner or I would have said it. You're coming up against something that has nothing to do with what you're saying. You're coming up against something that has to do with decency, which is that we don't talk about adult shit like what you think about a sexuality choice in a video game channel, because there is kids here. There is. They have malleable minds. I'm not saying what you think is right or wrong, or that they shouldn't think that, or any of that other shit, though I don't agree with you. I just, it's an inappropriate place to say it. If you have these thoughts that you seem to want to make public or get a reaction out of somebody or some such, I encourage you to go talk to your friends in real life about these things. It's inappropriate to come to a streamer's channel in their house, in their 6th grade classroom, and scare the children about talking about gender choices and shit. It's inappropriate, it's rude, and it's dangerous. And it's very much so against the terms of services. So if it's very much so against the terms of service, what you said. I could have had him banned, but see, I'm not trying to punish him, and I like the guy. That's the problem. I like the guy. I don't like what he's saying, but I like the guy. I honestly like the guy. I just don't want kids who are the primary demographic on this fucking platform, like it or not, it just is how it is. Most of the people on my channel are going to be 12 to 19. If you are 40, more power to you. You're an adult gamer. You're like me. I love that. But trust me, the platform is full of kids, and these sort of statements and stuff, they're incendiary. They're against the rules. They're a violation of the terms of service that you agreed to when you signed up for Twitch, and they're dangerous for the community. They're dangerous for me, and they're dangerous for you. So we just permaban you. By the way, I haven't done that yet. I gotta remove that fucking comment. I gotta delete. There we go. No, try and delete message. Delete that message. No. Yeah, he was pretty good about all his other stuff, but this, you come across like Hitler. Sorry, your hate speech. You're always talking about, all the things to the people that you want to do, but I believe it's people like you that need to be slew. To quote, I wish I could play the song, but it's a DMCA violation stuff. So we'll look at the lyrics here. But Lily Allen wrote a really good song about this called "Fuck You." right? That I think speaks if you want I'm not afraid of saying what I think about this. I would die for his right to say what he said, but not when there's children around. In public, with adults, I would die for the right for him to say whatever the fuck he wanted to say. But this is a 6th grade classroom, and it's inappropriate, right? So now, as to what you think about, what you think about, So you say it's not okay to be gay? Well, I think you're just evil. You're just some racist who can't tie my laces. Your point of view is medieval. Okay? If you want my... And I think he probably was disappointed that I didn't respond. So I'm gonna respond. I'm not scared like her. I'm not scared of you. You know what I'm saying? So that's my response. Do you get a little kick out of being so small-minded? You want to be like your father, it's approval you're after? Well, that's not how you find it, Do you really enjoy living a life that's so hateful because there's a hole where your soul should be, you're losing control a bit, and it's really distasteful? You say you think we need to go to war? Well, you're already in one. Because it's people like you that need to be slew. No one wants your fucking opinion. Especially not the 6th graders in my 6th grade fucking classroom. So here I am, I get to play the holier than thou, Jesus Christ pose that I don't want to play. And protect for the kids. And you're going to say it's not about that, but it is. It's a kids platform. Take your adult ideas to the YouTube comments where they fucking belong, or the 4chan, or the Reddit, or any of that shit. It doesn't belong on Twitch. It's against the terms of service. I could have had your account banned, but I'm not punitive, and I'm not trying to be personal about this. I'm just trying to explain why it is that I did what I did. Because it is there is reasons. I'm not just trying to be punitive and slap you and kick you out of my channel and deny the content to you or whatever to be like some kind of pissant or irk you or cause some kind of fucking drama. I'm trying to protect the average age of Twitch stream viewership. And I need you to understand this is not personal, right? 18 to 24-year-olds, 35%. But they don't know how many minors get to watch Twitch. But it's like 90%. They say 35, 18 to 24 because that's what they can chart. But you're not technically supposed to be able to use Twitch if you're a fucking minor. So they don't know. But it's like 90%. 90% of Twitch is like 14-year-olds with malleable minds who might actually subscribe to what you said and then end up killing a gay person later, or whatever it is that this sort of retarded bigotry leads to in the end, right? Just saying.
Line that's crossed, and I even have that clarified in my moderation sheet that I share with my mods.
People are stupid.
I would recommend making
people are dumb, panicky animals, and you know it, right? So you come around with these hyperbolic fucking statements and stuff. You think you're triggering me? It has nothing to do with me. It's your community on your side. It's not me. It doesn't trigger me. I don't give a flying fuck what you say. I don't care what you think about me, them, or anyone else. I don't care what you think, right? But but your peers, the people on the other side of this screen who are watching my stream, they either don't agree with you, do agree with you, or are too young to know the difference, right? I don't care about the first two categories. That's fine. That's life, right? The third category is why I permabanned you. There are kids here. It's inappropriate what you said. And that's all I have to say.
Sheet of rules, steps for your mods to follow, things like that can help a lot. Helps in terms of them, like, I've had mods sometimes butt heads in the past over what they agree or disagree with, and whatever we end up deciding is the proper protocol to follow for that, we put it down on the sheet, and so they can easily go back if they need to ever double check it, Control F that document for that rule. So I keep it super plain and straightforward. I give specific examples in there. Like, I'm pretty certain I spent like 12 hours making that document so that it was highlighted appropriately, color-coded how they needed it, easy for search terms, a lot of stuff. And that's also taking longer because my ADHD is bad and I just kind of hyper-focused on it. So there's also that. Mod sheet, mod sheet. What else was I going to say? Social media in general has a really useful tool, and it's called the blacklist filter. Instagram has...
She's going to talk about this. I need you to be self-aware if you are watching. I assume you are, but I mean, that's kind of selfish. I bet he probably isn't. That's fine by me. But if you are watching, I have a message for you, right? Be aware of the behavior that you're engaging in. She's going to talk about it here. You're trying to slip past the filters to be some sort of troll to get your trolly incendiary comment through to see what kind of splash you make in the pond. I don't care that you did that. I'm one of the worst trolls you'll ever meet. I think it's actually kind of funny, honestly. I don't agree, but I think it's funny what she said. So, I don't think it's funny. It's just, it's like the nature of it. It did make me laugh. So, I mean, good job on the troll. You made me laugh or whatever the fuck, right? But what I'm going to say about this, you have to wonder about I wonder, she wonders, and you should wonder what your motives are about slipping past all of those filters and all the stuff that's blocking you from saying what you want to say. What is your motive, right, about coming into a 10 viewership stream to spew things like this, looking for some kind of approval or something from a video game streamer? Do you ever hear me talk about homophobic or homosexual politics? Is it something that comes up a lot? I don't believe it is. It's mostly video games, is it not? So the topic is inappropriate. Trying to slide through the filters, which she's about to talk about, is inappropriate. You got to kind of wonder why you're doing that. Like, do you get some kind of sick thrill out of it? And my suggestion to you is this. There's funnier places with bigger audiences, with better responses than an inappropriate 10 viewership stream with a guy who's playing MMOs from 20 years ago and, in Overwatch and shit like that, instead of like Tarkov or wherever the right-wing anti-gay people hang out, right? So, like, I don't really understand, I don't really understand what your motives are, and I would like you to, like, self-examine that yourself. If you're listening, you probably aren't, which I totally acknowledge. It's fine by me if you're not. But if you are, I'd like you to examine your motives about how does that benefit you in any way? Does the laughter make your life better? If it does, more power to you. But I don't really understand why. Like, I know why you troll, but I just don't really know what the benefits are for you at this point. It didn't benefit me. It didn't benefit the community. It didn't benefit my stream. And it didn't benefit you any more than what, like a cheap laugh or something like that. And sure, you like doing these things or saying things that you know are going to be incendiary to get a response or whatever. It's a troll, and I get it, and I rose to it. Took the bait and permabanned you or whatever, which is unfortunate. I'm getting better at that as I go, But... you got to kind of wonder, why is it that you find that entertaining? Is there anything funny about it? Is it... Like, I get trolling when I think it's funny, but what you're saying isn't funny. It's just sort of weird, off topic, and off subject, and has nothing to do, really, with like what we were even talking about, which was like, like being woke and the cancel culture. What does that have to do with gay people and mental illness? Do you understand? It's inappropriate in the respect that they were different topics. You weren't on topic. You were all over the place. Like in League of Legends, you were off in Africa. You were in the jungle with that one. It has nothing to do with what's at hand at all. You know what the response is going to be. You know it's against the rules, and if you don't, you should have known. And and if you don't, then I'm going to educate you. It is actually against the law what you did. Believe it or not. It's against the law. I'm not trying to teach you some lesson about liberalism or what you think is wrong or some such. What you did is against the law, and it's inappropriate. It's against the law, it's against the terms of service, and it's against the community. And you need to understand, right? Not need to, but I would like you to understand, please. Take a bit of self-examination with that. What the motives are, what you get out of it, and was the result worth it? If it was, more power to you. I'm not a hater. If this is what gives you thrills, more power to you. I like things like drugs or sex or whatever, and action movies or whatever the fuck, and I like cheap thrills too, and I'm not a hater. If that's what makes you happy or laugh, or gives you a good time, or makes you entertained, I am a streamer and I'm here to entertain you, and I'm glad that I could help you entertain. I'm glad that you could get some entertainment out of that comment. I just worry about the malleability of the other minds around us who might be listening to you, and maybe that's the point of why you said what you said. But it still doesn't change the fact that it causes damage to our beloved community, which is the video game community. And that is why I banned you.
Has it. Twitter doesn't really have it, aside from that you can filter out keywords that way. YouTube has it. Twitch also has it. So what you need to do to access this page is you go to on your dashboard, you click on the settings cogwheel, and then there's a moderation tab. It's right above stream summary and right below channel. So once you are then on that moderation page, or you can type in dashboard.twitch.tv/u/ insert your username.
Oh, I suppose I should say something else. I am sorry. I realize that was personal and kind of hurtful, and I'm sorry for that. I apologize. It's not my intention to hurt you. I actually like you, and the whole thing's unfortunate, but you can't just come into a kid's platform spewing stuff like that. It's inappropriate. There's better places. Like, take it to Reddit. Nobody cares what you say on Reddit, right? There's no kids reading those kind of threads. I mean, there might be kids reading Reddit has their own set of issues about kids reading Reddit, right? They got their own sets of issues about that. But it is not culturally we approve of kids playing video games because they're kids and they're going to do stuff like that. What we don't approve of is kids being exposed to this sort of thing in places that they technically shouldn't be, which is an adult Reddit conversation about homosexuality and what you might think about it, right? That's an appropriate place to make a statement like what you made. Here, it's just against the rules. It's against the terms of service. It's against me. Fuck you for being against me. You know what I'm saying? I thought you were for me, but you actually move against me when you make statements like that. And you need to understand, if you didn't, what it was. And if you didn't, I might consider unbanning. If you did, well, have a nice life. And that's all I have. I'm going to actually stop talking about this now.
/settings/moderation. That will also take you to it. If you want to type it out, I'll have it on screen here. So you go to that page. Under that page, there is under auto mod controls, there's block terms and phrases. And then you can also go down to chat rules. Under auto mod controls, there's this page called block terms
and I realized that my blacklist filters are inferior because I am new at this, and I apologize for that. That might be kind of like, you might have kind of harmed yourself in a way that you didn't see coming here, in the same way that I didn't really see coming. But I can't have you saying stuff like that. It's a kid's platform, It has nothing to do with like what I think or what you think. It has to do with like we're at the open adult swim. I'm sorry, the open kids swim on a Sunday afternoon at 9 o'clock, right? And there's still kids up at this hour, and they might be watching. That's the people I'm trying to protect. It has nothing to do with you. So. But there is something about here with there is with the community, or not community, but the moderation, right? Where we can attempt to avoid situations like what we had today in the future. But I mean, I'm looking for the moderation. There we go. And block terms and phrases, right? I really don't like the word daddy. I think only sick people say that. We're going to add, to show you that I am trying to adapt and change in a positive direction. This isn't about some incendiary war, and I'm very sorry, and I wish no beef with you. I don't want a war with you. I like you. You know what I'm saying? I like you. I think you're actually a pretty good gamer. I think you know a lot about gaming and stuff. I don't think kids should be exposed to those sort of comments, and it is actually, so we had an unfortunate thing here, and I apologize. So, what you said, right? It has something to do with this word. Ooh, goddamn fucking caps lock, right? So we're going to add the word to block, even though I don't care about this word. I don't mind having this word in my chat. But if people are going to come in and misuse the word, right? So add term to block terms for that, for that. And then I'm going to move the moderation over so I do not get banned. And I'm going to add a bunch of homophobic and such slurs to our block list to avoid this ever happening again. And I am sorry, Black. I believe you were sort of a victim of my ignorance in terms of how new I am at this. But understand, you technically should have had your account banned. You can't just go into Twitch talking about this sort of thing. You might think you can, but you can't. They'll ban your account, and they'll keep banning your account till they ban your IP, because there's kids here, and it is not a public forum about what you think about gay people. It is a public forum about video games, and it's inappropriate. Sorry. Why did we... There we go. He like straight up fucking disappeared. There we go. I'm just trying to provide content, guys. I'm sorry that we have to get into these arguments and these unpleasant things. It's not my intention to take it to these places, and I'm very sorry. Both to the guy I had to ban and to the people who had to witness it. I am terribly sorry that we have to go to these places. It's a kid's game. Gaming is a kid's thing. It's inappropriate for an adult my age to be doing it, but that's the crooked, stupid life path that I chose, I guess. So, you know, that's where here we are, you know, and so at least, and notice I don't hang out with a lot of kids, but I don't tell kids not to come in my channel. They're perfectly welcome here. They can see me talk about stuff and use nasty words and be an adult all day if they want. It just isn't anything incendiary or isms, you know. All right, so I just added about the 7 words you can't say on TV bit to my block lists, and I adapted my channel to try and prevent such unpleasant things from happening in the future. And I'm sorry if somebody was victimized by it, but you should have been sort of more aware about what you signed up for. Twitch right now is a kids platform, and they definitely have a lot of rules about this. You can't just fly off and say what you want in the public chat, like you could on, say, YouTube, or even on YouTube. It's sort of inappropriate. It's kind of inappropriate. These things are more appropriate on places like 4chan, Reddit. That sort of discussion, it's not for a video game stream. Does it make sense? I hope it does, you know. Why is this so expensive? What the fuck is going on here? There we go. Goddamn gouger. If I'm buying it, it's always 500 to 1,000 more than what everybody else spent. I don't really understand it. It's the barrier, I guess. Back to tab. What are they saying? Don't have to look at it, but you know, see because you get to yeah, can
I really recommend using that to add anything and everything that you can. So under that, just because the block terms and phrases is under auto mod, I think it's a misconception that you have to have auto mod on for that to be enabled. What it means in terms of auto mod controls is that it will prevent people from typing any of those things in chat. So things that I recommend adding in there, your address, whatever your real name is, put racial slurs under there. And
address, whatever my name is. What in the fuck, dude? What in the fuck, dude? Fucking banned him, man. I didn't read what you said, sorry, or whatever. Why is my trip... What? What you said is incredibly homophobic, incredibly incendiary, and a troll. And it's inappropriate for children. And I'm trying to ban your ass. What the fuck, man? Here we go. Fine. Come and do it in here. God damn it, man. You know it is. You know why you're saying it. Don't act like it's some intellectual thing or you need to justify it or fucking rationalize it or whatever. You don't like gay people? That's fine. Keep it the fuck away from children. Go to Reddit or 4chan where you belong. You like fucking talking about that shit around children? You know what I'm saying? It's inappropriate. It's fucked up, man. Yes, you are. What you said is an incredible troll. If you're not aware of it, I can't help you. You know? So I guess I'm writing band terms and stuff. Okay, trying to get all of that. I am so close to just disabling chat. I don't think it's very important to my delivery of content. I think everybody else on the internet needs chat so they can have their fans all talk to each other and stuff. But I think I'd rather have 5 people for the next 60 years than 5 million people over the next 60 years. If it means that like I don't have to deal with this sort of thing, and it's a bad side of streaming a little bit. It's like a bad side of it. Right, yeah, okay, put all the terms.
Anything that can be used horribly against you, any threatening words, that can help out a lot.
Okay, we're gonna add terms here more. This was so helpful.
You know, if there's a lot of words that are used at you negatively that you don't want to deal with moderating in chat, there's a lot of different steps. It kind of depends on what it is for you, what you need, really any of that shit. You need to put family members shit on there, phone numbers, if you need to put, you know, harassment phrases, things like that. There is a lot of shit you can put in there. I've shared my list with a few different people. I forget exactly, so you can't export it, which really sucks. But how many words do I have in here? I have 557
557.
And we kind of cleaned house
Jesus
on
Christ.
some of them the other day. But my chat, it makes my mod's job so much easier. It makes dealing with hate raids and all that other shit so much fucking easier. Ever since they added that, I want to say they added it, I think 3 or 4 years ago. It's a fairly newer tool that they added in, but it wasn't a thing back in the day, and you just pretty much had to have mods on staff, and it sucked. You could use Nightbot and FOSSabot to also use for blacklist terms and phrases. However, here's my personal thoughts on using Nightbot and FOSSabot or whatever bot it is that you use to filter out hate words. Make it as fucking hard as possible for those people to get around that filter. This is why I say that, okay? 9 times out of 10, those people will get really fucking annoyed that they can't type certain things that they're going to leave your channel. Or what they do the other times, they'll type it in a different way that it looks funny. Your chat, your community, yourself are going to chuckle that they did something that looks really fucking stupid with their text to get around it. And then you know what you do? You take that stupid looking text and then you add that also into your blacklist filter. And then it makes it 10 times harder for the next person that tries to do something like that. So, and then you ban them. And it's super easy, and then you have it's an easier report then too. You can, because like it shows that that person really made an extra effort to try and get out of the way and say something really nasty. But that's what we do. I don't like using just the bot for that, because then those people are able to type those words in your chat, and then your community is also seeing that, and it also will make your community get kind of rowdy when they're seeing those things. You want to, if you can, as a streamer, keep your community from arguing and also giving those people negative attention. From a moderation standpoint, I would really recommend your mods to not allow people to really antagonize people that are being shitty, and don't let...
Yep. This is not something personal or incendiary and stuff. I'm not trying to be shitty or incendiary to anybody. I think it takes all kinds to make a community, you know. I am more tolerant of some intolerance that I should be tolerant of, etc. If I'm to be who I actually am. But like overall, it's like my only real intolerance is this is not a free public forum where you can just say whatever you think about gay people. It's a video game forum about video games. Take it to where it belongs. We were having a conversation about, I don't even remember now. We're having some conversation about these people or something. I don't know what it is, but what happened there? Oops.
Let people backseat mod in that regard. I have a rule kind of with my community is, you know, don't give those people attention unless it's something we've like poked at for a bit. Don't show those people the light of day. Don't argue with them. That's what they want. They want the community to get riled up. Once they start seeing people, especially start posting paragraphs, it's going to get worse because more and more people will start getting in on it.
Yep, that's like, you understand the, well, not you, but like your style, it's been done before. The other problem I have with this, just like the guy who stalked me all fucking summer, you're not original. You didn't step original. You're not doing anything that every other fucking retarded asshole before you has done. You are not original. You're not clever. How's that working out for you being clever? Not well, because you're not clever. You're not original. You're like a carbon fuck copy of all the other assholes on this fucking planet. That's not okay with me. Step original and be funny in a really genius way and make some real effort to have some quality engagement. And, you know, and we're on a different level. But you just take it down to the depths of your bigotry. And I gotta ban you because it's inappropriate. Most of the people listening are kids. If you had any clue at all, you'd know that.
All that nasty shit. Then you
it's nasty shit. Nobody wanted to talk about this. We can talk about my life and nasty shit that happened to me because it's my fucking house. If that's the topic I want to talk about, that's the fuck I'm going to talk about. But we can't talk about what you wanted to talk about. I didn't take it to that place, you did.
You don't have to worry about your community members that are loyal and are chill, that are now triggered, possibly also getting banned if that antagonist decides to go ahead and report those people. You have to be really careful about that shit. So, it protects your community members, and you're keeping those shitheads out of chat. I recommend using any filter on any platform.
Yeah, I have to use the YouTube platform too, although I don't care what they talk about on YouTube, though I am a little bit worried about it. I don't know. I will get around to the YouTube and eventually to all of it, but I mean, it's going to take some time. It's like a real job where you're like, you like come in and you've been bidded to do some construction labor that's going to take 2 years. You know, it's going to take like 2 years for me to get my filters, my protection, and my experience to the level that it needs to be at, like an RPG, where I can combat this sort of non-productive, dangerous, low IQ stuff from affecting my stream. Because you got to understand, you're coming into like a 5 to 20 viewership stream. Go to Asmongold's stream and talk about that stuff, where there's like 100,000 fucking people who I guarantee at least like 50,000 of them want to hear what you want to say, and they're of the age to say it or whatever. And you're going to get banned there too because there's too many kids in that channel for you to say things like that. So until you understand, this is not the right forum. Just because you like to hang out on Twitch doesn't mean that you should be able to bring stuff up like the opinion that you stated to Twitch. It's a video game fucking platform for kids and young adults. You know what I'm saying? It has no bearing to what it is that you said, and it is not appropriate. We can have these worldly discussion about all kinds of topics and discussions and such. It's not my wish to censor you. I am trying to protect the other people in the chat that might be a little, you know, sensitive. Maybe they're gay. You ever thought about that? Let's say, as opposed to having 20 people watching my stream right now, let's say it's 20 million. You know what they think the statistics are on homosexuality? It's like 1 in 4. So you gotta think about that. Rather than the 20 fucking people that are actually in the stream right now, if there's 20 million people, 5 million of those people are gay. Seriously. So in the 20 people in this channel right now, and that's about how many are here. You know what I'm saying? Like there's 5 in Twitch and probably about 5 from every other platform, PlayStation, Xbox, etc. And I love you guys. I realize that you don't want to talk, but I love my lurkers because they don't cause me issues like this. So, you know, whatever. And love my lurkers here. Fucking love you guys. But that being said, it's nice when people do talk to me because it's easier for me to provide content, which I'm gonna do. I'm gonna provide content, even if it's this. I'm gonna use what just happened as content because that's what a streamer will do to take advantage of you. That's what I'm gonna do right here. I'm gonna tell you why I'm doing it. I'm gonna take this whole little thing and turn it into content for my fucking stream, which is kind of like taking advantage of you because it's to my profit, not yours. That's also something that happens to you when you engage with streamers like this on the level that you did, is they'll use you as some kind of butt of a joke for the rest of the community who didn't get banned because they aren't like you. They don't want to make statements like what you made. Maybe they're gay. And so read the statistics, you know what I'm saying? How many people are gay? You want to see why I did what I did. You understand it. Homosexual statistics, right? Sexual orientation in the UK. But I'm looking for not in the UK. Why did UK come up? Oh no. Homosexual statistics, right? How many people are lesbian, gay, bisexual, etc. Right? So I don't know what the statistics are. So we're gonna go look. Wow, only 3.5%. I thought it was like 25%. I don't. Oh wow, that's no. Never mind. This is clickbait. CDC would be better. Yeah. Oh no, this is health. Tenant tech, I'm not trying to get into this that much. Here we go. Statista is actually a pretty good set for this sort of thing. So in 2001, 53% of respondents stated they believe gay or lesbian relations to be morally wrong, but in 2020 this number had fallen to 32% and stuff. Americans who identify is like 6%, 12% in acceptance of it, and Americans from generations who identify as LGBT is like 16%. Right? So all of these little 14-year-old kids that are likely to be in my channel, like what is 15%? That's I don't know, 15, 34, 67, 90, it's 1/7 of my community is probably gay. That is the people that I am trying to protect. I don't care what you say. I'm not some fucking censor. I'm not trying to attack you. It's not fucking personal. I'm trying to protect the people who will take me where it is that I am trying to go. And I always thought it was 25%. I don't believe this 15.9. I think it's like 25, but I don't even know. I always thought it was like I always thought it was, etc. And so when you make a statement like you made, do you understand how really hurtful that might be to a gay person? And it's uncomfortable for me because then I have to play social justice warrior when I don't want to, and I ban you. It's uncomfortable for me. So I'm hoping you can learn from this. It doesn't help them. It doesn't help you. It doesn't help me. It doesn't help the community. It doesn't help the peers. It doesn't help the platform. It's just harmful overall. Now, that being said, you can go on down to 4chan and make the exact same verbatim statement and get 100 million people talking with you about it who are going to totally, absolutely agree with you or whatever. That is an appropriate place to do this. This is not an appropriate place to do this. And that's all the repetition I care to make. I'm just sort of,
For slurs, really nasty threats and things like that helps a fucking ton. And add any other words in there that you get thrown at you very nastily a lot as well.
Oh yeah, that's right. I never thought I'd have to do something this.
I recommend it. So there's that. The blacklist filter, you can use.
So like let's say it's 15%. That's still 1/7 of the people in my stream, which when it's only 20 people, that's not too much. It's 2 or 3. But you have to understand, even in a 20-person conversation, what you said might have made 3 of those 20 people cry. As in cry. Like, forgetting that some people like you believe that kind of thing and get down on themselves, and then their mental health gets worse, your mental health gets worse, my mental health gets worse, and I just got to ask you, what do you think your bigotry statements do in terms of positive? Do you think it helps anyone? Do you think it benefits the community? Do you think it's a good thing? It's a good thing if it makes you laugh, I guess, if it makes you happy. But it's not a good thing to anyone else but you. And I need you to understand how really selfish something like that is. And I don't really understand your burning desire to say something like that either. I am a social justice warrior. I'm going to be honest about this now for my people. I have marched in gay pride parades. I have screamed on stage in a punk band about how I think it's okay to be gay, black, lesbian, this, that, trans, etc. I've screamed about it. I've had gay friends. My best friend is gay. Well, not my best friend, but my best friend is not gay, but like one of my best friends was gay. And here's an example of how something like what you might have said might really fucking affect me and everyone else. One of my best friends was gay, and he was crazy, and he did shoot his father in the head and then himself in the head a second later. I thought this was a Twitch channel about gaming. I thought this was a Twitch channel about gaming. Why did it have to come and be what you made it? And you also don't know the hardships people might not speak of unless they're forced to. It was incendiary to me. It was incendiary to your community. It's incendiary to your peers. It breaks people's hearts. It makes them cry. Kind of like darkness, Hitler, death, destruction, loss, sadness, loss of family, etc. That's the sort of effect of what those statements that you think you're offhandedly just casting in there to be intellectual or whatever the fuck. I know it's sort of PC thug to say that you can't say it, but it's not PC thug to try and protect children with sensitive and malleable minds who might be listening to your homophobic rhetoric. And yes, you know what you're doing. Yes, you're lying when you say that you don't. Yes, you know it's a troll. Yes, you know I rose to it and took the fucking bait. Yes, I know you're aware that you won this game. Yes, I know you won the game. Yes, etc., and I fell for it. Good job. I don't know what you attained from this. What did you get from this except wasting my valuable time and your worthless ass time, you fucking worthless loser.
Use automod. Automod, I think, is really hit and miss unless you have mods that are active all of the time. My blacklist filter is so good that
there we go. That's what I needed to say. It took me a long time to get around to it.
We had, I think, about 30,000 people. I think we did hit 30,000 people. I did a Jack in the Box sponsored stream. We had Automod on. I think Automod caught 5 messages. My mods, like our blacklist filter and my mods took care of like everything. Chat was so fucking clean. The amount of people I had come in and say, wow, this is the cleanest fucking stream, larger viewer stream I've been in. Like, I take pride in that. That's awesome. Everybody was having a good time and goofing around. Like, it was kick-ass. It was awesome. I was so proud of my mods. I like tweeted out. I told them like several times in the mod chat after stream. I was like, you guys are fucking killing it. You guys did awesome tonight. I appreciate the fuck out of you guys. All that stuff. And they got a lot of like awesome feedback from the community too. Like I always, you know, keep your mods like uplifted, you know, support them. Don't be rude to them. You're gonna have disagreements and shit like that, but like, you know, your mods really fucking help you out. Don't take that for granted. I feel like a lot of people, especially when you grow and stuff, a lot of people tend to lose their head or it goes to their head and kind of the ego overfeeds, and you have to be really careful about that. So I guess that's what I'm getting at is don't treat your mods poorly.
No. And I'm sorry that my ego came into this and I have to get the last laugh and the last word and insult you to your fucking face. I'm sorry that I had to act like a child. And I don't really mean it. I just like saying it because it's what I think. It's just like you liked saying what you said because it's what you think. I'll say what I think, which is that you're a worthless loser because you think that. You get to say your thing. I get to say my thing in my house. You don't get to say what you want to say about how you don't like gay people or whatever, or you think they're crazy or whatever. You know, it's like I don't think that. I don't get to say that in my house, and neither do you. So I disagree. I disrespectfully disagree with you. I think you're a fucking loser. Your bigotry, it's destroying the planet. You're what's wrong with the world. Are you aware? Are you aware? I'm not sure you are. But your attitude is what's wrong with the world. You need to kind of wake up to that. Use the word woke incorrectly or whatever. Actually, that is the actual. You need to become savvy to the fact that tossing around your little bigotry bombs to see in pools filled with children to see what the fucking, you know what you come across as? It's kind of like a chomo. You're like, you know what your audience is and who it is that's reading what you're saying and stuff. So you kind of come across as a child diddler a little bit. You know what I'm saying? It's literally what it makes you look like a little bit. You know. Like Daddy Trump told you about QAnon and all that. That's who you come across as when you make statements like this. It actually is. It's like you might not think about what you said and you might have made a mistake or whatever. But
in that your blacklist filter auto mod. If you struggle with having mods and stuff like that, auto mod's not bad, but then you're gonna have to read and like decide if that message can be accepted or denied to go through. Auto mod gets kind of messy. I think that's a good idea, but in hindsight, it is hit and miss. And then you have permitted terms and phrases. Like if you want to block links from chat but you want to allow like clips for your channel through, what you can do is you can go into permitted terms and phrases and you can add certain words that you're like, hey, this is okay, or these are okay links that you can go ahead and have in your chat. Super helpful. Really recommend checking that shit out. Chat rules, I feel like a lot of people, it's a good moderation concept. You have to be careful about how much you do with it, in my opinion. So one of the things I say is, or my thoughts on it, I suppose, why regurgitate the terms of service in your panels or on your chat rules page under the moderation page itself? There's a chat rules section. So when a new person goes to chat, they type and they select the chat. So what I mean is, it is quite literally against the terms of service for you to allow and encourage racism and allow it in a community and type it on Twitch at all. Why are you regurgitating that in your chat rules? It's already in the terms of service. If someone's doing that, ban them. You don't that's my thought. If someone's being racist, just fucking ban them. Don't let them sit around just because you don't have it in your terms of service. So what I literally put in my chat rules that people can see says use common sense. It's an English stream. Abide by Twitch's terms of service. You acknowledge that the streamer uses sarcastic humor. So people can't get butthurt when they take something too seriously, but also abide by Twitch's terms of service, which is literally you cannot harass, you can't use hate speech, you are not to encourage hate speech.
Hate speech is what you engaged in. If you didn't know that, I think you're fucking full of shit and you're a really good troll and you were very aware of what you're fucking doing. I'm not stupid. I came up with, dude, I've been dealing with people like you for 30 fucking years. You think I'm stupid? I'm not fucking stupid. I'm the best you'll ever meet at this. Best you'll ever meet. Better than Asmongold. I've been at this for 30 fucking years. Asmongold's a fucking noob compared to me, including the achievement score. I've been at this for fucking ever. What's up, Dave? How you doing? I've been at this for fucking ever. And, I'm saying 30 years I've been in this community and shit, in the MMO community and stuff. And I'm very aware of the hate speech that you engaged in. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, like you can say it's this and try to trick me with that and try to play your little troll games, try to slide one under or whatever, or up into your butt like I know you like to or whatever. But, I mean, it's,
Other shit. You can go look
What's up,
at
Dave?
Twitch terms of service, all it gets into, but anyone that then breaks those, you have every right to ban them. And you can literally say.
Sorry for the drama that you just came into, Dave. I had somebody kind of drop a hate speech bomb about, I don't know, 2 hours ago and stuff. I had to permaban him, and then I had to go through the whole process of removing all the terms and stuff that he used so that this can't happen in the future, Be aware that the hate speech and stuff, there's this thing in your Twitch. I don't want to pull it because it's actually the information's sensitive and stuff. But in your Twitch moderation, there's something called let me pull it 1 second. I've got let me pull this. Or no, that's not it. What is it? It is that. Moderation. In your moderation, there is a thing called settings, and in the moderation at the top, there's something called block terms and phrases. And if you don't want hate speech, or if you don't want your stream at risk, you might consider doing the 7 words that you can't say on TV, and you might consider putting your own phone number in there, and your own address, and your wife's name, your kids' names, your address, anything that could be used to dox you. If you ever, like, you strike me as a guy who might actually chase the streamer dreamer. You're a streamer dreamer like me, right? If you are, or maybe not, who knows. But I mean, like, you know, if you are and you're serious about it, which I think you kind of are, definitely remove anything that has to do with your personal information from block terms. Add all of your personal information and all the 7 words that you can't say on TV and any kind of hate speech words like the N-word and such to your block terms and phrases. Because if you start to get bigger, that stuff can get you permabanned, it gets them permabanned, and it's bad for your and it gets your stream killed and all this. So it's bad for your stream and it's bad for them. So, like, you know, and I'm watching a whole video that I've watched like 50 times about this, just trying to remember all the stuff you're supposed to do, you know. So you might consider putting block terms and phrases up, because it's especially your address. I would definitely like any streamer in my chat right now, put your address in block terms and phrases and stuff, because that's the first thing these weird right-wing death threat nut fucking, you know, Trumper, Proud Boy, idiot, you know, racist ism guys get up to you. They post your address in the Twitch chat. And so definitely add your address to block terms and phrases and such, because like for instance, we're about to watch this video here in a minute about how to protect yourself from doxing and stuff, because streamer safety is a thing. You might not have the numbers yet, but eventually, if you ever do, like, you know, this stuff is dangerous. And if you've neglected your mod controls about block terms and phrases about what they can say in the chat, you could potentially be doxed. And doxed is really bad. Doxing is when the shithead who comes in your chat exposes your personal information to whoever else is there. And that is very dangerous for them, for you, for everybody. So it's a good idea to put your address in the block terms and phrases, you know?
Yeah, you're not following the site's code of conduct, and odds are they're probably going to get...
Yeah, so then this is why I actually banned him. Like right here, the community guidelines, right? At Twitch, our mission is to provide the best shared social video experience created by our growing community of work creators, blah, blah. Breaking the law. You must respect all applicable local, national, international laws. Suspension, evasion. All suspensions are binding until expiration. Self-destructive behavior. No suicide talk. No violence and threats.
You cannot harass. You can't use hate speech.
You can't use hate speech such as what you think about gay people if it's negative at all in this, like, really weird, like, cancel culture, fucking PC thug climate right now. If you, like, you know, if you don't know what hate speech is or what qualifies as it, or that the statement that you made is hate speech, then understand that it is, and it is against the terms of service.
You are not to encourage hate speech.
Hateful conduct and harassment are not allowed on Twitch, right? Hateful conduct would be saying this and this demographic is more inclined to mental illness. It's just not true. Mental illness runs across the board to every gamut of every human spectrum. Has nothing to do with what your fucking gender orientation is, or what your skin color is, or what your gender, you know, all the gender is, or any of this stuff, like what you might think it is. Hate speech is when you talk about this stuff in a negative way. You know, hateful conduct is any content or activity that promotes or encourages discrimination. Denigration is what you engaged in. Harassment or violence based on the following protected characteristics: race, ethnicity, color, caste, national origin, immigration status, religion, sex, gender, gender identity, sexual orientation. You violated the terms of service over sexual orientation having to do with hateful conduct with denigration. You don't think it might denigrate them to say that they're mentally ill? You don't think somebody might be pissed off by that? So...
all this other shit. You can go look at it. The Twitch terms of service.
Back to the video games.
Anyone that then breaks those, like, you have every right to ban them. And you can literally say, yeah, you're not following the site's code of conduct, and odds are they're probably going to get banned anyways. If your mods can, and someone is genuinely breaking Twitch's terms of service, report them if you can. Unban requests. I don't think you should have people allowed to do requests within less than a 24-hour.
No. I will never, I promise on my heart and soul, I will never remove a ban. I'm sorry, I have removed bans, but because I will remove a ban if it's due to mistaken identity, that's it. If I'm clicking that ban button, it's not getting undone. I'll tell you right now, you're you're gone for life, and you know your IP and your address and all that shit's gone for life out of my stream because like you know you don't not your IP, excuse me, just your actual Twitch name or whatever, right? It's gone out of my stream. And, like, why would you want to get yourself kicked out of all of these places that you obviously want to be? Why would you want to get yourself kicked out of where you want to be? It's sort of weird. Do you go up in 6th grade classrooms and talk about, you know, how bad gay people are all the time or what? You know, like, I don't really get you.
Period. And so this is my thought process on that. A lot of people, when they fuck up, will say nasty things in retaliation.
No, to his credit, he didn't, you know.
Even when they know they fucked up.
Yep.
When you give someone at least a day to sit there and think about what they've did or done, I don't know why I said did. When you have someone, allow someone to sit there and think about what they've done and where they fucked up, odds are they'll actually learn from that behavior. If you change your
Dude, my ban list, it's 300 people. 300 fucking people. Only about 50 of these people I did myself. The other 250 were all the mod.
Request to less than a day and put it within hours or minutes that they're allowed to submit that unban repeal, you're way more likely, in my experience and my opinion, to have repeat offenders or people not genuinely mean their apology. I am also against unban request videos. While we're on the topic of unban requests, purely because I don't think it's fair for viewers to have to sit there to appeal their bans for content. And I mean this in the sense of the amount of times a moderators are human. They're going to fuck up sometimes. I don't feel it is fair when someone has genuinely learned from that behavior and adjusted themselves and all this other stuff, on top of if you have the other side of the spectrum where someone was wrongly banned. I don't feel it's fair for their unban requests to sit there for weeks and months just because a creator wants to do an unban request video. At the end of the day, it is entirely up to you on if you want to do that content or not. The only reason I haven't made that video, and I even have people from my community want me to do that, I don't feel it's fair. And a good chunk of the time, the people that are submitting nasty unban requests, one, wants the creator to see that and feel really shitty about themselves and tear them down, or two, rile up the creator and the community if they get exposure to that. It's not worth giving those people the light of day. I'd rather my mods look at it, genuinely take care of it, and if they do not know and need me to make the ultimate decision at the end of the day because they cannot decide amongst themselves, they then approach me about it. That's how I feel about those. The unban request is a really, really, really nice feature. They actually, you have to enable it. It's not on by default, and it's under that moderation page again. But it's a newer feature that they put in within the last year. What actually had happened was a lot of people started to create Google Docs pages, myself included, for people to submit unban request appeals. We actually had a bit of a rogue mod issue. So we kind of changed, we overhauled some things and people were able to, we changed moderation and we allowed people to do requests. And we didn't catch wind of it until after it was like a very unfortunately discreet thing that was going on. And so we made changes accordingly. And we nipped it in the butt and we unbanned people that were wrongly banned. We went and we dug through everything, and then we also had to have people submit stuff. So that helped out a lot, and it was a way for people to get back. And it also, in my opinion, saved your mods' ass from constantly having to have their whispers on. Whispers are really toxic. People like message stupid shit all the time. I really recommend, unless you initiate whispers, probably default having them off. As a creator, you should have your whispers off. In general, I think. I don't think you should have DMs open on any platform. It's not right. And on multiple levels, you cannot realistically message every single person out there. It sets a really awkward precedent for your viewers, as well as it puts you in a sticky situation. So this is kind of what I mean by that. A lot of people will say stupid shit for attention or harass you. As a female creator, I turned it off very early on. Same with like my Steam friend requests, you know, playing with people on stream and then finding out that they're gonna harass me after because I won't give them my phone number. They were childering a game and then messaged me super weird shit after, and I was like, yeah, we're not doing that again. So I don't really add people, or I do not keep them added, even off of just one gaming experience, so things like that. So DMs though kind of go with that because that's where it took place, those messages on Steam. So, you know, I've heard people deal with it. There's guys that'll send you nasty stuff, especially as a female creator. You're gonna have dudes that message you asking for lewds or porn, whatever you call it, whatever is the more appropriate term there, that you don't want to deal with. Those are creeps. You shouldn't be. It's gonna, one, gross you out when you get those most of the time. Two, you are not allowed to talk about that stuff on the platform. If you participate in that and if that is a troll account messaging you that shit and you accept that, you're gonna get banned for that because you are selling sexual services on a platform that you are not allowed to be doing that on. So you're doing that through your Twitch DMs. You're just gonna get yourself in trouble. Don't do that. Don't have them open for that. And the other one being, people are nasty and will send you nasty messages. Someone doesn't agree with you, whether they don't like the way you look. People hate on everybody hates on everyone for very, very silly reasons, stupid reasons, irrational reasons. Comes down to jealousy and hatred and envy and all that nasty shit. A lot of people not thinking life's fair, not getting what they want, and so rather than reflecting on themselves, they shove that onto other people. What I would recommend doing, turn it off. You also don't want to deal with people messaging you. People do the same thing in DMs as they will in Twitch chat, posting suicidal messages for attention just to trigger a creator. People will do that in DMs. I've seen a lot of people have to deal with it on Twitter, deal with it on Instagram, deal with it on Twitch, all because they have their DMs open. And then they feel obligated to message those people, and that's a lot of the time what those people want. I'm sure there are genuine people out there at the end of the day that need help and someone to talk to, but it is not fair to you who does not have time for that. It's not fair that that person is putting that mental strain on you. It's not fair that they put it on your community members. It's not fair to that person themselves if they are genuinely doing that to reach out to someone they don't know that cannot help. Like there's a lot of things. It's just it's not fair. You shouldn't be expected to be that on-call person. It creates a very weird parasocial relationship that's going to cause issues with other community members down the line. And that's not to say you can't hang out or you can't talk with your community members, but having it open to where that is possible 24/7 will lead to issues and will really fuck with your mental health. It's really hard stuff to deal with. You hear that crap. Follower mode. I don't think most people should have it on in general, but once you hit around kind of the 500 viewer plus threshold, I think it's something you should start considering. It will help you deal with less shitheads in chat, especially when moderation around that point is kind of a bit of a learning curve for people. So I wouldn't say like at less than that you really need it, so you could probably have it off. I currently, as a 1500 concurrent viewer streamer, I have mine on a 10-minute follower mode. It's less bullshit that I have to deal with from people, a bunch of other crap. I've actually been considering changing it to just any followers in general to see how that goes and kind of test it out. But I've had it on 10-minute follower mode for the last 2 years and I've had zero issues. Like, it cuts down on a lot of bullshit. It hasn't really changed numbers or anything at all in the channel. It cuts back on shitheads. I also don't really care too much personally about follower numbers. I think if someone wants to sit there for 10 minutes and really enjoys the stream and wants to hit that follower mode, they probably genuinely like the stream. If they see how the community is, think it's funny, want to participate, it's like...
Oh, this is Twitch moderation advice. I'll link the video. It's very good, David. It definitely opened my eyes to the bad things that can happen to you when you step into the public's eye, and ways that people who have been attacking streamers for years will get at you. Does that make sense? Oh, here we go. So close. Oh, wait. Close quick. Ready. Oh, I didn't do this right. I didn't. Hold on just a second. I can't. Oh, wait. No, here we go. Yeah. Can't wait. Close. Oh, wait. No. Yeah, I have to. Account. Connect. Sorry. For some reason, when I changed my Twitch name, it like caused an issue with Chatty, and I have to sync the two programs. So I apologize. I'll just fix this right now. What was that? What was that? Oh, god damn it, that's the wrong link. Copy the URL. There you go. And then where is this other tab? There we go. And then there we go. authorize. After clicking authorize, yep, and then access token received. Much better. Close. Okay, and then here is this video. I'll link it. If you want to build a community on your stream, there is more negative people than there is positive people, and they're there to make people unhappy. That's what their goal is. There's the video if you want to see it. This video changed my life. But I mean, I'm pursuing streaming as a full-time job. So I mean, this video changed my life. I think about this video every single fucking day. A lot of the stuff that she says. Because it's, you know, it's
Damn, yeah, it kind of sucks that you...
And it's worse for her because she's a hottie. Like, I would bang the shit out of this girl and put a ring on it. Look at this. CSGO girl. She deals with the CSGO right-wing gun nut fanatic, like, you know, Trumper, like, Proud Boys all day. That's her community. That's who she actually, like, her community is worse than Tarkov. You know what I'm saying? Yo, yeah, she got the nice pretty blue eyes. Yeah, she got that, like, she got the eyes that I like on a girl, you know? And her eyes, yeah, anyways. And I can't even imagine what she deals with on the daily. So she's a good source, you know, she's a good source for the sort of moderation advice that we might need as small streamers, because it's like, she deals with a lot more of the bullshit that we do. Cause like, I wouldn't say most people come in trying to make inappropriate, sexual or gender orientation comments to me very much, but it does happen. Like, it happened tonight. It happens every couple days, couple weeks, something like that. And, you know, and I just permaban. I warned them when they try to talk in the chat. It makes them sign an agreement that, like, you know, you have to abide by the Twitch terms of service, which is actually a really strict thing. People who come on Twitch, who are like a Twitch viewer, as opposed to streamers like us, they come in and they think that, like, that it's a open social forum to just say whatever you want to say. But most of the Twitch platform is actually the audience is kids. So you got to think about that as a provider, as a content provider. In order to protect the kids, you got to make sure that your documents are not at risk, your information's not at risk. You got to make sure that your community isn't saying toxic things that other people can hear, and you know, and be affected by. Like, if someone makes a homosexual slur, I was looking at the statistics like that. Current statistics are like 15% of the human race is gay. So you got to do the math on that. If there's 20 people in my stream right now, if there's 20 people like watching the stream, the statistics on 15% is like 1/7, right? So like they're, you know, 1/8, like so like 1/8 of that 20 people. It's not that many. It's like 2 or 3. But I mean, like, you know, it's like 2 or 3 of the people who are watching me right now probably are gay and really didn't want to hear or see or be emotionally affected by the statement that this guy made about gender orientation and mental health issues, right? Yeah. It took to check it. Yeah. See what I'm saying? Like the auto mod. Yeah, my auto mod is letting stuff through that it shouldn't have. So I had to modify my block terms and phrases and such. And I probably need to look at auto mod again. It is, yeah. Auto mod's good too. Get auto mod if you don't have it, because they'll come in and they'll be like M-word, and they'll spam, and like you don't realize it because you're tanking Kieran or something solo. You know, you're like solo tanking Kieran or something crazy like that. You're on the game. You're not thinking about what's going on in your fucking chat for a second, right? You're busy being shot at in Overwatch or something like that, right? Which is what happens to me. And there's some guy spamming the N-word 50 billion times. Auto mod stops that, which is really good. You know, it's really good. So this whole video, you know, how to help protect yourself, because the worst part about this is the guy trolling faces very little consequences for doing so. There's basically nothing happens to them. That's why I'm okay with banning them. It doesn't really stop them in any way or fucking form, and I'm okay with that. You know, so yeah, I'm not okay with that, but I'm like I acknowledge that permaban is basically nothing. It doesn't do anything except prevent them from speaking right then and at that moment. You know. But I do permaban specifically because, like, you know, if you're building a community around gaming, political discussions about someone's gender orientation or some such, which is hot button shit right now in this climate of PC thug bullshit, You know, the worst part is I'll defend what he said to the death of me. I just don't want to set around children. There's a difference. That's what censorship is. Censorship is usually about children. It's not always about children. It's when the right-wing fascist shitheads get a hold of it and turn it into basically, you know, 1984, right? But I mean, overall, like generally censorship is mainly about protecting children. And so this is one of those times when censorship is good. I don't want the children or the gay people in my stream affected by what this fucking worthless loser said.
Wait that 10-minute period, but
I don't care what people's views on homosexuality are. I don't care what your views are either. That's the other thing. They want to come in and they want to see what I think about this or that. And I honestly don't care. I don't care what you think about things. I don't care what you think about me or anyone else. I don't care what you think. I'm not the thought police. I just don't want you exposing my wonderful constituency to your weird stuff that is inappropriate to what we're focusing on, which is gaming, Twitch moderation, Twitch this, Twitch that. That's the focus, right? It's not about homosexuality and mental illness statistics. You know, it's like, fuck you fucking bigot.
I feel really rewarding.
What?
Or it's someone that really likes the content. You're cutting back on your growth, though, if you enable that anytime prior.
Like, I'm all for him, like, being like, gay people are bad. Go ahead. If that's what you think, go ahead and say it. I'll die for your right to say it, right? Just don't say it in my channel. Don't say it in my channel. I don't mean what I just said. It's a joke, and don't take it out of context or whatever. It's like straight up, like, you know, it's like tongue in cheek here. I do not mean what I'm saying. It's a sarcastic joke. You know, understand? I make sarcastic jokes and stuff. But like, you know, I don't care what you think about this. I'm never going to agree with you. I don't believe in what you believe. But like, you know, like fucking like, I don't care what you think about this. So what was the value of you bringing that to my stream? I think he's watching me right now, so I'm prima donna kind of, you know, I'm like prima donna kind of like living in the spotlight, kind of teasing him a bit, because I'm sure he's on some other device watching me right now. If not, it's good. It's a good thing if he's not, but I bet he is. So, you know, it's like, so I'll tell him directly to his face, it's not good. It's not that I care about what you said. I care about the people around me. You understand me? If I'm in the Village Inn with my kids, I don't want you talking about what you think about that. You know, it's inappropriate. The video games are the topic here.
That 500 viewer threshold, or even 1,000 if you really wanted to go at that point to do it.
Yeah.
Just because
Fiend blood.
The retention's
Beast
a lot
blood.
different, and the community activity is a lot different around that point too. And that's not to say, depending on the game that you stream as well, you'll have some people do more lurking than others. So that's something you also have to consider, that not to just disable it just because you have people that lurk more during certain games than others. So sub chat, you could throw on. I think follower mode, even if you're under 500 viewers and you get a hate rate, I would recommend throwing on follower mode. For honestly, I would throw it on if you have to throw it on a month. You could start testing it, you and your mods, to see what cuts back on it, so you kind of know the time frame of when you got botted from those things, if it doesn't cut back from follower mode. But a lot of the times you'll see an influx of a bunch of people at once, and then the names just look super random, and you and mods can just start taking care of those. Sub only chat also is a really good option, whether it be if chat's really triggering you as a larger streamer or a mid-sized creator. You know, that 500 viewer plus. If you have people spoiling things for you, I think sub-only chat's kind of a last resort. I know there's some larger streamers that have it on all the time. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it just kind of depends on how chat's acting. I will say my 2 cents is, I think there's a lot of large creators that are not quick enough to throw on sub-only mode and listen to too much bullshit from trolls. Another thing that a lot of people do not know about is R9K mode. So /R9K beta will enable chat into R9K mode. R9K beta off, no spaces. None of them have spaces, by the way. Will disable R9K beta mode. R9K mode is really good if you are being mass spammed. It looks for spam messages with unique patterns. If like raids and stuff get out of control. A lot of people don't know about that. It's not a default thing that you can throw out on Twitch. When you type /R9K, like, you're not going to see it.
I got a hate raid once where 3,700 bots came in and started pumping my fucking my follow count. They call this a hate raid. And it's when, and like all those bots that they use, they sell bots that, like, you know, on Twitch and stuff. They like got Twitch bots and stuff. And the Twitch bots came in, and I'm hoping that my yeah. So I'm coming in here. I can take a look at this, but notice I have 1,043 followers, and I've been doing the math. 371 of these are legitimate. The other fucking 700 of them, Twitch knows about. I had my mods, I had all my friends, I had all these people email Twitch as my witness, you know, to make sure that Twitch understood that someone had come in and inflated my channel to 3,700 followers. And then over the next 6 weeks, 2,700 of them were all banned. When I reported this to Twitch, and I had my friends and mods report this to Twitch, 2,700 followers disappeared overnight, and then another, another 100 or so trickled out over another week, and then it finally solidified at, like, I don't know what it was. It was like 891 or something like that. So now I'm up another 160 followers or something, legitimate followers beyond that, which is how I know that my career isn't dead. I am actually pulling good followers. It's just taking a long time, right? So, you know, it is what it is. But this number is inflated by what they call hate raid, which is when some bot-owning asshole doesn't like you. If some Rust player didn't like me because I probably championed gay rights or something. I don't know what the fuck my SJW ass got up to that day that pissed him off or whatever. But he like came in and he bombed me with 3,500 follows. And on top of it, I had like 12 people in the stream at that time who were all talking at once. And they were like, oh my god, dude, Cat, your big moment's coming. You're getting raided by somebody really big. Nah, turns out it's a bot asshole who really doesn't like me, who's trying to destroy my career by inflating my follower number so much higher than my viewer number, that when these numbers are literally like a thousandth, this is what, 1/333rd, right, like you know, if I have 3 viewers, that means 1 out of every 333 people that follow me. Yay, good job, Dave. Fuck yeah, I'm one of them, and I'm fucking proud. Dave's a badass. Oh yeah, dude, get in there. Fuck yeah, you are. You do good content. Fuck yeah. So like yeah, so you know so a lot of the inflated numbers is really harmful. You know, and I'm at like 372 or 4 somewhere around there. I think I watched the number because I don't really care. I just need to know what the number is in the relationship. If the Twitch were to ever ban me, I want to be like no. 371 of these are legit, and I can prove it. These 1,000 that you see that doesn't reflect this number here is a hate raid, and I made sure I documented all of it because I was attacked by a fucking hacker, you know? Yeah, 3 subs right now. Hey, I don't have any subs. Good job. Fuck yeah. I would have subbed to your channel, but I would normally show my bank account right now, despite, though that is incredibly stupid, so I won't. But I mean, like, god damn, I am stable. Just because I'm 70 kpps under, it's not unstable, whatever. Where I'm going with this is, I can't even afford to I have some other streamers who I'm friends with, but I do not have the personal money to support, to support other streamers when I don't have $1 to my name. I have 60 cents to my name. I'm damn proud of it, and I don't care. I don't care about that. So yeah, overall, so normally I would come sub to you again if I had any money. I just don't. I would sub to you. I would sub to my friend Otaku. I would sub to who else comes in here that's a streamer. This guy. I have a couple of other streamers. I have this guy who makes Lego pool. Or no, I'm sorry. Lego stop motion. Lego stop motion. Right. One of these videos here. I have a friend who is a friend who came in and talked to me about Legos for a couple of days and stuff. But he makes stop motion Lego videos, and he's not a streamer, but he's a content provider. He does Lego stop motion. So fucking badass. I told him I would show people his videos, but the problem is I don't remember the name of the video because I see so many videos every day that I just don't know which one of these is his. I know what the subject content was, which was like going to on a boat on a ship on a journey on a ship. But I don't know which one of these is him. I don't remember his name because I don't remember people's names. It's kind of annoying. But he'll come in and he'll talk. And then I have another one called Moist Lotion. streamer friends. Oh, where is this? That'll be on Twitch, I guess. We'll go to twitch.tv/moist lotion. Oh, no, it's okay. You're good. Good to see you, Dave. Fuck yeah. This guy, he's got, I don't even know. I don't know how many follows Moist has, but yeah, this is a cool guy too. Anyways. Peace, Dave. It's always a pleasure. I love you. Thin this out as much as possible. Ooh, that one's really empty. Yeah, I got so far with this. Look at how much empty space I have now. And I'm going to pull in like 600,000 gil. Everybody wins. Everybody wins. That mall for white mage. Don't know about that. I like it. I like that mall. I'm going to keep it. This wooden arrow. Oh, hey, there's a follow. Speaking of follows, drug talk isn't for children. Yes, it is. It is not hate speech. We can go through the TOS. Hi, Mr. Hate Speech. Whatever. It is. It is actually. It's okay to talk about drugs around children, especially if you're an ex-drug addict and you have survived it, etc. It is not okay to talk about gender orientations. Go read the terms of service. Yes, it is. It's not okay to do drugs or drink on stream. Well, I mean, it is okay. It's just don't do it because you're going to get banned. If the people complain, you're going to get banned, right? Twitch terms of service, right? It is okay to talk about drug talk. It is. It's not okay to talk about what you think about the mental health of sexual orientation. It is not okay to do that. I can talk about shooting heroin all day. I can talk about selling drugs all day. I'll do it. It is not against the terms of service. What you said was. You know. You know. You know, go read your town charter, boy. If food is to fall on the ground and there's no one around to eat it, it should be given to the village idiot like you. Read your town charter, boy. Read your town charter, boy. Trying to come in, trying to tell me what you're dumb. You're really dumb. Anyways, thank you for the follow, though. I really appreciate it. If you are somebody that, if I mistake you for someone else, I apologize. I had somebody who came in today who made a comment like that. I nicked it. Oh wait, no, this isn't it. Homer Sugar, what is it? It's read your town charter, boy. Dad, isn't this stealing, right? Is drug talk bad for kids? Yes, it is, but it's not against the rules, right? What you did was... Read your town charter, boy. If foodstuff should touch the ground, said foodstuff shall be turned over to the village idiot. Since I don't see him around, start shoveling, you know? Because, you know, it's like the sugar, you know? That's what this reminds you. Read your town charter. We can get in here, but, you know, this is the terms of service. And come on over here to prohibited content. Now, we're going to pull what you said, which is drug. See it? I love being right. Proof's in the pudding. Go Google idiot. GGI. Go Google idiot. That's what I say to you right-wing bigot assholes all the time. GGI. Now, how did this guy... oh, yeah, he can't talk. That's right, you can't talk for a day. That's right, I forgot about that. So that's cool. I'll let you hang around for a day, and then I'll ban you if you talk. It's like weird. I don't know why people want to come in and play these games. You know, it's sort of weird. It doesn't really make sense. Wait, why is that in there? There we go. Her PD was really nice, but the precision man was so giant too. Shows up. Ooh, that no. I don't need that though. Do I need that? I need it for Ranger, yeah. And it's also a good placeholder for. I don't think that chainmail fits for anything. Maybe Samurai. No, Samurai. No, that is the chest for Samurai. So chainmail doesn't really fit for anything except war. And I don't think. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'll just. Oh no, I think that's good for ninja actually. So. Those cops are worthless. Get rid of those. The Sidabaki. I will never use the metal leggings again, unfortunately, because I have the leaping boots. I will sell those. And we're full again. Jesus Christ, I just gotta keep on selling. Just fills and fills and fills. 30 items to sell now. Oh, another follow. Wow, my cup runneth over. This is more follows at a faster rate than I've had in 6 weeks. Thank you, guys. I fucking love you. Mr. Not Moral to talk drugs to children. Yeah, it is if you're, you know, it is. Is it okay to talk around is it okay to talk about drug abuse around children? No, it's actually encouraged in this culture. To talk with kids about the safety issues and the problems of being a drug addict, an alcoholic, or a tobacco user. Which is what I do. It is not morally wrong to talk to kids about how bad drugs are. Which is what I did. But thank you for the follows, Mr. Whatever. You know, it's always fun, Coop. You know? You've been a weird psycho for 5 months or whatever. It's fun, Coop, but it's really, really boring. I need you to stop boring me. Step original or something, you know? You're so boring. You know how I know it's you? Because you say this, you say and do the same dumb, boring things over and over and over and over. It's like that dumb friend you have that you don't like because they ask you the same thing they always ask you when you see them. It's that sort of shit. Stop being dumb and go harass somebody else. It's boring. It's bad for my stream and it's bad for you. Come on, man. Like, I need you to kind of pull your skirt down. Go be a man and, like, kind of, like, go be an actual, like, productive person that doesn't harm people. It's boring.
You have to kind of just know the command. I don't know why.
Hey guys, what's going on? My name is Tom.
Thank you, Tom Sports Reviews. I have liked and subbed to your channel. Thank you for the excellent content for my stream.
Welcome back to another video. Here at the channel, one of our main goals is to give you guys more privacy online, and we do that by recommending you great VPNs to use in which you can save your money and get the best privacy. However, there are also other components to online privacy, like protecting your real life identity so other people can't find it out and start harassing you or causing you trouble IRL. Basically, when someone finds out your real name IRL, it's called being doxxed.
Thank you for the follow.
Tell it to other people, encourage people to harass you, and in worst case scenario, they could even SWAT you, which could get the police involved, and if the people get caught, they could even go to jail for swatting you, and it's definitely happened with other YouTubers before. Most of the time, people doxing you doesn't result in swatting, however, so if you're super worried about being swatted, probably don't worry about it. However, it could happen. Probably the most likely thing that will happen from someone finding out your real name and doxing you online is just there might be some harassment involved or bullying, which in and of itself is a bad thing. So in this video, our main purpose is to help you not get doxed, but we're also going to help you figure out what to do if you have been doxed already. The primary thing you need to do is prevent people from finding out your real life name. And we're going to discuss how to do that in this video. Number one, I first want to talk about those people who have already been doxed, because I think those people watching this video are probably in the most danger. If you've already been doxed, if someone's already found out your real life name, started spreading it around, started harassing you online, posted your address, your phone numbers, even maybe gotten some pictures of you, that is a difficult situation. The main thing you want to do is remove everything about yourself online associated with your real life name as much as possible. Hopefully someone hasn't found out your address or any of that stuff associated with your in real life name. However, that could also be possible. Whether you've had your real life name exposed and not the other information, or if you've had your real life name exposed as well as information like your address, phone number, and emails, you should try to remove everything about your real life name online that you can find. Or even if you haven't had anything exposed, it's a good precautionary measure to remove what could be found before someone else can find it. This basically means that websites like White Pages will host your name and associated information about you. However, besides White Pages, there's also like 40 to 50 other websites that also host information about yourself online, just because these websites are kind of stupid, corrupt, and a lot of times they're trying to get you to buy other services or pay them to remove information about you. In fact, one of the grossest examples of this is a website called that'sthem.com. This website seems designed just to extort information about people. Take, for example, this person's information. You could find yourself on this website, annoyingly enough, and if you click on this thing that says hide my data, you would think that it leads you to an opt-out form or something like that. However, if you click on the link, it just takes you to this website called Zorro, which is an affiliate for That's Them. So essentially, this website is making money off broadcasting your data and trying to get you to remove it. So honestly, that seems pretty corrupt to me. However, that said, most every one of these websites has some kind of opt-out form in which you can request to have your information deleted from their website, since it's kind of like some kind of legal necessity that they have to have on the website. However, most of these websites don't make it easy for you, and since there's so many, it can be a huge hassle removing information about yourself online from data brokers like White Pages that basically make it so someone can look up your real life name and find your address, phone numbers, family members, and stuff like that. So, if someone's found out your real life name, you want to remove that information as quick as possible. Or if someone's already found out your real life name and that information, you want to remove it so maybe they didn't save it on their computer, or they can't remember it, or other people can't find it later on down the line. That's kind of the best you can do at that point. Now, you can go each one of these websites and opt out, like I said already. However, I prefer using a tool called dataseal.io. This is a website where you can pay monthly or yearly, and you can pay them to pretty much go to all these websites and remove the data about yourself associated with your real life name. So essentially, if someone looks up your real life name on one of these websites, they're not going to find any information about you with your current address and stuff like that. So that's pretty cool. Now, I've tested out a number of these services. In fact, there's several of them out there, stuff like Delete Me and stuff like that. And while these services can work okay, I found that dataseal.io is better. It has a better interface, it removes it from more websites. The people at the company seem a little bit more friendly, and overall I just think it's a better product in terms of being objective about it. you can use code TOMSPARK5 to get around 5% off, which is really good. It's my favorite one of these services because it's more transparent in the pricing model. You can choose to pay monthly or yearly, whereas competitive services like Delete Me only let you pay yearly around $120 up front, which can be intimidating to a lot of people. DataSeal.io is better in that it gives you the option to pay month to month or yearly depending on your budget, and it's also cheaper, especially with the code TOMSPARK5. You'll get a good discount there. In fact, I negotiated with them to lower my affiliate commission that I will receive from you clicking on the link to give you guys that discount code. That just goes to show you how much I want to get you guys the best deal. So there you go. So once you've removed information about yourself from data brokers, you're already off to a really good step. However, now I kind of want to talk about people who maybe haven't gotten doxxed yet or worried that they could be doxxed. Maybe your real life name hasn't been published yet. So what should you do to prevent that from happening, or prevent it from happening in the case that something could be happening, maybe someone found stuff out about you? Well, number one, don't make up an online identity. Don't use a consecutive online identity across different platforms. If your kind of name online is like something like notebook user or something like that, or something like Blue Cow 13, don't use the name Blue Cow 13 on Reddit, Facebook, Twitter, Discord. If you do that, it will make someone able to kind of track you from different websites and find more information about you that you might have revealed about yourself. You want to have a different identity for each platform, which makes it much harder for someone to kind of track you down. That's very important. Number two, to prevent yourself from being doxxed or someone finding out your real life name, it's really important not to reveal personal information about yourself to anyone online that you don't know in real life. No matter how much you trust or like these people, you never know when they might turn their back on you and reveal this information, or might even become hostile to you and dox you. Once your real life name is out there on the internet, it's really hard to remove, even though you can remove the information, like I said before, about you in real life. So to prevent your real life name from getting out there in the first place, try not to tell anyone personal information that could lead them to discover who you are. Don't tell people where you live, even like the city. Try to make it up. Try to make up information that makes it harder for them to ascertain who you are in real life. It's fine to lie about these things, and don't be worried that people will be offended if they found out you're lying. Just say, you're trying to remain anonymous online just for your own safety. And if people don't understand that, they're not really worth being friends with anyways. So use fake names, fake birthdays, pretty much everything fake about you that you can. Next up, I think it's important to realize that you probably should be hiding your IP address while online. If you use certain services, if you use certain game servers,
thank you for the follow.
Certain websites, certain forums, if you are in a situation where people are logging IP addresses or able to view IP addresses, they can't see your generalized location unless you're using a VPN. You can even just leave a comment on some websites or forums and people can see the generalized location of where you are. So let's say you're based in Texas and you're based in a small town in Texas. If you leave a comment on some forum and you piss someone off or they don't like it, they could pretty much see that you're in that small town in Texas. They can't see exactly where, like which apartment complex. They can generally see where you are, and that can be a dangerous way to get doxxed or find out who you generally are. So keep that in mind. Make sure to use a VPN if you are worried about that. And like I said in the beginning of this video, I'm the VPN guy here on YouTube. I've almost reviewed every single one, and you can check out my tier list on vpntierlist.com. Lastly, one good thing you can do to prevent yourself from getting doxxed online is do not sign up for services using your main email address. Additionally, don't use email addresses that have your real name in them. This is kind of like common sense, but a lot of people have to have college email addresses and stuff like that. So make sure to have a specific anonymous email to sign up for things that's not related to your main kind of core accounts. That way, if websites have data leaks and stuff like that, your main email will not be exposed. So that's definitely the way to go. I would recommend even using a private encrypted email service for the most security and privacy that you can get, since Google and all those services are collecting data about you and have data leaks all the time. So using a private encrypted email service can prevent you from being in these data leak scenarios, as well as giving you more privacy and security overall. My top two recommended here on the channel are private mail and Templar. Both are excellent services, and you can get discounts and best prices in the description down below as well for those ones. Private mail is probably my go-to a little bit more. It's a little bit more consistent, more tried and true, and you can use code TomSpark to get an amazing deal on that one. So check that out. Link down in the description down below, or just go to privatemail.com. Anyways, guys, that's about it for some of my recommended products, recommended tips and tricks for keeping yourself anonymous online without being doxxed. You know, like I said, if your IRL information or if your IRL name is out there already, it's best to remove all that data as quick as possible. It's also good to remove that data before someone finds out your name in the first place, and you can do that very quickly with dataseal.io. Anyways, guys, let me know down in the comments below if you have any questions about being doxxed, or if you're worried about something. I'll try to help you out there as much as possible. See you in the next video very soon.
He was good, but I don't know.
So a couple weeks ago, I was very bored trying to find something to play.
Thank you for the excellent content from my stream, Lemon Beans. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Because all the games I was excited for this year were delayed, like Stalker 2, Sons of the Forest, Party Animals. Where are all these games? There's nothing to play. Nothing to play here at all. It's a pretty good indication that there's not much going on in the post-Soviet apocalypse survival milsim genre. When a really bare bones demo made by one...
I don't know, man. I don't know why they aren't all playing, what's it called? That nuclear fallout thing. What is that? It's Chernobylite? Chernobylite's really fucking good. Like, I should play it, but I just didn't want to buy it.
Guy starts getting a boatload of traction on YouTube. And so maybe you go download that demo, and it reminds you so much of a game that came out 15 years ago called Stalker that you suddenly really want to go back and play it. And after playing Shadow of Chernobyl for a few hours, I was kind of surprised at how well it held up.
Bullshit.
Bro, this game... I'm shocked at how well this thing has aged.
This company that made Stalker, they need to understand that there's about to be an explosive 15-year-old delayed response. 15-year delay response to how really good Stalker actually fucking was, and they built a really revolutionary game for its time, and that the community shat on it the entirety of 20 fucking years or something like that, and then suddenly it's about to explode. And there was always those gamers like me in the background who knew better, you know, that Stalker was just sort of universally ignored. But I mean, Stalker was a oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Monumentally, it was a monumentally revolutionary shooter for its time. We never would have had like Metro Exodus or Escape from Tarkov or even stuff like, I would say, Fallout New Vegas without Stalker, who did it first. And Stalker was universally like ignored by the community because it was a PC game in a time when everybody was playing like PlayStation 2 and stuff like that. But it didn't make it any different. It didn't make the fact different that, like, you know, that Stalker was and always is, and always was and is like a really revolutionary title.
What do you mean? Oh,
this Stalker game, dude. The lighting is like not bad.
From when was it made?
2007.
Oh, that was bullet.
Bro, give me a game with
the bullet physics weren't too good.
Game with ragdoll physics and like dynamic light sources, and I'm like right there. What? But a couple days after I
started, Citizen, he's right. He is right.
This little trip down memory lane.
Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
Video on my YouTube feed, and it became super obvious very quickly that if I was gonna play Stalker in
Coop is so fucking boring, dude. I don't have my rescue here to see it, but goddamn, Coop bores me.
22.
I don't even want to pay. I'm not gonna pay attention.
But And it seems like a lot of other people thought that too, because now there's about 50,000 people in a Discord trying to navigate the logistics of all of this mod's most complicated features, and boy, are there a lot of them. Gamma is an almost total rework of 3 different Stalker games, and almost everything about it is overwhelming.
You gotta be fucking joking me, bro.
Even the download and installation process. I had to do it a couple times and it ate up most of my afternoon. Apparently there was so much traffic after the Drewski video came out that the mod database servers crashed. But for me, in the grand scheme of things, that's fine because the game's completely free, and when you have no life, it's not the big...
Why would you identify as American Psycho? It's really creepy.
Big deal to wait around for free entertainment to finish installing. Then you get into the
Why would he is probably a psycho? Why would you do that?
Game and you discover all these
Oh, Iron Man mode. So no wonder. So Drew wasn't dumb. The guy who did the mods for Stalker was ignorant of what Iron Man is. Iron Man is when you go from level 1 to cap with the set that you got at level 1 without dying. Hardcore and Iron Man is also hardcore mode, but hardcore mode is not also Iron Man. Hardcore mode is when you die and lose and your character is deleted on death. And all your saves are deleted on death, right? So whoever made these Stalker mods thinks that it's kind of hilarious to see it, and I thought it was Drew talking about, I thought Drew was making the mistake, but it was actually the guy who wrote the mods doesn't know what Iron Man is. It's actually really funny to me. Iron Man Lives? What are you talking about, dude? It's not Iron Man Lives. It's Hardcore Lives. Hardcore Lives. You know?
Tailor the experience to your individual preferences. Preferences I didn't have yet because I hadn't played it. So I just ran most...
You know, I just saw something really revolutionary in my thinking right there. It says Iron Man Lives, which is actually really cool. Hardcore Lives, they're like... It would be cool to do 10 of them, right? Like, which is excessive, I think. But, okay, by Death 7, you're gonna be... And it ramps up, so you're like, oh, fuck, I died to this guy like an hour and a half into my run, and I really love this run. But why not just give them 10 hardcore lives? Okay, you can respawn, but now you got 9 lives left, like a cat, right? And then you get your bad kill about your bad death about 7.5 days later, and then and now you're down to 8 lives, and then you keep playing, and keep playing, put about another 50 hours in, and suddenly you die 3 times for some stupid ass reason, and you're down at like 4. And then you die again the next day to something that you actually needed the life for, which was exploring like the hardest content in the game or something. And you got 3 left at that point. And you can still play your save, but at that point, you're actually far more cautious than I think you would be if you had no lives at all. Does that make sense? Because you're like, I've lost 7 of the 10. The last 3 mean so much to me. You're actually more invested than if you had 0 lives at all and you just lost the save if you died. And I think actually, Hardcore Lives is actually a really, really, really revolutionary concept that should have been introduced to sandboxy and difficulty-based like sim games like Tarkov and shit like that way earlier. Like not like Tarkov because that's like kind of an online PvP game. I'm talking about single-player games that have like hardcore modes and stuff like Diablo and shit. They should give you an option for between like 0 and 10 hardcore lives, and I think like 7 to 10 is a perfect number because you kind of have a few to throw away on content that you've never seen before that you can't essentially save scum because you can't save scum anyways. It's hardcore. So there's no saves anyways, really. I mean, there's a save when you go home to your... I don't think you can save scum hardcore. I don't believe. Not in stuff like Stalker. I don't think you can.
To your individual preferences. Preferences I didn't have yet because I hadn't played it. So I just ran...
I think you checkpoint when you go through doors and zones and stuff. And if you load, you can go back. But you can't,
Most everything on default, it shows medium settings. I tried to mess with as little...
I don't want to get stuck in the Gamma world because the install, I've dealt with that before, and until somebody actually some modder streamlines the fucking install process, I will not do this. I've done this mod install bullshit where you have to do all these ESP fucking weird connections to files in the background with scripts and texts and shit like that. I have the complete knowledge to do all that, but I also have the complete knowledge that it's a waste of time to do it before someone who actually has, like, you know, too much time on their hands just makes a mod who does it for you, right? And I'm not going to put myself through the install fucking nightmare that is installing Stalker Gamma, even though I really want to. Ginger Prime is quitting 14. Where do I know Ginger Prime from? That's a he's a New World convert, I think.
Today, I want to talk to you guys about why I'm leaving Final Fantasy 14.
Ginger Prime is such a fucking funny name, actually.
My reasons for doing so, the impact on the content going forward, not just within my Controller Guide series, but also how it will impact our collabs over at Work to Game and news coverage, as well as fan. This video is going to be quite detailed. I'm going to talk about my reasons first and foremost, and then I'm going to cover kind of my plan going forward. If you guys want, you can jump to any specific section of this video that interests you the most. Now, that being said, I know this video probably will upset some people, and at the same time, I know there'll probably be people who are rejoicing that I'm leaving Final Fantasy 14, and to both of those groups, you know, like, hopefully you guys have the best day ever. I only wish good things for you always. But I consider myself an honest person. I always try to, be really honest with each and every one of you about how I'm feeling, what I'm thinking, and that's what this video is going to be. If anybody's been following my content for any period of time, none of this should come off as a surprise. We probably had these conversations more in private and on stream, but I'm going to be honest with you guys. I want to be direct with you guys, and I'm going to tell you what's going on. Now, if you guys want to see a review of Endwalker, I just posted that over on GingerXIV. You can go check that out. Got some plans for that channel, but we're not going to cover that here in this video. But there's 3 main reasons why I'm leaving Final Fantasy 14, and I want to be also very direct and not have set false expectations. This isn't a break. I've been and have taken breaks from Final Fantasy 14. This is something very, very different. I'm actually not burned out of Final Fantasy 14. This is something very, very different because I've experienced those things in the past. I feel like Final Fantasy 14, I'm looking for them to invite me back into the game, and maybe 7.0 will be that re-invitation to the game. But don't misunderstand me. I'm not committing or promising that I will be back for 7.0 or 8.0. Really going to be on Square Enix and see if they kind of make a game that I want to play and I want to invest my time in.
Okay, why do you guys say Square Enix? It's Enix. Enix. I guess Enix is what the company. Why did Enix themselves call themselves Enix? Because that is not how you pronounce that word. It would be Enix. At no point would it be Enix. Enix would be ENNIX. You know, I'm a bit of a linguist, you know, a bit of a speller grammar guy. And fucking Enix is Enix. I don't care if Enix themselves call themselves Enix. Enix is Enix.
That hasn't been the case, and that hasn't been the case for a while. I think it's been the story that's kind of held me on. The story's been completed, and after having finished Omni 90,
they're just done with
that
it.
experience was the hardest thing I've had to do. And
Omni
in regards
90.
to that, let's go ahead and dive into my reasons for leaving Final Fantasy 14, just so we're all on the same page. I've been covering Final Fantasy 14 for over 13 years. Longer if you actually count Project Rapture. This equates to easily over 120,000 hours.
What is Project Rapture? The fuck is that? Project Rapture. The fuck is that? Final Fantasy Rapture tech demo. E3 2005. What rocks? Ricky Gazette. Like, what are we talking about? Project Rapture or something like that. I don't know. Final Fantasy, I guess. What is fucking Project Rapture? I've never heard of that. It's a limited MMORPG tech demo. Okay, it was a tech demo. Project Rapture. Oh yeah, the free company. Oh, it's a free company called Project Rapture. I see. Probably a really high rated link shell, I would guess. Yeah, probably.
I have bled Final Fantasy 14. I have slept, I have dreamed, I have daydreamed, I've written, and I have been a part of this community before it even was a community, before there was even a game. I don't know why. This game just captured my attention as a Final Fantasy fan, as an 11 player looking to see what this next generation Final Fantasy game could be.
Why
So
would I
it's
use
been
that ever?
during
Is my
that
question.
time for this game, I wasn't even married. I had no kids. Now here I am as a father of 5, and that's really the first reason. I want to invest more time in my family. Clearly, they are everything to me. And I've been coaching soccer, been coaching baseball. We've been riding bikes, been doing so many fun things. And what I had to do to help get the content out, especially for, and I'm going to finish the controller guides, but we'll talk about that in a second. But I would be getting up at 5 a.m. every day. I'd be going to bed after 10. Like, these are some very long days that I have to be as a provider for the family, but also try to be present for the family, and at the same time also working on content. People will have often asked, how do you do it, Brian? I can't put out content. You're doing all these things. How are you doing it? And it's like, I would always say, like, I get up before everybody else does. Like, I'm up very early and I'm going to bed very late, and that takes a toll. That takes a big toll on anybody, right? And so I want to pour more of my time back into my kids and into my family, and this, I think, is a really good thing. They are like everything, and I'm looking, maybe one day they'll want to step into Final Fantasy 14, and at that point, when they're old enough, that might be my re-invitation back to the game. But when it comes down to it, I feel very complete with the way
The damage on that great axe is actually really fucking good.
And you can go watch that video if you're interested, because I'm not rehashing it here, but I feel complete. I feel very satisfied with my experience, and that's why this all falls down into, will they re-invite me back into the game? Ultimately, time will be the teller here, but no, I want to pour myself into that. I want to invest in my family. I want to invest in my health so that I can continue to be with my family. That really ties into, like, I'm not streaming late at night. I can't keep getting up at this early. I'd rather be investing my time if I'm going to get up early into exercise and making sure that I'm eating right and meals are planned so that I can try to be there for them for as long as I can. And I think that makes a lot of sense, and hopefully people understand that. The second main reason is I'm going to keep investing into my comedy career. As a stand-up comedian, I'm having great success. Like, even outside of being successful in this space and having people show up for shows and keep getting invited back to shows and just ultimately really having a wonderful time with stand-up comedy, it's incredible for my mental health. There is so much that I get to explore, and I get to be funny, and I get to just really kind of not have to worry about the internet and the rules of the internet. And if anybody knows what I'm talking about, I made a joke in a video, and like literally, like, obviously lots of positive, but the negatives always seem to float up, and it's those notes, those people who stated these dumb things about the joke, which was clearly a joke, that is the reason why I will never post my stand-up on the internet. And that because people are just so hypersensitive and they just can't seem to handle certain things. And it's not even like an offensive joke. It's just, it is what it is, right? But that just kind of reaffirms, like, I love being a stand-up comedian. I'm having great success being a stand-up comedian. Maybe I can get to the point where I can take the show on the road, and maybe more people can then be a part of that. And so
you don't seem funny to me at all. I guess he's not talking about funny things, though. I guess.
Family comes first. Comedy, right there after that. And then the third reason, which also won't come as a shocker for those of you who've been following the content, New World is just so effing good. It is such a great game, and it delivers on the things that I've been advocating for in the world of Final Fantasy, and that's where I'm drawn to. Like, I can't deny the fun and the community that we've had. And so all of those things, being somebody who has limited time, somebody who wants to spend his time and put them in the right buckets, leads me to saying, if I can play just one game, what game do I want to play? And this all came to a head when both New World and 14 had an update on the very same day. 14 deserves better than me having to force myself to play it for the content. And when that, because I was kind of feeling it, I was kind of questioning it, and I was hoping that maybe the updates would be staggered, so yeah, I could be a part of, both, because Final Fantasy is a good game. Like, hopefully none of this comes across as like, oh, you shouldn't play Final Fantasy. Now, I'd still highly encourage you to check it out if you never played Final Fantasy. But at its core, I wanted to be a New World. That's where I want to spend my time when I have time to game, and that's where I'm going to spend it, and that's why I'm leaving Final Fantasy 14. I'm My fear is that New World goes down the same route that World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV have gone down. We can see how that leads to issues in their success. Their success has eventually led to an issue, and shouldn't we all be blessed to have that level of success that the games, I think, have struggled with late in their life cycle? And so that's hopefully something that, as a player, that I can continue to provide feedback for that game and make something new. I love that New World feels like it's a game that they're willing to take risks, and I really, really appreciate that. Where in Final Fantasy's terms, whether it's Square Enix, a budget, or whatever, it's a game that just doesn't take risks. It's a game that we've advocated for risk taking, but either they're just too burnt by the original launch, too scared, or from a financial perspective, it just isn't in their best interest. And I can respect that, but I wish they would. I wish 14 was a game that took risks, and it's just not anymore. It honestly feels, and I'm sure this is going to be probably the most upsetting thing I say in this video, honestly feels like it's a game that's designed as a way to placate angry WoW players. It's a game that's set up to catch the player who gets so angry at World of Warcraft. Here's a nice place to land. And that's a great business model. Honestly, it's pretty damn smart. And at the end of the day, it's just not a game that...
See, I think that's what New World is.
Fine, not every game has to be for Brian. And despite my time with it, I don't regret any of the time I spent in 14. I don't regret getting into the game at all. But it's time for me to say goodbye. And those are the 3 reasons why I'm leaving Final Fantasy 14. So it's at this point we talk about what comes next. Brian, what about the controller guys? Brian, what about live letters? What about FanFest? What about you and Chris at Works a Game? How is the content going to be structured? Works a Game was always a collaborative vision. A vision of sitting down and discussing MMORPGs, vision of discussing video games overall, but obviously a passion for the MMO. Chris has a great love for World of Warcraft. He loves Guild Wars 2. I agree with him on Guild Wars, not so much on World of Warcraft. But we also share a couple of handful of games. And so we're going to continue those discussions, and we're going to continue that show. And if you guys are interested in that, that's something that we're going to keep moving forward on. When it comes to the controller guides specifically, I've got 6 left to finish. I'm going to finish those. I started this. I want to make sure that everybody who's been waiting for those is able to get what they need so they can enjoy the job that they want on the input that they enjoy playing the game on. Hopefully that helps out. It always is very encouraging to me when I hear somebody, either they enjoy it, their kids end up playing the game and they're able to play with their family because controller's a little bit more easy to understand, I think, personally, if you've never played on mouse and keyboard. And then also for those of you who are physically impaired, who have some kind of, inability to play on a mouse and keyboard, that I've been able to help out. So that means a lot to me, and I'm very glad that I've been able to help out. But the reality is I'm going to finish those. I don't think I'm going to do, if I ever play the game again, any kind of crazy Omni 100 or whatever they end up doing, namely because I think that really is a big thing that I didn't enjoy. I did it out of the love for the community, despite some of the community just being the absolute worst of humanity. I did it out of the love for the really good people, the parts of the community that I love. And so I want to finish those because I want people to be able to have that. Maybe somebody will step up and do controller guides, from here on out, and that'd be great. Maybe they'll simplify and figure out some things to do, bring in some really cool technology. That'd be great too, within the controller setup. I'll be very curious, again, looking for a reinventation, because they talk about another 10-year plan, and I don't know, it feels like it's complete, and I'm happy with where it was. So that's where I'm going to finish those, and then in terms of live letters and coverage of the news, I've got 13 plus years experience with this game. I think I can provide a lot of historical value and also a level of curiosity. Is this a piece of content that would make me want to play the game again? However, and with respect to those of you guys who might be upset that somebody who's not playing the game is covering it, and we know that those people exist, I'll be looking for feedback. If it ends up causing too much trouble, too much drama, too many trees like hitting the window, I'll be sure to kind of take that into account and would be willing to step away from that coverage if it became an issue where it was just causing people pain. I'm not here to dunk on your game and kill your joy. Like, I'm a very joyful person, and I really want Final Fantasy 14 to do better and to be better. And it's unfortunate that as a game, it's become that. It's become a game where the idea that it could improve is such an insult to people, versus where in New World, like, saying the game can improve, everybody gets excited. Like, yes! Oh my gosh, imagine when we see this happen and when we can get this kind of content. Like, it's a very hopeful group, where in 14 it's a very defensive and in a way insecure kind of defensive. I always kind of was confused by that mindset, that the idea that you're playing a game that does change in its nature, but yet you're absolutely afraid of that community policing is, it just drives every good idea, and even every bad idea, just got to crush them all, because can't let this game change. We have to, you know, control the narrative. And it's not for those reasons that I'm leaving. The 3 reasons I listed are the reasons, but I'm sure that I'm sure those people will pop their head in occasion. But you know what? That's the game that they play. But that's essentially my plan, and those are the reasons why Final Fantasy 14 isn't the game for me. I really would love for it to become a game for me again. I've debated regarding FanFest. I want to go because even if it's 7.0 isn't a re-invitation, I want to hang out with everybody. We haven't had a physical FanFest in a while. And it'd be really great to see everybody, to hang out with everybody, to share that experience. If not, at least for one last time, one last hurrah. But I'll keep you guys up to date on what that plan looks like, because I don't know. Like right now I have subscription, and some of you guys were so generous, especially with my financial situation over the last couple of months, that were able to gift me sub time. And so
gift you sub time.
Continuing to keep my sub active as a part of going or trying to go to FanFest. I don't know if I'll get media access or not. I mean, that's obviously a question. Maybe Chris will be the only one who gets media access. Who knows? But I'm not going to sit here and try to placate that and at the same time not be enjoying the content. I am not enjoying the content. But that's going to be the plan. Now, I have debated shifting my subscription into the Final Fantasy 11 bucket because Final Fantasy 11 means a lot to me. I'm debating on that. I have not yet reached a decision. You can let me know how you feel either way in the comments. I'll be very curious as to that. But most of my time, in terms of gaming, is really going to be focusing on New World. Obviously, I'm very excited and looking forward to the future MMOs as well. So I'll be looking forward to that, and that's something where I'll shift my coverage to. I don't know what I'll do yet with Junior XID. Might become an 11 channel, might just be a general Final Fantasy channel. At the end of the day, there's no wrong answers. We're just looking for the questions to ask, and that's going to be the thought there. But I wanted to give you guys this message. I wanted to give you guys these thoughts, and wish you all the best. And thank you so much for all the support, especially within the world of Final Fantasy over these years. And hopefully none of this is surprising. Hopefully none of this upset you, but you can let me know one way or the other. Thank you guys so much again for your time. Thanks for listening to these words. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. Hopefully I'll see you in my next video. Until then, take care.
This video is going to piss a lot of people off. I can just imagine the comment section now. Heck, the thumbnail probably has some of you already furiously typing on your keyboard about how I'm trying to kill another MMO. But you're wrong, quite the opposite. I'm trying to save Ashes of Creation, so hear me out before you leave a comment, because you'll likely realize I'm on your side. I just want Ashes to succeed, but if Ashes of Creation goes through with its current design without changing anything, its chart is going to look no different than any other dying MMO today. I don't say that lightly. I know how much copium some of us are sucking in, hoping that Ashes of Creation will be the next MMO to rekindle our love.
I don't want to hear
of the
this.
genre.
No, I don't want to hear your like hype videos about all this and stuff. I don't want to go back to what this guy said. Yeah, it was good. I liked the video. It was good. The State of New World Force Gaming. Okay, let's see.
This week, New World launched the Brimstone Sands update. This is the largest single content patch they've had since release, and it brings a ton of new stuff. There is the whole new zone of Brimstone Sands, a desert-themed area with a new quest line, enemies, loot. They even added jumping puzzles to the game, as well as this big old sandworm that appears to likely be either an upcoming world or raid boss. And this is a fairly large area. Lots of the normal stuff you expect in New World, but about 2.5 times the size of Everfall, for example. It's a big zone with a lot of content. Also in this zone is the new expedition, the Ennead, a new group dungeon with a boss and mechanics to learn, some new puzzles, and of course the whole reason you're there is for
boss mechanics. I can't think of a worse loser phrase in 2022. Only losers in 2022 use phrases like boss mechanics. Like, get a clue. You guys are so stuck in 2004 that you need to invent that Back to the Future time machine so you can go back to fucking 2004. Lord deliver me from fucking 2004, I swear to God. damn it. Fucking White Maze Scrolls. I didn't even think about that. Fucking White Maze Scrolls, man.
And this is the big thing here, they added these items called heart gems. They're kind of like mini ultimates. These are items that act as a brand new skill for your character. It will charge up in combat, and then once full can be activated. Now there are 5 major heart gem abilities, the core abilities. There's Cannon Blast, which has you firing a large cannon. Detonate, which will explode in an area damaging anything around you. Grasping Vines summons up vines to crowd control nearby enemies. Stone Form is like the opposite of that. It makes you immune to controlling effects. And then Dark Ascent is sort of a leap ability that has you slamming down, damaging, and staggering enemies. Each of these core abilities all have 3 sub-variations adding additional effects, which basically makes for 15 new skills added to the game that you can swap and try out. Beyond all of this new content, they've also revamped the starter experience, bringing a total overhaul to the early leveling experience, streamlining things so that it all flows better and makes more sense. This includes the quest flow, moving you through the zones with a new focus on the main story. They've added more variety to the quest with dynamic things like wave events, tracking, traversal challenges, puzzles, and even more unique encounters. And they've overhauled the starting zones layout, their appearance, the content, dramatically changing things like the town's look and layouts, adding new enemies, brand new locations to discover, and new challenges. They've also, I really like this, they make it so that early on there are weapons of every type just laying around the environment that you can pick up and use, rather than having to, like in the past, relying on drops to finally use the weapon that you're interested in. They're just scattered around the place for you to pick up. And all around, this is a pretty solid update, honestly. Like, new content is always nice to have, so we got a new zone, a new dungeon, and a new weapon.
You're so fucking boring, Coop. You piece of fucking shit. You don't scare me, motherfucker.
Skills to try out, really great
You're so fucking boring.
And that overhaul new player experience, while not so important for established players,
You gotta be the worst piece of shit on the internet, and you don't scare me.
for anyone new
Not at all.
jumping into the game for the first time. And also for those of us who are crazy enough to want to go through the leveling process again on the fresh start servers in a couple of weeks. Yeah, I guess it's good for us too, right? So yeah, overall, I like this update. I think it's fairly decent, but also it's not really the focus of today's video. More so, I want to talk about how the game has progressed over this past year leading up to this point, the sort of state that it's in currently, and then also look forward into the future. And maybe along the way, this might help you decide if now's a good time to jump back in. Personally, I am excited to be back into New World because yeah, there has been quite a lot added. And you know, New World might not be the perfect MMO, but I think it has come a long way and still has even more unrealized potential that so long as Amazon doesn't completely abandon the project, may eventually become realized. But first, I've just realized it's time for a word from today's sponsor. Hey everyone, today's video is sponsored by Time Raiders. This is a mobile MMO where you go on tomb raiding adventures to uncover clues to ancient legends, unearth long-lost temples, and battle supernatural forces in your goal to become a legend. The game offers a wide range of content with daily events and challenges. PvE includes a story campaign.
I reported you.
Dragon hunts, whereas PvP.
Hopefully they actually ban you off Twitch permanently. I don't know. Can they even do that? I doubt it. I don't think they're competent. I reported you, all of you. And you did do something really illegal here now. And I'm going to attempt to put you in jail. I know your information too. Look at my eyes. You think I'm lying? I know your information too. I've known your information for 5 months. You're fucking so stupid. You're really fucking stupid. You don't worry me. You gotta be the worst loser on the internet. You are. The proof's in the pudding. The people saw it. I've had witnesses. You gotta be the worst piece of shit on, pretty much on the planet. You know, not on the planet, but one of the worst. What you engage in? Nobody does this. Not even psychopaths in jail act like you. You're a fucking psycho freak. As I've always told you that you were. You know. You are a psycho fucking freak. And you don't scare me. Bring it, motherfucker.
Okay, so Brimstone Sands. This is the most recent.
You do anything against me, I'll destroy you.
Let's take a look at some of the.
You just move on. You move along now. Fly, fly away. Fly, fly away. You move along now. Or I'll destroy you.
There's Tempest Hearts as well as Particles and Black Powder. With this, dungeons are now also free to enter.
You're not the first one.
Will you have to be farming for orbs to gain access, basically keys to unlock and playing the dungeons. You can just do the dungeons. There's just now a limit on the number that you can do. Also, every dungeon now has a fast travel point at the entrance, making arriving there a lot easier. And they finally added Group Finder. So now you have a tool that will show you a list of active groups for every potential expedition that you might want to do, making it way easier to find people to play with. They added mutated expeditions. These are harder versions, kind of like hard mode of the dungeons, mixing things up and adding to the replayability. There's all sorts of different modifiers, so enemies can be infused with different elemental effects. They can be promoted and given new abilities, and the players themselves can be cursed, which basically applies debuffs. These mutations will be rotating weekly, changing up every Tuesday morning with the weekly resets. They added instruments to the game, so you can now play music that grants buffs such as gathering luck or yield. This is a really cool inclusion. One of my favorite things about the MMO Arcade was its use of instruments to do like healing and mana restoration, and the instruments for buffs is similarly a really cool idea. It's just it's a nice little extra flavor.
Wait. What's going on here? Wait.
Things up and adding to the replayability. There's all sorts of different modifiers, so enemies can be infused with different elemental effects. They can be promoted and given new abilities, and the players themselves can be cursed, which basically applies the debuffs. These mutations will be rotating weekly, changing up every Tuesday morning with the weekly reset. They added instruments to the game, so you can now play music that grants buffs such as gathering luck or yield. This is a really cool inclusion. One of my favorite things about the MMO Arcade was its use of instruments.
If I hear or see from you again, Coop, I'll put you in jail. You have now actually broken federal law. I'm going to give you one chance. I know you think I'm full of shit or whatever, or that I'm being hyperbolic. I'm not. You've broken federal law now. I'm going to give you one chance. Disappear and move on with your life and let the fixation go. As I told the last guy I put in jail, right? Let it go. Just let it be. You know? Remember the Beatles? Let it be. Let it be. All I did was try to provide free entertainment for you. And this is how you treat me? So, you're wrong. I don't care if you hate me or not. You should just move on and let the fixation go, as I told you back in June, right? And if I ever even catch a hint of you again, I will file federal charges against you. You have broken federal law. Would you like me to show you how you broke federal law? And I will put you in a fucking federal prison for some years. You have broken federal law now. I'm not being hyperbolic. This is some fucking thing. You have doxed somebody. You will face federal prison. I can drop your address, but that's against the law. I have your address. So, we both have each other's address and shit. But see, you made the step like a criminal and doxed me, right? Which I don't care. I don't care. It's not a secret who I am. You think I'm scared? Everybody knows who I am, dude. I'm a famous person. Everybody knows who I am. Like, I'm not hiding my identity like all these other streamers. I'm not scared of it, so you don't have any power over me. Don't think you do. Everybody knows who I am. You're dumb if you think they don't. You're just ignorant and dumb and boring like you've always been, right? So here we go. If I ever catch a hint of you in my stream again, I will put you in federal prison on my life. I promise you, on God, my father's grave and my mother's grave. If you come in my stream again, if I catch a hint of you, I will put you in federal prison. You have broken federal law. You can't dox people in this climate. You will go to prison for some fucking years. You made the mistake now. I've got it. Got all the information. All the information here. And before I put you in federal prison, I'm going to give you one last fucking chance to just walk away from me, never talk to me, come around me, or come in my stream again, and you're good, okay? We're gonna keep it clean. We're gonna keep it high road, like the low road bullshit loser lifestyle that you live at. I'm higher than that. I'm better than you. So I'm going to let it go this one time. If I catch another hint of you, another hint. If you talk, if you type, if you dox me again, I'll put you in federal prison on my life. I'm dead serious. What you did is really illegal. The VPN won't save you. I know where you live. Okay? Now, I'm not going to use that for anything but filing a charge against you with the feds. I promise, I promise you, but that's what I will do. I will file a charge against you with the feds. Okay?
PvP got some additions. They added PvP arenas, these 3v3.
I can't use your real name,
Fights in a best of 5 format with these timed 2-minute rounds, which after
I'm a nice person, unlike you.
A shrinking ring of fire appears, forcing players together and ending games more quickly. And also, there's now a PvP rewards track.
Thank you for the follow, MMO Healing. Thank you. And I'm so sorry. I've got a doxer trying to put my personal information.
New weapons have come to the game, so this most recent update adds the greatsword, but they will also saw the addition of the Void Gauntlet, which was a damage and support magic hybrid, and the Blunderbuss, a ranged weapon that's actually specifically focused on mid-ranged and mobility. They've made it so that leveling in the game is easier. This was a huge critique for a very long time, especially at release, just how long and how much of a slog the mid to the end leveling was. Well, they have reduced the experience and the time required to level up your character, as well as for improving trade skills. They added cross-region transfers, making it so that you can more easily play with friends. There have been new enemies to add more variety to just the play experience, new open-world activities like updated points of interest. They added a loot goblin, basically, called Raffle Bones. There are these new things called roadside encounters, basically like dynamic world events, and they've added these collectible things like Vista paintings scattered around the world. There's the new expertise system, which is a new form of progression for increasing your gear score at max level, and a whole new endgame loot system. Basically, everything in the game, every endgame activity, like open world main bosses, expeditions, the outpost rush, arenas, corrupted breaches, all of that, now grants players these different types of gypsum, and that can be crafted into orbs, which then ultimately basically become a gypsum cast of any type of weapon, armor, or trinkets. And on top of this, there have been a ton of different quality of life improvements to the game, so they've made it so that storage is now linked across all territories, so it's no longer the case that you have to transfer items from one town to another. Basically, it's all just linked together. Taxes have been reduced, they're taking less money out of your pocket. Fast travel costs have been lowered, making that easier. You can also now queue for things like Outpost Rush and arenas from anywhere in the game. Players now also have an unlimited amount of tier 1 ammo, so you don't have to be focusing on crafting that or worried about running out. They've also made it so that it's now
Running
pretty
out.
darn affordable to respec, so you can try out different builds and weapon paths without worrying.
It's always been affordable to respec.
Into that. And then they've made some things like major crackdowns on cheating and hackers, banning a lot of people, managing people who are doing that. All of this plus an exhaustive list of balance tuning, bug fixes, combat gameplay, and quality of life improvements. And I'm talking like hundreds of pages worth of changes over this past year.
Yay, my inventory's done. Yay. Took me hours. But I got like 50 more free spots, which is really good.
That's a lot of stuff. That is a lot of additions within the span of a year, and a lot of things that I think put it in a good direction right up until this week with the launch of Brimstone Sands. So how is this update? Well, at the top I ran through all of the things that were included, and it all seems good, but also pretty darn brief. My editor completely no life to this on patch day, playing from its launch right up until he passed out like a real true gamer, yeah. And he's pretty much done. Like, yes, there is new stuff he could grind for. There's more loot and things he could farm, but in about a day...
Hey, it's that whole Rust crew. I haven't even played Rust in 4 months, but these Rust losers are stalking me. You Rust losers. Like, what? It's the whole Rust crew is here, wow.
He saw the big old sandworm. This is like the highlight of this update, the big kind of world creature. It actually doesn't appear to be something that you're engaging with at the moment. It's just something that you will see in the world. We are assuming that at some point this is going to be a world boss or the raid boss potentially. He's leveled up the greatsword, that brand new weapon, playing around with the various skills in both tree lines. And he did the heart gem missions, which basically involve going through what's kind of like an open world dungeon with jumping puzzles and secret rooms that have loot, as well as the items needed to unlock the first heart gem ability, which was the cannon blast. Pretty cool. Getting the rest of these abilities and their modifiers basically just involves farming expeditions and upgrading them. He has collected most of the glyphs, which are basically keys for the zone to unlock secret areas, portals, loot, and various bosses. He did the elite zone boss fight against a giant scorpion, which he did note was more difficult than some of the elite zone boss fights in the older zones, so that is a positive. He said it was fairly challenging and took a decent number of players. And he also did the solo boss arena, which was part of the campaign. So yeah, the update seems pretty cool, and it does add a decent amount of new stuff. I am particularly happy about the new player overhaul, the new mechanic, and the heart gem. But also, at the same time, it is just one new zone, and like, how much time do we realistically expect to get out of a single zone? Even though it is a big zone, 2.5 times the size as they mentioned, I don't know, like, how long would you expect to spend in 2 zones? A few days, maybe a week, depending on how much you play, but we're not talking like months or hundreds of hours worth of content here. This is just another update, and yes, a new zone is cool, but it is also, yeah, just a new zone. But don't take that the wrong way here if you're a fan of New World, because my whole point is that this one update isn't really make or break, but it is part of the larger picture of updates and also what is still to come. And in terms of improving the game and getting people liking it and back to playing it, it does seem to be working. You'll kind of remember the big narrative, the big story in the months following the release of New World was this rather dramatic drop in player counts. New World loses 90% of players. Everyone's left. The game's terrible. And, you know, it was true. New World peaked at launch at around 1 million concurrent players. Crazy. crazy high, but in the subsequent months that dropped down. The month after was 400k, the month after that 200, then down to 100, and this continued so on and so on. That decline going right up until about mid-July of this year, where the daily peak concurrent count was hovering around 20,000. That was basically its lowest peak. That makes sense. It was its lowest peak around mid-July, but it was at that point coinciding with a lot of the long list of updates that I just basically explained to you, where things started to turn around, and the game has been seeing a bit of a resurgence with those numbers steadily climbing. It averaged around 25k peak in August, 40k in early September, getting up to 50k in late September, and then as of this most recent release of Brimstone Sands, this week it peaked at over 65,000 daily concurrent players. Now that is a far cry from the nearly 1 million at release, but nevertheless, we're talking some solid numbers here. I mean, as of this recording, New World currently sits at the 11th most played game on Steam right now, just below Destiny 2, Rust, and TF2. I mean, even prior to the release.
What are you talking about? This is not true at all. What? I mean, what are you talking about? Let's go look for... Oh my god, why did you do that? Anyways, here we go. Oh my god, please take me to what I clicked. You're so bad at this. There we go. We're gonna look for this, and we're gonna say... new... New World in 21th. I mean, actually, it went up about 10,000, and wow, yeah, the peak concurrent was 70,000. I wonder if it is going to come back to chart, but he said it was in like the 10th place. I guess it must have been at 69. Yeah, 69 would have put, no, 69 never would have put it. Yay, honey. Yay for honey. Yay for honey. I wish I'd never played Rust. A lot, not all. I love my friend Tay and all of his friends, you know? And my clan. I love my clan, right? I love my fucking clan. Love them to death, you know? But I wish I'd never played Rust, because everybody else that I met on Rust was a living human piece of shit that really made my life worse. I wish I'd never played Rust. I still think it's a good game, is the worst part about it. But I mean, it cursed me with a loser. You know, I wish I'd never played Rust, because I didn't know that loser was gonna be the result. You know, this fucking loser is stalking me because he likes men.
Release of this latest update, when it was hovering around 50k, the game was regularly in the top 20 most played titles on Steam, and people like to say, oh, no one's playing the game, dead game, when it's got 40-50k and is in the top 20, nearly now the top 10 of most played games on the entire platform of Steam, which is like the predominant PC gaming platform. You can pretend it's a dead game, but clearly there's a lot of people interested, clearly there's a lot of people playing, and I think a lot of that has to do with their continued support of the game. It had a baseline, but there was a lot that it was lacking, and there are still things that it is lacking. It's not all rose-colored. It's not all rosy. It's not all rosy. That's the phrase I'm looking for. So some of the current issues with the game that I think are worth addressing are just the fact and how the economy is tied into the wars. This was, I think, one of the bigger problems, at least for the people who stuck with the game at release. There's this whole snowball effect where you get the best guild on your server winning the wars, and by winning the wars, they control the territories, they get that income from the taxes, that makes them super rich, the richest people on the server, and that income continues to make them stronger, and then they just run away with control. And then all of a sudden, pretty much no one could compete, and what ended up happening is you'd see a lot of guilds when they realized that there was a dominant guild and they just couldn't catch up, it wasn't possible, they didn't have the income or the skill or whatever combination necessary, so they just left the server. They'd go somewhere else where the competition was less, or they would just stop playing. Which is certainly part of the case. So that tie of economy into wars has been a major issue, and it's something they're addressing, but it still persists. Also, just the lack of large-scale group PvE content. There's no raid in the game at the moment, and even the bosses and the big fights that we have that do exist, kind of very few mechanics. There's not a ton to learn and outmaneuver. This isn't a particularly technically challenging game when it comes to the PvE side of things. And then there are some other kind of minor things that add up to the whole picture. Stuff like the fact that some of the more highly valuable resources in the game are very limited, and even if not flagged for PvP, having to deal with the competition for gathering these resources becomes a huge pain. Also, the war system, just as we thought prior to this game's launch, it is a problem where casual players basically just don't get to engage with it because they aren't invited. That doesn't seem to have been alleviated. And then in general, I think there should be more variety in terms of the game's combat and gameplay. I'll touch on exactly what I'm talking about in an upcoming bit here. And then also, this was a huge issue at release, and it still seems to plague them. They're still dealing with bugs and exploits to this day. Just as of recently, as late September, there was a massive trading exploit.
I love how a right-wing shithead little kid moron wants to lecture me about how it isn't right talking about drugs with children when the President of the United States of America encourages families to talk about drugs with children. Your IQ's so low and you're so fucking delusional, and like you make up these things in your head
that they had to respond to.
That you think are real, but they're not.
My point is that there are still certainly issues that
like the fact that, you know, you think that my threat of putting you in federal prison isn't real, but it is. I've done it before. And you understand, as you watch my stream over the last 5 months, you watched thousands of hours of my stream. I want you to think about something. Has anything I've ever said been wrong? Has anything I've ever said been something I couldn't Google and prove to you that I was absolutely right? I could Google and prove to you that I know who you are, but that's against the law, so I won't do that. I'll just stick the law on you, right? So I like being in the power position. You put me in the power position here. I don't like you. I don't want you around me. I meant what I said. If I ever catch another hint of you, you'll go to jail.
And I've only touched on some of that here, but I will say overall,
I don't like the fear campaign, you know, because it doesn't evoke fear in me. It evokes anger, you know. You don't scare me at all. If you were ever to try, you won't be going back again. Let's put it that way, you know.
While I don't think that this recent update alone is enough to totally revive or overhaul New World, it is a step in the right direction. These additions and changes in the Brimstone update are solid. It's a bunch of cool new stuff, and if they continue to do more like this and more like they have done over the past 13 months, I think the game is likely to see continued steady growth. Now, I would love to see one massive update with substantial changes, kind of along the lines of like a 2.0 thing, like a New World 2.0. And there are some things that aren't out yet, but that we know are in the pipeline. A lot of this information comes from some of the developer update videos, but also a press event that we took part in a couple of months ago. We sat down with some other creators and asked the developers some questions about the game and about some things that might be coming. And yeah, they've said that, hey, raids are coming. And Amazon is happy right now with the current state of expeditions, and they're moving on their focus into more raid-style content, and these are going to be challenges aimed for groups of somewhere between 10 and 20 players. And they've said that we may see a glimpse of that in the near future. They were, I believe, referring to this update and specifically referring to the Sandworm, quite possibly. We will see in the coming weeks and months what actually ends up happening with this part of this update. Also, mounts appear to be something in the pipeline. It's not going to be happening anytime soon, but they are in the works, they've said. They're going to be working on and have been working on fixes to things like territory management, how it ties into the economy, and the people's use of shell companies, essentially just a small group of players controlling the whole server like we talked about. They're doing things to address that. And they've already done stuff to address it, like putting a cap on the taxes in the territories. I think that is a smart and a good change. Stop dominant guilds from fleecing everyone else on the server. It's a good idea. They've said that they plan on continuing to add more endgame content, and their goal for this is a quarterly basis. So whether that is expeditions or raids, they want to do that about every 3 months. That's great. And then also exotics are something that's on their radar. I didn't get a lot of clarification on that, but they are moving into that at some point in the future. So what do I think that they should do next? Like, based on how they've been moving and the things that are good, but also the things that need improvement, this is kind of my dream wish list for the game, or things that I think could certainly help improve it, right? So for one, yeah, more large-scale PvE, more raids, more world bosses. This would be great. They are doing it, they are planning, but it's still not here in the game at the moment, specifically raids. Along with this, I will say that I hope they add more into the complexity of these encounters. I know when you're dealing with like an action combat game, complexity of encounters does seem a bit limited compared to things like tab target MMOs. I do think something like, I don't know, Lost Ark, for example. It's a top-down game, yes, but it is an action game. It's not tab target, right? And I think something like Lost Ark proves that you can make really complex, really engaging raid encounters in an action MMO, and I hope New World can take some lessons from that. Actually, I hope New World can take a few lessons from ARPG-style games, right? And the other one of that would actually be just expanding upon things. So right now, New World has a fairly limited number of skills, right? You've got your basic weapon attacks, you've got your blocking, but then you only have a couple of skills, and then you're swapping between those two weapons. Now, the recent Heart Gem is a nice addition. That is a good change. It's basically an additional skill, right? I would really love to see them expand the skill trees for each weapon, like add more skills into each tree line. And even if that's not likely, what I would really love to see them do is add more unique gear that heavily modifies combat. And I'm talking learn from ARPGs where you're adding pieces of gear or weapons that like add dramatic changes. We're not talking percent scaling, damage, attack speed, cast time, a cooldown time reduction. I'm talking big dramatic changes that literally change a skill to almost something completely different. That would be great. If they added gear that made those kind of dramatic changes, the stuff that you see in games like Diablo 3 and Path of Exile, that stuff is exciting and makes combat really engaging, and they wouldn't have to add more active skills. I think that this alone just would add so much more variety, right? You don't need to add more skill trees if you just add a piece of, if you add a weapon that basically fundamentally gives you a new skill by altering an existing skill so heavily. That's something I would love to see come to the game. Also, more technical things like instance, cross-server wars, expeditions, and arenas. That would be great. They have said that this is in the works. It's in the pipeline, but no timeline given here. And then also, I think I would like to see more content specifically catered to solo players at max level. There's plenty of solo content as you're leveling up, but a lot of the max level stuff is really focused on the group stuff. And MMOs need that. It is important, and I want that as well, but also it would be good if they catered to a lot of the solo players, because a lot of people do like to play by themselves in these games, in addition, in concert with doing the group stuff. So catering to that as well would be great. And then finally, how is New World not on console? It blows my mind. You know what? And it's funny, because I just made a video about, like, World of Warcraft coming to console, right? I don't even really, like, I don't play console games. I am fully a PC.
Oh, I fucking stepped on a bomb. God damn it. Oh. God damn it. That was some money. Oh,
it's a third-person action game.
It was the keyboard.
Very limited number of skills. It's like perfect for a controller.
So
and
annoying.
the real reason I bring that up is because it would clearly play very well. There's really no question. This type of game plays well on a controller, and it also would open up a huge new audience. And it's the same argument I made for WoW coming to consoles, but this one is more of a no-brainer. Like, this game would clearly be perfect for a gamepad. So I think that Amazon should bring New World to console, and I could see them doing something like one big massive update. Think of like a Final Fantasy 14 complete overhaul, right? I don't know if they're gonna go that far, but if we saw a massive update with a ton of new stuff, multiple zones, tons of new systems, new content overhauls, do that with a console launch, that could be one of those like New World is revived kind of situations, you know what I mean? But I think regardless of that, honestly, New World is in a pretty good spot. They've come a long way. They've made some good moves, and I think if they keep along this path, it's going to continue to grow, and it has been growing. Like I said, since mid-July, numbers have consistently gone up, and I think it's for a good reason. I think because they did have a decent base, and they've continued to add to it and flush it out, and if they keep doing this, the game is going to be in a really good spot 6 months to a year from now. It already is in a pretty decent spot. I already think it's a pretty solid experience. But of course, the future of the game is unknown. It's one of those wait-and-see situations, but I am happy with the path that they're on. And also, I just want to touch on this here quickly. This was brought up in some of my recent coverage where people weren't happy with how a game launched, and then they say, well, because it didn't launch great, I don't want to support it at all in the future. That I do not care. I do care, of course, about deceitful marketing practices. If people are promising one thing and they deliver something completely different or far below what they said, certainly, at the very least, we should chastise that for that, right? But at the same time, what I ultimately care about is
38,
is the game good and is it fun to play? And so if the game launched and it didn't quite have everything to make it good and fun to play, but eventually gets there, I will play it when it gets there, and I will enjoy that process. So even though some people may be put off to New World from how it launched and all the issues that it had, if they continue to improve it, they make it a better game, and they make it a game that is entertaining and engaging and is fun to play, bottom line, that's what I'm looking for in games, right? That's it. So if they deliver it eventually, I will play it at that point, and I will have a good time. Until I stop having a good time, I'll go play something else. Because it's not like we lack video games to play, right? It's just pretty crazy. So there's a lot of games, and I think New World is shaping up pretty good. So there you go. That's it for today's video. Thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoy it. See you next one. Take it easy.
What's up, guys? It's Gordon Moan, and welcome back to another New World video. Today we are talking about the patch notes and the update that's happening tomorrow, 5 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Apologies for being a little late. I just got back from the gym, got the notification at the gym. I was like, shit, I need to hurry up and finish the workout so we can come home and talk about these patch notes. But as you guys saw in the thumbnail, there were some big goddamn changes. And we're not going to talk about all of these because that's a lot of freaking changes. I will post the link in the description to this entire list if you guys want to go through this. What we do want to talk about is some big things that they have changed, starting with this one. So for tier 5 items, named items, that used to drop between 500 and 600 years ago. So, you know, back in the day, let's say you get the chocolate cookie, right? But it'd be like a 515 because your expertise was low. And then you'd have to like use your Umbral Shard crap to level it up. That's gone, okay? So how they've done it is they set these named items to always drop at 590 regardless. So that way, since you're going to be leveling up your expertise anyway, if you want to use these named items, you can just use them right away and stick with them until you get to 600, 625, so on and so forth. I think this is a huge change that is going to make things very, very, very convenient for all you guys moving forward. Next up, we're going to touch on the Gathering, which is also a very, very big deal. So they've added the young cacti, mature cacti, and you know, all that other stuff in Brimstone Sands. The big change though, guys, is Ironwood is now 150 instead of 175. Okay. For Talcum is also now 150 instead of 175, and Lodestone is now 75 instead of 105. Now, if you guys haven't seen my video that I made like 2 weeks ago, where I was talking about some things you wanted to do, Lodestone you wanted to make as much money as possible. Hopefully, you guys did, especially with the change to the economy that's getting ready to happen with Brimstone Sands dropping. Hopefully, you guys also made as much money as you can on the modes as well, because you guys will soon find out what legendary tools and modes are going to be freaking everywhere. Okay. Now, aside from that, though, these changes are huge, especially with the revamped progression system that you guys will be experiencing tomorrow morning. The reason why, again, this is so huge is because it was already insane how much faster leveling your professions are. So now, since they've reduced this value and it's easier to actually start getting to the highest tier material, it means that it's also easier now for you to start crafting the best stuff in the game. Now, as you get into this, there's some other stuff that they've added in the game, like, shouts out to this guy on Instagram sending a message talking about how you can basically get like almost entire full gear debuffs on an enemy, so now it's easier to see what debuffs are present, because you know before it only showed like 3, now it's up to 5. Because I hated like as a tank before in dungeons where I couldn't tell if the enemy had attack rate or like rend on them or any of that, but now since they've increased the amount of debuffs you can see in a PvE standpoint, it's going to make it easier to traverse through certain things. So on top of that though, the major features, obviously we got the Brimstone Sands, any expedition, revamped starting experience, which I mean, I don't know, I know a lot of people are waiting till November 2nd to experience this, but for those of you guys who are thinking about starting brand new on a new server, or if you guys just want to start new now, you guys are in for a treat. Now Night Vale Hollow is going to be available as well, so if you guys are going to be doing a Halloween event, or for my old heads, my veterans that are coming into the game and you guys want to just get the skins and then just be done with New World until November 2nd for the fresh start, that's definitely a good idea. They're also adding the Great Sword, Heart Gem abilities, which are basically like the new ultimates. You guys will be able to access that via story quest in Brimstone Sands, so make sure you guys knock those out. In the PTR, there wasn't necessarily a prompt, like a pop-up or anything like that told me, but as you get, I would say about a quarter of the way through the main story quest in Brimstone Sands, make sure you keep an eye on your map, because it will be closer to the northeast side of Brimstone that the quest will appear, and then you guys will be able to knock that out. It's a pretty fun quest, too. So as you go through this, guys, there's some other general changes, like some world experience, notable fixes. They fixed a ton of bugs, made a ton of adjustments to titles. The crazy thing, I thought that they would actually nerf the Great Sword, but they didn't. But they've done a variety of things like removing grit from a bunch of attacks from a bunch of different enemies, like wolves and
Yeah.
and stuff
See,
like
like what?
that.
Yeah.
Just a bunch of big changes. One of the biggest mechanics that you guys will see is for the equipment modes, guys. So for the light equipment mode, it's a 1.5-second delay, meaning like if you get hit wearing light, you're slow for a minute. It feels like a long ass time too when you guys feel it. Medium equip load, you'll have a 1-second delay. Heavy equip load, you'll have a 0.5-second delay, and light and medium dodge translation reduced by 20% while the delay is active. So this is something you guys are gonna have to take into effect if you guys didn't play in the PTR. Yeah, things are a little different, okay? So they reduced the recovery of block break reaction from 50 frames to 30 frames to make block breaks less penalizing. You guys will feel that it's a lot different, okay? But for those of you guys who are using Sword and Board, you'll be able to react a lot quicker, trust me. We did a lot of arena. Combat feels quite a bit different than main, and you guys will all be able to experience that. Again, they had a ton of fixes, a bunch of fixes on the weapons. They fixed a bunch of bugs. There was some stuff with like the fire staff that like kept on stacking the damage cross on the flamethrower. But there was quite a few adjustments in the weapons that you guys will probably want to see. Like for the musket, they added a cancel window for stop and power to trigger after the effects, after the shot's reload begins. This should be more in line with the other weapons' ability cancel windows. And they also touched on the rapier. They said that we found that the rapier is primarily used as a pocket escape weapon, which it always has been, which was never its intended purpose. They said they want players to use this mobility to gain tactical positioning in combat, not to run away. We also felt that riposte was frustrating to fight against because it couldn't be punished if the user made a mistake. Adding some risk to the ability, particularly when fighting multiple enemies, should help alleviate that. They said they'll continue to look at the rapier and make changes as necessary, so check this out. Allegro and Breathe will no longer trigger immediately upon activating the ability. They will now only trigger when successfully evading an attack. Now, jeez. So Repulse, they added additional recovery to the counterattack and cancel animations. They reduced invulnerability window slightly at the end of the counterattack, and they reduced the counterattack hitbox size to make it less likely to hit multiple targets. They also increased counterattack homing to make it more likely to only hit a single target. Now, they updated the distance of weapon sound for Rapier Flesh based on player feedback. An insult to injury on successful repulse, you will gain in power, increasing damage for 10 seconds. For 3 seconds, you will no longer be uninterruptible. Tondo and Flourish will now use slash damage instead of thrust damage. You know, it's kind of crazy because I actually just, shout out to the chat and the stream. They had totally used different abilities than repulse, and it actually, you know, worked out in my other fixes for some other miscellaneous changes. Like I said, I will post the entire like patch note thing if you guys are interested in reading all of it. What I'm waiting for is the next round of the PTR as we get into this. Honestly, guys, the Brimstone Sands update is freaking amazing. I just hate that they released it before the fresh starts, because now it's just kind of puts New World in kind of a weird spot. If you guys are coming back for the update tomorrow, like I said, it drops at 5 a.m. So you guys will have a ton of stuff to do. It's honestly a great time. New World is definitely moving in the right direction. I think they just need to work on the execution process a little bit. And you know, but again, if you guys want to experience this before fresh start servers, please, by all means, I think you guys will be amazed with all the new additions to EA. So with that being said, guys, that's all I wanted to cover today. If you guys got any questions, comments, concerns, definitely let me know in the comment box below, and I'll be happy to assist. And we'll see you guys in the next video.
So it's looking like we might not actually have massive queues for Brimstone, because New World and Amazon are actually doing something about it, and I'm very happy with what they are giving us. I must confess, I'm very pleased with this. So let's jump in, show you what we've got, and then we'll talk about it, okay? Before we do that though, big shout out to my YouTube members. I really appreciate you guys. If you want to support the channel, that is the best way to do so. Okay, so let's actually have a look at what's been posted. They are doing a few things. Two main things, and then one that maybe I'm just misreading it, but it's just talking about how people will have a server transfer token if they played from before February 14th. The main thing here though is 3 EU Central servers, 2 US East, 1 US West, 1 AP Southeast, and 1 SA East. So new servers, sorry, slightly off the screen there, but new servers in those regions. Very excited to see that, very happy about it as well. Then they talk about the queue mitigation. They say how they will have more worlds on standby if required, which is obviously a good thing, because if the servers do get full and there's nowhere to call home, that would be a bit of a problem. Now personally, I've actually transferred to NIF time or something like that. If that server gets really chocker, I would jump off it and jump onto one of the new servers. I'm playing Brimstone, I ain't queuing in Brimstone, or queuing for Brimstone I should say. So we're talking about here that if you had your account before February 14th, you should have several transfer tokens basically, and they encourage you to use them. However, the next thing is a thing that actually blows my mind, and I was convinced that this was not going to be in the game before Brimstone. However, I'm wrong. It's actually happening, and it's happening right now. And that is, if you are a returning player, you are actually going to have been set to no worlds, right? So you're going to have your character on no worlds, and then you're going to pick which world you want to go to from the main menu. Now, that I think is really good news. You can see how it works on the screen here. There's no point in really talking about it too much, but that's really, really, really good news. There's, and many reasons why that's good news. It means that they won't pick the full server. If you're somebody who comes back and goes on a full server, you cannot complain about your queues, right? Because you're literally voluntarily going into that. So, yes, if you're a returning player and you complain about queues, well, if you went through this system, then it's probably your own fault. However, I think in the wider scheme of things, that's actually a really good way of doing something. I've said before that the minute you can transfer from the main menu, server queues become a lot less important. Because at the minute, if you want to transfer servers, you have to go into your server, buy the server, and then transfer off it, right? That is awkward if the queue is like 1,000 persons long or something like that. To have it like this, where you can pick from the main menu, is really good. Now the caveat there is, this sounds like it only applies if you are a returning player. So this process is only for players who have not logged in since February 14th. Okay, so they've moved into no world, and then you'll obviously be able to pick your world. I would love to see the system, now that they have something here in place, apply to everybody who's transferring server. I think you should be able to transfer a server from the main menu here. Yes, they'll have to make it where you can actually access the store, or like a subset of the store, but I would absolutely love to see that, and that really alleviates the concept of queues, because you can pay your way off it. Yes, not great, not ideal, but better than what we have right now. So this is what we're doing. We're getting more servers, which is obviously really good. There's people who are going to have free transfer tokens who you know, if you've been playing recently, please get off the busy server. We've seen that heat map. We know what servers are going to be completely mental. Please get off them if you want to actually play things without a massive queue. And then this process here, where people who've played but not played since February 14th going to get to pick from the main menu, I think that is amazing. I think that's really, really good. So, only a quick video there. Again, big shout out to my YouTube members. I do really appreciate you guys. I'm a little bit busy today, so I'm not editing this video. You can probably tell because you're like, Jay, you normally like jump cut buggery. Well, I haven't done that today. Either way, I do hope you all have the most beautiful day. Like and subscribe. Goodbye. Here's the 5 biggest changes coming to New World in the Brimstone Sands patch. And I'm not just going to make it the obvious, so we'll get the obvious out of the way first. Before we do that, I just want to give another big shout out to my YouTube members. Thank you very much to you guys. And if you want to support the channel, that is the best way to do so. So the first thing...
What? I don't know.
Vegas, but of course, it can't be worth as much as a 10mm in New Vegas. That would break the economy. So all the guns have had to be rebalanced. They're like hybrids of their New Vegas and Fallout 3 variants. So I'm pretty sure this pistol is doing more damage than those guys would have done previously. And that's essential because in a world where, yes, armor can have a damage threshold, the damage numbers have to be higher, otherwise the armor would be overpowered and basically everything needs to be redone to make the game work in New Vegas. The amount of work and thought that's had to go into this is ludicrous. Yes, just round the corner, this is why you let a martyr keep the gun.
Don't make me take that gun away from you, girlie. Just hand it over. I'm saying easy now.
No! Get away from me!
Oh my god, Amata! What have you done?
I mean, you've got to give her. She is good with that gun. Alright, me shooting that guy wearing that arm with that gun would have taken way more bullets than she used. Then just loot the place as we're passing by. Plenty of good stuff floating around in the security office. Brilliant. And as tempting as it is, don't kill the Overseer. We're going to be needing him later when we eventually come back to say hello. Another crucial one on the way out, by the way. Jonas's corpse gets me. Yep, there's some glass that you haven't found any already. That's just a tiny bit of damage reduction. Don't say no to 1% less damage. A stim pack and more skill boosting apparel. Never say no to that either. Oh, and note my missing dad, which is probably important. So much more importantly, though, yeah, Samantha, who's just struggling a bit with the weight of having just killed a man, she's happy to give you the gun now. And it's a good gun.
Here, take it. I don't want it anymore. I don't know what I'd do if I still had the gun and my father came looking for me.
I mean, honestly, you are really, really good at shooting people. The speech option's not wrong. Right, lockpicking cracks open the Overseer's door. You can, of course, if you want to, get various keys and passwords dotted about. We don't need any of that. I would rather, in fact, yeah, just help myself to a tiny bit of XP doing it by myself. And there's a lot of stuff here about the future of the game. So, yeah, the GEC gets introduced here, together with confirmation that, unfortunately, Vault 101 doesn't get a GEC. We don't have the presence. And confirmation as well that, yes, indeed, at some point, the Overseer basically recruited Butch and the Tunnel Snakes to be his personal unofficial heavyweight. And plenty of evidence that, yeah, the Vault has not just been unsealed before, it's been unsealed pretty much on the regular. They just decided to hide it from the younger generation. Still, crack open the tunnel, and we're pretty much ready to go. Activate switch, secret entrance to a vault entry points. Of course, yes, they locked up this area. That's what the guys with the guns are guarding. And crack her open, though, yes, we are going to be needing that gun I picked up just a second ago. There we go, a martyr's gun. Much better condition than mine. And as for a martyr who catches up with you at the last second, come on, Amata. Why don't you come with me?
It's tempting, but my place is here. The vault needs me more than you do. I'm the only one who has a chance to talk some sense into my father. Listen, if you do catch up with your dad, tell him I'm sorry for, you know, Jonas and my father and everything. Goodbye.
Right, Right, we'll revisit that in a second. Here comes some security guards, but fun fact, they will not leave the vault. They refuse to. And they've also got batons, not guns, meaning as a result of that, I can just put some damage into these idiots, and then all of a sudden, there's nothing they can do. They will never leave the vault. They don't dare step outside. So, just, yeah, line up some nice headshots in the old bats right now. Lovely. One good bang. Second will do the job. Down he goes. And, okay, that guy gets some hits in, but a baton versus his armor, zero something here. You know what? These guys, they don't get buried or whatever happened to people inside the vault. Presumably incinerated. They just get to sit out here and eventually join the other skeletons. With them dead, Amanta comes back, and yes indeed, one more interesting thing we can do with her, which is as soon as I get far enough from the vault door, it will close and shut behind me. Amanta did just say she doesn't want to come with me, but there are ways and means, shall we say. You see, Amanta can't be killed. She also can't be aggroed. She'll never actually attack you. So we just very quickly line up a hits on her. Lovely sneak attack knocks her straight down. Brilliant. We can now pick her up and carry her the same as we would any other object. People are legitimate. Now once she wakes up, that's no longer allowed. We just whack her.
I want to see this.
Times.
I love Mini a True Nerd. I think he's so smart. It's funny.
Going to be honest, the original plan was to carry her over there, which was, oh, she's back. Okay, no, it's fine. She reset. She fell through the floor. Right, Amanta, no, we're doing this, all right? Now a few more hits just to put her in this direction. There we go, straight back into that. And in just a second, we pop Amanta down. The vault seal shut behind her, and Amanta is now out of the vault. Brilliant. Though at this point she's kind of in a permanent aggressive state. Sadly, she will attempt to get back in the vault, and at some point she will teleport back inside. This doesn't mean anything. It's just for fun. In which case, vault done. The proper adventure begins now. With one additional twist, which is, because this is Fallout New Vegas, hardcore mode is available. And we're going to be turning that on, because one, Stimpak's hitting over time, that's just, you know, much more reasonable, that you can't just freeze time and heal in the inventory. That feels better to me. On top of that, yes indeed, doctor's bags, you're going to be needing them for any broken limbs. Radaway, same deal, ammunition, picks up weight, and yes indeed, water, hunger, tiredness, all the rest of it. And given this game's main plot is about, you know, access to clean water, it kind of feels appropriate that I need to drink. So yes, we're turning that on. And here we go into the beauty of... Okay, that was a badly timed, you know, pop-up, but yes, indeed, obviously, we are going to be turning down all the stash packs from New Vegas. As I was saying, enjoying the beautiful scenery, etc., 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 and we get to level up. Now, you may notice, of course, we've got far fewer skill points than you might be expecting, because yes, we are playing by New Vegas rules. In Fallout 3, you've got skill points coming out of your ears. In New Vegas, you got slightly less. Slightly more reasonable number, to be honest. So, yes, I will happily take this number. That's a-okay. Then we might boost it a bit down the line. We'll have to see. Now, what needs to go on? Guns being at 25. That would probably not be a bad thing. Lockpick moving towards 25. Actually, you know what? I can get size 25, but right now, after that point, what's my priority? Medicine probably wouldn't hurt. Now let's get lockpick moving in the right direction. That's a good starting point. And here's where things get sexy. Because the perk systems have been merged. But of course, plenty of them have had to be adjusted to fit into this new merged universe. So Daddy's Girl used to just give you a handful of skill points towards, yes indeed, I think it was science and medicine, wasn't it? So that's gone now. Basically, all the perks that used to just give you a giant pile of skill points, those are all gone. And good, they weren't particularly interesting. They were very, very boring. I never took them. Instead, now we've got New Vegas style perks where the perks are actually, you know, unique things. So chems lasting 10% longer, hacking gets a bit easier. I don't know how precisely, but somehow hacking's going to get easier. Gun nut reduces spread, it means the item condition is better. Not a terrible idea, given I made it so items degrade faster in return for more credits. Hunter is... that's unchanged, I believe. Intense training is still there. Little Leaguer is, yeah, 10% damage with bats and nail boards, and grenades harder and farther. Not bad, really. Retention, that's the same as it was. Swift Learner, same, but Thief. Oh, now Thief is where things start getting a bit on the sexy side. 10% bonus movement speed while sneaking, and also bonus to pickpocket chance. Now, the movement speed alone is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. And I will be taking that, but first up, it has to be Black Widow. And I've got a very, very good reason for that, okay? We'll get to that. Oh, it's just nice to be back, isn't it? It's like seeing an old friend again. It's been so long since I've done a proper playthrough of Fallout 3. This old mailbox...
Frag Grenade 3. Isn't that like 100 caps or something? That's insane.
Which house is it? There we go. This safe right here. You're a good source of some early game stuff, aren't you?
Oops.
Oh yeah, there's some drugs, including new drugs. New Vegas drugs, specifically. So, yes indeed, there are way more drugs in New Vegas. They've made their way here as well. And this is just the beginning. Like, there are just a million things that are going to be showing up in this game that are now all New Vegas-y. It's just my dear old friend, Fallout 3, but with New Vegas mechanics. And it's just, it's a marvel. It's a miracle, is what it is. That this just works. It's incredible. And here we go, right here outside Megaton, we've got our first brand new gun, or rather, well, I say brand new, single shotgun. Now that's interesting. Shotguns in the early game of Vegas are kind of terrible, because against DT, they are absolutely hopeless, but when some enemies might just be using DR, shotguns might actually be okay. Things are going to start getting interesting and complicated fast, and also that Raider armor is pretty good. Okay, it didn't take long for me to go over to Raider armor. I have been somewhat corrupted by the wasteland pretty bloody fast. And speaking of which, Crow, my friend, obviously, yes, you get a random selection of traders showing up outside Megaton. There's always one when you first arrive. Today, it's the Armor Trader Crow. Oh, that's much better. The lad selling leather armor. Okay, it's fine. My decline into being a raider has been halted because instead we're going to do the classic New Vegas thing. Nice early game leather armor. Brilliant. There we go. Trade him a pile of trash from the vault for a pile of a lovely leather armor. Put them together. Oh yeah. Now that'll do the job. Yes. Now I don't like on here to rob the town anymore. Beautiful. But still, I would say, as we're now back in the DC ruins at the start of what may be one of my biggest journeys ever, given it will cover the DC and the Mojave in one single playthrough, bloody hell, I'd say that's enough for now, but it is so nice to be back in the world of Fallout 3. And next time, I am going to be putting that Black Widow perk to good use, shall we say, and diving into one of my favorite quests in all of Fallout history. And obviously, that's going to take us out into the wasteland, where we're going to see just how different things are now that we're playing by New Vegas rules. But bloody hell, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're looking forward to the rest of this, because I most certainly am. And if you want to play along at home, Tale of Two Wastelands is completely free. It is a mod. You can download it right now. I will link to the site in the description down below. It is a bit complicated to get set up, as you might expect, but I was able to do it. And if I can do it, you most certainly can too. So join me next week as our adventure kicks off in full. But in the meantime, I've been John, many a true nerd, and this has been Fallout, Tale of Two Wastelands. Thank you very much, and goodbye. If we just hide the bodies, nobody needs to know about this. Yes, my stupid plan has worked. It turns out I'm a genius. The giant rat scorpion is not gone. Oh, hang on, there's more yet, though. I'm still being very shocked. Guys, where's the NCR? Nobody needs to know.
Nah, I want to see Miniature Nerd. Wormstorm again, you
Good
keep...
afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm John. This is Many a True Nerd. Welcome back to the Worms Armageddon political simulation machine. That's right, we are back because, as you may have heard, the British political system collapsed this last week. Again, in fact, it's not even the first time this has happened this year. It's starting to get embarrassing, to be honest, and it's got everyone a bit nervous. Okay, we don't know what's about to happen next. We don't know who the next Prime Minister is, or, to be precise, we don't know yet. Because at the end of this video, you're going to know. But let's not get ahead of ourselves here, okay? It's been a while since we've done one of these. Some of you may have no idea what's going on right now. So, okay, let's just get down to the basics here. In the game Worms Armageddon, an absolute classic from 1999, you can create your own teams with your own personalized team members. These teams can also be assigned to be AI players and then made to fight each other. Meaning, if you were to create a team where all the team members were named after politicians, you could make them fight each other and use that as a basis for predicting what was about to happen politically. And I know what you're thinking, John, that's ridiculous. There's no particular reason a game from 1999 is going to be able to predict the political future. And that's where you'd be wrong, because every time I put a question to Worms Armageddon, it has been completely 100% accurate. As long as we exclude the instances where it wasn't, which we should, because those were anomalous results, that's just how data science works. Anyway, let's meet the team, shall we? You see, the problem we've got in the UK right now is our former Prime Minister, Liz Truss,
107.
useless. So cooking useless, in fact, she's just chosen to resign, being the shortest reigning Prime Minister in all of British history, meaning the ruling party, the Conservatives, now kind of have to flail around and find a new Prime Minister, and we don't know who it's going to be, so let's bloody find out. Team number one.
He's a
Boris
conservative
Johnson.
Republican, of
It
course
was
he
only about
is.
2 months back, the exact same people who are now considering making him Prime Minister ousted him and told him he couldn't be Prime Minister anymore. But then, of course, in the last 2 months, we have had Liz Truss in charge, so it's possible some of them might have, yes, re-evaluated how much they do or don't want Boris Johnson to be Prime Minister again. Team number 2, Rishi Sunak, the former Chancellor, and going into the last leadership election, which Liz Truss won, was the favourite to become the Prime Minister, but lost out in the final vote to Liz Truss, though, interestingly, that was only the vote to the Conservative Party members. Rishi Sunak was always more popular with the Parliamentary Party. He certainly still has enough allies to potentially be the next Prime Minister. Option number 3, Penny Mordaunt, a relative outsider, but she did very well in the leadership election that gave us Liz Truss. So, once again, she has got a shot. Her current job, by the way, and I swear I'm not making this up, is Lord President of the Privy Council. Candidate number 4, Suella Braverman, though, okay, gonna be honest with you here, I have heard this name being pronounced as Braverman and Braverman during interviews with Suella Braverman herself, and in neither case did she correct the interviewer. So, I'm not sure what the correct pronunciation is, I'm just gonna go with whatever I'm feeling at the moment, and I'm very sorry if I get it wrong. This, of course, is the former Home Secretary, one of the senior positions in the UK government, whose resignation may in fact have been a pretty critical turning point in Liz Truss not being able to continue as Prime Minister, and in fact may have been a rather tactical resignation in preparation for her own leadership run. And then, of course, the final candidate, the dark horse, the one we're all worried about, the candidate who defeated, nay, humiliated Liz Truss. I am talking, of course, about the lettuce, which I think ought to be included in this simulation, because if you defeat the last Prime Minister, then you have the right to fight the other candidate to be the next one. Still, a couple of extra rules before we dive in. Because of course, yes, this is a fight between individual candidates, my original plan was just to have one worm representing each candidate. But that led to too much risk of a random stray shot just knocking a worm into the sea, and that didn't seem fair. So every candidate is going to be represented by 3 different worms to minimise the risk of a random happenstance and in general give us cleaner data, with one crucial exception. The Great Truss Assassin itself, the lettuce, is far too powerful to be allowed to have 3 candidates on the field. Okay, the lettuce will only be fielding a single candidate. It's all it bloody needs. And then the final team, the rest of the UK, they will simply be skipping their turn as soon as it shows up. Because every single worm in this team represents a particular demographic, institution, etc. Because this political simulation machine is so advanced, it doesn't just predict who's going to win the election, it predicts who they're going to horribly screw over while they're doing it. And now I just click on the terrain generator until I find something that captures my fancy. Oh, I tell you what, I like this. Plenty of places to hide, plenty of high ground too. Oh yeah, that'll do very nicely. Let's go. And here we go, the fight begins. Apparently the arena is a lovely paint splotch right here, and yes indeed, we can see here in the light blue, the team representing the UK, dotted about the arena, the student, the economy, the pound, the NHS, so on and so forth. And so them, I will simply be passing my turn immediately. I'm not getting involved in this struggle, which is very politically appropriate, given at the time of recording, there is still no guarantee there's going to be a general election. And to ensure we can tell various team members apart, I've adjusted their names accordingly. So, for example, Penny Mordaunt is being represented by Penny Dant, Penny Mordaunt, and Penny Mostant, and so on and so forth in that way. So, okay. Let's dive in and see what's going to happen next, because Rishi Sunak, the former Chancellor, First Blood, is going to belong to him. Who is he going to go for? He has a think, he has a move, and immediately targeting, okay, his former boss, Boris Johnson. Rishi Sunak did knife him in the back a bit.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it.
Being ousted a few months ago, can understand why there might be some bad blood. Penny Mordaunt starting to warm up. The NHS is down in that lovely safe spot. You know, I was kind of hoping she might decide to leave the NHS alone. She does for now. Further fire on Boris Johnson. Understandable. Yes, various people would not like him to come back. They'd rather be Prime Minister themselves. Over to Suala Braverman, who is just tossing a grenade high up in the air and... Okay, basically completely bloody useless, but the children were slightly damaged, and okay. Here comes the big one. Alright, the assassin of Liz Truss. The lettuce is on the move. What is the lettuce going to do? No, lettuce, what's you doing? Okay, the lettuce just shot itself. The lettuce was attempting...
Oh, this is kind of boring. I thought it was going to be better than this.
It just shot itself instead, so... Okay, sometimes the lettuce has a good day and assassinates Liz Truss. Sometimes it has a bad day and, yes indeed, something like that happens. You shoot yourself in the foot with a shotgun. Okay, while it's my turn, just check, yes, what the situation is. So, Boris Johnson, not doing well. Right now, Boris Johnson 1, he's in pretty good shape, and I'm pretty sure, yes, Boris Johnson 2 is currently just in that little group over there, begging to be nuked by somebody, I'm sure. Boris Johnson 3, currently in good shape. Suala Braverman and Penny Mordaunt, they've got a couple of good worms buried in this cave. If they can just stay down there, they will be in very good shape. My turn expires and Boris Johnson is available again. Now, he probably won't go for the group next to him, purely because Boris Johnson 2 is in there instead. He's going to go down for Penny Mordaunt. Okay, naturally he wants some revenge. Penny Dance did attack him previously. And background to Rishi Sunak.
It was good, but it was only good for about the first 2 minutes, and then it became a Worms game, which I love Worms, but it's kind of boring to not play Worms. It's boring to watch Worms. It's really fun to play it. I watched that one, damn it. I can't believe he did Oblivion recently.
ladies and gentlemen, I'm John, this is Video True. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, I'm John, this is Video True, and welcome to Fallout 2. Oh, I have been looking forward to this. I have been meaning to get round to this one for so flipping long, and I think now is the perfect time to do it. You see, Fallout 2 occupies a very, very special place in the Fallout franchise, considered by some to be the best Fallout game of all, the last Fallout game that could probably truly be called an RPG, first and foremost. After this point, the game started moving in more of an action RPG direction. The last Fallout game to be worked on by Black Isle, though as many of you will be aware, much of Black Isle's talent would go on to work at Obsidian, where they would actually go on to make New Vegas. So this is also a game with a very, very close relationship to the other Fallout game that many people consider to be the best one, New Vegas itself. Such a fascinating, interesting game. And yet, I'd never got round to it previously. I played the original Fallout some time ago, made a full series of that, but I've never actually played Fallout 2. And yet I know some things about it, just because so much of it goes on to be important in future Fallout lore, Fallout New Vegas in particular. So I have a strange relationship to this game. I'm going to be having some nostalgia in reverse for this one. And that's why I felt that this moment right now was the right time to go back and play through Fallout 2 in full. Because Fallout is a franchise that has constantly been evolving and changing and experimenting. And I think that's good. I'd rather have it that way than have a franchise that eventually just ends up being stale and repetitive. And yet, if you're going to be constantly changing the franchise, there are going to be missteps. And it is certainly no exaggeration to say that some of the steps Bethesda have made very recently indeed have been somewhat controversial. So I felt that this was the right time to go back to real old school RPG Fallout and get stuck into some of that. So let's flip and go, shall we? And this being an old school Fallout game and this being a proper RPG, that means the first thing we need to do is build a character. And there was a lot to flipping do here. This was agonising. Now, as I say, I've no idea how to build a good character in Fallout 2, but I did learn a lot while I was playing Fallout 1. And Fallout 2 is notoriously very similar to Fallout 1. There weren't a huge amount of changes. It took Fallout 1 as a solid
Hi, missiles!
built something bigger and better on top of it. But this screen is almost identical to the one in Fallout 4. So hopefully, if I take what I learned there...
Here we go. Hi, missiles!
And what I learned there is, this tab down here, yeah, agility, that's the one we're going to be wanting more of. Because, just in case you're completely new to this, I'll just kind of start everything from the beginning. This is a turn-based game, meaning agility determines action points. And action points determines literally everything. When it comes to any form of combat, the amount of action points you've got determines how many things you can do during a given turn. So you're going to be wanting a lot of action points, like all of the action points. Like, basically, I'll probably be wanting agility 10, quite frankly. Agility 10 would probably be a very, very good idea. As you can see there on the right, as you make changes, it tells you what it actually means in real terms. So every point of agility is an extra action point. So let's start that off at 9, because I might well be able to boost that with the option traits down there as well. So we'll start it off nice and high and just start playing around. But the thing is, there's no stat that can just be very easily lowered. All of these stats are very, very important indeed. Strength, you do actually need a fair bit of strength, because just like in New Vegas, there are strength requirements to weapons. So you're not going to be wanting to lower that too much, otherwise you won't really be able to use many weapons particularly effectively. Perception, extremely important, because there's no manual aiming of guns in electric RPG Fallout. Perception is your chance to hit, very important. Endurance, yeah, old Fallout was hard, by the way, like really hard. Like, you were very squishy and would die very easily. So having low endurance, probably a bad idea. Charisma, obviously in the future, you just lower charisma and then just compensate by taking tons and tons of speed. Yeah, in old Fallout, charisma determines how many companions you can be travelling with, and you really needed those companions to back up your firepower. Companions were extremely powerful. Intelligence, skill points and stuff was, and luck tied to criticals, and criticals could be ludicrously powerful. So basically I'd like every single one of these to be 10. That would just be great, but you're not allowed to do that, so let's figure out where we're going to make some compromises here. Another important thing, of course, yeah, perception also impacts sequence, i.e. how early on during the fight you get to have a turn. Very, very important indeed. Right, now, the all-important trait, Gifted was very, very strong back in Fallout 1. So yes, you have good innate abilities, but as a result you haven't spent so much time honing your skills. So, special, up by 1 across the board. But that means your derived skills are down a little bit, and you level up those skills a bit more slowly because you get less skill points. It's probably still worth doing. So that boosts, yeah, agility straight up to 10, which is marvellous. Perception could be at 8, endurance at 7. That probably means I can reduce strength. I think 5 is fine for strength, so I'd rather actually, yeah, boost a little bit elsewhere. How am I going to do this? Alright, this I think is what I'm going to settle on. So hopefully this is reasonable right here. Strength of 5 should let me use most weapons pretty well. Perception of 8 means once I start getting into guns, I'll actually be able to hit something. And yeah, low perception, you really bloody struggle. Endurance of 4 is reasonable. I'm not going to be that survivable, but hopefully that'll be fine. Charisma of 4 means I can actually bring around a handful of companions. Not that many, but you know, a few. Intelligence of 8, plenty of skill points, so I'll be able to offset the penalties I've already taken with Gifted right there. Agility of 10, I can do plenty during combat. Luck of 8, meaning I can get plenty of criticals. And once you start getting some big criticals, shooting people right in the eye.
I loved Chem Reliance. Chem Reliant was such a cool fucking spec or thing. Ooh, this was the best Fallout. It absolutely was. It was.
Guys, for example, yeah, that can be very, very strong.
Be right back, bio guys. I gotta pee.
One more optional trait as well. I believe, yeah, small frame means I can't carry as much, but I can be more agile. Yeah, if I take that, am I not allowed to? Right, yeah, that's 11. How much is that? Oh, that's 40 less carry weight. No, I'll pass on that in that case. That's fine. Fast shot, you don't have time to aim because you attack faster than normal. Costs you 1 less action point for guns and thrown weapons. Now that is very tempting. Because if I could find, like, you know, a pistol, there was 3 action points per shot normally, that would be 2 action points per shot for me, then I could fire that 5 times in a single round. That'd be really, really nice, actually. That'd be flipping lovely. But I don't know how much accuracy that costs me. I'm going to guess it's quite a flipping lot. So, yeah, basically getting like 1 or 2 more shots, and if you're not hitting with them, no, we can probably do without that. Good-natured, I am tempted by. Because the thing is, just like in New Vegas, I think you gain more than you lose. Like, how many combat skills are you really going to want to level up in a Fallout game? Probably not more than 2. First aid, doctor, speech, and barter. That's tempting, because that's actually, how much is that up? Hang on, that is, hang on, where's barter? Why is it not an alphabetical? It should be an alphabetical. Okay, so that's 15% up for those 4 skills. Meanwhile, I'm actually only losing, hang on, small guns, I'm losing 10%. So basically I'm sacrificing probably about 20% to gain about 60%. Doctor's not the most useful skill, but first aid is decent. Speech is, to my mind, really good, because I like trying to speech my way through problems when I can. Barter is okay. If science were included, that'd be great. I'm not 100% sure on this one. Screw it, I'll take it. I've got decent perception and good agility. If I'm a little bit weaker for my first couple of levels, that'll be fine. And as for my tag skills, speech is an obvious one for me, up to 45. Small guns as well, because yeah, basically that's just about everything. Rifles, all sorts of things. And then I'm tempted by lockpick. There's plenty of lockpicking to be done in Fallout 1. Okay, I think I'm pretty happy with that. In the end, we're looking at a character with high evasion, lots of action points. I can do a lot during a fight, and with high sequence, I get to attack nice and early on. However, I don't heal up particularly well. If I actually have to use melee, I'm in a lot of trouble. Yeah, radiation resistance, poison resistance, both poor. So, we're flimsy in some ways, but if I can just get my character set up correctly, get a couple of levels under the belt, get a decent pistol, we'll be good. Let's flipping go.
War never changes, man.
The details are trivial and pointless. The reasons, as always,
Purely human ones.
The Earth was nearly wiped clean of life.
Oh, this cord's off again. God damn it. Fine. Just don't charge. You refuse to fucking charge. It's so annoying.
Continents were swallowed in flames and fell beneath the boiling oceans. Humanity was almost extinguished, their spirits becoming part of the background radiation that blanketed the Earth. Planet, lasting many years. Few survived the devastation. Some had been fortunate enough to reach safety, taking shelter in great underground vaults. When the great darkness passed, these vaults opened, and their inhabitants emerged to begin their lives again. One of the northern tribes claims they are descended from one such vault. They hold that their founder and ancestor, one known as the Vault Dweller, once saved the world from a great evil. According to their legend, this evil arose in the far south. It corrupted all it touched, twisting men inside, turning them into beasts. Only through the bravery of this Vault Dweller,
Aw. Stupid right click.
but in so doing, he lost many of his friends and suffered greatly.
Silence. Resume. Oh. Oh, fuck. Oops. What? Oh, I'm out of sleep balls, you son of a bitch. Okay, why am I forced to Venom Ball Quiver? There we go. The fuck, man? What are we...
And here we are in front of the Temple of Trials. And if you're curious, by the way, fun little bit of lore, the reason why they mentioned that the Vault Dweller had such a bad time in Fallout 1 is, officially, canonically, basically all your companions are supposed to have died during Fallout 1. Like, Ian is supposed to have been burnt to death before you even get the water chip. So yeah, for the Vault Dweller, it was a bit of a brutal experience, dear oh flippin' dear. But more importantly, welcome to Fallout 2! So, this is how old Fallout works. Let me just give you the once-over in case you're unfamiliar with this. So this is a top-down isometric RPG type thing, where basically you interact with the world by moving the cursor around and actually moving it between a couple of different modes. So for example, when I move it into movement mode, then I can move to whichever hex I tell my character to go to. So I just tell them to go over there, they go over there. It'll give you a bit more information, so you can learn a lot more about the world that way. So a very large pile of rocks, they look dangerous just sitting there like that. And is that a skull thing by any chance? Yes, that's a skull pole, a pole with human skulls attached. Obviously, the rocks look dangerous to me. Bunch of skulls attached to a pole? No, that's just everyday business. Now, speaking of Clint, as we hover over him, you can see the little mouth icon, meaning we can go and have a chat to him. Lovely. Good day to you, John. You have not yet completed the Trial of the Elder, and thus may not pass. And I'd like to go back to the village, because I think I forgot to, like, put on my armor, or whatever, because I clearly have shown up in, like, some pants and a little fur bra. Not a very good Forgive me, John, I cannot allow you to pass. If you wish to return to the village, you may do so only by passing the trial set before you by the village elder. Dear, oh flipping dear. I could kick your ass and just walk out of here. Well, can I ask you some questions at least, Clint? Forgive me, but I have no answers to your questions. Take the trial set before you by the elder and prove yourself worthy to lead our people. So yes, this is how conversations were actually handled back in these days. Basically, you just had little dialogue trees that came up through windows like this. Certain important characters would actually have voice acting and animated faces and stuff, but that was only rare important characters. Clint is not important enough to justify voice acting and a little animated face. Oh, in case you're wondering why this looks a little bit different to my Fallout 1 series, by the way, my Fallout 1 series, I decided to record that in 720p resolution because I felt like that was a good balance between, like, you know, the size of the screen and the size of the text. But looking back at it, I feel like the text was a bit small and difficult to read, given not everyone's going to be looking at this in, like, you know, a big full-screen monitor or whatever. For people watching this on smaller screens, I thought it would be better if the text were a bit larger. So this time I'm playing in 1080p, but with 2x UI scaling applied, so the text should be a lot more readable. So hopefully that's a lot easier for you. Anyway, that's enough faffing about. Time to get into the Temple of Trials and actually do whatever the trial in question is. Like, you know, they were a bit vague, to be honest. Just go into the Temple of Trials, do something. Check inventory. Aha! Weapon! Good. And if you want to know more about that particular weapon, then you can just, actually look at that. Go into kind of observation mode. Click on it for a bit more information. So, razor tip polearm. The shaft is wooden and the tip is worked steel. And yeah, you need a strength of 4 to use that correctly. Weighs 4 pounds. Lovely. And yes, we've got a damage range of 3 to 11 with this old girl. So, yeah, back in these days, the amount of damage a weapon could do could be crazy. Because this was, like, you know, a proper old-school tabletop RPG in video game form. So, basically, there's a lot of dice rolling going on in the background. And the damage ranges can be fairly extreme. And in we go to the temple. The shadows seem to play tricks with your eyes, and you can hear the faint sound of movement, because we have got some giant ants up ahead. Now, let's talk about a fun little thing about Fallout 2, which is, despite being by many people regarded as the best, most classic, most wonderful of all Fallout games, it's also generally widely regarded as having the worst opening of any Fallout game. The Temple of Trials seems to be widely regarded as being absolutely, utterly terrible. So, that's fucked. Never played it before. We'll see if I come to the same opinion. And this will be an excellent opportunity to just introduce a little bit of combat. Because we need to go up and murder ourselves some... You're ants, aren't you? You ants. Hang on. Hover over it. Yes, you see a giant ant. Probably don't go over and say hello. I'm guessing the giant ant isn't actually going to be, you know, particularly friendly. So there's two of them. Head over here. Just kind of, you know, get a bit of distance between me and the other one so I can fight them one at a time. And now we enter turn-based combat. And at this point, the action points start controlling everything. Those are the little green blobs above my weapon selector thingy, right down over there. And they determine literally flipping everything. So if I want to move over to that ant, it's going to cost me 1 action point per hex to get close to him. But as I've only got a melee weapon, I kind of need to do that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, we run over there. We're now in a position to launch an attack on that ant. Marvellous. Now the problem is, I'm not actually very good at melee weapons, so this might take a little bit of doing. I've only got a 26% chance to hit the bastard. So, give it a go, and unfortunately the ant manages to evade that. I don't really have the ability to do anything else, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to back off so the ant gets less chance to attack me back, because he'll have to waste some of his action points following me to chase me down. So 1, 2, end of my turn right there. The ant didn't bother following me. Alright then, back over to the ants. In which case, yes, this round I'll actually have 2 chances to attack, because now I've actually got 8 action points remaining, but yeah, I'm not exactly a melee specialist. Kind of hoping we get a gun sooner rather than later, because I'm not very good at this. Yeah, in classic Fallout, get used to seeing "you missed" a lot. "You missed" is possibly the most common bit of dialogue you're going to see in the whole game. There we go. I finally got a flipping hit it. Yay, I successfully killed 1 ant. Marvellous. So as the other enemy hasn't actually seen me, I can officially end the combat. Job flipping done. Get myself a little bit of XP for that. Lovely. Does the ant actually have anything on him, by the way? No, that's just an ant corpse. He doesn't have any loot on him. Oh, the other ant has unfortunately seen me, so we need to take you out as well. So far, I've just been doing a thrust. But you have options in this game. So a basic thrust is the lowest possible use of AP. If, however, I right-click here, I go into aim shot, basically the predecessor of VATS. And now I get to choose where I want to try and strike the ant, all of those numbers being percentage chance to hit. Now, unfortunately, I'm terrible at melee, so for the time being, I'm not likely to actually be able to make any of these hits whatsoever. So, don't worry about that. The spear also seems to come with, yeah, I can throw it, but I'm not sure if that's like a one-time only thing. So let's not do that. What I can, however, do is go over to my secondary weapon. You can have 2 weapons set at once, you can change between them for free. If you want to go over to anything else in your inventory, however, you need to actually go into your inventory, which costs AP. Fun system, very, very good indeed. You've also got a strong kick, or, yeah, just a strong kick, but aim. Now, just in theory, how likely to hit is, aha, the kick is actually a little bit more likely to hit. So we should probably
What
just
the
go
fuck
for
was
the
that?
kick. Because that is, yeah,
I didn't even open my item
30%
menu.
right there.
It's okay, whatever that
would you
was.
believe we missed? Back off a little bit, back off from the ant, though sometimes I will get 2 turns in a row because of my high sequence, which is very, very good indeed. So 31, and you missed. You missed again, obviously. I've also just remembered that my unarmed attacks only do 1 hit point. So probably I should just go back over to the spear. Even though it's actually less likely to hit, at the bare minimum, it does let me kill this thing in 1 go. So, sooner or later I'll hit you, it'll be great. I'm down to 4 hit points, and I cannot hit this ant. I think I may have just learnt a very... Oh, I'm down to 1 hit point. The ant is much better at hitting me than I am at hitting the ant. Go! Take out the... Okay, so I'm basically dead at this point. I think I've just learnt a very valuable lesson right here, which is good-natured was a mistake. In a world where you have to stab ants in the face, it's a mistake to be good-natured. Because these were the most basic enemies in the entire game, the first enemies we ran into. Right, I'm just going to make some quick changes to the character. Okay, so this iteration of John is very similar, except this time, rather than being good-natured, she's sexy. So that should be better. Okay, 36% chance to hit with the spear. That's better. It's still not good, but it's better. Okay, now this is better. I've successfully managed to take out the 2 ants in the first room of the game, and only lost a quarter of my entire health bar, which is Still worrying and terrible, but okay, I'm just hoping we find something a little bit better to fight with soon. That'll be fine. Bear in mind, we have skills, such as, yay, first aid. So I can first aid myself up a little bit. Bandage up my wounds, makes time pass. Excuse me, what happens if I failed to do any healing? Absolutely flippin' marvellous. Okay, so that didn't work. Yeah, that's a thing you could try and do to, make yourself a little bit better, sacrificing time in order to actually get some health back, but apparently I'm so terrible at it I can't. Right, good. This is all going well so far then. Alright, tinker with the door, move on forward, keep an eye out for where everything actually is. So yeah, I can see, I think that's a bunch of ants over there. We've got something. There is a pot. And because that hand icon's there, that means get to that pot, there's possibly something inside the pot. Okay, could potentially be of interest. Over here, meanwhile, we've got, scorpions. Not so keen on that, to be honest. Not sure I'm really ready to deal with scorpions. I'm struggling with ants, and I feel like scorpions are a step up. Alternatively, if we just actually loop-see north over here, we've got ourselves more rooms, some bones over there. But then again, a corpse did give you your first gun in Fallout 1, so possibly worth finding my way over there, I'm not sure. Maybe what I need to do is sneak. If I were to sneak up on an ant, maybe I could get a sneak attack critical on it. Yeah, sneak up. I can't see where the ant is. The ant's hidden over here and you can't spin the camera around. The camera is always just in one position. There's no way to get that camera around. So, I know there's an ant behind this wall. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Prepare to sneak. Prepare to sneak. Prepare to sneak. Prepare to sneak. And go. Oh, I think the other ant saw me. Oh, now I'm taking on two ants at the same time. Oh, now I'm super boned. Right, go for the hit. Am I more like the other one? No, the other one's out of range. Right, back away, run away from the ants at this point, just run away. In fact, do I want to run away? Yeah, sorry, I forget, I actually get two things at the beginning. Right, get a couple of hits in. 31. Okay, one of them's dead. One of them is dead. At this point, oh, I'm back to sneaking. Technically, I think that ant hasn't realised I'm here yet. Okay, that's good. No, maybe. Okay, now the ant knows I'm there. Continue trying to stab. Eventually, me and the ant will successfully be able to kill one another. There we go. Ant goes down. Now end combat. That other ant doesn't actually know. So I might be able to, sneak up. Yeah, there we go. Sneak up on other ant. I think I'm coming up behind it. Nope, the other ant saw me coming, but it's going to waste its turn coming over to me, so I can start getting my beautiful attacks in. Oh, yeah. Now we're starting to get into this. And yeah, that was actually 10 hit points damage. So yeah, the damage range can be really large. That one I did 10 hit points in one go, so it might take 1 hit to knock out an ant. It might take 2 hits to knock out an ant. If you're really unlucky, it can take like 3 hits to knock out an ant. So I don't know how many hit points they've got, but it feels like it's about 3 or 4 or something. So yeah, if you get unlucky, it might take multiple hits, but if you get lucky, could be 1. I'm not sure if luck affects damage range, actually. I don't know. Anyway, that pot I actually came here for. Have a little look-see inside that. And what have we got? We have got ourselves, I don't know what that is, healing powder. And if I want more details, it's healing powder, apparently. So give me more information, please. Powerful healing magic that will bring the feeling of sleep to your head. Okay, we might just need that anyway, because apparently I'm terrible at first aid. Okay, next up, the scorpions. And if you ever need to know where enemies are, just actually activate combat just for a moment, and the game will show you some outline. And then you can immediately send the combat afterwards. So I know one scorpion is close by to me, one is not. So if I just come over here, the scorpion will start wandering in my direction. Looks to me like the scorpion has quite a bit more in the way of movement points. I'm just going to actually back off and lead him away from his friend. End my turn over there. And okay, end my second turn as well. Here he comes. I'd rather, fight him where I can actually figure out where he bloody well is. And looks like if I just go a little bit further, I want him to waste his turn coming at me. Because I don't have any antidotes or anything. If he poisons me, I'm very boned. Alright, this is what I wanted to say. Take one step towards him. Go into fighty mode. 32% chance to hit and miss. Miss again. Right, begin running. Begin running. That scorpion's going to murder me. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's only 4 hit points. That's not so bad. Stab. Continue stabbing. Oh, I'm so terrible at spears. Luckily, the scorpion seems to be pretty flimsy and not have a brilliant damage range on it. It seems to be able to do, yeah, as little as 1 hit point sometimes. Oh, come on. I've missed 4 times in a row. That's just unlikely. There we go. Alright, 1 good hit will do the job there. That was a lesser scorpion. That thing gets killed. I was actually right at the top of my damage roll right there. I don't know how much health it's got, but it's definitely worth a few XP. In fact, hang on. Go to my character. You can check how many XP you need for your next level up. So I'm at 100x5, you need 1,000. Oh, bloody hell. I feel like now might be the right time for, yeah, the healing powder. So, use that, please. There we go. That's good. So, I've managed to actually heal up my hit points, but I am down 1 perception, which I probably didn't need, to be honest. I was struggling to hit everything already. Alright, here we go. I need the flippin' XP here. So, if Scorpion number 2 would like to head in this direction, and then we could just get lucky on both the hit and the damage range, that'd just be flippin' marvellous all round. Just keep heading in this direction. Always forget I shouldn't do that, because yeah, I seem to get 2 turns in a row right at the beginning against these bugs. So this probably works right here. 1, 2, stabby stab, 32% miss. 32% also miss. Now I get hit. And also I've been poisoned. Right, now I'm in trouble. That was 3 hit points. Okay, now we can check how it's doing. He's wounded, but that doesn't mean very wounded, so he could potentially take another hit and still carry on. I could be in trouble here. Right, begin operation run away. I am poisoned. I'm taking 5 hit points. That's not nothing. Stab. Okay, hit again. That was for, wow, okay, that was for 6. So I've done like 9 hit points total to it, and it's still going. I feel like I should not be messing with scorpions, actually. I feel like scorpions are going to mess me up. And there we go. It finally goes down. Got a 9 damage roll at the end there, which is good. But I'm also poisoned. How does poison work again in this game? I can't remember. Your character has been poisoned. Poison will do damage over a period of time until cured, or it passes from your system. Okay. Can I by any chance use Doctor or First Aid to sort that out? No, Doctor's just for crippled limbs and major wounds. Meanwhile, First Aid is small cuts, abrasions, and other minor ills. Okay, that's not so good. I mean, I'll give it a go. It's not been working so far. Up to my skill dex, up to First Aid, and we can't do that in combat. Oh, sorry, need to end the combat. End combat, skill dex, First Aid, and probably completely fail. No, actually, I feel a little bit better, apparently. And also, a giant ant has triggered a trap and narrowly avoided a projectile. Oh, great, there's traps in here, too. That's just marvellous. My trap skill, by the way, is 17%, so... Oh, dear. Oh, flipping dear. Yeah, I can see the advantage of Gifted, but I'm also really, really feeling the pain from having every single one of my abilities being artificially lowered by it. Yes. Okay, maybe what I want to do is, like, not cause trouble. There's a scorpion right there, and... Actually, it's just one scorpion. And then there's this big room at the end here. I don't really know what else is going on in this big room at the end here. It feels like there's got to be something in there, right? I mean, I'm already poisoned. How much more can that scorpion really do to me when you think about it? Okay, scorpion coming in. I've probably got a couple of turns right now, so I do have the opportunity. Ooh, 37. Okay, that was good, and 7 straight away. Unfortunately, yeah, I can't do anything with 3. Actually, I can. Go over to my... No, strong kick's also 4. I was kind of hoping that would be 3. Fine, end my turn, but hopefully get another... Yes, get another turn immediately. So now I get another 2 goes. This is the advantage of my high perception, and I am getting pretty good at killing some scorpions, actually, yes. And I think... I don't see... No, there's... Oh, hang on. Yes, there is. There are... Oh, there are 2 scorpions down over there. Right, I thought that was actually your lot. Okay, well, at the bare minimum, I can head up and explore this side of the room. I get half the room. That's not bad. Oh yeah, there's definitely something going on with those bones. Those bones have investigate on them. Okay, where exactly are the scorpions? If I could just take out, like, one scorpion, and then just go and grab the bones, yeah, I could probably pull that off. Okay, just head over here, draw the attention of one scorpion. One scorpion is... Come on, little scorpion. Come on. Come on, there we go. One scorpion comes in this direction. I'm going to lead him off over this way, just to make sure his friend doesn't get involved. And apparently this scorpion is hard to hit. Ooh. I don't know why, but this scorpion is apparently nastier. And I'm losing health really fast. 32%. Ah, I think I was actually one further away. This thing's got a range of 2, not of 1. So yeah, it's got worse accuracy, but you're a tiny bit safer if you're attacked from a distance. Keep going. Okay, that was good. Hit points down to... Bloody hell, hit points down to 11. And I have no way of healing myself, and I'm poisoned. Bloody hell. Yeah, old Fallout wasn't joking about, by the way. Okay, activate sneak mode. We just go over here, and we get the bones. Okay, go and grab whatever this is. And the answer is... Were they bones? Were the bones literally bones? No, it was a spear. Except, like, it's exactly the same spear I've already got. I don't feel like I need to. Ooh, aside from the fact this does let me do a throw, because now I've got a spare. Okay, now get the hell out of here. Do not fight the other scorpion. Alright, let's just get the hell out. Yep, they are completely identical. So I'm guessing that there was the bones of the last chosen one. It might just be a title they've given to a fair few mugs. Right, back over to the main door. Have a little look-see at it. I see a door. In which case, just go over to it. Give it a bit of a tinker. And the door appears to be locked. Ooh. Okay. Interesting. Examine the surrounding area. Because the door is locked, there might be a mechanism. Or I might just be, yeah, lockpicking. Now, I'm good at lockpicking. So, I definitely picked the lock. Turns out I am brilliant at lockpicking. Not so good at spears, which is unfortunate, because the Temple of Trolls seems to be mainly a question of, can you stab bugs with a spear? Alright, next area. What do we have? Oh, good! It's more flipping scorpions, but that looks distinctly like, is that a treasure chest? That looks very much like a treasure chest to me. Okay, we've got a treasure chest. We have got a big spiky sculpture thing. You know what that actually is? It's a chasm. I was more interested in the thing in the chasm, but okay. And yep, that's just a chasm. Nothing out of the ordinary. It's just a thing that doesn't have anything in it. That's how chasms work. And there's a big ass door over there. Then, okay, more chests. Right, optional bad guys. It would be nice to kill them and get like all of the stuff. How many actual bad guys are we talking about, by the way? We're talking... That's one bug over there. There's... I know I saw a flipping scorpion over there. Possibly you can't actually see enemies that are out of range when you just actually activate the combat thing. Yeah, that makes sense. It needs to actually be like either in range or in vision or something. I'm down to 11 hit points. I have no way of healing and I'm poisoned. I am so super bones. Okay, this is going to be fun. This is going to be very fun. Because now I want those chests. And I don't know how I'm going to get hold of them. Oh, oh. What? I just saw that. A raised plate. Hang on. What's going on here? What are these plates for? Yeah. What does this do? I feel like I'm about to die. And you see a raised stone plate. Should I just maybe, like, not touch these? Are these, like, the trap plates? Yep. I continue to see a raised stone plate. Did I do anything with them? Ah, do I need to use my trap skill on this? Yeah, activate trap skill. You failed to disarm the trap. Okay. In which case, just don't stand on them. Okay, there's a scorpion. Are the scorpion and the ants friends? I don't know whether the scorpions and the ants are technically friends or not. They seem to be friends. Oh, this is going to be good. Right, ideally, draw the attention of one, but not both of them. So, how about you guys? Yeah, you just come over here. Alright, walk straight at me, and then I'll just come at you, and I should have, if I'm lucky, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I can get over to you in 4. Then I can get in 1 hit, end my turn, and I should be able to then get 2 more hits on you. So I do have 3 shots at this. This is 37%. Yeah, that's not bad at all. So that's 7 hit points, not bad. End turn. Should get another one immediately. 32. And not bad. Not bad at all. Back off. And I think technically that ant might still be... No, the ant has not seen me yet. Beautiful. Oh, never mind. The ant definitely saw me and then got a hit in. But it was a really light hit. Okay, go for the attack. Go for another attack. Dead instantly. Good. And I've only just realised, apparently, scorpions do potentially have some loot on them because there's a little hand icon. So in which case, what have you got on you? You've got yourself a tail. What do we know about that? Give it a Lucy. Give me some information. Severed tail of a small rad scorpion. Okay, I'm guessing it's just got some value. We'll just take it with us, sell it later. Observation. That there rad scorpion appears to be on the far side of the room from the chest. If I go into sneak mode, I might be able to get in, empty the chest and leave without him ever knowing I was there. Probably worth doing given I've only got 10 hit points. Right, activate sneaky mode. Keep your distance. Looks like he's heading to that side of the room, which I consider positive, so head up into this corner. Right now, there we... No, why did you stop sneaking? Continue sneaking. We are supposed to be sneaking right now. Get over here. Okay, now, what do we have in the chest? And healing powder. Well, I need that to not die. So now, we just sneak the hell back out of here. And we don't fight the scorpion. We don't need to fight every scorpion. Not until we found a gun. When I've got a gun, we can come back and fight all of the scorpions. I'm on about 30% health right now. I'll tell you what, actually, I should fight that scorpion and then use the healing powder, because it seems to be pretty much a full health top-up for me, because I've not got much health. Right, he's walking away right now. Let's see if we can actually sneak up on him, and boom! Who gets the first hit in? I think I do, but I'm at a range of, 2. Take 1 step, I can still get 2 hits in. 37%, 37%, and a hit, and, oh! Okay, got very lucky there, killed in 1 go. So I'm guessing they have 10 hit points. It feels like if I get like 10 or 11, I'll one-shot them. Good. In which case, I don't have the action points. End combat. Actually scavenge his body for more tails, because why not? Beautiful. Let's actually check my inventory. I think you get the value there. So, severed tail of a small rad scorpion. Nope, no clue. I'm guessing it's just worth something. Now, it looks to me like what we've got up ahead is ants, who have very, very low damage range, so shouldn't be too difficult to just smash our way through all of them, to be honest. I'll say not too difficult. If I get unlucky, I'll be absolutely torn apart, but screw it. Maybe I want to fight 1 or 2 more ants before I use the healing powder, because I feel like this ain't done yet. Right, whatever's through the metal door, it's probably bad. Also, I am taking damage from the poison. That is just happening. Okay, I'm down to 9 hit points. This is a mistake, isn't it? Actually, you know what? I'll take on 1 of them. I'll take on 1 of them. Oh, he's walking away. Get behind him, 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 and go! There we go. Successfully snuck up on you. And you just get yourself murdered. Right, walk away from the other one before he realizes...
I should buy Fallout 2. It actually sounds really fun. I never did play out... I played Fallout 2, but I didn't play very long. My best friend was the Fallout 2 nut. He wouldn't let me play. He would get in front of that computer, and he would play Fallout for like 12 hours from Saturday afternoon at 1 o'clock to like fucking 1 in the morning or something. And I always thought it would be a really good game, because especially Tactics. I think it was Tactics looked really fun.
Unfortunately, that's only 4 hit points. Like
God damn it, I fucked that up. Oh well.
In which case, end your turn. I think we get another attack immediately.
God damn it.
Nope, he gets an attack in. I'm down to 5 hit points.
Ugh.
We really need to finish him off. Okay, he's dead. That's good.
Annoying.
That's good. Into chest number 2. Ideally, more health would be absolutely spot on, because I'm terrible at everything. And hello, we've got ourselves... Oh, that is anti-venom. That I know about. Yep, lovely. So, we just grab that, and I can cure the poison. Good. Now this is good stuff. You know what? It's time for a bit of R&R. Alright, it's time for me to actually use this here lovely poison, sort out the poison situation, and it's time for me to use this lovely healing powder too. And that gets me up to not quite full health. Fine, it's like 20 hit points or something. 18, it says right there. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. And I've also learned the advantage of sneaking. Sneaking definitely seems like a good sort of thing to do. Yes. That ant is walking away. And right behind it. And go. Going for the attack. Oh, it saw me first. I've got a flippin' 4 hit point attack in. Just got sucker punched by an ant. Just flippin' embarrassing. Right, okay, end my turn, so I should get a second one immediately. Oh, the other ant knows what's coming. That's no good. Right, stab. And he's... Okay, that ant is apparently very, very resilient. I think I should be about good where I am. Maybe I'll take one step backwards. End my turn there. That ant will then walk over to... Darn it, I got another 2 turns in a row. Anytime you're... Excuse me. Would you like to... Excuse me. Are you interested in... Okay, that ant is apparently just not actually interested in me in the slightest. I didn't realise that. And... Oh, now he's interested. Because of course he is. That's fine. Actually, he's just walked into, like, the perfect spot, which is 36%. And a nice lucky kill with 10 hit points there. Neither of you have got anything on you. Nope, we're good. In which case, time to see what's going on with the metal door. I'm really Uh-oh. What? Oh, never mind. Sorry, that was just the end of the combat. That was just the end of the combat. I forgot to end it previously. Right, over to here. Let's have a little look-see at the metal door, please. So, what do we know about the metal door? You see impenetrable door. And I cannot do anything to impenetrable door. So, let's try lockpicking it. Just because, you know, it's a door. And... apparently I neither succeeded nor failed. Maybe that's not what I'm supposed to be doing. Okay, what are we supposed to be doing with the impenetrable door then? Alright, nearby sconces, walls, items, doesn't reveal anything.
Hi guys, I love you. Sorry if I'm not talking. I tend not to talk a lot when I play FFXI, because it's just sort of like switch your brain off and grind, you know? There's not too much thinking or problems to it. It's more of an Asian grind. It's just go all day, you know?
Hello. Plastic explosives. Okay, a chunk of Cordex, a military brand of plastic explosives, highly stable, very destructive, includes a timer. I really feel like I shouldn't be blowing up the Temple of Trials. Like, what if someone else needs to have their worth tested down the line? Like, what are they gonna do? I suppose technically it's my only option. Right, so let's just actually set that as item number 2. I guess we're using that. I mean, that feels like that shouldn't be the only solution, because what happens if you, like, you know, use that to blow up a scorpion or something? Then this dungeon will be uncompletable. Maybe the pot just spawns more plastic explosives. Who flipping knows? Alright, go over to plastic explosives. Use plastic explosives. Yep, that's all I can do. I can just use it. So, set a timer for 30 seconds should probably be fine. So set timer. You see metal door. Wait, where's the... Oh, I just left it there. Okay, I just left it on the ground. How far away do I want to be from that? No, do not go back over to plastic explosives. I mean, I did... Okay, good. Job flipping done. That was exactly what I needed to do. I wonder what happens if you lay that incorrectly. You just have to go back to an old safe. Have you just screwed Destiny? Quite possibly you have. Oh, bloody hell, there's more of it. Also, apparently, there was a raised plate and I almost got hit by a trap again. Okay. What do we have over here? We've got... Oh, that looks important. Hello. Who are you? That's Cameron, a fellow tribesman. Right, that might be the Skyrim door to get out of here. So before we head in that direction, check out this way first. This way leads more chests. Now the problem is, if the chest doesn't give me anything but items to heal up my health, I might end up in a health deficit trying to go and get the items. Also, apparently the explosive went off prematurely because I'm so inept at explosives, so that's good. Looks like we've got at least 2 scorpions between me and there. And now I don't have any more anti-venom. I've used up my only anti-venom. Meanwhile, if I go this way, there's 2 ants and a chest. The chest might give me better weapons or armor. So
Poor honey, she's like bossing him around.
We'll take out the ants first, and then we'll go and check out the scorpions.
I love my friend Honey. I've known her for like 5 fucking years. One of my best friends. I've spent thousands of hours of my life with Honey. She's one of my better friends in my life. I don't really talk to her that much. We don't have that much in common, you know. She's a lesbian. I'm straight. Like, she's like, you know, she's in Texas. I'm in wherever I am, and all this. And she's kind of she is a D&D professional. She owns a D&D collectible shop, and she's a professional GM for a fucking living, which is just crazy to me. You know, it's just crazy. She has my dream life, kind of, except that rather than D&D, I'd rather own a LAN cafe where I could just play MMOs all day, and then charge kids $20 or, you know, $5 an hour to sit on a computer and play, like, you know. I wish LAN cafes are still good, I think. But, and, you know, have like a tea shop, coffee shop connected to it, and a collectible shop connected to it. I think that'd be so sweet. Little 3-part, you know, business. If I ever make like $50 million like Ninja, I doubt it. But I mean, if I ever do, that's what I'm gonna do. One of the things I'm gonna do with it is I'm gonna make my own LAN cafe that I literally that I live in. Like, connected house with security and a magnet door and shit, and I'll come out of my house into my LAN cafe, and that's one of my life's dreams, you know. Now what's happening here? I don't know. Look at this, like, fucking mob spin like a top. It's hilarious. Poor Honey. She probably hates cats so much. She probably hates cats. She probably hates Blaster. You can just see it. I know she hates Blaster. She fucking hates... Poor Honey. She's like yelling at the healer, both the healers, the dancer and the RDM or whoever it is. I don't know what her party makeup is. She's like yelling at him to fucking cast Carolina like every 5 seconds, because the blaster is like every 5 seconds. It's so overly, like, Darkstar does not do master co-rolls that correctly, because in Era. In Era, the co-rolls, they almost never blastered. There's this other ability they do. The blinds is the one that they spammed. It wasn't the blaster. The blaster was like once a fight. The blind was like every 5 seconds. And they have it in whoever did Darkstar had it backwards. It's actually the other way around. It's like, you know, it's one blaster per fight, one or whatever it is. Yeah, blaster. Right. It's chaos. It was many chaotic eyes and one blaster. And blaster is the paralyzed, and it's a really nasty fucker for the tanks, especially because they can't do shit. They can't voke. They can't flash. They can't heal people. They, like basically takes, like, tanks get pissed at getting paralyzed because it basically does cripple them. They can't do shit. They have to, like, take it. They can't save people. They can't do anything, you know? Oh yeah, 419, bitch. 420. But I was going to say, what was I going to talk about? I was going to talk about something else. Oh, yeah, my live stream. So I want a LAN cafe that I live at. That I step out into my LAN cafe and I get coffee at my fucking barista shop or whatever. And then I, like, walk over to the collectible shop and I buy a booster pack and I, like, you know, and I, like, look at my cards and I talk with my collectible shop people about, you know, painting figurines or, you know, whatever. Or, like, whatever, you know, whatever new Star Star Wars thing is out or whatever the fuck. And then I go sit in the LAN cafe for 16 hours and I stream at my master cubicle, my master desk with a desk around it, you know, that's in the center of the LAN cafe, and anybody can approach my desk. But I mean, like, you know, it's kind of funny. And but I'll have like a glass wall box around it, so that, but I'll retract the doors up and down. I would never do this, but it's fun to mentally masturbate about it. I would never actually waste that kind of money before I fixed all the world's problems first. But you know, if I had ever had after I fixed all the world's problems, and they think that you can't do it, but you can. I know how to fix all the problems, right? You buy America. I know how to fix this world. I've got the solutions for everything, including your depression, your sickness, your mental health issues, all of that stuff. I have the solutions for everything. Just nobody trusts me, and they shouldn't trust me, because I'll take your money. I'll kill you. And I'll, you know, and I'll take over your country. You know what I'm saying? I'm like Putin, except I have honor. You know what I'm saying? I believe in what we're doing. I'm a believer in America and all this stupid shit. I'm not a patriot, really, because I don't like. I'm a patriot of my country. I am not. I'm sorry. I love my country. I hate my government. You know, and my government has directly caused my life to be essentially a free prison. It's like I'm free, but I'm in prison. Essentially, it's no different. Fuck. Oh, did I get him? Yeah, I got him. And, yeah. That's where I'm at. I'm gonna go back to the video here. I'm just trying to... I think I would prefer to switch to Acid Bolt now. I don't know. He's got the Acid Bolt. Never mind. I'll run Venom. Fucking rock gas.
Number one, stab, and okay, apparently I can't stab. Right, end turn. Please give me second turn in a row. Thank you. Ant immediately dies. Next ant, please. Yeah, just run over to it, get its attention, make it waste its action points walking over towards me. Oh, and a good first hit there. I am getting well practiced at annihilating ants. Spot on. Right, in which case, tell me, what do we have in the chest? Because if it's actually more anti-venom, then there's literally nothing in the chest. Oh, great. I'm glad that was there. Wait, hang on. Cameron, did you just maybe steal what was in the chest? Because if so, I flipping want it, alright? My character's about 2/3 of the way to level 2. If I could get up to level 2 before the end of this, I won't have enough of, yeah, scorpions over there to get to level 2. But just in case, yeah, Cameron's got like a tough speech check or something, would be nice to hit level 2 if I could. Let's just, yeah, scout ahead here, figure out what's actually here, because I think it's just 2 scorpions, so if it is, if I get lucky, I should be able to take all of them out without too much trouble. Plus, if there's a healing item in that chest, then if I take some damage on the scorpions, I'll probably end up for the good, which is good in case it's a fight against Cameron. Alright, Scorpion number 1 comes in and ideally gets to within, gets to within 4 hexes of me, which is exactly what I need to see. Because then I can get, yeah, 1 hit in, end my turn, and And then, yeah, get another pair of hits in. Now it's just luck of the draw. Got a hit in for 7. That's not bad. I think he's got 10. Okay, now he gets to attack me. Back off, and... Okay, darn it, poisoned again. That's less good. 2. Come on, John. We can do this. And down 2. Actually, it was only like 1 hit. Then that was, yeah, 2 hit points again. Not bad. 32. 32. Bloody hell, John, shape up. We were getting good at this. There we go. Number 1, it goes down. End the combat. Well, at this point, I'm poisoned. I may as well take out the other one. And I'll help myself to yet more tails, thank you. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4. And stab. Miss. End turn. And second turn. 2 stab. 32%. 32%. Haven't hit it once yet. Not a good start. But they can only hit me like once. The damage range is... I just got hit for 6. That's not fun. 32%. 32%. Run, run, run. Okay, I'm about to be killed by this scorpion, aren't I? No, you missed. And continue 32%ing. Okay, this is just not good luck right now. Alright, I should have hit it at least once by this point. Luckily, he's missing 2. We're both so bad at our jobs. Alright, he got another hit in, but then I got a big critical, which is good. So, 11 hit points kills it in 1, which is very lucky. But at this point, the poison is about to murder me. So, I'm really, really hoping that this is a really, really good chest. Because the poison could literally kill me at this point. So, come on, chest. Oh, that is literally exactly what I wanted to see. That is perfect. That is absolutely spot on. Right, so, poison. And, yeah, just a bit of healing too. That should get me up to, like, 16. Ouch. Okay, so I'm guessing the healing powder is also a damage range. Right, hang on, 16. Was that less than what I started with? I think I started with 8-ish. So, okay, I've managed to lose 2 hit points coming in this direction. But that's fine, because I'm going to give another go to first aiding myself. 16% first aid. So... I am so flipping useless. Also, no, I don't take damage from poison. I'm not poisoned. Okay, I feel screwed over there, game. I feel very screwed over. Okay, here we go. Cameron is waiting for me. And by the way, can I actually... no, it's a pot, but I can't get anything out of it. Cameron, why are you here? Because I'm a little bit suspicious of your presence in the Temple of Trials. Greetings, John. I have the honor of being your final challenge. To continue your quest, you must defeat me in unarmed combat. When you say unarmed, you're clearly holding some form of spear, and so am I. So yes, I've got some questions. And what would you like to know? And why do we have to fight? Yes, are we planning to kill each other, or not? So, no, my friend, you need only defeat me. When the time comes, we will end the battle. That's good. And when you say unarmed, do you actually mean unarmed or a melee weapon's fine? Yes, weapons tend to distance us from battle, desensitize the effects of our actions against others. When you strike another human being with your bare fist, you both see and feel the pain you cause. Battles become very personal and all too real. Okay, the thing is, actually, I'm terrible at unarmed combat. Like, really flipping terrible. Is there any chance I can, like, speech my way past this? So, yes, why do we have to fight? The path of the Chosen One is not an easy trail to walk, John. You'll be faced with many challenges throughout your lifetime. The most difficult of these will be dealing with your fellow man. These will come in a time when diplomacy and tact will prove useless, and your hands must be raised instead. This challenge prepares you to face another human, look him in the eyes, and know you may have to kill him. You literally just told me we weren't fighting to the death. Alright? Don't tell me that if this is a challenge about me learning how to potentially fight someone to the death. And I disagree with you. I think we can piece this, okay? Let's piece this out. You may be correct, John, but not in your current situation. You must defeat me to succeed in your trial. Look, I don't know all of your strengths and weaknesses, and you don't know mine. Accidents do happen, so what if one of us inadvertently kills the other? Let's just end this now rather than take the chance. Yes, speech. I see your point. I wouldn't want to be responsible for killing you when all I meant to do is test your mettle. Very well. You may pass, Chosen One. I'm guessing that was a speech check. The game is like rolling checks behind the scenes all the time. It's not like New Vegas where you can see what skill level you need to pass, or Fallout 3 where it shows you percentage chance to succeed. In this case, it all happens very quietly behind the scenes. So, thanks Cameron. See you back in the village. Job flipping done. Now, he did say that was the end of the actual trial. So, in which case, let's just open up the door and presumably we actually get ourselves something. Hello? Ah, the vault suits. Cool. I like that. I have gained 600 XP, I have gone a level, I have gained 15 karma, and I have passed the Trials of Arroyo. Absolutely flippin' marvellous. And are those giant Venus flytraps? I see a plant of Dark Soul. Oh, that's great. That's just great. I love plants of Dark Soul. They're my favourite kinds. And there we go. I am literally wearing the Vault 13 jumpsuit. Marvellous. Except I've made a few alterations, to be honest, because, yeah, it was just established in the intro that the canonical Vault 13 Vault Dweller was, in fact, male, but I seem to have actually torn open the Vault suit a bit to expose a bit more cleavage, which I guess makes sense, given, you know, I have decided to actually roleplay my character as a high sex appeal character, so screw it. I've decided I want to go out into the wasteland with a Vault suit, with 2 spears, and with some cleavage on show, and why not, eh? And here we go, 16 skill points. I can now start distributing. Flipping lovely. Together with, yeah, needing another 1,600 experience to get up to the next level. So, what's my priority for the time being? I wouldn't mind a bit more melee, because I literally don't have a gun yet. So, I feel like, yeah, that could potentially be a very useful thing to boost up. My speech isn't actually great yet, to be honest, but, I don't want to actually get that higher. Oh yes, of course, if you tagged a skill in the original Fallout, you actually get 2 percentage points for each skill point you invest. So it doesn't just start higher, it's also easier to level up subsequently. Yeah, getting that up towards 40 seems like a good start to me. Other than that, Sneak has served me well so far. Definitely if I'm facing a particularly difficult situation, being able to sneak past it, not bad in the slightest, and would I mind an extra 6 points of melee? Right now I've got literally nothing but melee weapons, and I don't know how long it's going to be until I get a gun, so screw it. I'm just going to take an extra 6% in melee, just in case. Ah, here we go. Here's Cameron floating around outside. So it's good to see you again, Chosen One. How may I help you? I'd like to visit the temple again. Oh, I really flipping don't want to, actually. And I don't want to fight. I just thought I'd say hi. See you later. That's okay. Are these plants going to attack me? Like, can I actually speak to them? This is just a plant of the Dark Soul. Will it attack me if I get close? Yes! Yes, it flipping does! Okay, and it really flipping hurts too. Right, let's actually just, like, kill this if we can, please. Yeah, up to 40% chance to hit. I'm glad we're up to 40% chance to hit. So that's 10 hit points of damage to that thing. It looks... oh, it's wounded. Okay, I think I may have made a mistake attacking this thing. This thing is apparently super badass. And then avoid. Avoid. I should not have attacked... wow, another 11 hit points of damage. Severely wounded. Okay, we should run. Run. It's only a Venus flytrap. Presumably it can't actually get to me. Camera, would you mind helping, please? I'm being attacked by a plant. So we're at the very north of the village of Arroyo right now. We've got ourselves, yeah, the little green transition zones around over there. Let's just actually skirt around the outside of the kill plant. And are you actually about to attack me? Okay, just, you know, skirt around the outside of the plants. I can't be bothered with this business. End the combat if you'd be so kind. Yeah, just keep your distance from those bastards. Thank you. And we have got ourselves, medical tent. I'm guessing that symbol is still meaning medicine. Hello, who are you? Before you stands Kunin, the village shaman. He appraises you with crazy eyes from somewhere in the world only he inhabits.
Why does the earth before me warm to the touch of your passing?
Ooh, la-di-da. You get animation and voice acting. That's flippin' marvellous. So I can say goodbye because I'm leaving on a holy quest. I'm heading out. I was hoping just this one she'd talk like a real person. You're doing way too many drugs. I'm out of here. I'm hurt. Can you heal me? Yes, that'd be good. So if you're like the doctor, I could do with a full health bar before I head out into the world. And... spot on. That is absolutely great.
Wow.
Thank you very, very much indeed.
Please reveal to clouded eyes the purpose of your passage.
I've just come to say goodbye, whoever you are.
The earth sings with the news of a champion upon the land. Perhaps before you go, you would bestow a kindness?
Depends how many XP are in it for me, but sure, what do you need?
The plants of dark soul have infested my garden again. Many seasons have touched my bones, and I am too frail for the fight which is eternal next. I ask that you be my champion.
Alright, that's actually possible. And yes, did you just ask me to weed your garden? If that's the case, that's fine. And yeah, okay, I'm happy to do that, abso-flipping-lutely. I would be honoured to, Holy One. So, I'll do that, get some XP, maybe they'll drop some, like, herbs or whatever, no idea. Alright, let's get that done for him. Straight up to these plants over here. Can you even attack me? Are you trying to spit at me? I don't know if you're trying to spit at me. He might be trying to do a spit attack. Get right up close and personal. 38%. And I missed. Right, end my turn, but I might get a second turn if I'm lucky. Oh, hang on. I think I'm a bit too close to that one. Fine, move over here and then get 2 hits in. There's a hit for 11. There's a hit for 5. And that should hopefully get him to... yeah, he's almost dead. That's good. End my turn. And he comes for a swing. These guys are not that strong. They've got surprisingly long range on them, though. 34. And miss again. That's a shame. And yeah, these guys seem to have really, really low damage, actually. That's absolutely fine. Right, come on. Just swing at them. You can do this. They're literally rooted to the ground. How are you struggling? I love how everyone else is just standing around watching this happen, by the way. No one else can be bothered to get involved. They must think I'm a right proper mug to be doing this for the shaman. Ah, right. Bloody finally. We've managed to take out all of the plants in the garden. The plants of the dark soul, or indeed spore plants, they seem to refer to themselves. So, end the combat. I'm half dead from doing gardening, which is, you know, always a good starting point to a great big adventure. Nothing to actually be gathered off any of those bastards, so that's absolutely fine. Come back over here. I really hope he's planning to heal me again, by the way, because, yeah, apparently I can't handle gardening.
You return the spirit of the dweller to the world and bring a smile to the soul of an old man in passing. For this, I give you powders of healing. Remember, they fog the mind as they cleanse the body.
Alright, and yeah, as we know, perception -1 for healing. But I don't have any stim packs or anything yet, so screw it, it's pretty good.
And also, will I mix the Brock flower with the Xander root together whenever you bring home to me. May your pathways be true and your heart follow suit.
He said the Sunny Smiles thing, or to be precise, Sunny Smiles said the him thing. I didn't know that was a callback to Fallout 2, but okay, there we flippin' are. Any chance you can actually tell me where I find these things?
Look to the north, Chosen, and the way will be open.
Alright, head north, find things, bring them to him. Got it. No, we're not done. You're flipping healing me, alright? There we flipping go. Better. Right, time to have an explore around, see who, if anybody, wants to have a nice chat. So I see my... I've got a cousin. This is my cousin Nagor. You don't see his dog Smoke anywhere. By any chance, you need me to go and get your bloody dog. Where's your dog, Nagor? Smoke ran off into the hunting grounds and hasn't come back, and now Morlis won't let me go find him. She says it's too dangerous and he's just a dog and I was going to go anyway. Ooh, 100% I'm going to go rescue a dog, yes. Far side of Hakunin's tent north of the village. I'll be back with the dog momentarily, unless there's bad things there, in which case I probably won't be. These little quests are totally worth doing, because if I can hit level 3 before I even set off on my adventure, that will be much better. And any of these quests might actually give me things like, you know, a gun. And we've got geckos floating around. Yeah, this is feeling very New Vegas-y, isn't it? We've got Xanderroot and Brockflower being mixed together by one of the first characters you run into. We've got geckos right at the start. Yep, you can see the inspiration here. I have located Smoke. He's over there, but he seems to be absolutely fine. So all I need to do is, yeah, work my way past. It looks like only 2 geckos are in the way. I can ignore the third one down south. Alright, let's see how tough a gecko is, because I've no bloody clue. Right, let's go, you and me, and... Okay, I've just accidentally snuck up on a gecko. Didn't even really mean to. Total miss. Okay, 33%. And did 4 hit points. Okay, he is wounded, that's fine. Back off a little bit. I'm gonna... Uh-oh. Oh, the other one's coming in. How much damage can they do to me? 2 hit points, that seems low. 27%. Okay, these guys have got slightly higher armor class or something than enemies I've been fighting so far. Right, back away from that one that's running over here. They seem to have a fair few movement points. But they're not great hitting me and they're not that strong, but I'm struggling to hit them too. Continue backing off. I don't want to be fighting 2 at once. I could get swarmed very, very fast indeed. And come on, I'm struggling here. I'm really struggling.
Am I going the right way?
I need to come back later with better quality equipment or like a companion or something. Because I'm feeling like I've not really got the ability to do gecko hunting right now. Though, admittedly, they're not doing anything to me either. Right, that was a hit, but only for 3 hit points. He's wounded, still not severely wounded, which is a concern because I'm about to be completely surrounded by them. Another hit for 8, and that's pretty good for me. He's only severely wounded. I think we need to come back here once we've actually got ourselves some, you know, better quality equipment. This spear, not for me. Not good for gecko hunting. Alright, back to the village. Who else needs some help? Ah, and I've located the elder of the village. She's right by the well and the skull pole. So remember, she's there. Alright, ransack the entire village, because, you know, you never know when you're going to need some of this. Ooh, Xanderroot. I'll be having some of that, thank you. I'm pretty sure I saw Brockflower over in the hunting grounds. Honestly, whatever you guys have got here, I need it more than you. Alright, so I'll be helping myself to whatever I bloody well feel like. We've got a nephew Fergus here. Wow, the well really needs fixing. Well, luckily I'm here, and I'm actually terrible at repairs, but I'll give it a flipping go. Oh, I'm so terrible at repairs. But... okay, apparently I just got that done. You're welcome. Next up, Morlis, my aunt who hates me. That's good. Hello, Morlis. Why'd you bother me, niece? Can't you see I'm busy? Yeah, that's a lot of standing around that wouldn't be getting done otherwise. You know what? I'm going to steal everything she flippin' owns and not even feel bad about it. She doesn't own anything worth stealing. Right, that's probably why she's annoyed all the time. Oh, apparently we worship a big giant head. That's fun. I like a big giant head. Also, I'll have a quick word with Lucas here. So, Chosen One, how goes the quest? Honestly, haven't really started it yet, but I'm not dead, so good starting point. Maybe you need a warrior's help. Ooh, do you want to accompany me? Because yes, I need some help getting a dog back from a cousin. And I know how to fight with fists and feet. Think you can learn that? Sure, teach me something. I can teach you enough to fight better. It will take us all of 1 day. Go for it, assuming that doesn't mean the dog's dead. I really hope the dog's not dead. And you have learnt well, Chosen Warner. May the wind be at your back. Okay, apparently I've gained +1 perception 3 times. So that means I'm actually up to like... no, I'm still at perception 8. Why am I still at perception 8? Ah, was I down at perception 5 because I'd done like 3 healing powders and that's all worn off now? Probably that's what's going on, yes. Also, I don't know what my unarmed skill was before this point, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't as high as 55, so you know what, that'll flip and do. Ooh, let's talk time limits, by the way. So like Fallout 1, this game does kind of have a time limit, but not really in the same way, which is good, because I never really liked the fact that you were on a time limit in Fallout 1. So, technically, you're supposed to be doing this in a hurry to save your village. But I did look into this. Any warnings the game gives you are basically just for flavor. To be honest, like, you've got to complete the main quest within 13 years. But there's no realistic chance you'll actually burn 13 years playing the game, so just play the game normally and ignore the time limit, which I'm very happy about. Here we go. Xanderroot and Brockflower in this guy's house. Talk to him. He's twirling his spear. any chance you can actually... the way you use a spear, you'll be meat for geckos in no time. I can show you a few tricks.
That was good XP.
Yes, I would
yeah.
love this. So take a little while. That's good. So, you're a Swift student. It looks like you've learned all I can teach you. Thanks, Jordan. That's going to help a lot. Alright, what did that actually do? Because I'm pretty sure I was at like 46%. Plus 10%. Fine. So he's got my melee skill up to 56%, and I've got higher perception than I did previously. This is good. This is all good stuff. I'm glad I came.
3 levels, not too bad.
Alright,
Pretty good for this era of like 48 to 51 or something like that. Things I want to buy. Fallout 2. I need a certain cord, HDMI to whatever they call this, HDMI to... Okay, be right back. Or, well, I guess I can just take my headphones, so it doesn't matter. Okay, where am I? Where am I? Oh, where's my phone? It's my phone. Yeah. Yeah, sounds good. too. I liked Nurse Ratched, and I love how she did that. I liked Nurse Ratched. It was hard to deal with, but it was. He was Nip Talk? Oh. Okay, so what do I do now? I go and check and see if I made sales. I wonder how much Fallout 2 is. It actually looks really fun. Pit, Vegas, Shelter, $10. $20 for all three. Might actually buy that classic collection. That's I heard Fallout Tactics was actually the best one. $195 for the Fallout franchise bundle. Jesus Christ.
Flipping ready for you. That's right. Come over it. Come over. Come over it. Come over it. All right, fine. I'll just stab you, I guess. Right, go for... Oh, 43% chance to hit. That's the flipping stuff right there. Yes, now back away from him. Let him come to me. He'll come for a swing at me. But now I've got my perception back. 37% chance to hit. And... oh, yeah. Now this is flipping good. And also, he critically missed and lost his next turn. Good. Good. So if I end my turn right now, do I get another turn immediately? Yes, I do. So critical misses. They're a thing. I need 4 action points. Attack. Okay, 6. And bring him down. That's what we flipping needed right there. So, end the combat. Spot on. And now we can get the, I'm assuming, hide. Nope, no hide on him whatsoever. That's absolutely fine. So he's dead. There's 2 down there. Right, stay away from them. There is a Brock flower over there, but honestly I can do without it. I'm just going to come straight through round here, take on this one. So you, excuse me, you're not interested in fighting? He's not interested in fighting, but okay. 43%, go for that, and that was a miss. 55% for a go. 8 hit points, not bad as a starting point. Begin backing away from him. I think that's actually a Brock flower over there. He comes in for a swing, but his damage range is low. Shame we can heal me when we're done. Now we're doing some good stuff. Yeah, this is the stuff right here. There we go. He goes down. Bit unlucky there in terms of, yeah, just the actual chance to hit. But grab a little Brock flower right there. And, okay, end the combat, then pick up the Brock flower. Whatever. There we go. That gives me 2 Brock flowers and 2 Xantaroots. That's another 2 healing powder. Now, probably stay away from the, like, radioactive goo, which is apparently dotted around over here. Yep, loop round the long way. I was hitting the radioactive goo. Don't walk in the radioactive goo. Maybe just, like, avoid that. Hello, Smoke. You're a good boy. Apparently I see nothing out of the ordinary with radioactive goo and slime pools just floating around outside my village, so that's unfortunate. Right, well, let's head on our way. Please don't walk through the radioactive goo. Smoke, same deal, please. Don't walk through the goo. Thank you. Good work, Smoke. And the geckos are way over there. Don't need to fight every single gecko, to be honest. I'd rather make sure this dog makes it home nice and safe. There's plenty of geckos dotted around here, but honestly, aside from XP grinding, I don't see much point taking them all on. I think we're pretty good. Rather, yeah, get the XP for a living dog. If the dog dies, that's probably a loss of XP, greater than any gain I'll get from killing all of those geckos. And I brought your dog back to you. You're flipping welcome. You found Smoke. Thanks, Smoke. You're a bad dog. And 5 karma, 100 XP. Beautiful. So, back to the shaman. Get me some healing powder, please. That should be 2 healing powder. And, ooh, apparently it's none now. Speak to him again. I need some more healing. I might bring it morning or close by. Thank you very, very much indeed. I'm alright. Goodbye. Okay, I think that means I have now done mini quests and fixed everything I can actually do all of that stuff with. In which case, ooh, by any chance can I help myself to all of this stuff? Yeah, I'm just gonna help myself to your chest, actually. Ooh, it's locked. Right, I'll speak to you first in case you're about to choose to give that to me. But if you don't, I'm just lockpicking it, FYI. As long as my quest involves nothing but stabbing insects, yes, 100 flipping %. So, any chance I can have a gun at this point? Show him the thing to prove I'm who I say I am, I guess, and then find the vault itself. Alright, so anything more you can tell me? I feel like the society's regressed pretty quickly. Like, we're only a handful of generations after the Vault Dweller. And he was, you know, an extremely skilled badass who used guns and was a Vault Dweller and knew all sorts of exciting, sexy tech stuff. But apparently no, within 2 or 3 generations we're into barbarians living in huts who have no concept of the idea of money. Alright, the biggest one. Klamath. Where is Klamath? East. Useful to know. Thank you. Do you actually know where the vault is? It sounds like that's my ultimate destination. Okay, but if I can find any location from Fallout 1, I can roughly locate from that because I know how the orientation of California works. So that will be a good starting point. And yes, finally, the get. you actually know what it is and what it does precisely. Because forget this kind of all-purpose plot filler, it kind of does whatever any given Fallout game needs it to do. Alright, fine, it just makes the land fertile. Got it, that'll do as a starting point. All I'm getting from her, no arm and no weapons. Dear flippin' dear. Right, well in that case, I need your stuff, actually. So, that was a big lot. Tell you what, I'm not bad at lock picking. I'm hoping I will be able to open this. Give it a few goes. There we go. Definitely pick it. 25 XP. Let's have a look, see what we got here. Gonna be needing your stuff. Aha! Now that's what I was wanting to be seeing. I've got myself some. I'll just have to you have the healing powder. I've also got a knife. Right. You don't mind that I've just stolen that, right? We're cool? Yeah, we're cool. Spot on. There was actually a knife right here. Okay, now I've just got 2 knives, but weapons...
Drug talk isn't for children. So stupid. Like, so low IQ. Like, goddamn, man. Like, how do you live? Did you ever get smart enough to learn how to breathe? How do you... Like, goddamn. You're so dumb. Can't talk about drugs with children. You're fucking stupid. Every aspect of drugs should be talked about with children. You're a child. You're fucking stupid. You're like really stupid. Everything about drugs should absolutely be talked about with children. There's nothing about it that is immoral. You're immoral. Drugs aren't immoral. Cartels are immoral. Drugs themselves aren't immoral. They're just drugs. You're fucking stupid. Talking about them with children isn't immoral. Glorifying it is, but I've never done that. I've never glorified drugs. You're dumb. You're so dumb. Whatever. I need... Yeah.
If the range of 3 to 11 are all equally likely to show up, which I'm going to assume for now they are. So 2 times 7, 14. So the spear is the better option, and I'm guessing the reason you've got the knife is in case you don't have the strength to use the spear. So we're still all about the melee weapons, but on the plus side, at least I asked around and got a bit of strength. So we're up to 56% in melee, which will, well, I guess it has to do, because we don't really have an option right now. My sex appeal isn't getting me too...
He went to Trigan. That's good. That's good. I wondered.
That is enough for now. This here is the beginning of Fallout 2. We have kicked off our adventure. We have done the...
I know what I want to do. So, I'm going to pull a thing. FFXI best... best thief gear list, right? I think I've seen this before. The community thief guide, yeah. So, the equipment, the imminent... Oh, no. This is... What? No. Thief guide to weapons and armor. I think that's it, yeah. So down... Oh, yeah. At 50, I should course... At 50, I want you to go back to tab so I can see this. At 50, you should have 2 Corsair's Knives if you don't have a Hornet Needle. Level 48 Hornet Needle drop from Death from Above. If you have high-level friends or a high-level job, get this. Replace Calv with this if you can. What is Calv? Oh, Calvelli's Dagger. Again, lower DPS than earlier dags, but it has Dex 3, and he's got a point about... Calvelli's Dagger is a... BCNM. It is a rare, but it is not a rare X. And it's a nice thief Dex dagger. But apparently at my level... Oh. I talked to Madonna. The fuck? Oh. Twitter? No. What? Wow. Okay, whatever. Why did you tell me that? Why did you tell me that? Oh yeah, things I want to buy, right? There's another thing I want to do. So, rich text stock, rich text formats, things I wanna buy. WoW Dragonflight, which will be... Oh, I don't have that on my fucking bar. Why? The Overwatch launcher. Go price Dragonflight, I guess. It's an interesting thing. WoW Dragonflight. I want to buy Fallout Classic Collection for 20. I want to buy, people, please talk with your children about the horrors of drugs. Please warn your children about the depths of heroin addiction, methamphetamine addiction, and how bad it actually is and what it can do to your life. Please, we need more outreach to tell the kids how bad the drugs is. Dare wasn't enough. Tell your kids how bad drugs are. Tell them what your experiences on drugs are. Please talk to your kids about drugs. All kinds of stuff. Needles, heroin, crack, PCP, Sherming, all that shit. Warn your kids about every drug on earth. Please talk to your kids about being on drugs, about what it is to be high, what it'll do to you, the depths that it'll take you, how long you'll be in jail for it, and how long they'll threaten you to be in jail for it, and all the stuff that I talked about. It needs to be talked with children. Here's the retard's assessment of what I said, right? Really low IQ assessment. Don't talk to children about drugs. It's immoral. You're immoral and stupid because you threatened me and you doxed me. You're the immoral asshole. I haven't done it. I haven't done shit to you, but provide thousands of hours of free entertainment. You are the worst asshole I've ever met. No, not the worst. Second worst. Second worst. But anyways, so where I'm going with this is, if you don't talk to your kids about drugs, what it does to you, what it costs the community, how people do it, what the smells are like, how people act, what it's like to be a drug dealer, and how bad it is, and how long you can spend in jail for the tiniest amount of substance and all this shit. You know what I'm saying? Please talk to your kids about drugs. Please. You think you're so, like, your point's so, like, superior, but it's actually completely off the wall. No one on this planet would agree with you. No one on the planet would agree with your stupid-ass statement about talking with children about drugs is immoral. Nobody on the planet, you fucking moron. Only a really dumb asshole would have said something like that. You're fucking completely clueless, low IQ. And you're a worthless piece of shit. I know because you doxed me. You are a worthless piece of shit. You're the worst example of the worst problems in our community. You are a representation of everything that I fucking hate, and every other good gamer, unlike you, because you're bad. Every other good gamer out there, like, you're everything that we hate. You represent everything we hate. You're a bully. You dox people. You lie. You make 50 fucking accounts. You stalk people for 5 months like some kind of fucking sicko. Fucking weird-ass, fucking deranged stalker freak. You know what I'm saying? And you're sick in your fucking head and you gotta bring it to some fucking random person on the internet with fucking 10 viewership. You're also really clueless loser. Really. Like kind of gobsmacking. Like, oh man, this guy's actually might be dumber than Trump. You're like, oh my god, like your IQ's around 62. It's dumber than Trump. It's like his is like 64. You're 62, dude. You can see it. I peg you at a 62. I bet $10,000 cash your IQ is like 62, and you think it's 100 or something. Trust me, it's like half that. The things that you think are so fucking dumb, the things that you said about Gear Swap and all the stupid shit that you say. Whatever. Done with the negativity. Stupid as shit. I've been so nice to you, but a lot of the shit that you said was so fucking stupid. I was like, oh, oh, it's cringe. It's like low IQ, like really low IQ. Like Jesus Christ, man. And like I don't mean to be incendiary with you. I'm not trying to pick some fight with you or get you mad at me or whatever. It's just like. I guess I am a little bit. I'm not trying to fight I'm not trying to pick some fight. I'm trying to abuse you verbally until you go away, I guess. And I don't think that'll work because I think you're going to be sucking on my fucking big fat dick my entire fucking life and trying to suck on it for the rest of my life. I think that's your fucking vibe. I think it was his vibe and I think it's your vibe. You know what I'm saying? And when I put you in jail, you'll understand. You know what I'm saying? Like fucking... Trust me, you're never gonna get to suck my dick. You're never gonna fucking do it. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, a follow. Yeah. Mocha. Mocha Macaroon. Thank you for the sub. I really appreciate it. You know what I'm saying? Sorry for the negativity. I'm gonna stop now. I just had a stream sniping guy who's been stalking me for 18 hours a day since June 9th, dox me like he thought it was gonna fucking affect me or something like that. I don't give a flying fuck. Everybody knows who I am. Like, what? I'm not a loser like you with no friends. You know what I'm saying? Thousands of people know exactly who I am, what my streamer name, and what it is I'm doing. If you think it's some secret, you're fucking so dumb like everything else that you've thought. You know, it's like everything that you think is so fucking dumb that it's like gobsmacking, you know? So anyways, I'm sorry. So I was just kind of verbally abusing him because it's kind of fun. You know what I'm saying? I have a reason. He doxed me today. I don't give a flying fuck who knows where I live. You know what I'm saying? Sure. You don't know shit about me. You don't know shit about me, and you don't know why I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. Like, I'm not afraid like these pussy streamers. You know, I'm not afraid of you. Please, you know, like please get a clue and leave me alone and go get somebody else to go be a fucking deranged stalker too. I don't give a flying fuck. You like stalking 40-year-old men with 0 friends and like, you know, like fucking like 10 viewership. That's your vibe. Like, you're so fucking weird and dumb, dude. Anyways. What was that? What was that? What was that? Oh well. Now, oh yeah. So the other things that I want to, I'm doing a shopping list. When I go shopping on the I'm gonna buy some stuff on the 1st. And Wow, Dragonfly, which, oh yeah, I was getting on, oh my god. That was absolutely unacceptable. Yeah. There we go. I remember when this stalker sat there in Rust outside of our base. He hung out there for 65 days. He followed us around for 18 hours a day, and he sexually harassed my co-op partner all fucking day for like weeks on end. He's one of those weird sickos. Deranged guy, belongs in jail. Probably more like a mental institution, you know? Really weird. Really just sicko, you know what I'm saying? And he thinks I should fear him. Quite the other way. You should fear me. Just saying. Now, how much is WoW Dragonflight gonna be? Dragonflight pre-expansion patches go live October 25th, which is tomorrow. Pre-expansion patches. I don't care about pre-patch. I really don't. Pre-purchase Dragonflight today. The Dragon Isles awaken on November 28th. Yeah. How much do you want for that? The cheapest one. I don't give a flying fuck about gear or loot or any of that stuff. $50. 50. So, okay, $50 for that. That's really annoying to me. What else do I have to buy? Right? Yeah, I'll just keep the list for now. And as I remember things, I will post them. That I would like you to not do. Nope. Get it off. Nope. Get it off. So, I don't know what. fucking deal is. Yeah, customize Chrome. Yeah. Background should be your classic Chrome. I don't know. Shortcuts. My shortcuts. Most visited sites. No, I don't want that either. Hide shortcuts. There you go. You fucking dumb. Anyway. Calvelli's Dagger. Which, yeah, if you're missing a lot, do type 2. Otherwise, Calvis is good for now. Personal preference here. Hornet Needle drop from Death from Above. If you have high-level friends or high-level kids, get a place Calvis if you can. Death from Above is a Temple of oh no, it is an NM. It is a drops the Hornet Needle, which is Temple of Ugelepi 60 Ugalepi something Ugelepi. It is Ugalepi. Temple of Ugg. Hornet Needle is a Dex 1 Agi Dagger, which is good. I would love to have some Agi on my dagger. Mercurial Chris, excellent offhand dagger for the level if you have it. Why are you bumping me around so I can't click links? Why are you so bad at this? You guys, I know you make a lot of money doing this. Why do you why do you do it like this? Look at it, bump around, pop shit, ads and all this. I know you make a lot of money off this. Why can't you make it a little better? It like bumps me around all the time and shit. It's so annoying. Hornet Needle drop from Death from Above if you have high level friends or no. Corsair's Knife 2 if you don't have Hornet Needle. Corsair's Knife is... oh, yeah, no. Mercurial Chris. Chicken Knife. Ugh. Why are you popping me around repeatedly? Chicken Knife. Good damage, low delay with additional effect fleet. Yeah, I love the Chicken Knife, actually. Forgot about that. Low additional effect fleet, yeah. Dark Steel Kukri, or it is +1, not too pricey. Sermet's Kukri, or +1 Sims. Dark Steel, not pricey. Chicken Knife complements this well. Garita's Dagger, can you link it? No. Look at you pop around all crazy. What are you doing, dude? So stupid. Thieves Knife, of course, I'll have to do that. Very useful. Stylus, Jabaya. Ooh, daggers. That Hoplites Harp and Harp. If you can't afford Harp. Offhand, Sermet or Garuda's. Hoplites Harp. Hoplites Harp. Where is this from? I forget. It's like, Double Dragonian. That is right. So... Inside the belly. Oh. You can't fish in Final Fantasy XI in 15 seconds. What are you talking about? Casting the rod takes 10. What are you talking about? Like, I don't know. It doesn't take that much, but yeah. Oh, all three of you fish. Okay, I'm gonna see how silly this is. About 10. There's around 10 minutes, so we can't call 3 of them that time. Not too much time spent. Less interest. Use of temporary items staying from before the fight ends the fight immediately with the same loss. If the battle's lost, you try to start fighting. Kill 3 to have a barnacle box appear before inside of it. The goblin bounty hunter that roams the beach will attack the creature trying to do this quest. They also have short respawn times, so it's good to have an outside member just to kill them for out of safety. Testimonials. I've never done this. I don't know. But the treasure is, yeah, that fucking Mercurial Chris, which, let's go see if that's for sale. I don't think it would be, but I've got to stop talking to the shitheads. I gotta stop being disrespectful. I've got to stop fucking shining them on and stuff, even though I'm better than them, and, you know, I best them in any fucking combat or anything otherwise. Gameplay or real life, it doesn't matter that I'm better than them. Like, fucking... I've got to stop talking to the shitheads. I just ban. Ban and don't say a word. Don't talk to the shitheads, just ban and move on. Don't explain it, don't give them reasons, because they'll just fixate on that. Try to waste more of your fucking time while they waste their life away until they die, attaining nothing and doing nothing with their fucking lives. I know it because you've been fucking sucking on my dick for 5 months straight. You're fucking so stupid, dude. Like, I don't know, I can't think of a loser worse than you. I've never met a loser worse than you. The guy put in jail, he's actually better than you, you know? He had reasons for what he did. He's a sociopath and a sicko and a schizophrenic retard. You? I don't know what you are. You're some kind of deranged stalker fucking freak. I'll say this. He never stalked me, you know? Hoplites. Ooh, look at that damage. That's so good. 68. Hoplites is going for cheap. 50k hoplites. What are those? Those are 23. I want ooh, chicken knife. That's not Avis. I want this Mercurial Chris, which is not for sale. Oh, no. Cavelli's dagger. They're cheap. I gotta buy these, I think. I gotta buy Cavelli's. Oh my god. I gotta remember. 26, that's... Fuck. 52. I don't know. I guess I'll... 51 now, but... Yeah, the Cavelli's. Kind of want to blow the money, kind of. That's 52k. Yeah, but I gotta buy Cavelli's. They're actually the best. They're like the best light dag. And I don't know why they're so cheap. I don't want to buy these daggers. Oh yeah, I keep looking at this horn quiver. That's so stupid. Can I just sell those individually? Oh yeah, fuck it. I really don't care. Yep. Never gonna use them. Oh. Okay. But... oh, there we go. I'm gonna make the piece of paper. God damn it. My New Year's resolutions and stuff. Can't do anything out of that. I need a piece of paper. Why is this numbered? What? Piece of paper here. It's fucking stupid. Cards. I don't know. I'm not opening that for a single piece of paper. Can you get like something from can't find a piece of paper. I'm looking and looking. Sorry, guys. I'll be right there. Oh, damn it. I can't find a piece of paper. I'm looking and looking. Man. I've got to stop verbally abusing these losers. It's what they want. Their lives have beaten the shit out of them for so long that they want other people to beat the shit out of them verbally now. They're like weird like this. They need it. They're like sickos. Deranged freaks. And I gotta stop verbally abusing people. It's like it's always been, it just comes second nature, and I'll call them a worthless loser to their fucking face if that's what the entire rest of the world would call them, you know? And that sucks. Like it doesn't, I mean, it's not okay. It's like really a bad premise. Like, why can't I stop verbally abusing people? Like, I gotta, so like, let's see if I can get some help. Why can't I stop verbally abusing people? Like, it's like the only abuse I've ever engaged in. It's like, I can't stop it. How to stop being emotionally abusive. 7 signs you're emotionally abusive to others. Emotionally abusive narcissist. How to handle verbal abuse from husband. Verbal abuse in relationships. I'm not in a relationship abuser. See, it's all about, like relationships. I'm just talking about, like, verbal abuse. Why can't I stop verbal abuse? It's like an addiction with me. I'll just fucking beat on them emotionally for a really long time while they try to fucking like attack me or whatever. Yeah, I'm like, how to stop being emotionally abusive, verbally abusive, how to handle verbal abuse, emotionally abuse, and none of this is very good. So you're emotionally abusive to others, you know? Yeah, it's more common than physical. Emotional abuse, right? Let's see what they say. I don't think it's going to be good, but, you know, you never know.
Hey Psych2Goers, welcome back to another video. To start off, we would like to thank you for all the support.
Oh, my fucking headphones. It's cold here.
Psych2Go's mission is to make psychology and mental health more accessible to everyone. Now back to the video. Have you ever put someone down for their appearance or intellect?
Nope.
Emotional abuse
Yes.
is one of the more common forms of abuse that uses behavioral or emotional tactics.
I've never, ever insulted somebody to their fucking face about their appearance in my entire life. Not once. Never. I'm dead serious about this. I've never called somebody fat to their face or ugly or, you know, I've definitely called people dumb when they're like literally really low IQ and saying incredibly stupid things right to my fucking face. Like, don't talk to kids about drugs. You know what I'm saying? But like overall, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know. I've never been one to attack people verbally. I don't attack people verbally with insults. I guess I do. They are insults. Calling them stupid and low IQ and retard and all this. It is verbal abuse. It's like verbal abuse. You know, it's a sense of control. The minute that I realize that they're like half my IQ, like this guy today, like, I just get them under control by verbally abusing them because they think that they're smart but they're not. They're not even close. They're like, you know.
Gain a sense of control or to maintain the upper hand in a relationship. It may be subtle and hard to recognize since it often gets swept under the rug as just a part of normal disagreements. Before we begin, we would like to mention that this video is for educational purposes only and is not intended to offend or trigger any of our audiences.
Somewhere in the last, like, year, I just stopped being a victim. I won't be a victim. I'm not afraid of these people. I'll kill them if they show up at my door. You know, I don't know, you know, I don't know how else to put it. I'll kill you if you show up at my door. I'm not scared of you. Whatever. I mean, it's just sort of weird. I've never been scared of anybody. I'm more scared of me. I'm not more scared. I'm only scared of me. Not you. You know, step it, bring it, whatever. I'm not scared of you, whatever. I'm just mainly, like, really scared of what I might do to you. Because the last guy went to jail for 2 years. You gotta stay away from me. You're not good for me, and I'm not good for you. Stay away from me. Sir, I'm dead serious. I will report doxing. Oh my god. How to report doxing to the feds. You know what I'm saying? If I catch another hint of you in here, I'm going to report the crime. And when they see the picture I took of you posting my fucking address on my fucking Twitch channel, you're gonna go to jail for a while. You made a really bad mistake there. You actually fucking committed a fucking federal offense and a felony. And I got you dead to fucking rights, and they'll find you. You weren't on a VPN when you fucking made the comment, you know what I'm saying? So, like, you fucked up here. Your life is under my thumb now. You understand? So I'm going to be a better person than you, which was already a given. You know what I'm saying? It was already known. I'm a better fucking person than you. I don't stalk people like some kind of fucking deranged asshole. You know what I'm saying? And talk about how gay people are whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm not like low morality like you. Like only a low moral person speaks in public places about what they think about homosexual people. That's a low morality, low IQ, low fucking ethics, like low fucking like honor, low fucking like it's a low blow to a community who has been beaten their entire fucking existence. It's like you sock children, you sock gay people the same way you would sock toddlers because you're an abusive shithead. And you're a right-wing shithead, too, who dislikes gay people and all this other shit that's stupid. Just stupid. So, there's verbal abuse again, and I'm terribly sorry that I did that. I can't really seem to curb my tongue, and it's not something personal. I just go off and state facts. And they're incendiary, and they piss you off probably because they're true. You know what I'm saying? Everything I'm saying is true. Everything I'm saying is true. I'm going to report you to the... you know what I'm saying? I'm going to report the cybercrime to the FBI. There it is. You see it? And I'm going to show them what you did. You know what I'm saying? If I ever catch you in here again. I hope you are here. You know what I'm saying? Now I hope you are here. If you ever speak to me again, I will put you in jail. You understand? You fucked up. So, you committed a felony today. You are a criminal. You are the immoral one. You doxed somebody. You're a federal felon. You know what I'm saying? So, whatever. And I know your name. You know, I'll give it to him. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. If I was like you, I would tell all these people what your name is. You know? But anyways. Learn how to protect your computer, never know. Understand common crimes, risk, business email, identity theft, ransomware, spoofing, online predators, more common crimes and scams, file report with the Internet Crime Complaint Center, and Internet-enabled crime, you know, contact your local FBI field office. There it is, you know. That's what I will do, and I'm not kidding. It's not some hyperbolic fucking thing. And I'm not kidding about this one. I promise you on my heart and soul and everything that is dear to me, I will report you to the fucking police if I ever see you again. You know what I'm saying? Don't even ever talk in my chat again. Not once. Or I will report this crime. Now I have you under my thumb. On top of it, you put me someplace I don't want to be. You think I want to be in this situation? I don't. I wish I had never met you. I don't want any power over you. I don't believe in power over other people, but I'll fucking use it as I have before. You know what I'm saying? You committed a felony fucking crime. If I was like you and I was low IQ, never mind. Ooh, oxblood. I wonder what that's worth.
But anyone who sees themselves in these behaviors can use this information to improve their relationships and lives. With that said, here are 7 signs you might be emotionally abusive.
I am emotionally abusive against people who threaten to kill me or dox me. I guess I am emotionally abusive, yeah. I don't attack randoms. You hear me in my chat talking about randoms all day, about how bad they are. I'm sure you do, but I mean, like, I don't mean, like, I don't talk to their I don't talk to anybody to their face like I have. I've almost never, only one other person in my whole life have I ever talked to like I talked to you today. You're bringing out the worst in me. You need to stay away from me. Stay away from me. You're bad for you, and you're bad for me. You know what I'm saying?
Number 1, you jokingly insult people.
No, not jokingly. Everything I've said because it's true.
Have you ever made a joke with the intention of hurting the person you're making fun of?
No. No, I mean, I meant everything I said here. If you use that information that you so blatantly just fucking posted on my fucking chat, if you use that information... When I started streaming, by the way, I suppose I should say, because you seem like the kind of stalker type to maybe come try and kill me, maybe. You know what I'm saying? You might be like that. I hope not, though. I hope you're smarter than that, but I don't believe you are. So I'm gonna just go ahead and say it, right? We have the systems in place. Before I ever started doing this, we put the systems in place to protect against people like you. You have no play here. You can't do anything. So that's why I have no fear of you. What I do fear is you wasting any more of my time with your toxicity. That's something I do fear. So,
While family and friends may enjoy playful banter with each other, teasing and playful put-downs can end up crossing the line into emotional abuse when the jokes become aggressive and used intentionally to send a negative and hurtful message across. This especially applies when you continue teasing the person or brush it off as only a joke, even though they've told you to stop and that your comments have become hurtful. Number 2, you dismiss others' feelings. Have you ever purposefully ignored or dismissed how someone felt because you thought they deserved it? Everyday life can sometimes be so hectic you lose sight of what's happening in other people's lives. After all, you can't know how your loved ones are feeling all the time. But not recognizing someone's feelings may become emotionally abusive when you tell them their feelings are wrong, or that they have no right to be so upset. This psychological invalidation of brushing someone's feelings off as irrelevant or dramatic can lead to feelings of rejection, alienation, and depression. Number 3, you like to embarrass others. Do you bring up someone's embarrassing moments to make them feel guilty or ashamed? Have you ever humiliated someone out of anger or because you feel threatened? It's one thing to laugh about the past moments in a fun and loving way, but this may quickly become emotional abuse when you go out of your way to humiliate them as a way of punishment or reminder that you are the one in control in your relationship. Humiliating someone in front of people or when they've asked for you to stop can be incredibly damaging for their mental and emotional well-being. Number 4, you like to push buttons. Did you know that constantly doing and saying things to get others to react is also a form of emotional abuse? Doing unpredictable things to keep the other person on their toes can be a form of emotional abuse. Instead of being spontaneous to do things you both enjoy, you may use this unpredictable tactic to say or do things to purposefully anger and upset them, especially in front of other people. This may include broadcasting a secret they told you in confidence, or making social media posts you know that will trigger them.
You're far more emotionally abusive than I am.
Number 5, you tell people their version of reality is wrong. Have you ever dismissed someone's experience as imagined? Gaslighting is a psychological term for negating someone else's reality, and it involves intentionally using someone's words, feelings, or actions against them. The goal is to completely discredit anything the other person has to say, so that the abuser can maintain control over the narrative. This may include telling them they are crazy, accusing them of lying, or making decisions for them without their input. Number 6, you use your emotions to get people to do what you want. Have you intentionally made someone feel guilty just to get...
No, I don't do any of these things except verbally abuse people who attack me because it's the only fucking defense that I have. I'm not an emotionally abusive person. The only people I've ever emotionally abused. I've never emotionally attacked somebody in my whole life till I met him and I met you. Never. Not my family, not my friends, not my girlfriends, nobody. I've never, ever spoken to anybody like I spoke to you today, except that other guy that I put in jail. Maybe I should just put you in jail, huh? Should put you in jail? Kind of tempted. You did this today. The cops would be like, why didn't you report this today, right? I might put you in jail. Let's move off the topic. I'm going to let it sit. I'm going to sleep on it, right? If I call the FBI and I say I didn't report this the day it happened, I did it the next day, tomorrow morning, I'm going to sleep on it, and I'm going to think about putting you in fucking jail. I'm going to think about it. Yeah, I think you want this. I think you want some kind of goddamn confrontation with me. And I'm not scared of you. I'll fucking give it to you. Either me or them. One or the other. Either them, the cops, or me. Either one of them. I'll give you the confrontation if you fucking want it. I'm not scared of you. God damn it. I don't know why I should take it. I've taken it my whole fucking life. Why don't I put you in jail? Hmm? I don't know. We're gonna think. I'm gonna sleep on it. I'm gonna fucking sleep on it. You linked that fucking stupid video last night about a bunch of Eve retards talking about fucking, you know, whether or not you can talk in a Discord, you can record a Discord chat. I'll tell you this, I know that you can, right? What I do know though, I know that you can, but I'm like I was uncertain about it, you know. But like over this thing though, I know what you did. I can put you in jail like tomorrow, you know, or today. I can do it right now. I could be like, this just happened like 5 hours ago, something, you know. I didn't know what to do, so I did the research. I thought about it. This guy. Let's take a look what I can do to you, you know, because I got your name. So, how to get a doxer arrested, you know, I don't know what you call it, like that. Fake teen doctor. Fake teen doctor? Oh, come on, man. What?
Hey, what are you doing? Is this your car? Is this your car? No. You can't do that, man. That's like breaking the law.
Oh yeah, harder, daddy. Oh yeah, daddy. Oh yeah, daddy. Hey, I'm free.
Hey, what are you doing? Is this your car? Is this your car? No. You can't do that, man. That's like breaking the law.
Oh yeah, harder, daddy. Oh yeah, daddy.
What?
Ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? Once again, I'm Nev from Nev's Tech Fits today.
Look at these poor people. They get targeted by assholes like you. You think this guy needs this? You think I need this? You're a fucking asshole criminal. I'm actually kind of inclined to put you in jail, maybe. You fucked up on this. I checked in on you. You know what I'm saying? Like, fucking Coop, man.
I want to talk to you a little bit about being doxxed and why you probably shouldn't worry about it very much.
Yeah.
Now, if you don't know what doxing is, it means to drop your documents, your information, into an online forum where many people can see. Back in the day of 4chan, basically, if you got doxed, it was terrifying. We used to say the party van is only fun if it's in somebody else's driveway. But sometimes the party van will come to your driveway. Now, if you get your documents dropped, once again, it's really not a big deal. There's one thing that I've learned about...
I don't care about the docs dropping. I'm talking about the attack on me. What do you do about the person is my problem.
Very easy on. They are very angry online. They will sound like lions in emails, in texts and stuff like that. But when I first got into computers, I was reading a lot of books about hackers because I thought they were really cool. And one thing I found out pretty quickly is most of them, if you went to their door and knocked on their door, if you were a policeman, especially, that went to their door and knocked on their door, they would break down in tears, literally. If you get your information dropped, usually the worst thing that's going to happen is pizzas are going to be ordered to your house. And that means you get free pizza. And how they do that is they call up a local pizza shop and they get pizza sent to your place. It's supposed to scare you. But really, it's not that big a deal. You get free pizza. How many people are going to come to your house to do anything to you? So there have been situations where people have known documents or documents have gotten leaked. And in every single situation of that, it escalated quite a bit. And you know what? I just realized every time this has happened is because of a video game dispute.
Yeah, why did you do this to me? Because I fucking banned you for a homophobic comment? That's why you did this? This wasn't even a video game dispute. Twitch would ban you for what you did. You're dumb, dude.
Some 2D side scroller. And okay, in the first situation, the police only knew what happened because some idiot was dumb enough to message the dead guy, the guy that got murdered. Anyways, so in those situations, people did end up dying. But these are in heated debates where the people knew each other very, very, very well.
Yeah, that was like the Madden shooting.
I'm talking about you knew their username.
Yeah,
You
no.
Really though, it's been guys, and it's always been about video games. But seriously, most hackers are too scared to talk to someone that they've never known before. They can call them up. They can, okay, in the case of Sweet Eva, if you guys remember Sweet Eva, the worst thing that ever happened to her was people went to her house and they didn't knock on the door. They just, they broke into Mike's truck and turned off put it into neutral so it would back up down the driveway. Now, I shouldn't really say that nothing will happen to you, but pretty much nothing will happen to you. Just be cool. Try to get that information offline. Don't go at it too hard, or else.
Yeah, like, by the way, when you dox somebody with 20 viewership, nothing happens. You low IQ fuck. You're so dumb. Nothing happens. It doesn't matter. What? I'm not Jake fucking Paul. I don't care if people know where I live, and if I did, I wouldn't. You know.
Just kind of keep a low profile, and the party van will move on.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter that you're doxed or
So many. Okay, for instance, my phone number, right? Like 7,000 people have my fucking phone number. I'm not afraid of you. And some of those people are really scary, unlike you little piece of shit fucking doxing nerd. Like, some of them were like cartel fucks, you know what I'm saying? Like, seriously. And and I like 7,000. I was a taxi driver and an Uber driver for 13 years. And 3 of those years, I didn't even take a Uber order. I just had clientele, hundreds of clientele, hundreds. You know what I'm saying? So like, I don't give a flying fuck. I am not a private individual who's scared of being famous or whatever the fuck. That was the whole point. Like, not the point, but that's the whole thing about being a streamer. I don't care if I'm famous. That was what I sacrificed to get enough money to make a living off playing games every day. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So I'm gonna just move on. I'm gonna let have this exit my headspace now. I'm gonna stop thinking about it. What should we do now? I'm gonna go. I'm gonna log now. I don't want to play this game anymore. It's been 12 hours. Jesus. Or no, what? Yeah, what time did I wake up? Yeah, it was like about, what, 4? I think it's like been like 11 fucking hours. It's 10 hours of Final Fantasy 11. That's really insane. Yeah, and I kind of suspected this. I kind of suspected that what he said is sort of the case. It's a bunch of white nerds hiding behind a fucking screen who have bad lives, so they gotta make other people feel bad. Think about it, man. Isn't that kind of like what your deal is? Your life was bad, so you gotta make other people feel bad or something? I don't know what your vibe was. I didn't have a bad life like you, so I can't really, I don't really know. But anyways, there I am verbally abusing somebody because it's fun to me. I gotta stop it. It's like fun. It's like somebody who attacks you, so that when you're the victim, it's pretty fun to like verbally abuse a bully. You know what I'm saying? You fucking weird, deranged stalker freak bully. Damn it, I can't stop. I've gotta stop. I'm gonna just move on. Can't do it. Can't do it, man. Can't do it, man. fucking ninja. Can't do it, man. Can't do it.
But of course, it can't be worth as much as a 10mm in New Vegas. That would break the economy.
When was this video? October 23rd. It has 12,000 views. Damn it. How long till the second one? How long did it take him to do this video? Which is probably like a month. What am I gonna do? I need to find another, I'm addicted to Many a True Nerd. That's never happened to me. I've never been addicted to a streamer, not even Asmongold. I've never been able to, I gotta watch. Like, something about his voice and the games that he chooses to play. These are all really, well, that is a piece of shit, but these are all really good fucking games. Like, almost all of them. Stellaris, Rome, Crusader Kings. He's got the intelligence to do the strat games. I've got the intelligence too. I just don't like them. They're fucking, almost all of them are isometric, which to me is worthless. Why can't you guys be more like Kenshi, you know? Can't you be like more like Kenshi? All of you guys, all CRPGs and all grand strategy or whatever needs to be like Kenshi. Kenshi's the only good game out of all of those. It's like, sort of not the only good game, of course, at all. But like, Kenshi's the only game I can stand out of those anymore, you know? That might be fun to do. I've been meaning to redo. I'm going to get off Many a True Nerd because I don't wish to fixate on Many a True Nerd. I don't want to do, like, days of Many a True Nerd. I think it'll have a negative effect on my stream. I'm going to watch Raycon plays Kenshi. Which, yeah, let's roleplay Kenshi. The world eroded. Faded away. And all that's left is a bunch of fucking internet trolls that are toxic to gay people, hate women, hate gender biased stuff and all this, and like totally love Trump, and, you know, their right-wing conservative British fucking party or whatever the fuck they're into or whatever, and like, man, you guys are destroying the world. You're like really like making this planet not very fun to live on. You want to know how I know? The suicide rate's the worst it's ever been because of people like you making the world a less fun place to be in.
Stretched across the whole land. Glimmering buildings shining in the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Great mechanical machines and factories that needed no workers. And then the calamities came. Thousands of years ago. It all changed.
I need to do a video. I can't stop verbally abusing people who put my life at risk. And what's wrong with me? I can't stop verbally abusing people who put my life at risk. Interesting YouTube shit, right? Can't stop verbally abusing people who threaten me. I don't know. I don't know why I can't stop verbally abusing people who threaten me. You know what I'm saying? It's like, what? Something's wrong. So dumb.
An age of chaos, disasters, plagues, war. Then
fuck. Okay, so I'm gonna come back to this, but I like the style of that guy that I just watched. I actually really liked him, and I'm gonna go see what else he did because, like, I think that guy's actually probably really good. Like, let's go see. Yeah. Oh, I didn't finish it, huh? I didn't finish it. Let's see.
Odds are, if someone hated you bad enough, someone would find you.
Yeah, trust me. That guy who tried to kill me, he really hated me. That's not you.
But unless they really hate you, they will not do they won't do a thing to you. Now, if
there is some firearms not very far from me. I'll just say that.
If we're talking about a video game dispute where they know you, you've talked with them for a while, I wouldn't give you.
When the first guy tried to kill me, I never, ever, like, the day after he tried to kill me, I pretty much, like, bought a bunch of weapons, which is unfortunate. But.
People your documentation. I wouldn't give people your information. Every now and then you piss off a troll out there, and they'll send you a pizza. Usually that's the worst they'll do. They might even call you from a hidden number, but all of these people are just people that are messing with you behind behind closed doors. Again, they will very, very rarely actually come to you, actually do something.
No, because they're losers. They don't have any money. Yeah, this guy, I bet he's got less money than me. I got 60 cents. I bet you're just in debt. I don't owe anybody anything. And I got 60 cents to my name, and I bet it's better how you're doing. You can tell right away. Only broke assholes are this kind of loser, you know? I'm like, oh, God. Anyways.
Actually say something. Especially in America, because people know that a lot of people have guns.
Yeah.
But seriously,
Yeah.
unless
My
you
stepdad,
go
oh,
into a
God.
video game dispute, having your dogs dropped is not
My stepdad pulled a gun on somebody this year. We had robberies in our neighborhood. My stepdad pulled a fucking firearm on somebody this year.
Anytime I've wanted anyone's information, as
Like,
long as I know their first and
that's just
last
him.
name, I can
You-
find
yeah.
that information. And if I got a bit of extra money, I can do background checks on them. It's not hard. You just have to learn how to use Google a little bit. I'm sure half an hour, any 13-year-old can show you how to do it. But seriously, don't worry about being doxxed too much. It's just part of the internet. The trolls are too scared to come out into the light, and you'll probably end up getting some pizza about it. But really, for all you video game people out there that are killing each other over disputes like friendly fire, or I don't even know what the other one was about. Even just skill. Move out of your parents' basements, kids. You know what? Back in my day when we played Modern Warfare, if you didn't like someone, you went to the smallest map. You went to Shitman. You went to Rust. And you did a 1 versus 1. You didn't frickin' send the cops to somebody's place and swat them. That's way worse. That's way worse. But seriously, don't worry about getting doxxed if it happens to you. Anyways, that's it from me. Nev from Nev's Tech Bits. Like and subscribe if you like this stuff, and take care of each other.
Ooh, yeah, I forgot. Thank you, Nev's Tech Bits. I have liked and subbed to your channel. Let's see what else he did. I don't know if any of this stuff is for me, but $311 million in Bitcoin. Wow. He got 800,000 views with a Lenovo laptop won't turn on. Oh my God. Aw. He was good, but he's not my style.
The land began to settle. Great tribes of humanity turned to eating one another, fighting over the scraps. Four civilizations attempted to rise back up. The Hivers, the Sheik, the Ash and Greenlanders. Small towns, cities, formed to fight back the Great Wastes. With food always a scarcity, the land on which it grew would always be a point of contention. Battles, skirmishes, and then wars would be fought for this land. From a fertile valley grew the Holy Nation, led by one called the Phoenix, the possessor of the everlasting sacred flame, champion of Okran. They worked their fields. They grew in number, taking settlement after settlement, until they were a dominant force in this world. United cities rose to fight back, wanted to remain free, separate from their rule, for not all agreed with the Holy Nation. Every other race or creed that wasn't green was lesser to them, and even their own, the enslaved, were the same. But then there's others, legends, tales, stories, monsters, and mists, and animals that'll tear you from limb to limb. The world runs against you. It doesn't care if you live or die.
Oops.
You do some kind of existence. Fight, steal, kill. It's all the same out here. Some places have rules, others have none. If you're lucky and strong, you can fight the beasts that walk the arid plains. But none of that will matter if you go down one small mistake, one wrong turn, and you're done for. Or maybe, just maybe, you pick a side. You choose to fight and die for the United Cities, or the whole nation. One of the many battles that soak the sands red. There's never been a clear winner. When one makes ground, another takes it back somewhere else. Hundreds give themselves to this cause. Hundreds die because of it.
I love the music he used in this. It's so good. What?
I was born outside of that. Outside of all of it. A small farm. A settlement. I hardly remember. The ones who came. The ones who took my ma and pa. I hid. Stayed there. Stayed quiet. When I was out, they were gone. The whole village. Ghosts.
They say
And the
that
stories of what I heard later, what those tribes do, I can only hope the fate that befell my elders was one that ended quickly. With great numbers, they crawl across the surface as ants, collecting all they can. For those taken, only one fate remains. A fate that would end in death, but not before the suffering. I left the remains of my home in search of another. Walked the hills, and then
I
the
cope with-
endless desert. In search of sanctuary, safety, the United Cities. They were out here, among these dunes. And finally collapsed. The sun too hard for a child. Then they found me. Manhunters. Freelancers. Would sell you to the highest bidder. Some of them saw it as a charity. If they didn't come past, the desert would have claimed you. They've given you a second chance at life. Not much of one, but a chance all the same. Even the most skilled, most able navigator of the sands could still become lost among the endless rolling dunes. Finally, we crossed the border into Holy Nation land. This would be my home. 20 years, working stone in a hole called rebirth. But I was just one of many. Here, among the other slaves.
They say
were
the
all of
fastest
this
way to a
land's
lover's heart is through the stomach.
Sheik,
And what's the fastest way to the stomach?
Greenlanders and
Why, with a delicious meal, of course.
we were all here, held under the Holy Nation. Each day I worked to become stronger. Strong enough to leave here. Strong enough to escape. For those that tried, came many lashings and consequences for all of us. If I was to leave, if I was to escape, it couldn't just be me. There'd have to be others. And I would return. The whole nation would learn what it is to suffer. The hurt, the hate. We would harbor it. But in truth, all we wanted was a fresh start. The chance to plant seeds, grow food of our own, to have peace. But I knew that peace would not come, not without blood first. And so I'd work. I'd continue to get stronger, for I knew the day would come. The day these shackles would be broken. The day that I would be free. Kia ora, guys, gals, and legionnaires. Rycon here, and welcome to a brand new series. This is Let's Roleplay Kenshi. And here is our character, the one from the introduction. His name is Sand. The reason his name is Sand is purely because he has no name. It was taken from where he was found, where he was taken in. Sand is the only name that he has, the only name that he has ever known, for he has not been able to earn himself a name. Not yet. He is a resident of this great big mine, in a section of the world called Rebirth. He is a slave of the Holy Nation. Probably one of the more advanced of the nations in terms of their civics, what they're capable of, but, well, their theology is one of exclusion, and I think we'll learn a little bit more about the Holy Nation as time goes on. But for the past 20 years, Sand has been a slave, forced to work here, forced to work on this giant structure, alongside all of these other slaves, of all different creeds and races of Kenshi. We have Sheks here, there are Hivers, and there's also both Greenlanders and Ash. Now, what is Kenshi, you might ask? Well, it's a little bit like a real-time strategy mode, blended in with a kind of adventure RPG style thing. Yeah, there are many different starts that you can have in this game. Many just regular ones with you wandering in the desert lost, but I've decided to start off with something a little bit more difficult with our man Sand here. So, let's get started. Let's get to know what this game is. So, we can pause, we can go on regular time, we can go 2 and 3 times. And you can see down here, it's actually saying we're being an obedient slave. And this you can kind of give AI programs to different units. You can tell them to do different things, and you can actually program them in orders. It's not super complex. It might
that
sound
fire
like
actually
it is,
looks really good.
but it's a pretty easy system to understand once you get going, because this game can be played as a roaming adventure game, or you can build great settlements and cities. It is an entire sandbox world, and it's full of a lot of sand as well, as we'll come to find out together. This isn't going to be a full comprehensive tutorial, but I'm going to try and teach you some things along the way, things that I have been able to learn over time. So right now we are locked up in here. We are hungry because unfortunately we do not get fed very much as a slave. They don't want us getting nice and strong. And the issue with this is that when we're hungry, we actually start to suffer from malnutrition. So Sand's body has withered away. He is a big guy. He is much larger than your average human in this world. However, his muscles, his body mass has just withered away as he's gotten hungrier and hungrier. And Sand has been breaking out. Not running away entirely, but breaking out enough so that he can try and train himself during the evenings. And the reason I'm pausing occasionally here is because we are actually wanting to make use of this evening. Now, if I hit C, that takes us into our character menu here. We can see we have strength, toughness, dexterity, perception, and then a whole heap of other skills. You can see that our stealth and our lockpicking is actually kind of high, because those are things that I've been working on. Now, this isn't a straight start. You start with everything pretty much at 0, but because Sand has been here for 20 years, I figured I would try and do a little bit of work off camera to get us started. Now, a strength of 22 might seem really good, but that's not very good at all. Now, if I am able to select any of these warriors out here from the Holy Nation, we can see that he has an attack and a defense of 33 and 40 and a strength of 41, a toughness of 38. So the Sentinel, this Holy Sentinel here, is a lot tougher than Sand. But then again, he eats very well, he's nicely armored. I mean, you can also see all these other negative effects that are kind of hitting him as well. And that's because of the equipment that he's using. It does encumber him, it does slow him down a little bit here. We can see that our toughness is 19. The way you get toughness up in this game is by getting beaten up, going down. Essentially, it is your pain threshold. The more damage you take, the more you can take in the future. So that's good to know. And our strength, well, our strength is increased by us carrying heavier loads while we're working and when we're kind of like walking around here. If we actually have a look in our inventory at the moment, you can see that we are carrying multiple prisoner shackles. That is encumbering us a fair amount. So this is what's been increasing our strength slowly over time. As we've been wandering around here doing work, we've been carrying all these extra shackles with us. However, we can go ahead and remove these, because tonight is the night we are going to break out of here. Now, it might not be the best idea to break out while we're this hungry, but for Sand, well, things are only getting worse here, and we
You
have
there.
to take some kind
How
of
would
action.
you like to do something
And that action
worthwhile?
is going to start today. This is where it's going to get really tricky, and it might go completely pear-shaped. Now, we are right by a gate here. The question is this the right gate for us to try and leave through? We don't know. There are a number of guards there. Our athletics isn't bad, which means that we can run pretty quickly, but are we going to be able to run quicker than 5 of these well-trained soldiers?
We raise fine for?
We won't know until we try. And so, the first thing we have to do is break out of here. So if we right click, we can see that we can pick the lock on the prisoner pole. So we're going to go ahead and start doing that. Now we have a 90% chance to succeed at this, so there's a pretty high chance that we're going to be able to pull this off. And that we do. So what I want to start doing is sneaking immediately. And we're going to go ahead and get rid of that job.
and collectors?
Because we will no longer be obedient. Today is the day that we leave. But we won't be leaving alone. We're going to try and get some others out of here as well. Not just because that's, well, the righteous thing to do, but because it's actually going to give us a better chance to escape here. Kenshi is an incredibly unforgiving world. You have to care about yourself first and foremost. And so for Sand, we're going to go over here. We're going to unlock Ribs' shackles. See if we can take them off. And if we're lucky, we will not get seen by any guards while we're doing this, because that can really turn things against us. Now, I will have to kind of try and see if that is going to be the right gate for us to go out, because there are multiple exits of Rebirth, and depending on which exit we take, that'll kind of determine where we are going to go after this. So there is a good chance that this person here, Ribs, yes, okay, we've gone ahead. We have unlocked their pole. We need to get out of here.
I've watched this so many times. I'm
and she's
trying,
just gonna
not
jump
trying.
straight back on there. So
Yeah, I don't know. I do like this, but like, I don't know why this particular 4-minute part of the.
Occasionally, they will do just that.
I don't know what you're doing there.
It's because he encounters a bug during this epic playthrough, and it sticks out in my mind. There's a terrible bug that happens here.
Can you get off the prisoner pole?
And he loses a follower over it.
Let's see if we're going to be able to do this. Okay, you did it. Okay, that's great. We're going to go ahead and hit set free and see if we can actually get off there. Okay.
Fuck.
Some of them don't actually want to leave. Oh, wow.
Do you know how long
Crap,
I've
you
been
scared
looking
the
for
crap
you,
out of me.
Nicholas?
So
I
what we have
doubt
here
you're the
is
fixed
another
me.
slave. His name is Park. And Park, we've actually, we've freed Park at a earlier date. Oh, we can see that Ribs is actually trying to pick this pole. I think she's just having trouble getting off it. Sometimes that will happen. So we'll just see if we're able to get her off this pole or not. Otherwise, we're just going to have to move on. I'm sorry, Ribs. Okay, pick success. She says she's free. Let's hope that's going to be the case. Now for Saint here, we're going to go ahead and unlock these shackles. Okay, we should leave quickly. Okay, she's gotten away from the pole at the very least. We can see that she's not sneaking right now, so she might not 100% be with us. Some of them might just start running right away. Others... what in Kral's tits? Yeah, look, we're trying to free you. Just shush. Some of them actually don't want to be freed. Okay, cool, we've got Ribs with us now. Let's see if we can unlock the shackles of Moo here. Now, if we do successfully free ourselves from here, there is a chance that some of them will join us. Others will just run off into the desert and do their own thing. So let's see if we can be successful at this. Okay, we've also got you unlocked. We'll go ahead, see if we can set free. Oh, and she is just running right away. Okay, well, Moo, you might have screwed things up for us. What are you doing, Moo? Okay, well, we're going to keep on trying. Looks like Moo is trying to go that way. The others haven't seen Moo yet, but... Oh, Moo. She may cause some trouble for us. Now, it looked like she just phased through the rock there. She didn't.
I'm doing you a favor.
It might just look like that.
No complaints
Okay,
about my
set free.
prices.
It doesn't seem to be working for you, unfortunately. We're going to get killed. Yeah, so some of them will just think it's too much of a risk, and they won't want to take that risk. Now, who do we have here? Peace. Peace from the Tech Hunters. Now, if we can release you, that might be quite good. Get some points with the the kind of technological faction in this world. There are many different factions that we can ally ourselves with, make enemies with. Let's hope this will be one that we can actually get out of here. It is getting towards 2 o'clock in the morning, so we're going to have to try and make a move sooner or later. I'm going to see if we can pick Peace up. There we go. And I'm just going to put you down. Oh, come on. Really? Come on. Peace. I'm not giving up on you yet. I'm not giving up on you yet. It might be that Peace actually can't walk. That's another reason why he might not be wanting to leave this pole. Let's go ahead and put him down for a second. And are you just going to go straight back to that pole, buddy? No. Getting in your cage. Damn it. See, some of them you just can't convince. So we've got 3 with us so far. That's not horrible, but I'm going to try my luck over here. Now this is where it gets a little risky, because there is a good chance that we are just going to get seen and we're going to get in trouble. And let's try not have an entire team of Sheik. I don't know if that's going to be possible.
I forgot to change the title of my stream, guys. I'm terribly sorry. I'm going to fix it.
I guess we're going to have... Yeah, these are all Sheik. Now the reason why I might not want to have an entire party of Sheik is that Sheik, while they are very strong, they also eat a whole heap of food. So that's something for us to consider. Let's actually have a look along the line here and see if we can see anyone that might be a little bit more tough than some of the others. Because some of these slaves can be ex-soldiers. Okay, Stripe actually has some martial arts experience, it would seem. Actually, well, they're saying minus 8, but somehow it's still positive. Belina at the front here. Let's go ahead and see if we can get Belina out. I'm going to go ahead and unlock the shackles. The others are sneaking with us. Now we are kind of phasing through here a little bit. It's just the way that this flooring works. This doesn't happen in many places around the world, so don't take this as a example of what the rest of the game is going to be like. Okay, so it does sound like she wants to escape, so let's hope that's going to be the case. Belina. pretty good toughness. Okay. Alright, we did it. Are you gonna jump off there? Yes, you did. No, you got back on it. What are you doing? Belina, come on. Okay, we might go ahead and see if we can pick up Belina, just so we can get her away from the pole of magnetism. We'll go ahead and move over here. Okay, the others are with us. That's good to know. Belina, we're going to go ahead and put you down. Please don't go get back in your cage. Oh, Belina. Sometimes there is just no getting around it. Okay, well, we've got 2 with us right now. It's a lot less than I wanted, but it might just have to do, because it is 2:45 and you can see that some of them are already starting to move down here. So what we're going to try and do is see if we can move around them. Now I really hope that that's going to be the right way for us to go. There is really no way for me to tell until we start having to run. We are a lot faster than these 2 that are with us as well, so that does lead me to be a little bit concerned. Okay, so we're going to slow down time now. Let's have a look at the front of the gate here. We're looking at 3. No, it's still the whole... It's the whole gang. It's the whole gang. So, which way are we going to be leaving? We're going to be leaving up and into the hills. This might just be leading us further into the complex. I'd like to think that we've been able to look at this place for a good long while and get an idea of what's going on. Okay, yeah. Apparently there are still some others here that are with us. Now, Sand has released some other people in the past, so there might be some here that are still allied with us to a degree, and that would want to join us. I don't know if it's worth us trying to go back to try and see if we can get them, because we've heard rumors of this place. Lone Shack. Or rather, a Lone Shack. We don't know. It's just called Lone Shack to the people here. And we're going to hope that if we can reach that there might be some kind of place of safety, because all around here is just arid wasteland.
Do you know how long
the chances of us finding food, the chances of us, Sand finding something like that, it's going to be pretty rare. Now, if we were to try and follow that up and out of here, would that lead us to freedom? Maybe. Just maybe. It's a good shot. It's a damn good shot. Well, let's start to take that shot. Like I was saying, there are still some people here that seem to be allied with us. I'd like to bring them with us, but I don't know if that's going to be possible. Actually, I think it's the people that are following us right now. Yeah, looks like that's the case. The other one that's down here is probably one of the ones that we've just released that has decided to just jump back up onto their pole.
No one.
Okay, how many are we looking at up here? Yeah, it's the full amount. It's the full amount. So I think the best way for us to do this run, and this is where it's going to get a little dangerous. We are being followed. Okay. I think the best way for us to do this is to draw a little bit of attention. And this might be Sand going against his 2 friends that are with him. Now, let's have a little bit of a closer look at them before we say goodbye to them. Let's see. So, we have Ribs, and we have Park. I'd like to think that maybe Ribs and Park are together, and that's the reason why they've wanted to try and leave with Sand. What we're going to have to try and do here, we're not just going to be able to sneak past them. Actually, you know what? There is a chance, there's a small chance that we might be able to sneak right up to them. You can see that when I mouse over them, it's saying 0%. That's because there's a 0% chance of us doing a stealth knock out on them. They have their backs turned to us currently, so we might be able to get quite close to them and then attempt to just blast through here, like run as fast as we possibly can. All this weight training we've been doing has been improving our athletics and our strength. So there is a chance that we might be able to do this. Oh, this is not easy. It's a very steep hill, Sand. That is a very, very steep hill. Can you make it? Well, Ribs is looking pretty good. Park is a little beaten up. We're just gonna have to turn off sneak and just start running. And I don't know how much I'm gonna want to control Sand in this, so I think I'm just gonna select the camera on him. We're gonna turn off sneak. We're just gonna start running. And they have seen us. But the question is, are we gonna be able to get through in time? We got through, but are the other 2 gonna be able to? Oh wow, we are nowhere near fast enough. I was so sure that we were. We are so far from being fast enough. Okay, we're gonna have to try and juke them here. Now, fortunately in Kenshi, for a shot to hit, it actually needs to hit. Oh, this is not gonna be good. Okay, we're gonna try to juke as much as we can. Go Sand, go Sand! Okay, the other two are starting to fight. Both Park and Ribs, not wanting to leave one or the other behind. We've got this one up here. We are running as fast as we possibly can right now. I'm just making sure that we actually are. But what we're gonna have to try and do as much as possible is just juke these big shots that they're trying to take. Okay. Oh no, that's not good. Come on, Sand. Come on, my man. Oh wow. If we are able to outrun them here, I will be very surprised. Both of our arms are very injured. We are not ready. We are not prepared. Keep going, buddy. Keep going. Keep going. The other two are still with us. But this lead guy, we just cannot get away from. No matter how hard we try. Both of our arms are down. Our left arm is completely bloodied at this stage. As you can see, it's just absolutely limp by our side. We can't do anything with it now. We can't even guard ourselves. It's just us and this one other guy. And just around the corner, we can see light. We can see the sun, which so very rarely hits down in this valley. That is our goal. That is what we're after. Are we going to be able to reach it? I don't know. The other shack, they are made of tougher stuff. And they seem to be able to get away from the others here. Who knows? Maybe, goddamn, maybe it'll be Sand that ends up getting them free, and he ends up getting stuck himself. Because right now he is not able to outrun this guy. He did get a juke in there.
Would you care to make?
My next question as well is how long are they going to keep this up for? How long are they going to keep this chase going? And if I had to guess, I'd say a very long time. We did get a little bit of a breakaway there, but it's just not enough. Just Sand is not fast enough. No matter how hard he tries, no matter how fast he runs, he just doesn't seem to be able to outpace them. Whereas the others, they are slowly getting away. That's another miss. Ribs, you gave us a chance. Oh, but there's so many of them. Go Sand, go. Go. We can see the sunlight. But guys and gals, I don't think Sand is going to make it. So close, yet so far away. He can see his freedom. He continues to try to walk in that direction, but we are going to go down. We are going down. There's not much we can do to stop it. It was a decent escape attempt, but even if we were able to escape right now, we'd not be able to do so easily, and we would bleed to death out here. But what's going to happen now, you might ask? What is going to happen to Sand and Ribs, his other friends, Park as well? Well, as you can see, they are trying to close up the wounds that they have on them. We're actually unconscious for a long time because we took a whole heap of damage before we went down. That was due in part thanks to our toughness, which, as you can see, is now up at 21. It has increased. Thankfully, they are actually bandaging us up because we would bleed out, we would die here if they didn't. So, where to from here? Well, it's clear that we are not fast enough to escape. We might be strong enough, but we are not fast enough, and that's something that we're going to have to improve. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how I've been improving my stats while I've been here. How Sand has been slowly getting better, but with an athletics of 16, that's just not good enough. We are going to have to try and improve that. We can see that ways to train, running fast with a light inventory. What we've been doing for the most part is been loading ourselves down with extra shackles so that we can try to increase our strength. Yeah, keeping our strength up here has cost us in our speed, and speed is what we're going to need more than anything to be able to escape from here. We are stealthy. We can find our way around during the night, and that's what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to try and sneak through these buildings, find food, find a way to survive. Now, while it would be a heroic victory for us to be able to escape together, in Kenshi, those heroic victories are few and far between, and that's why when you get them, it feels even better. And so we're going to start speeding up time now as we follow Sand, as he's going to get brought back home. Hang on. Someone just made it. Who is it? It's bloody Ribs. You magnificent bastard. You bloody did it. Well, welcome. You know how I was talking about heroic victories? That's one there. I'd like to think that even though we were unconscious, Sand had just enough consciousness to have that eye open just to see Ribs disappearing in the distance as the rest of the patrol went back to the camp with Park, leaving Ribs there thinking that she was still going to be unconscious. Nope. She was just playing dead, waiting for the right opportunity to get up and run away. And playing dead is something that you can actually do in this, and it's quite often a good technique to do, unless you're with cannibals. Really, playing dead doesn't change much to them. And now, this poor bastard has just realized the mistake that he's made and is now running back as fast as he can to try and see if he can catch him. Not gonna happen. Ribs is gone, buddy. Ribs is gone. Ribs is free. Now, there's a chance that we might run into Ribs in the future. I'd like to think that we will. Somewhere out there. But we're gonna need to be able to escape first. So, again, let's get that time rolling faster. As we are now fully bandaged up, we can see that they've actually... Hang on a second. They've left us. I mean... We can't move
65
fast
steel ingots, wow.
And they think because of the beating that they've given us that we're just going to go back. But who says we need to go back? We're not fast. But we are sneaky. If we can hide just off to the side of this path, we can wait for him to go back through. Please don't see us. Please don't see us. We did it. Oh no. Someone's getting a beating down there as well. If I had to guess, I'm gonna say it's Park. Because he probably realizes... I can't see. You can only move so far away from your person. Okay, we are incredibly injured. We cannot walk very fast at all. If we have a closer look at Sand, we can see that his arm is completely limp. It's out of its socket right now. And looking at our legs, they are completely screwed. So we are going to be limping all over the show. But we might just be able to get away here. It will be such a cruel fate if we are discovered. Now, I don't think there is much of a likelihood of someone wandering along this way, so we're going to keep our eyes back here. Someone is trying to escape again. That could really screw things up for us. Come on. Someone's trying to pick their locks. Okay. Alright, we're going to stop
sort by
sneaking now
quantity?
and see if we
Stupid.
can move along
Name
here
and
in this
value
direction.
is so base. It's... Ugh.
And we are moving at full speed now. And this is difficult to, or rather it's really dangerous to do this in Kenshi. Especially when we're moving this slowly, because it's very easy for something to just quickly rush up towards you. Oh no, no. There's a group heading out here now. Okay, we need to move to the side. They could have been coming for us then. Okay, we just need to just lay low for a bit here. Because there's one out there now. Capturing a slave. Someone made it all the way up there. Could have been Park, could have been another. I think for now we are going to stay stealth. I mean, it is very, very slow, but we're already slow. I think staying hidden like this, as best we can, is our best move right now. We are beyond hungry. But we are free. We're in that sun. Sand, enjoy the moment, my friend. This isn't complete freedom. Not yet. But we're certainly close. And I think standing up here on this hill, we're going to go get rid of these shackles. Go there. We're going to be slowing us down a whole heap as well. Let's go ahead and leave our last lot. Leave them on the ground. An attempt to leave this place behind. I was not anticipating us to be able to actually do this, and this is still early days, because all it's going to take is for one patrol to be coming down along this path, and that's it. It'll be over. So let's just hope that we're going to be able to make our way out of this ravine, that we can find some form of safety. Now, I don't even know if we're going in the right direction to be able to get to Lone Shack. And there is a good chance that our man could just starve out here. So we're going to have to be very, very careful, very, very cautious about what our path is going to be. And I think trying to make it to this Lone Shack is going to be the best move possible. We can only hope, as our hunger slowly starts to get more and more. We've been seen by something, and we've discovered some runes. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. We were seen by someone. The question is, who are they? We are in luck. We are in luck. These are not baddies. Even though it might look like it. These are tech hunters. This one's name is Fusion. We can see that they are very well built, and we can also see that they are not human. These are skeletons, and skeletons are artificial beings, artificial life forms that are still in existence. Some argue that they existed before humans did in this world. And for the most part, the Holy Nation hates them. They're abominations, they're, devils. But they can be really helpful. Their parts as well can be very, very helpful. Say, for example, if our arm wasn't to be healed back there and it dropped off, and limbs do drop off in this, we can replace them with artificial limbs. Now, what we don't want to do is go down here towards these ruins. Ruins will more than likely have very, very bad things. So we want to avoid that if we can. Now, if I click on Lone Shack, we will actually start trying to move towards it. And right now, we're not moving, which means that the path is too complex for us to be able to make that. Now, I'm going to see if I can talk to any of these members here. And let's also just see if I can... There we go. That's better. I'm trying to affect my scroll wheel here. Okay. We're going to stop sneaking. Let's see. Can we talk to any of you? No, none of them are traders. So they're just kind of ignoring Sand as he stands here, hungry, starving to death, holding his arm. They don't need to eat, so they're fine. But we most certainly do need to eat. And quite often the way that you can eat in Kenshi is as a scavenger. And really the only way for us to go right now is to follow our way down along Rend. And it's going to take us all the way down here to this path, which is actually going to lead us to these ruins. Whether I like it or not, it's something that's going to happen. Oh dear, I don't like this. So what we're going to do for now, we're going to attempt to follow Masaru here. It's not going to be super easy for us to do. This is as far as we can. This is as fast as we can walk right now as Sand. So really, worse things could have happened. At least this group here will be able to protect us from any kind of danger that we come across. Please tell me, no, you're not going down. That's a potential issue if they're not going down.
Would you care to make
dear. They may just be roaming backwards and forwards along here. There is a question though that I have, and that's about... Look at it. God damn, what a place. So I think for us to go to Lone Shack, we would have actually wanted to leave outside the other way, but I mean, beggars cannot be choosers. Now, I don't think there's anything up here. It's difficult to tell, it's difficult to see. Really, we need to be very careful with where we go here. Yes, look, some of our folks are still out here somewhere. So we could actually potentially try and track down... Let's see, can I actually go that way? No, I do not seem to be able to find a path. I'm very worried about going down here because there are horrible things in this called flesh spiders, and I'm pretty sure that they're down here. Because I'm seeing some red. I'm seeing some blood down there. Yeah. Now we could try and scavenge down there. And you know what? That's what we're going to do. We're going to live dangerously. Park. No frickin' way.
Goddamn fucking
Bloody
cord
late.
disconnecting all day.
And he's
Fucking
in good
so
condition too. Of
annoying.
course he's in good condition. Park. Buddy. Let us help you with that. He just picked his locks. He bloody did it. Now, Park may not want to actually stick with us. Right now, you can see that he is. He is sticking with us. He's not an official party member, but he is sticking by our side. And, well, I'm happy. I'm happy to have a friend. Because honestly, I thought that this was going to turn into me trying to show you how I was building up our stats before. Okay, here we go. He's saying I don't believe it. I'm free. Here we go. No, you're not, Park. You are not. Don't say that. Not for a second, buddy. Let's see what your condition is. His condition's actually not all that bad. You know what? And I wonder if it's going to be... Sand is actually bigger than Park, but I wonder if it'll be faster if Park actually tries to carry Sand. Let's see. Go ahead and pick him up. Yep, it is. But I'll fight beside you. Park, my dude, it is good to have you along for the ride. Now, we can actually rename characters in this, and I'm definitely tempted to do that. So, I will be taking name suggestions, but I'll be taking them on an individual basis for each character. So, because Park is the first person that we've got so far, if Park does survive long enough to where we can actually give him a name, then let's do it. I might need to be able to try and find another way for us to be able to give them names, purely just because the way that you do it at the moment, sometimes when you recruit, you can give new names. The only other way to do it is when you go to visit people called plastic surgeons. They can help you out. Now, this is where things are going to get a little dangerous. We can see things moving down there. Fortunately, Park has a lot more hunger than Sand does. So we need to try and see if we can get Sand some food. We're going to start sneaking up here. We're just going to see exactly what's going on down here, because it's not going to be good. I can tell you that much. We can't move our camera too far away, but we can zoom at least a little bit. And we can see these creatures in the distance here.
Welcome.
Blood spiders. Yeah. And now, they're not very stat heavy in terms of like their build, but they have numbers. They have numbers and they have pretty damn decent attack. So for us to be able to take care of them at the stage that we're at now, it ain't gonna happen. But when we hit Alt, we can see that we can see all the items that are around here, and there is absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing that we would be able to use. And you know what? I actually think there might not be any way out of here. I feel like this is a one way. So this is where things get really dangerous. Potentially very, very dangerous. Because if there is no way out of here, that means that we're going to have to go back. And Sand is already starving to death. Oh dear. There's definitely no way around here, yeah? No. No, there isn't. That's why if I was to like try and click down here, I don't think Park would be able to move towards it. It's saying he can, which is a little strange. Unless somehow we can... No, we can't make it down that slope there. Yeah, generally you can tell where you're going to be able to go and where you can't go in this. And looking at this right now, doesn't seem like there's any way out of it. That and there's just blood spiders for days. We're going to go ahead, turn around. We're going to have to try and find another way out. For better or for worse, that's what we're going to do. And well, because we're going to be wandering backwards and forwards, quite often what I'm going to be doing a fair amount through Kenshi is just skipping through time. Because, well, some of the journeys in this can take quite a long time. And so, until either we're found or we find another way, we're going to be skipping ahead. So wish me luck, because I feel like we're really going to need it. And that might just be the way we need to go. Along that path.
Welcome to the club.
Out there. That'll lead us south. I don't think there's any way we can actually make it to Lone Shack from here. Just kind of looking at where we're at. Yeah, they can't path there, so I don't think it's going to be possible. Sometimes it's a matter of just clicking near your point. Hey, we started moving then. Okay, let's see. Where are you going to go, Park? You're going back that way. I don't like the looks of that, because that makes me think that you're just going to run right back through Rebirth. Well, in saying that though, we do have to go down to be able to go the other way, so yeah, let's just see. Let's just see. I did say that we were going to skip, and we will, just not yet. We're going to see exactly where Park is planning on taking us, and that's as far as we can make it, unfortunately. So we are going to be making the rest of the way as best we can. And I will be hitting Alt occasionally as well to see if there's a chance that there might be anything around here that we can use to survive. Right now, food is our biggest concern. There is a good chance that Sand will just starve to death. And after all that we've been through so far, we can't let that happen. So we'll continue as best we can. Let's start that skip. Okay, that wasn't a very long skip. I am seeing members. It's an Inquisitor. That's not good. Now my question is going to be, which way are they going? Because that will heavily affect what we do next. Please just keep on going. Oh, they are. They are. Okay. Alright, that's good. Let's stay moving for now. See, that Park's actually moving at a pretty good pace. Well, I guess we're not going that way. That's that decided. But seeing them roam along there like that, that's also concerning because, well, it means that there is a good chance that we're going to run into others doing exactly the same. Alright, Park, get moving, buddy. Yeah. Doesn't matter where we go, we're going to be running into trouble. We just can't afford to run into any really big trouble yet. Okay. Nice and easy does it, Park. Nice and easy. Oh no, why can't we go any further? Because it's bonkers. There's a landslide. There's no way to get onto that road because there is a landslide. If it's not one thing. Oh no, it's another. So, with this, we're actually going to have to go right back past where we've come from. This is the front gates. We're going to have to go right past it. Now, buddy, I don't know what your sneak is like, but I'm going to have to hope it's good. Our legs are getting better. Our hunger isn't as bad. Jeez, we need to get food. We'll pass out at 73. When it reaches 0, we'll die. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. Okay. Let's go, buddy. Let's go. I mean, right now, recapture might keep us alive. But after that taste of freedom, we do not want that. Park, what is your stealth like? Your stealth is terrible, bud. This is not going to be easy for us to do. It is dark out, so we have to hope that's going to help us. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. There we go. That's how we do it. Okay. Okay. That's good. Now we can see more of them out here, but this is our first proper taste of freedom. Ockran's Gulf. We made it out. We made it out of Rebirth. Discovered Blister Hill. Okay, Blister Hill is a big city, and it is a holy nation city, so we do not want to go there. No siree. We also want to try and not look like a slave as soon as we can, because the issue with that is that if we end up being knocked out and Manhunters see us, or the Holy Nation sees us, they are going to attack us and just straight up enslave us again. And we really don't want that to happen. Now, earlier I did see a creature running around here, and that creature is a bone dog. Bone dogs can be quite dangerous to people early on in this. But if it was just by itself, there is a small chance that we would be able to defeat it ourselves. And if we can, then that's food. But the question is, where did this thing go? We're going to let it load it up, because this is a brand new area, and we can see it's all the way over there, so I don't think we're going to be able to get this. It is quite far away. Yeah, you can see the attack and the defense on them. It's an adult, so it's got, you know, kind of fair stats. It would take quite a bit for us to be able to take it down. But hey, we're actually out in the open fields, and I think it's probably about time for us to, yeah, you can probably put me down now, Park. I think we'll be able to walk okay enough. So go ahead and put me down. Okay. And I think the two of us can stop sneaking for now. Okay. Well, that was something. So, looking over in the distance, we can see green, fertile fields. Now that's tempting. It's very tempting. But that's going to take us right past Ballista Hill. If we need food, we are going to be able to find food in that fertile valley. This is where the Holy Nation grows all of its food. However, there are going to be many sentinels in that area as well, so we need to be very careful when we're moving about these hills, because if we see any kind of movement, it's going to be the bad kind. We're going to make sure that we're sticking together as well for the time being, so we're running at the same pace. What's good is that this running that we're doing right now is also going to be improving our athletics. So yay, go us. Alright, we got a big pack of bone dogs over here. That's not so good. Bone dogs will attack us. They generally won't eat us, but they are very territorial, so they can be a bit of a pain in the ass. Yeah, we're not going to be able to take down this one by ourselves. We don't really have any kind of martial arts. I have a decent amount of strength, as in, when I say I mean Sand has a decent amount of martial arts, so let's just hope that they're going to ignore us for the time being. They seem to be doing that, so cross our fingers and hope we're okay. So far, so good. Now, I think what we're going to want to try and do is get away from this road, because we are escaped slaves of the Holy Nation, and we will have a price on our head, even though we don't actually have a bounty right now, but we can get one. And that in the distance, that there is Blister Hill. That is what we want to be trying to avoid. So we'll stay in the open fields. We try and make our way across. Okay, so I'm on 88 right now, so Sand isn't quite unconscious, but he is certainly on his way to being so. We're going to stay moving. Again, keeping those eyes nice and open. So the first beautiful sunrise kicks up. Our first little taste of freedom. Not a bad one at that. Let's go ahead, have a look at that. Yeah. Park and Sand. Well, I wasn't expecting to be out here. I really wasn't. Now we got a plan for it. We've got this nice big fertile valley. There's got to be some kind of food in here, right? We'd hope so. That's why we're going to power on through here. I'm just going to be moving at double speed for now, just so it's not too fast. And we're going to hope that we can see a farm in the distance. Now, unfortunately, just because of the way that draw distances work in this game, they're pretty far, but they're not incredibly far. Otherwise, the load-in would be a lot more difficult for it to manage. But with this, I think we should be able to see somewhere pop in eventually. So we'll just keep on making our way down towards the water. Okay. We've got a group down here. These things are generally herbivores.
Would you care to make a deposit?
They're called river raptors. Now, you can see that they're a lot, easier going than what we were facing before. And we should be able to take down a river raptor together. So let's see if we can get away with attacking unprovoked, and if we can just get one of them, If we can just get one, pull them away from the group, then we'll be okay. But if we pull the whole group, that's when we're going to be in trouble. So let's just go on the side here. So what we're trying to do is get the attention of one of them. That's the intention. We'll see if we can pull it off or not. Attack unprovoked. Okay, here we go. So we can see it's pulling away. Let's see if we can just get its attention, pull it away from the others. But if the others attempt to join, that's where we might end up being in a little bit of trouble. Now we can see that Park actually has a martial arts of 13 now that he's put me down. Park ain't bad. Good kick. Okay. Oh, okay, that was a good little munch. Okay, we're doing some damage here. You can see that its stomach is getting damaged, which is actually good because what we want to try and do is either take down its head, its stomach, or its chest, because those are the kind of things that are going to knock it out. Thankfully, we're not taking too much damage from it yet, but that could change in an instant. We bloody did it, buddy. We bloody did it. Okay, so Park has a little bit more hunger going for him than we do. He does get hungrier faster, but we are on the edge of starvation, so I'm really sorry. Oh no. It's... yeah. Okay. So, the only bad thing about river raptors
you know how long I've been
is that
looking
it's foul raw meat. It's not good quality meat. It is edible. It is edible. We can eat from it. I don't know if we can even cook. I don't even... this is the thing. Like, I've never been this hungry in game before. I don't even know if we can cook foul meat. We'll find out together. Thankfully, for this, we don't need any resources. We can make a campfire just like that. Okay, well, Sand, we're going to go ahead and take this foul meat from here, which I imagine he just, I think he instantaneously ate it. Oh no, hang on, we dropped it on the ground. We got some river raptors coming over here. No, okay, they were just being a little curious. That's fine. Alright, Sand. Can I put this in here or not? No, we can't. Okay, my next question is Sand going to eat this? Yeah, see, it's possibly edible because the thing is, hive people, the race of beings in this called the hive, they can eat this stuff. Animals can as well. I would have hoped that being starving, we could have eaten it. It looks like we might not be able to. And thankfully, we didn't take too much damage in that fight there, because we don't have a med kit. So, yeah, we have to be very, very cautious out here. We can't afford to fight things. Really, what we're going to have to try and do here is scavenge more than anything. We're going to pass some of this meat over towards Park, just in case the possibility of him being able to eat it is there. But hey, we have discovered a holy farm. Where, oh where have we discovered said holy farm? It is up in the hills across the way from us, so we're going to start heading in that direction. Here's the thing though, that holy farm is going to have soldiers protecting it. So we're going to have to try and sneak in, take food, and get out. And thankfully, Sand is quite good at sneaking. However, we are approaching that point of us being knocked out from... yeah. It's not a great situation that we're in so far. Alright, we're going to go ahead, just make our way across the river together. As we get closer towards the holy farm. Holy river raptors there.
Don't let that fetcher get away.
Whole heap of river raptors. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to have Park waiting over here. We're both going to be stealthed. Park, you're just going to be on hold for now. Okay, I think we're getting seen by the river raptors. That's fine. As long as we don't get seen by people up here. So what we want to try and do is move up towards this area here. We've got animals up there. We also have a holy farmer. What we want to try and do is sneak into one of these places and just steal their food and then get the hell out. That smaller building, there is a much higher chance of us finding food in there, I think. And this one that has the cages on top, I think that's going to be where the guards are. Now, it is early in the morning, so people aren't out farming the fields just yet, but they will be. And something else that we might be able to notice, thankfully not on this building, but on the other, there are these things here, mounted crossbows. You get hit by one of them, you can have a bad time. It's a fact. Okay, nice and easy, Sand. We need this. We need food. Doesn't matter who's in there. They're against you. Just don't get captured, buddy. Nice and easy. He's been seen, but it was only for a second. Okay. Let's see. Is there any food that's out here? Okay, we've got some dried meat in the corner, and there's a meat wrap. Now, they are probably going to try and stop us, but we are not going to let them. Okay, we did it. We freaking did it before they could see us. Now, these aren't soldiers. These are just farmers. So their stats aren't very good. But they're better than nothing. So there's some wheat straw there. Unfortunately, wheat straw we can't eat just as it is. Same thing with green fruit.
Great.
Most of them have to be prepared in some form or fashion. So we're going to run over. We are going to steal this meat wrap right off this person's table. And they didn't actually see us, because believe it or not, Sand is actually really quite stealthy. Our thievery is going to get better as well. Okay, let's see. Is there anything? Could there potentially be anything up here? Potentially. So let's just sneak around. So the yellow means we're nearly being seen. Okay, now we've been seen. Not good. Okay, so now we need to run. This is where we run. Sand, don't get hit. I'm not looking because I'm just hoping. Oh, come on, buddy. He's so slow. No, Sand, just run, buddy, just run. Oh no. Oh dear. Okay. Best thing that we can do, run down towards where Park is now, and just hope that we're going to be able to break this line of sight. What I think is going to happen here, and what I really don't want to have happen, is we're going to get knocked unconscious, we're going to be left alone, and as long as we'll be left alone for long enough, come on, go ahead, pick him up. Thankfully, now this is something of a Christmas miracle, but river raptors attacked just as we were there. So that's why they left us.
Wayrest investigators.
Okay, get away, buddy. Get away. Okay, so we somehow successfully pulled that off.
I don't know if you're crazy or brave, but
we've got more river raptors coming in now. Okay. Sand, my friend, we pulled off the heist. You bloody did it. And I know we are being seen by something. No, that's not good. That's a caravan, but it's a caravan of the Holy Nation. So let's just start sneaking over here, bud. And count our lucky stars. Now, we don't have any first aid kits at all. We cannot repair ourselves. We can't do anything, so unfortunately poor Sand is going to remain bloodied as he is now. What would be great is if we were able to place down a camp bed. With that we would actually be able to survive. However, as you can see, the material cost is we need a sleeping bag, so we don't have one of those. Fortunately, we are still near the Holy Farm. We should be able to get a few more things from them. However, it is going to be very, very difficult. Usually the way that you rest and you recover in this is by sleeping on sleeping bags. There are actually some out here.
Stick 'em, bleed 'em, and leave 'em for their screws.
Yeah, there's quite a few. So in a weird way, what we might be able to do is try and sleep here during the night. We can see that one of the soldiers is actually down now. I say soldiers, farmers. We might be able to run over there with Park and steal that. What I'd be afraid of is if there are any paladins in here, they would just run out and they'd come for us right away. We don't want that. We don't want to get any more aggression from the Holy Nation that we already have. We made it in, we got some food, that's awesome. I'm hoping that we will actually start to eat this thing. We can see that our hunger is on the rise, back up, because we ate the dried meat that we picked up earlier. But yeah, for us to be able to recover fully, that's just not going to happen at this stage, not without proper healing, not without proper medication. So that's something that Sand is going to have to go back in for. But guys and gals, this has been our first episode of Tension. We actually managed to escape. I wasn't anticipating an escape in this episode. I thought we were going to have to be at Rebirth for a lot longer, but who knows? We might be going back. If we screw up, we'll be going back. There are many different ways that Kenshi can end. Many, many different ways. It can end in death, and your character getting eaten. We've got more than one character now, so in the event that Sand did die, we would still have Park to continue on that legacy,
Tormented
to continue
souls of the
on
dead
the story.
arise and kill
Kenshi.
these interlopers.
Even when all your characters die, the game doesn't end. I mean, it does. It carries on afterwards, but unfortunately you can't move away from the spot where your character was. Yeah, it's a little grim, but there is a big world out there to explore and to learn about. And I really look forward to exploring that with you. And, well, we're going to have an interesting time in this, especially with the start. The slave start is not an easy one. Right now, if we actually head into our inventory, we can see that we look 50% like a Holy Nation slave. I think the reason it's 50% is because we're not wearing shackles. But we are still wearing all of this stuff here, so I don't know if taking off some of that helps. But man,
wow,
oh man, Sand is looking so thin. When I actually created him as a character, he had so much more mass than this. It's going to take him a long time to build back up that muscle, and you will actually see that happening over time. A lot of that is affected by your athletics and your strength. As they get higher, you will become more toned, but all of that goes away when you start starving to death. But for now, Sand and Park are together. Unfortunately, Ribs is still back in Rebirth. That's something that we're going to have to revisit at some point. We're going to try and get her. She is down there. We don't know if you would even join us. We're not sure about that, but well, for now, this is us in the Holy Valley. Well, I guess, yeah, it is. It's the fertile valley of the whole nation, where we're going to be trying to hit up these farms for basic supplies so that we can survive. If you have any questions as to how I got Sand to the position he was in terms of lockpicking and the rest, please do ask those, and I'll try and answer them as best as I can in the comments. But I hope you've enjoyed this. I hope you enjoyed this new series, this different kind of take on Kenshi. It's going to be a hell of a lot of fun trying to make it with Sand, and I really hope that he can survive the long run. Please do join me in the next. I've been Raikon. You have all been awesome. And until next time, stay tuned.
Your food is here, my little ones. Feast!
Lucky to be alive, boy. You don't think I know that? I do. I'm grateful. Thank you. You carried me out of there. You saved me.
No. Thank you, sir.
I can't allow you to
You
muck
broke
about
the
in here.
chains.
Know that it
We
was
need
Lorraine
food.
Pelletier who ended your
Without
life.
it, we'll neither.
I know. And our wounds, if we don't see to them, they'll swell. That'll kill us before anything else.
Indeed.
It's still early in the day. They're gonna be out there for a while. But eventually, they'll go to sleep. Didn't see any guards. Farmers.
We are too weak to fight.
I know. I don't plan to fight. But if I can get in there, if I can get us close, so that we don't look like we just broke out of Rebirth, that's a start.
I agree.
Right. Well, that's a plan then. That's what we'll do. Who knows? We might be able to rest there if we pick our moments right.
If we do, we sleep with one.
Right. Kia ora, guys, gals, and engineers. Raikon here, and welcome back to Let's Roleplay Kenshi. Thank you for the wait between episodes, but we're back with San and Park. And after the little discussing there, you might be able to tell some of the things that we're going to try to achieve in today's episode. Mainly, first of all, we need to stop getting ourselves starving, because currently, right now, we are starving to death. And poor Park is hungry. He's not starving, and we can see that we are actually on the way back up right now. Our hunger is increasing.
Heal me!
We are wounded, however, and as is the Park.
To the side!
Poor, horrible enemy meat. Well, enemy meat is just, it's not going to do any good for us at all. That enemy also totally look like Holy Nation slaves right now. That's not going to help us out one bit. Now we have some massive negatives to our stealth right now, mainly because of our injuries. That's something that we just really desperately need. Now it is 10, so it's not very early in the day. You can hear, and it seems like there is some fighting in the distance here, potentially. Maybe not. The Holy Nation were wandering through here. It looks like they're moving back up towards the settlement. It seems like they are still having quite the encounter with all these river raptors. Now, this saved us in the previous episode because, well, they came along and started eating at the cotton that's being grown here, and so a whole heap of people have gone down in the process. Now, if we are able to take something from them, we're going to be able to get rid of these rags that essentially make us look, you know, very much like slaves. So, yeah, we want to get around that as soon as possible. I also want Park to have something to eat, and he has. He just ate the meat wrap, so he's going to be doing better. We still desperately need to eat, so Park's going to be good for a little bit longer, but we are not going to be doing so good. Sand, unfortunately, yeah, is going to be doing very, very poorly. Now, looking at what we've got on right now, none of this is affecting our stealth. It's not making us any worse at stealth, so we're going to keep it on for now. It's not great because it makes us look super great. We are actually doing some healing, it would seem. Or that could be that is still going down. It looks like it is on its way down, but then we do have some green coming up here, so I think we are slowly healing, even though we are in beards. Ideally, we want to be in beard. What we are going to do, though, is get the two of us to move up to here now. So we're both stealth. I think we should be able to make it up there without being seen. At least that's the hope. We have been seen already, and I think it's just by river raptors. There was another kind of herd, moving through all the way down there, but it is a little concerning that they could see us from so far away. Sand actually usually has pretty good stealth. It's one of his highest skills, but yeah, being so injured.
I love Park and Sand. I think they're actually one of the cooler video game duos I've ever heard of, you know?
That rain, though, will be a little refreshing for us. We'll take a moment to enjoy it and try and plot exactly what we're going to do here, because whatever we do, we have to be very careful in how we do it. All the people that were knocked out will have more than likely been brought inside, and we do have a number of holy sentinels here now. Caravan guards. Yeah. We've got a whole heap of downed river raptors, but that's not going to really help us out at all. We do have one holy farmer wife who's down on the ground still. I'm tempted to just straight up sprint on in there and try and grab something from her. Now, if we have a look at our athletics, Park is actually a little bit better than us. He's a little faster, so he might be able to make it in there before anyone is able to get to her. So that's what we're going to attempt to do. We are going to attempt to just do a straight up run in there and grab this. And just hope that we're going to be okay in the process of doing that. We're going to go ahead and zoom out and see how Park does. Really, the reason why I'm wanting to rush in here is because of time more than anything. Okay, we're a little closer now, so we might be able to get away. Sneaking. He's not a great sneaker, but we'll see what we can do. We have been seen. They have noticed us.
they're actually coming over here to deal with the river raptor. So this is our chance. We need to get in here fast, and I am going to be pausing occasionally because this is a little difficult to pull off in one quick movement. Okay, alright, we are here. We are going to go ahead and steal this. Is this stealing chance 100%? We're not going to be caught doing it. Or rather, I don't know why it is that we've got a bloody backpack at the same time. A scavenger's basket. Cheap, useful backpack. We can see that it drops your combat skills down by 5. That's okay. I think that's going to be okay. We're not going to put that stuff on yet. We are just going to grab it and go. We're going to get the hell out of here. There's nothing else on the ground right now, so we're going to chalk that up as a success. And we're just going to get out. They're too busy dealing with those rip raptors to worry about us taking some equipment. Make it back towards sand, and sand is actually being seen right now again by river raptors, so that's okay.
No!
The river raptors have actually been our friends.
My poor darling.
Really, fighting them wasn't the best idea, but it could have been a lot worse. So let's go ahead and start sneaking again. What we're going to do is we're essentially going to split this equipment up between us. So these dyed robes, we definitely want to be taking them off. We're going to put their cloth shirt on Park here, and we're going to give the half pants to Sand, with the hope being that we'll look a little less like we're Holy Nation slaves. We're just going to go ahead and drop their, our original equipment on the ground, just because that's not going to be good for anyone. It still says we look 50% like one. I wonder if we were to take that off, if that makes a difference. 60%. So we went up an additional 10%. Because not having equipment can also be quite bad. And in this instance, it looks like it's the same for Park. I think keeping those dyed robes on might actually be of benefit, surprisingly enough. Yeah. Okay. Right. We're not in chains, and that's the main thing. I'm going to let time just roll on by. Let the two of them just kind of sit here for a while. Our hunger is going down again, so we desperately do need to get something to eat. Now, as far as I can see,
nice.
There is no one else.
Finally, a fucking weapon. It's been too long.
All right, Park, my dude, you were fast
not
before.
bad.
You should still be pretty fast now. He is going to have a slightly reduced speed because of that backpack.
Cool.
But also because of the backpack, we can fit things in there. So let's see if we can do that. We're going to try and run in. That person didn't have a weapon. This person does. Oh, and there's another here as well. Okay. We might be able to get seriously lucky here. Park, you are pretty fast, my dude. So let's see if you can pull this off. We have been discovered. So where are you currently, mate? Oh, you're still sneaking. Okay. Alright. I want you to run as fast as you can. Now, I want to make sure he is actually going... Yeah, there we go. Full pelt. As fast as you possibly can. It looks like the farmers are just getting ready to farm. We're wanting to watch out for militia guards like those right there who haven't immediately noticed what we are doing. We're going to go ahead, steal that right away. And these other bits, we are going to just go ahead and drop into our backpack and pretend like nothing happened. Okay, Park, number 2. Alarm raised. Okay, the alarm's raised. We need to get the hell out of Dodge. Okay, this is going into here. We've already got a shirt. We've got extra pants. Okay, that's great. We just need this, and that's it. That's all that we need. We could take other things. The ungodly should be shackled. Well, Park, we're not going to let that happen, are we? We're going to run away. They're calling thief. The alarm's been raised. Heretic escapes. This way, paladins. Yeah, just get away down there, my dude, and then we're going to go ahead and start sneaking. See if that's possible. Indeed it is. Okay. Alright, and there's some kind of fighting going on in the distance there. It's more than likely going to be river raptors, and it looks like they're fighting someone else. Or it could be hungry bandits. We don't know for certain. It's someone out there doing something. But right now, staying close to this place is essentially what we need to do to be able to survive. We are going to have to try and do a smash and grab to grab some food later on. Otherwise, Sand is just going to starve to death. But getting these cloves is the perfect start for us. The other thing that makes us look like a slave is our head's completely shaven. And that's something that they did to Sand when they brought him here. He did actually have like a really big long ponytail starting off, but it was completely taken. So, Sand, there you go. We also need to give you a top, and these pants are now going to go right there. Boom. Looks like a slave 10%. So that's dropped right down now, which I'm super freaking happy about. So we'll drop those there and then drop them down. What if we remove that? Does that change at all? Yeah, apparently we still need to have something over the top. Okay, but you can see how like thin Park is. Like we're not doing super well. And yeah, we're looking essentially the same, 10%.
Oh, damn fucking
now,
cord coming disconnected
there.
over and over and
martial artist
over and over.
Sands, but,
over and over and over.
Weapon can help a lot. That does give an attack bonus of +7, which is a lot considering right now he doesn't have anything else. I do want to gear him towards being more of a martial artist, but right now having any kind of bonus to our attack is going to make a big difference. We're only halfway through the day. We need food. So let's start having a look a little bit further afield to where this other fight is happening. Scavenging is something that is a really big part of Kenshi, especially early on, and especially if we're planning to be slaves. This is not so good though. Having these paladins so close is really concerning. They will be coming to these farms eventually, but just the fact that they are so close to us is it's not good. It's not good for our longevity. We haven't seen any other farms in the area, so for us this is where we need to be. But really, we need to make sure that we're in the right kind of places. So look at all this equipment they've got to train with. Those mounted crossbows. They're not so nice. They are prepared for an attack, but at least for now, we're a little less likely to be taken by them. So we're just going to go ahead. We're going to start sneaking away around this way. We're going to let time accelerate at a little bit of a faster rate. River Nest 30 has been wiped out, so that's a nest of river raptors, which won't be plaguing these lands anymore. And it was more than likely this group that was down here that was the cause of that. We're going to snake our way up into these hills, and I think that's where we're going to try and wait until nightfall. I'm just hoping we have until nightfall. We've been seen, but they don't seem to mind us too much. Who is seeing us right now? Okay, we're safe up here. That's good. Still going at the fastest rate right now. Let's check in with Sand. He is at 92, so we have a little bit more hunger available. If it goes below 73, that is it, we'll pass out. And then, obviously when it reaches 0, we're dead. But fortunately we have Park with us, so we have a friend that can take care of us. But tonight is going to be all about trying to sneak in, get some food, and get out. Now, these are a good source of food, but their attack, yeah, we're not taking down a pack, not in the state that we're in. What we really ideally need to try and do is wait till nightfall and then sleep just the whole night through, and it will give us a chance to have our wounds heal, because right now they're just going to be trickling by slowly. If we can get ourselves a sleeping bag, that is an absolute godsend, because we can do a lot with that. Was someone walking past? It's hard to tell. Oh, okay, that's where we're being seen by. Oh, that's not good. Okay, now my question is, this group that's coming down from the hills here, they're following the leader, and who's the leader here? They're just patrolling right now, so they're not super interested in us, so we're just going to start moving away. We are still stealth right now, which is good. They've seen us. They don't seem to care for us. Okay, they're running off in another direction. We're actually going to slow down time here as they move their way around. Alright. Phew. Yeah, there really aren't any good places for us to just sit and wait. Really, anywhere we are, it's going to be not so great. I think it's probably going to be safer for us to just go a little bit further away. We're less likely to have a holy patrol come out this way. We can just settle in, wait until nightfall, because even if people don't go to sleep, just it being night will give us a big chance, or rather a big bonus to our stealth. Yeah, I mean, look at this. You know, even with a minus 34, we still have 27 stealth, so Sand is a stealthy dude. He'll be able to get in there. And Park's just gonna have to hold the fort back out here. Yeah. Oh. Now, Kenshi is a game that I've been still trying to balance in terms of the settings and the graphical fidelity. The shadows can cause some issues over time. I mean, I like to have my view distance very, very high, and when we're running at high speed, fast forwarding through like we are at the moment, the frame rates can drop significantly. So, as long as it doesn't impact the gameplay too much, I think it'll work. Otherwise, we might have to play around with the settings a little bit more, and that might mean removing shadows, which shadows are a really big part of what makes this game super pretty, but it can also improve performance by a lot, even if we just go in for a moment here. Have a look at it. The difference is quite dramatic. So if we go ahead and disable those shadows, we can close and go back in. We're looking and we're moving a lot easier than we were before.
Okay.
And really, I mean, when I'm looking at it, I'm not seeing a massive drop off, really. It doesn't look that much worse. So we'll see. We'll see. I think the larger shadows are still cast, but it's more the smaller individual ones aren't, and that can make a big difference, especially when we're running through the speed that we're going.
Oh god. I'm sick of the fucking shitheads treating me so badly. I've never actually wronged anybody, not directly. I'm one of those people who really doesn't deserve it. Just because I verbally abuse people who attack me or something. But I'm not a bad person. I paid my debts to society when I broke the law. I'm an upstanding person. I pay my taxes. I've never harmed a living thing. And the shitheads keep fucking attacking me no matter what. And it's just so... Things like this are why my teacher flunked the planet.
Going. You can see that it is slowly getting darker now. There must have been a patrol or someone nearby then. Okay, alright. It's nearly time. How are we doing? 84. This is going to be close. We're just going to have to eat whatever we can in there. Thankfully, Park is actually doing pretty good in terms of hunger. We're going to be getting him to come in a lot closer.
Should be flogged in the street.
The pack that he has on, I think, will have some, negative stealth effects. So we don't want to be wearing that. We'll avoid it if we can. We've been full on seen by someone.
There's a theft in progress.
I'm definitely missing someone here. When we are seen like this, we can see the direction from which we are being seen. So it's from down there. So occasionally we are getting spotted by someone.
Fuck, man! 160, you son of a fucking bitch. Fuck me on this. It took half my money. So annoying. Goddamn pigs.
Because that's the
fucking me in real life and fucking me in this stupid game. It's fucking always fucked me in Elder Scrolls games.
The only way to really increase that for your dexterity and all the rest is from shooting.
The way I see it, I'm doing you.
Okay. We're at 9 o'clock, getting onwards.
I broke even. Fucking stupid. Well, no, I did make some money, but
shade essentially.
I'll move hot goods.
So with that, I think we can work with shade. We can actually start moving.
300 gold, spent 160. So I mean, it was a profit, but not much.
And Park, I think we're going to have you waiting out here still. kept a decent distance, it means he's less likely to be spotted. You know what? We'll play it a little bit more risky. Risky, but also a little bit safer in that should things go horribly wrong, Park can come and bail Sand out again.
Do you know how long I've been looking for you?
These river raptors have been a constant freaking pain for them. Because the thing is, they're not killing them. They're just downing them. To actually kill them, you need to remove meat from their inventory, and they more than likely won't be doing that. Okay, alright. Which way are we going to try and go to do this? They do have some crops here, but these crops aren't going to do anything for us, unfortunately. It looks like going around the right-hand side is going to be the right course for now. So let's just start slowly making our way in. These here, this is where I want to try and spend the night. And it might be that we just, even if there are people out here, we just try and freeload.
Hear ye,
you know,
card sharps and collectors.
we go, we sit
Test your
down,
wits
and we just
courage in a
hope
brand new card game.
that they aren't going to notice us. Right now, it is full dark. And if we hover over here, we can actually see the
fucking cord. I'm not touching the cord. It like fucking falls with the slightest little shake. It just completely falls out. Fucking headphones are driving me crazy.
Or should we decide that it's necessary? Okay, you know what? We're actually going to go around that way. So let's make our way around as quickly as we can. We're going to change ourselves to be moving as quickly as possible. Okay. Alright, Sand. You ready for this, buddy? We're going to go inside. We're going to hopefully not get seen by a whole heap of people. We'll survey. Okay, we've got a lot of sleeping people. That's great. That's really good. What do we have? I'm not seeing any food. I'm really disappointed in that. There's a long cleaver, which is a decent weapon. We've just got like straw. Although there is a lockbox there. Let's have a look at the long cleaver. I can't pick that up. It's actually too big for us to pick up. So currently we're wielding the staff. I'm going to place the staff down and we're going to pick up the long cleaver if possible. And there we go, we've got the long cleaver. Okay, so we can see that it's not as good inside. Damage versus robots is pretty good. Armor is okay. Look, it's dropping our attack too much, so the staff is a much better weapon for us starting off. So we will stick with that. All of these things here, we could steal and then sell onwards to others.
My rates are final.
But really, right now, we just need to focus on trying to find some food. So we're going to have a look in these barrels here. Weapon cabinet, nothing. Oh, hell yes. Now, there is a stealing chance, 36%. So we could theoretically fail this, and that's what kind of sucks, is that our stealth is good, but unfortunately, there is a decent chance that they will actually figure out that we're here. So sometimes the best thing that we can do, especially early on, just because of how... Can we turn you off? No. Damn. I'd love to be able to do that. Best thing that we can do is just take things off of here. And we'll notice, if we have a look at our thievery is currently 4. So if we just start picking up things off of here, can't pick that up, it's too heavy. Our thievery that was 4 is now 4, but it's a little bit higher. It's a little bit higher. And so essentially the idea is, what we're trying to do is pick up these things that are stolen and just practicing not making noise. Now if we go back to our character screen, we can see that our thievery is now 5, so it is working. And unfortunately, just, you know, the way that some of the
way I see it,
things
I'm
work
doing you
in
a
Kenshi,
favor.
this is
No
kind of how you
complaints
need
about
to
my
do it.
prices.
To just improve yourself, and I really want that food. I'm not, I'm okay with us being discovered. We probably will be discovered. But I want that food. So we're going to get better at this. Thievery of 7. See, we're getting there. The chances are raising. And I know it seems a little weird, but sometimes this is what you need to do. Okay. I'm feeling like we're a little bit better. We might stand a little bit better of a
Do you
chance.
know how long
It's
I've
not a
been looking
huge
for
chance.
you?
It's a very, very slim chance that we have to succeed at this. 44%. I would like a 50% on this.
By the
They're
three,
probably
no.
going to
That's
notice
for lowborn like you.
what the hell we're going to do it. We're going to go ahead and leave some of this meat as a gift. And we were discovered. Okay. But screw it, we're just going to go for it. Okay. I think they're going to continue to discover us. But we're going to keep on trying. Because I will be successful at doing this eventually. Got caught stealing. That's fine. We're going to keep on trying. We've got it. We've got something to eat. Okay. I think... actually went back to sleep immediately. Now, if this was a store and we got discovered that way, in the morning, they would not sell anything to us. Rightfully so. Because they know that we are a thief. There is a locked chest downstairs. I do want to have a look at that. We've got some cooked vegetables up here as well, so we're going to grab those too. Now, I'm going to hope that we don't eat everything. We are near the edge of starvation, so there is a chance that we might. So, I apologize in advance to poor Park. But that's the way it's got to be sometimes. A wooden bowl. I think we're going to pass that one up. We're going to come over towards this one here. Hope that there's something else there. And if not, we are just going to move on. Some more cooked vegetables. Brilliant. Thankfully, water isn't something that we need to really concern ourselves with in this. It is just our hunger. That's a thing.
Why did you...
Okay.
Oh, fucking damn it!
Using a lot of recipes. So it's something to consider and think about.
Fine, fuck off.
We're going to come back downstairs. We're going to see if we can unlock this to see what might be inside. So we've got a really good chance to unlock it, which I'm stoked about. And we'll actually be improving our stealth while we are here. Okay, this is good. This is good. We're starting to heal. I have no sympathy for it.
God fucking damn it!
It might just be nothing. Okay, what have we got? It's not nothing. It's a wooden bowl and a cup. We need to keep those safe. Right. What are our chances over here? And actually, what are our chances to knock some of these people out? As soon as I'm here. I mean, they're already... Oh. Not great. My chances are not great. Okay. Let's just get outside. Okay. And let's just keep moving. Nope. Let's get outside, Sand. And let's keep moving, as I said. There we go. So we'll make it across towards the other home. And we'll see what's there. We've got another person that's down. Okay. Oh, I did not see them there somehow. Alright. Okay. We've got fighting in the distance. Alright, so we stand a good chance of finding something here. Surely. I think I did check some of these out though, and ooh, that is raw meat. We can definitely do that. And the stealing chance is 100%. Yes, let's do it. Fantastic. Okay, we're probably not going to get a bull anytime soon, so taking that pack isn't going to help us out. We'll go ahead and just check some of these. Okay, we've got some bread. Brilliant. Again, I think the reason the stealing chance is as high as it is that there just isn't anyone around here right now. So that's really working out for us. But this is brilliant. Oh, that is such a good find. I was really hoping that we were going to find some first aid here. So now what we can do is if I press medic, that'll be a job that Sand takes on. So we can see that he is actually, he's being a medic. He is repairing what he can. And see how the rest of this here, that's just stuff that cannot be healed until we actually have a proper rest. Alright. I think he was trying to go back. Oh, so good. Yes, yes. That's brilliant. Okay. We're going to have a look up the top. Okay, it is clear right now. I don't know where all the workers are. Most of them are inside sleeping. But this has been really, really good for us. Finding all these first aid kits means that we can actually do a lot more combat because we can get away with being damaged a little bit more often. Okay, we're going to walk on out of here, and it's a little dangerous, but me and Park are going to try and sleep here for the night. I would love if we could just steal these friggin' nets that are on the ground. If you could just dismantle them and take them, but unfortunately we do not seem to be able to do that. Yeah. I don't think we're going to take anything else from these people. We've already taken enough. We've taken all the food that they had here, so I'm very, very happy about that. Is this just more farmers? I think it is. Holy farmer, yeah. We could potentially hone our skills here, you know, when it comes to like knocking people out, but we've really got no need or real reason to. We don't hate these people so much. They are, you know, they're just part of that system. Ain't much we can do to change that. So let's see if we can get away with sleeping here. This is going to be a little bit difficult. Now, it might also tell me that we can't do it. So before we bring Park down and create a big scene, we're going to see if Sand can lie down here, because it might just say, that's not mine. Come on. Why are you going all the way over here? Buddy, Sand. My dude. Just go here. Okay. What are you doing, my friend?
Hello. Oh man.
Sand, stop it.
Man. Like.
Where are you actually going? Oh.
I'm never gonna speak to you again. This is the last words you're ever gonna hear me address to you.
It's possible. It's totally possible. Okay, well, they don't think that we are slaves, I hope. So let's bring Park down and see if he's going to be able to lay down for the night. Because if he can, that's kind of invaluable.
Reporting you. I'm going to say that.
These
Reporting
are
you.
slowly starting to go back up. Okay. And when Park gets down here, what I'm going to do is all of our food, I'm going to put it into his backpack.
You are a criminal after all.
Because once food's in a backpack, you can actually share that among everyone that's with you. So